talking a minute ago. I think that this is six. I mean, yeah. I have loved it. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my god.
Is it? It's not a little. Check.
Russ's mic not on.
Like, yeah, that's it. All the time. Look at this. Nice. It is though on there. Ooh, that's weird.
It says only Luke's mic is working. It's all right. I'll just talk for the rest of the podcast.
Okay, they're saying it's fine now. Mike's fading out. Yeah, my volume level is low. Check. 1, 2. Turn it all the way up. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Yeah, it's not even getting half strength there. Strange. I can steal Luke's mic.
Yeah. We could sit over here next to each other.
Actually, I noticed this on the last recorded episode. The video files are shrinking.
And he gave me like 30 minutes, and we ended up 3 hours just talking about ancient history. And basically, I was asking him. I was saying, I don't want to go and be a regular archaeologist because I don't know, that just wasn't my calling. I needed to do something kind of creative and something that was more what I wanted to do, where I could just focus on areas that I'm interested in. Because in archaeology, you're kind of like an actor. You just take the jobs that you can get, and if you want to study ancient Greece, there's a path for you, but it's really hard to get in there. And who knows, you're not going to be excavating, at Athens or Thebes or something like that. You're going to be in some goat pen, some 2,000-year-old goat pen.
Yeah.
And I don't know, that didn't seem like a very realistic option to me. And also, Lauren and I were engaged, or we were about to be engaged, and she's been in dental school, and so I couldn't just go off in this career when she's off in her career. It wasn't going to work for our relationship. So I reached out to him, and I don't know how many TV shows and documentaries he'd been on, and he'd made a career out of leading tours for people, or leading his own tours, taking people on tours, and then being on TV and being like a archaeology communicator. And so I wanted to meet him and ask him, is there a route for somebody like me who wants to be in the media side of archaeology, I guess be a communicator of archaeology or ancient history. And that was just me picking his brain, and we just clicked, and he was the only person like that I talked to. I had my professors, but I didn't really click with them, and I didn't even know them personally, because I graduated after my sophomore year, I guess. So I never knew my professors in person. So he's the only guy that I've ever known personally, and it just clicked. It could have been anybody else. I could have met somebody who, was totally against the whole pseudo-archaeology crowd. And I'm not saying that Dr. Bonner is really into that, but I'm just saying I could have met somebody that was a lot more closed-minded and a lot less classy.
Yeah.
But I met a guy who's just so considerate of other people, and has really shown me that is a route to take, and there is a higher road there. So yeah, it's just I feel lucky to know the guy.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that you two are getting to see the guy that I've known for the last few years.
Yeah, I was really impressed with. Like I said, I'm close to the end, but not quite there. But I just got to the part actually where he brings up his because Lex is asking him like, well, what about these giant stones in Peru? And he's like, well, I think they might have used acid. And I'm like, oh man, like this is great, But yeah, obviously his knowledge about Mesoamerica, South America, all this stuff is fantastic. They're going through all this the whole time, and he's obviously making comparisons to other ancient cultures around the world, but he's really speaking in depth about these mysterious cultures here. You know, he brings up he's like, these ancient sites that no one has really, like, were found a long time ago, but nobody has done a lot of work on them because, like, they're like, oh, there's no ceramics, there's no gold here, like, this is boring, and they leave. And he's like, but it's 5,000 or 6,000 years old, we need to look at this, right? What do you mean there's no ceramics? This is pre-pottery, right? Really, really fascinating. So I love the way that he addresses the mysteries, admits they're mysterious. He actually says, he's like, I kind of like the world to be mysterious. You know, otherwise it'd be boring. I completely agree with that. You know, he's very, and like a lot of people have said already, he was just very gentlemanly in his handling of the Graham Hancock questions, right? He's like, I met the guy, I like him, you know, he's got his own theories, but he's more asking what could be, you know, whereas the science that we're doing is asking what do we know and what do we not know. Perfect way to address it. He's like, I don't necessarily agree with him, but he does great research. Fantastic. Like, this is how you do it. You can have a disagreement, like even a fundamental disagreement with somebody on scientific matters, but still get along. Like, this is the, you know, I feel like he's, you know, this is like the whole royal philosopher sort of thing. Like, we're all gentlemen here. We're going to come together. We're going to discuss our ideas, but we all acknowledge that we're all working towards the same goal, right? Which is to try to better understand the world we live in. And we need crazy, weird ideas to really do that. But yeah, I was floored when he mentioned, like, I think they might have been melting or softening the stone. I'm like, holy shit, this is cool. This is really great.
I love that he's got some ideas of his own that aren't, you know, accepted by the majority of academics, and I like that he's not afraid to throw them out there.
Yeah.
I also like that. I feel like he does a good job of conveying the romance of the ancient world and the romance of archaeology, and he makes you. You can feel how much he loves it when he speaks about it.
Yeah.
And I think that comes through in the best archaeology communicators. Like I've talked about, I've been so complimentary of Bob Breyer on y'all's show before.
Yeah.
When you listen to him talk, you can tell how much that guy loves Egypt. You know, and he just sucks you in when you listen to him.
Oh, yeah.
And Dr. Barnhart's very much the same way.
Yeah, the passion, like, you can feel it, and like it kind of draws you in. Yeah, I totally agree.
And it feels so opposite of this modern trend where you feel like some of these archaeologists have a contempt against their own field, and that they don't think there's anything interesting about it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
It's this weird thing where they seem like they're disinterested in their own field.
Yeah.
And that all this, it's like romance has been painted as this colonial style of thinking where, you know, archaeology can't be romantic because the romance period of archaeology was so tied in with the colonial imperial period of archaeology. So you can't be romantic about archaeology,
right?
Because that's not, you know, that's not PC.
It's not acceptable. Yeah. There was one part, I think. I mean, obviously like, one thing that really struck me is he pointed out, he was saying his mentor, or one of his mentors, I guess, and of course
Linda Sheely.
Yeah. Who like was instrumental in decoding the Mayan text, right? And I was just like, yeah, I see, I've read about this person before in this whole project, and like, you know, he was just like, I was very fortunate to be, you know, a part of this, and I was just like, yeah, dude, that's who you, if you're gonna specialize in this, that's who you want to like learn from or whatever.
You know, another thing that just blows my mind is so Linda Sheely is probably who he was talking about there. He had another mentor as well, but I think Linda Sheely was the one he was closest with. And if you go to Half Price Books and you go through the archaeology section, which I'm sure plenty of the people watching here have done before, you'll see a book called A Forest of Kings. It's called A Forest of Kings by Linda Sheely, and it's a very, very popular book, and she's like world-renowned, world-respected Maya archaeologist, and she, you know, mentored Dr. Barnhart, and she's just a monumental woman, and then he mentors me, and it's just like I have this kind of tangential connection to her. It's just I'm so lucky to be in the position that I am and to know this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. This kind of standing on the shoulders of giants thing, right? You're doing it. This is what it's about. And that's how science is supposed to work, which is the thing where you could really hear the passion was when he was telling the story of going into that cave. And he's like, there are these 10, 12,000 year old handprints on the walls. And he's like, I put my hand, not touching them, but put them up close. And I could see that their hands were much smaller. But you're like standing there like somebody was here, because they dated the charcoal that the marks were made in. And he's like 10,000 years ago, and you're putting your hand up there and you're just like, holy shit. You could hear this, this sort of, this passion in his voice. And it's like, yeah, this is great. And of course he mentions the scientific method, which I think he's correct. It is, and we've railed on this podcast multiple times about how the scientific method is about disproving, coming up with a hypothesis, and then at least naming a few ways where, like you say, if this is discovered, then this hypothesis is wrong, and then you try to, falsify it. And he's like, this is how science is supposed to work, and I think a lot of archaeology fails to do this. I mean, that's excellent. It's anyway. We don't have to keep talking about it, but it was a fantastic interview. I really put it out because it's really good. Yeah. Like, not only do you get plenty of Mayan knowledge, Olmecs, Aztecs, Inca, and all these connections. He's talking Viracocha, the jaguar god, stuff that Luke has brought up about the Olmecs, this emergence of this fanged god, and like the rituals, the sacrifices, him talking about doing archaeology is just excellent. So really good. Great point, Kyle.
So true.
Just kidding.
So you fixed the audio while we were talking?
Yeah, I think I got it working pretty good. I'm a little quieter than you guys now.
Oh, they're telling me to back off now. Are you guys sure?
Are we good?
No, everybody's. Okay. I slowly turned everyone up, so now they can all slowly turn their devices down.
Great.
Okay. We got two.
We did have some.
Two soups.
There you go.
From Clueless Chris, $20. Value for value beer monies. Woo! Blasting the TV. I can hear y'all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Ed Foo.
This one's for you.
20 Australian bucks. Luke, need to thank you for the Bob Breyer Ancient Egypt lecture series. Awesome. Thanks to you mentioning Edwin, I have listened to all 3 of his great courses, South, Meso, and North America. Amazing. Barnhart's a legend.
Yeah, he really is, and I totally agree with you, Ed Fu. I am so glad that you watched all of Bob Breyer's Ancient Egypt lecture, and you watched all of Dr. Barnhart's lectures. It's just even though they're more orthodox, dive into the ancient world in a way that you can tell. Like I said a minute ago, you can just tell how much they love it.
Yeah.
And they just go on. I mean, those courses are just hours and hours and hours and hours of this person that is so captivating to listen to, just diving into that world.
Yeah.
And it covers such a wide range of topics. I feel like it's such a good foundation for everyone who is into this world. If you like the mysteries of ancient Egypt, just listening to a lecture like that once all the way through gives you such a solid foundation of at least the context around that world. And even if it's the things that happen later on,
sure.
The vast majority of the Egypt lecture takes place after the pyramids were built, or after he addresses the pyramids. Oh yeah. I mean, it goes from 70,000 years ago in Egypt all the way up until, I think the last episode is the death of Cleopatra. So the majority of it takes place after he's addressed the pyramids. But it just gives you a picture of that world, and if you're going to visit ancient Egypt and you go to the Valley of the Kings, it doesn't really have anything to do with a lot of the mysteries that we look into, but at least the importance of this. You get a picture of it, and it's the same thing for Mesoamerica.
Yeah, and like a lot of the stuff we're looking at in Egypt is our layers that are at the very bottom of this enormously thick cultural, deposition. Basically, there's all this stuff, and you have to know what to look through to see the old stuff. Yeah. So it is good to know like the New Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, and of course the later periods as well, the Roman, Greek, all the way up to modern times. Like, what if people have been messing with these sites for a long time, and you're like basically having to peel back the layer, like what is the earliest thing we could see here?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a little weird, you know, when you get all the way into the back of this New Kingdom temple, but you keep seeing these fragments of what are obviously older temples, and then there's broken flooring in one room, and you can see under the broken flooring are older, reused granite column bases, you know, and then all the way in the back of the temple in this dark cubbyhole is this granite artifact that's polished, and you're just like, I feel like they built this whole place around that thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of it's a really strange experience. You're gonna love it.
Well, one other thing I should say, just addressing Edfu, those ancient American lectures as well on great courses. It's, you know, each of them are anywhere from like 20 to 50 lectures, and you know, while he does go into considerable depth on the Maya and the Aztecs and the Inca and the Olmecs, there's also all these other cultures in between that he touches on, like the Zapotecs and the Teochtitlan cultures, which are west of Teotihuacan, you know, on the western coast of Mexico, and just you know, all these places that most people will go through their whole lives without ever hearing about, and there's all kinds of little things in there where you go, hold on, wait, that is really interesting, and you know, most people will never talk about it. So anyways, can't recommend it enough, and I hope everybody watching goes and
I was
watches it.
impressed with his ability to say the hummingbird god's name.
Oh,
He just rattled it right off. I'm like, holy crap! I don't think I've ever heard anyone actually do that.
Yeah.
But he can't say Ollantay Tambo. Like he's.
Oh yeah.
He can't say that one, but those Mayan and the Aztec names. He's just like, oh yeah, this god. And I'm like, Jesus.
That's like on our first episode. We were like, that god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was really good.
Yeah.
So, you were just in Peru.
Yep.
What was your impression?
Well, honestly, and as surprised as I am saying this, I am just curious as to how Egypt is going to stack up, because not only were the ancient sites in Peru amazing and mind-blowing, like I got some photos here that'll show. The stonework was insane, and the variety of the stonework was insane. But the scenery was just drop dead stunning. You know, I mean,
so the scenery in Egypt is yellow.
It has that what looks like the movie, like the filter that they put over
Yes,
all
exactly.
the movies that take place in the desert, where
There are plenty of Nile sites that are beautiful. You know, like Kamambo is right on the river. I don't know how much Nile travel you're going to do.
I'm going there.
Okay.
Komombo, that has the crocodile museum. So I just the people were amazing, and the weather was just fantastic. I mean, we were at of course, you know, that's what you expect when you're at like 11,500 feet elevation in Cusco, but the weather was.
Egypt is also hot.
Yeah. So the weather was amazing every single day. The people were wonderful. So much mystery there, and it feels like a magical place when you're there.
Yeah.
And as much as I love the Maya world, I fell in love with Peru. It was like an alien world. You know, the nature that's there is not like any of the mountains are so much bigger, and the terrain of the mountains is different, and the wildlife that's there is different. You know, you've got these llamas and alpacas that are sitting up on the mountains, and then you've got this, I forget the name of it, but there's like this hybrid, untamable llama that lives at the highest elevations, that is this gigantic, aggressive llama that will kill you. And you could see him up on the mountaintops. There's these giant
animals that can kill you.
This is Luke's thing.
There are these horse-sized llamas, and then there's these jackrabbit-sized black squirrels that live down there. And it's these squirrels that are like this big, and they're not scared of you. And the terrain is just so different, and the animals are like you've never seen before. Oh, the pigeons are everywhere. You know, they're not scared of you. They're like, all the pigeons are like so obese, you know, from all the people feeding them. And it's just, it was awesome. Guys, one of the craziest things, we'll get into the stonework. There's no way to convey it. When you guys go to Peru, what are the biggest mountains you've seen in person?
Man, I don't know.
The Tetons
Tetons?
when we drove past.
Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't measure them.
Yeah,
No.
they were really big.
Well, so these were the biggest mountains I've ever seen in person. And when you guys go to Peru, yeah, when you guys are in Peru, when you're driving from Cusco to the train that takes you to Machu Picchu, look up at every single mountain. Every single mountain in the Sacred Valley
Oh,
is
insane.
terraced from the bottom
Yeah.
all the way to the top.
Yeah, that's wild.
Every single mountain.
Yeah.
Every single mountain is terraced from the bottom
Should I
all
risk
the
it?
way to the top.
I'm not gonna risk
At
it.
the end of the trip, the
risked it.
the megalithic stonework had
Fine, we'll take
gone
it.
to the back of my mind, and
Yeah.
I was
Whatever that
absolutely
is.
blown away
Yeah.
that
We'll take
every
it.
single mountain
That might be
from
it.
the bottom to
102.
the top was
That's
turned
pretty
into a
good.
farm.
I'll take
Yeah.
that.
And it's stone terracing. So
Yeah.
you know they're cutting out the mountainside and placing stone in.
Yep.
To
Maybe we'll
build
get.
these
Let's try
farms.
some 1 minute. We'll do a few more
Yeah,
minutes.
building retaining walls.
Surface one, SA 102.
Absolutely blew my mind.
I guess it was Google Earth or some where you can see all the lines in the mountains. I'm just like, how?
It's not possible to comprehend until you are driving through the Sacred Valley for like 3 hours, and it just doesn't end.
Yeah, it doesn't stop.
And you realize, I think he talks about it in Dr. Barnard talks about it in the podcast. You know, the Aztec Empire, they ruled and conquered with a lot of bloodshed.
Yeah.
And by enslaving people and sacrificing thousands of people, and the rest of the Mesoamerican cultures turned on them along with Cortez, or helped Cortez take down the Aztecs. But in the Inca world, they were feeding
Yeah.
either
They'd roll up on your little town of 5,000 people, he said, and
Yep.
with an army of 100,000, and be like, hey, so you guys want to join the empire, or shall
What?
we escort
Holy
you to
shit.
the edge of it?
Yeah,
See?
exactly.
And if they joined, then they would
Should I
show up
YOLO
this
the
enormous
mine?
workforce, build terraces, build grain
I do it?
silos, whatever, and then everyone would have plenty of
I'm not gonna do
food.
it.
They would have feast days every month because it was so much surplus.
And everyone was fed.
No, I hate this
Everybody
game.
grew their own food in
Yeah,
their own
yeah.
places.
I need to
but the
learn the
majority
mine
of the
throw.
food production comes from the Sacred Valley. You know, they had these farms there that were feeding millions and millions of people.
Yeah. Yeah, you said that at the height, the estimates of 10 million citizens.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and I think that's like a conservative number, because I
Probably.
was just about to say 20 million.
Yeah.
And that's not even considering, we don't even actually know how far the Inca Empire expanded into the Amazon. You know, because the Amazon, it's growing up that east side of the Andes up to Machu Picchu. You know, Machu Picchu, when it was discovered like 110 years ago, it was completely eaten by the jungle. And we know that there are cities further in east of there.
Yeah.
You know, they were looking for Vilcabamba for so long, which was, you know, they say that Machu Picchu was this kind of retreat,
Like
or
a hidden haven.
Yeah, it was this hidden haven.
Yeah.
And then when
Come
the
on.
Spanish started taking over
It's pretty good, Tim.
the Maya
We're getting
world,
better. We're getting better.
I don't know if
We're
it was
improving.
Pachacuti, it may have been one of the kings after him. He moves even further east, still in the mountains, but in where the Andes meets the Amazon, and he built a city called Vilcabamba, and then they ended up finding that decades after they found Machu Picchu. But there are definitely other cities in the jungles out there, because there are Inca roads, like kind of like I was talking to you guys before, how there's the Maya sock bays that go through the jungle. Well, the Inca roads are these big megalithic cyclopean stones that are laid in the ground,
Yeah.
and they're just permanent, you know. And so those roads just fade into the Amazon jungle. Yeah,
Damn it.
there's some cool stuff out there. So it just the impression was that.
Where should I go to look up this place where the terracing is? On
Oh
Google
man,
Earth.
I
It's
don't.
all along the Sacred Valley.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
but can I type in Sacred Valley?
Get too far.
Cusco, you can see it.
You could do Ollantaytambo. Cusco might be a little bit. I mean, there is some terracing there, but it was really, really noticeable between Cusco and Ollantaytambo. Pisac. Look that up.
Okay.
P-I-S-A-C.
I'm gonna put it down.
We
here.
should take a break. You can find it. Right?
Yeah.
And then we'll come back.
All right.
Yeah. Cool.
Sounds good. Make sure the music's not too loud.
Oh, terrible. It's fine.
And we are back on. Microphones on. Hopefully all the audio is
Hopefully everything's working.
still working. That was peaking, but anyways. I cranked everything up and now I'm like, it's probably too loud.
Oh well.
Anyways. I missed the first half of... So, okay. So I pulled up some of these terraces just to show you guys.
Oh yeah. Look at that.
So yeah, this is...
I mean, you can see them all here.
Yeah, so you can see right there to the right.
Yeah.
All that is terracing that is currently maintained.
Maintained terrace.
But
yeah.
if you go a little bit down from there and you start looking around the sides of the mountains,
Yeah, you can see it over here.
and you start looking real close, go straight to the left from here. Now zoom in. You can see more of the terracing there.
Yeah.
You see those lines that are going
Yeah.
up and down the sides?
Yep.
And look, it goes all the way. Actually goes. The closer you look, the more you look, the more you realize it's going all the way up the mountain.
Yeah.
And anybody here, you can go on Google Earth and look up Peru Sacred Valley. Look on every single mountain, and just if you think you don't see a terrace, just look harder.
Yep.
And I mean, look at this. What you're looking at right now, the scale of that farmland just covers the entire Sacred Valley, which takes 3 hours to drive from one end to the other, and then 3 hours to drive from the other end to the other end. Just, I mean, look at that.
those lines.
It's a whole mountain turned into farmland. And I mean, I just didn't realize that there was something that was going to impress me more than the megalithic, precise granite stonework that I was going to see there. Look at that. It's going all the way up the mountain. It's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's insane. Oh my gosh. When you guys go to Machu Picchu, you got to climb up Huayna Picchu, which is, when you're looking at the picture of the city, you see the city here and there's the peak up behind it.
Yeah.
That is Huayna Picchu. These guys had terracing at the very tip.
I gotta
top
yell
of
with
that,
the
where you're
mine.
standing on the terrace
There's
and
no way
just
it's
like
faster 102 if I
6,000
don't
foot drop.
try to
And
fucking...
these guys, you didn't. Dr. Barnhart was saying he's like, yeah, you didn't want to be an Inca guy. And
That's
have
not gonna
fear
make it.
heights 'cause
Yeah.
you weren't going to be employed for very
Yeah,
long.
look
I mean,
at
look
that.
at that.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
I've spent a long time cruising around the Sacred Valley with Google Earth, and yeah, these are...
By a lot of these terracings, there sometimes if there was bedrock on the terracing, they would build a home into the mountainside, and so there you could go walking up and down those mountains, and the likelihood is if you just committed to doing it, full time, you would eventually walk into an Inca home or something that no one has stood in almost 1,000 years
Wow.
or something like that. There's also there are also caves up where you see these where you see the rock facing on the mountains, and in those caves they have the mummies in there. Peruvian mummies that they would take these pilgrimages when one of their family members would die, and they carry them up the mountain, place them inside the mountain, and there are still thousands of mummies sitting up in the mountains in the Sacred Valley, just totally untouched. There was a lot of... It was just so different. I've been around the Maya world, but most of the Maya world is flat that I've been to. There's in the Guatemalan highlands, it's got mountains, but most of the Maya world that I've been to is very flat, and you're kind of just looking at things straight in front of you, and it's just going to be a city. But in the Inca world, man, it's like there could be cities up on top of all these jungle-covered mountains that we're not aware of, with stonework that can rival what's in Egypt, and there could be caves underneath them that are holding bodies with treasure troves from 1,000 to 1,000 to 3,000, 4,000 years ago. there was so much variety there. It was like stepping into a world I'd never been in before. You know?
I think Egypt is like that too. Like everywhere you go in Egypt, you realize there's a lot of stuff that still hasn't been worked on.
Mhm.
I mean, it's not like it is completely unknown.
Yeah, yeah.
There are shafts that are just full of rubble that no one has. There's no record of anybody ever excavating it all the way out. There are entrances to things that are gated off. It's
No,
just-
I missed the warp.
Yeah, that's
no,
wild that,
what?
Up in
Fuck
the,
off.
up in the Andes, there could just be stuff that no one has found yet since the Inca left it.
Oh well, I mean, Dr. Barnhart, I've asked him so many times. I'm like, so you think there's another Machu Picchu out there? And he's like, yeah,
Yeah. Wow.
yeah, there is.
Damn.
There's more out there, and that just, I said it before about the Maya world. That haunts me. You know what I mean? It's just, I would love to see that. I guess the other thing that the elephant in the room is the stonework. Like, it was my first time seeing megalithic, precise stonework in person, and honestly, I was like, some of the guys that were on a group with us. I was looking at them. I was like, man, this is some of the best stonework of all time. You know, nobody even today builds buildings like this.
Right.
And when you're in the my mind's blanking on it right now because I'm so used to Maya words that Inca words right now are stumping me. But there's the main chapel in the center of Cusco.
Coricancha?
The Coricancha, yes. And that they have basically built the building to cover up the main center of the Coricancha, which is just the center of the Inca realm. And the stonework there is just absolutely massive. I probably have a couple photos of it here, but it's the iconic, trapezoidal niches and windows that you see with the.
You want to get into these?
Sure.
Do you want to use the mouse?
Yeah. I can do that.
Dang.
No, I'll grab it.
I may not have something of the Coricancha here, but I can. I probably have something that's basically.
You may have to. And did you connect these to your?
Not yet.
Okay. I don't know if
Now I
it's-
see it.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see.
Okay, so here is actually.
They're not.
Oh, I'm
seeing
sorry.
it. Okay.
So here is part of the Coricancha that is actually in a hotel, or I should say, this is like right outside of the Coricancha. But it's just part of a hotel, and those granite blocks, you can see that one of them right above the concierge has two little nubs on it, and a bunch of these blocks have nubs on them. And I mean, it's been said into oblivion, but you cannot fit a hair between these stones. It just the stonework is absolutely perfect. And one of the things that I thought was so cool about Cusco, and you guys should spend an evening doing this, just walk around the city and pop your head into all of the buildings that have a wooden facade on the outside. Just pop your head on the inside and look at the interior of the wall, and the ancient city is there.
painters. The paint.
Yeah, they painted the stone. Can you believe that?
All right, we got to bring them some.
But look
tape
at
when we show
these
up.
are small blocks, but look, they still have nubs.
Yep.
Right. It's interesting.
Yeah, it's really strange.
They're totally for lifting, bro.
It is so.
But, I mean, you
weird.
can just pick that block up. So what do you need nubs for?
Yeah. I mean, you so many of these blocks, one or two guys could pick them up. So what was really interesting was I did a deep dive. I walked throughout the entire city of Cusco over the course of about 11 hours in total, and Dr. Barnhart and I were actually going to do a project. I'm going to go back to Cusco for probably a month or so, and I'm going to walk every single street and every alleyway and walk in every building, and I'm going to map every single ancient wall in the entire city. That doesn't exist. And so in sort of prepping for that while I was there, I really got a good look at how the walls are made, and or not how they're made, but what the stones look like today, because you can, in so many places you can't actually see inside the wall and see, okay, are they just perfect on the exterior and then they're jagged on the inside? how does that work? And so there were probably a dozen places throughout the city where I was able to get different glimpses of how the stones were cut. I was able to see a corner that had fallen down, and so there's some exposed rock on the right side, and maybe the top wouldn't be exposed, but I could go to some other place on the other side of the city. I mean, this is a big city. This takes me like an hour to walk from one side to the other, and the entire city is built with these, this just monumental stonework. And so, I would walk from one side of the city to the other and put little clues together as to, what this stonework looked like. And this is actually if you click right there on
you
the.
got a mouse
Oh,
now.
I'm sorry.
Your
Okay,
mouse.
so
Is it upside down? Yeah, it's good. Okay.
So here's another example. So throughout the city of Cusco, there is very rarely stonework that is, I say, monumental stonework that is different than what you're looking at right now. This is imperial style, so it's not uniform, but rectangular stone blocks that are perfectly cut on at least 4 sides of the exterior facing, and they're cut perfectly to fit with all the blocks around them. And so the vast majority of the city is built with stone like this. The only other times on the Temple of the Moon, you will see polygonal cyclopean granite blocks that we'll see here in a minute. And then
I mean, this is you could do a side-by-side comparison with this in the Osirian. It just looks exactly the same. That's why I was asking you what kind of stone this is.
this is granite. Yeah,
Okay.
this is
Because I thought that
gray
the walls of the Osirian were granite as well, but they're quartzite.
Yeah.
And that's
Oh,
what
really?
It looks just
But the
like
pillars
this.
and
The pillars are
are
granite.
granite. Yeah.
But the walls of the interior, they're not exterior walls technically, but
yeah.
they look the same.
As far as I'm aware, and the archaeologists that I was with there, the people that actually work for the Ministry of Culture in Cusco, they say it's gray granite. And so the vast majority of the city, it's this huge city, and every single building in Cusco has this imperial architecture in it. Like, there's the sheer quantity of it was mind-blowing. But I'll say most of it is this imperial style. There's a couple places, maybe just the Temple of the Moon, where you see the large cyclopean stuff. I can exit.
So, Jonathan Frost is asking if these are unfinished. And I'm curious about that too. Are there any faces where it's been flat?
At Machu Picchu, there's some flat ones. They've been flattened, but I don't know
Not
about
in Cusco.
Yeah.
In Cusco, it is always pillared like this.
So it may be technically finished, like this is complete and this is how they intended it, but they also have examples of like a finish work that's flattened.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like
But
I
you can
saw,
see where they worked in all the joins.
Mhm.
They worked that stone right to the join there.
Yeah.
yeah.
There's like, there's just a definite.
Another good question from Earth Tribe is what's on the other side of the walls? Like when you're looking at a wall like this, how do you find out? Can you go find the other side?
Okay, so that's kind of what I was going to do. So I walked all around the city.
Yo,
and
train sucks, man.
and documented some.
This is such a
examples of
terrible
where I could see
experience.
the other sides of the blocks, and so what I noticed was that it was really tough to get photos that adequately. I'm going to make a diagram at some point, but what I ended up finding out was that the
This game
blocks
sucks.
are not cut square.
I'm gonna try it one more
They're
time.
cut they're basically slanted. So you have the exterior face, but the exterior face is actually slanted inwards, maybe 15 degrees. And then everything else is cut flat. So the block is like tilted like this.
Mm-hmm.
And then the left and right sides are also tapered in on the inside. And so when you stack these blocks up, the wall leans in like this, and there's a little bit of tapered space between every single block on the left and right side. Does that make sense? So there's a little triangular gap between them, and they would take this llama fat and this red clay.
Come on, I
glue,
hate this
and they
game.
would stuff it in. They would stuff it in that
This
triangular
game really
space.
sucks, bro.
And so Dr. Barnhart and I were just theorizing because there's not a lot of studies on why exactly is that, and he thinks that it was like cartilage, kind of like
It can move. Yeah.
it could move, like it could cause the wall to almost
Flex.
breathe
Yeah.
during an earthquake. And he also thought that, well, if all the blocks, so they're only touching on the exterior, but they're also cut perfectly flat on the inside. And he thought that if an earthquake was massive
Scary.
enough, which there was one that somehow they're able to calculate that it was like a magnitude 8 or 9 earthquake in 1650, and that there was another one at the same magnitude in 1950, and it just knocked down the whole Spanish city. But everything was still sitting there. All the
Like,
Inca
I hate
stuff
this
was
fucking
still there.
game, bro.
Still there. Yeah.
And so what he thinks
Like
is
this
that
stupid
all the
fucking
blocks
game,
were
and then
touching, and
fucking
shock
Ormal
wave
kills me.
through
Like this, I hate this fucking
went
level.
through the building, it could shatter and crumble some of those blocks. But that fat and that red clay glue between the blocks allowed them to breathe and move.
Who was doing this
Shit
type
like
of
this.
construction?
Well, I mean, they say that.
So you're telling me that this wall is that type of construction?
Yes, that wall. Yeah.
So on the back side of it, it's all gaps between.
There are triangular gaps filled with red clay, mud, llama fat that acts
Come
as
on,
a
man.
glue between the blocks. That
How
allows them
deep do
to-
those cracks go?
They're probably each block is about a foot, I would say.
The crack goes in that far.
Yeah. It starts
Come
from
on,
the very
man.
outer
This
edge
game
all the way to the
sucks.
back. They're about
This
a foot
fucking
deep.
sucks.
Wow.
And some blocks are bigger than others, and that isn't always true for a
Come
pipe
on.
another.
Yeah. So you go down through the right corner. Get down here. You're down there now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I just click here.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go back.
Yeah. I have another example. Okay, so here we go. So here's that polygonal. There may have been a photo that didn't go through.
The fat gap.
Yeah, there may have been a photo that didn't go through. Here's an example at Machu Picchu. So this is at the Temple of the Sun, is what they call it.
Come on, man.
You can see that this is
Fucking game,
this is
man.
imperial style, but this is much more monumental than what you see at Cusco. And so those blocks that are kind of falling apart, that's definitely from an earthquake, but it's showing you just how well built these are. These blocks also taper in.
So you're telling me that these mating faces don't touch all the way back?
No, they
think
don't.
so?
Not, at least not on every example, and not on most of the examples that I saw. There was some intentionally like a triangular space between the blocks where something could be put between them.
I'm gonna have to check your observations when I go
Yeah,
there.
sure,
bro.
sure.
I was gonna say I don't see any fat in there, bro.
Well, yeah. I mean, it doesn't. On most
it
of
wouldn't
them,
last. Yeah.
yeah. On most of them, it doesn't
Train
exist. But
SA209.
you can put your fingers sometimes between the blocks, and you pull your finger out, and there's oil on your finger.
Huh.
And
But look at those megaliths at the bottom. This is the thing, this question about
Yep.
is that from older stuff?
well, and if you look at
because it
that,
doesn't even look the same.
Mhm.
It doesn't look like it belongs
But it
with
looks
that
like it
wall.
it looks like it was worked with the same type of tool.
It does.
You guys see the nubs on the
Mhm,
bottom there?
mhm.
Now,
I don't see any nuts.
now to give you guys an idea of just how big that is, because they have it roped off. You can actually walk straight up to that and crouch in front of it.
Of course.
That
You might damage it.
that block right there, that block right there. I fail to say how big it is.
Yeah.
It's just
It's massive.
the best way I can say it is I saw it and easily knew that the only thing that I know of that can be bigger than that is the pillars at the Osirian.
Yeah.
That's how big that thing is. It's got to be more than 10 feet.
Holy fuck me, man. This
and then
level,
it's
dude.
Probably,
This level just really sucks, eh?
It's probably 4 feet tall or so.
Like, this level just really
So those
sucks.
4 blocks on the top of it are like what, 4 feet? Like those.
Yeah. So I would say the block has got to be longer than. It's got to be about 10 feet long. at
Yeah.
least.
So what I'm saying? So like, give us an idea of the size of those 4 sitting on top.
Okay,
of
of
it.
those 4,
Yeah.
they're probably each of them are about
Okay.
this
Yeah.
big, I would
Yeah.
say.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's probably that's going to be 12 feet.
To 12 feet.
Sure,
yeah.
sure. And just so impressive. Go to the photo in front of it or behind it. There's actually larger stones. There you go. Okay, look really closely. The entire bottom half of that wall is one stone. And this is granite. This is all white granite.
And look at this side cut. It's got the curve in. Like it looks like there was a block that fit there, or at least it intended to be more wall, right?
Sure,
and it's got the twist. It isn't a straight flat side. It's
Either
got
that or
this
it's
very
it's not tapering down, right? It's twisting away.
it's twisting
yeah,
away.
yeah.
Yeah.
And do you see how you can see the little
Dude, this fucking
scoops
level,
in
dude.
there?
There was a giant nub going across the middle.
Or was there a floor here? Were
Could
these
be a
tiles
floor,
for
yeah.
floor
Yeah.
that butted up against this wall, maybe. I don't know.
And then look in the stone. There's those two blocks that are
Yeah.
shoved into the stone. I mean, look, how weird is that?
It's incredible. I love this photo.
And you can see so many scoop marks there.
Yeah.
And that is just amazing.
And you're telling me they shoved fat behind this giant rock? Come on.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I know at Cusco there are at Cusco and Sacsayhuaman there are examples where you can see the little red fat clay in there.
That's interesting.
But
This game sucks, man.
you actually, you know what?
And you can see that at the top there, you see the stylistic similarities in these like tapered alcoves. So in that, what was it,
Fast
that
when
hotel
pass
wall
away.
shows, they have the same.
Yep.
They're these trapezoids or whatever, very similar. And it does look like a later. Well, I don't know if I could say later, but it does look like a slightly different style. Look at all that llama fat, Luke. $20.
Giant angry llama fat.
So yeah, it was just this right here was just mind blowing, and what was even more amazing was that I was just standing on top of the mountain at Machu Picchu and thinking like the fact that there is something up here that rivals what you see in Egypt on top of this giant mountain, and there's they say that these blocks were quarried, basically where they stand, and you can see granite quarries at Machu Picchu, but still, I mean, they had to pull these from where the granite quarry is, 100 yards away, and get these here and cut them so precisely. And they had to get the entire workforce up on top of the mountain. It's just
They cut
it's
cut
amazing.
the top of the mountain off to make it.
You know what's amazing? 60% of the architecture at Machu Picchu is under the ground.
What?
60% of it is underground. Yep, they actually just unearthed a new megalith at Machu Picchu today. When I was there was a tent there, and they were saying the official story was that they were I don't even know they were digging because they're always worried about the next earthquake is going to split the mountain in half, and both sides of the city are just going to fall off the mountain. And
Whatever.
Dr. Barnhart and I are like, the city's been there for a very long time.
Yeah.
And whoever built it certainly knew what they were doing and how to build architecture that could, sustain earthquakes. So, but anyways, they ended up finding they ended up exhuming more these giant megalithic stones from the center little plaza at Machu Picchu, and that just happened today. So
What?
yeah, just absolutely mind-boggling that they were able to do this. Another example that I'd like to show you guys of the monumental stonework that's here is, let's go. So I sent you guys this. So this is really interesting, and anyone who's going to go to Machu Picchu, you try to find this little alley. I don't know how to explain it. When you get to the far end of Machu Picchu, at the bottom of Huayna Picchu, you will see this. You'll see this recreation of what an Inca-style home would have looked like.
Man.
This little alleyway is right next to that. So as I walk through this alleyway, you can see these. You can see this stone wall that's here to the left, and you can see another one up on top of the staircase to the right. Those cuts in that stone, we sat there and looked at that for a good long while, and right there, and then to the left as well. Yes, right there. So those cuts through the stone, Dr. Barnhart's been here, I don't know how many times over the last 30 years or so. And he thinks, and there's some other archaeologists there that think, and this is kind of an out there idea, but that the Inca or whoever, because there's also there's a culture. I even asked the archaeologists there. They said that there was a culture living at Machu Picchu before the Inca ever arrived, at least dating back to 700 BC. So, anyways, what Dr. Barnhart's idea is that these stones right here have these artificial, pretty obvious when you're there, and then you look at other stones that are all around Machu Picchu. None of them quite look like this, and it's like you're walking through this alleyway where these stones go. So this stone right here on the right, see how there's no deep divots in it and cuts in it? Yeah. There's nothing like that. And so the stones that are standing next to me as I'm taking this photo to my right and left, they're all basically untouched. They just look like, a regular. I think these might be granite, but they just look like regular stone outcroppings. And as you go forward, they get more and more cuts in them. And as you
This is mountain rock, right? This is gonna
Yes,
be.
it
It's
is.
gonna be granite of some kind.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and as you keep walking through this little alleyway, these cuts get more defined, and then all of a sudden they turn into. See if I can go. Yeah. It's right or left of here. So, and then the outcropping turns into this style of stone before you know it. You almost have to look really closely. But those boulders fade into these blocks.
Come on, man.
And then these
Fuck
blocks
off, bro.
eventually
This
turn
game
into the
sucks.
stone walls of
Fuck this
Machu
level.
Picchu. And so the idea, at least what Dr. Barnhart interprets, is that they are showing that Machu Picchu is like a gift from the gods, or the gift from the earth, and that
from the living rock.
yeah, and that the city is like born out of the mountain,
Yeah.
and that it's
Dude.
literally coming from the mountain. It's something that can really only be conveyed in person. As you're walking through it, it's very obvious that that's what they're doing. It's like boulders that get these cuts that go through them, and then the cuts turn into the blocks, and then the blocks turn into the cellular style walls, and all of a sudden you're in the city. And it's really amazing. It's like a piece of public art, It's really, really cool. And so another thing about what you're looking at right here is this is cellular polygonal stonemasonry. So there's so many different types. So I was showing you guys, there's the imperial style, which is the square granite stone blocks that you see all throughout Cusco. A step up from that is cellular polygonal, which is what we'll see at the Temple of the Moon. That's the
Come on,
12-sided
man.
stone.
Fuck you.
That's the one that's like the most impressive. So that's cellular polygonal. But then you have megalithic polygonal, which is that Sacsayhuaman with the gigantic 20-foot tall stones that weigh as much as like 3 or 4, jets. And then from there you also have cellular, which is to the top right of here. It's that, but on a smaller scale. And then you have polygonal cellular, which is like this. And then you've got, I think it's called Hanan Pacha.
Yep. Hanan Pacha,
which is
Rock cut.
yeah, which is your rock cut. And
Yeah.
then you've got, you basically got your rubble and mortar.
Yeah.
But it's just amazing that
Look, this is
the
fucking stupid.
diversity
I hate
of
this level so
stonework
much.
here is.
I really hate this stupid level.
It's
Like,
just,
dude, this laser.
I just
like,
haven't
it's just
ever
so
really
fucking
been anywhere
stupid.
where there's so
Bro.
many different types of stone masonry.
Like,
You
what
know,
the
it's
fuck?
just-
So does that
Mind
strike you as like different
Seriously. Like this stupid
cultures,
fucking level.
possibly, or do you think that it could be just
Like it's so fucking
different
stupid.
artisans or whatever,
well,
different styles? 'Cause,
Yeah.
I mean, you've been all through, Central America, looking at pyramids and cities and everything, and the stone types there, limestone,
yeah, they don't.
and it's all sort of done the same way.
Yeah, in Mesoamerica, there's really no doubt who built the pyramids out there, because you look in the Maya world, it's all that gray limestone, and they're all, most of the blocks are close to the
on,
same
man.
size. I mean, they do erect these gigantic stelae.
Yeah. And the statues.
Yeah, but
Oh, fuck you.
it's all so similar, and there's really no question that it's all one
And this is
culture.
over
Oh, this
thousands
fucking
of
level
years,
sucks.
right?
In the
Thousands of
Maya
years of
world?
construction.
Yeah. At least 2,500 years.
Yeah.
Of continuous construction, and so
So that's what's odd about this.
Inca
right?
were around for like 150.
So
They had 3 different distinct styles that they, it's like, why
Yeah,
did they
yeah.
choose-
Maybe a little longer than that. I can't remember.
yeah. So well, no. So the Inca Empire itself is it reigns for about 150 years, but then you have the Kingdom of Cusco, which was around
Yeah.
before that. Now here's the thing about South America is that I don't know that all South American archaeologists or that most archaeologists would agree with this, but the way that again I reference him so much, but the way that Dr. Barnhart and I will talk about it is that if you look at it through this lens, that the Inca are standing on top of 4,000 years of continuous history, probably more than that.
Yeah. 4,000
years of continuous history from Corral Supe culture to Chavin de Huantar to Nazca, Paracas, this Peruvian or this West
Andean.
Coast Andean culture. It's 4,000 years of history. And basically when the Inca take over, so you have the Wari Empire that tries to take over all of the Andes. And they end up
Come
failing.
on,
And then the
man.
Inca come in right behind
Yo,
them.
this
The Wari was kind of
fucking
laying the
Yankees.
foundation for this cultural empire over the Andes. And then, according to the, traditional archaeologists, is that Tiwanaku is built sometime around a 1,000 years ago or so.
Come on,
And
man.
so the only thing about Tiwanaku is it's kind of the same question there is like, you look at this Inca stonework, well, where did that come from? And it's, a lot of people point to, well, they must have gotten it from Tiwanaku because there's so many similarities. But then at Tiwanaku, there isn't really anything before that.
Yeah.
You
It
know,
just,
there-
just shows up.
Yeah, I mean, really, it just
Come on,
shows
sub 2
up.
minutes,
And-
baby.
And Tiwanaku, some of that architecture, the H blocks and the blocks that have the patterns in
Come
it. that are
on,
multiple
sub 2,
levels.
baby.
Yeah.
Please,
Where
sub
did that
2.
come from?
Please.
It doesn't matter how far back you push it in time.
Oh,
or how you
whatever.
rationalize it. At Tiwanaku,
I'm not
it's
playing it
just
again.
nowhere. And it's not inspired by anything. So the rationale is that the Inca were able to do it because they're standing on top of 4,000 years
Train
of
SA
Indian history,
205.
and they.
So why is this exact same style in Egypt? That's that.
I have
You know
no
what I mean?
idea. I have
There's
no
so
idea.
many different ways to cut stone and build with stone.
Yeah.
The Romans built a lot of stuff with stone, and it doesn't look like this sort of, these clay molds.
Mhm.
I mean, I understand why people go down the geopolymer route with this because it literally that's what it looks like.
Yeah,
It looks
yeah.
like it was just molded out of clay.
Yeah, it is really perplexing because when I dial in and I think about South America, I get it. It's 4,000 years of continuous the terracing that they were able to do and the vast empire that they had, and then you even have Spanish who see some of these guys building just the imperial style stonework that's in Cusco, and then the Spanish. There's a quote from Cieza de Leon
This is
in the
terrible.
1500s, and he says
Like,
that,
this is not gonna work.
he says that they're cutting these blocks, and he's talking about the imperial style blocks. And he says they're cutting the blocks using almost nothing more than stone and metal tools and something like unknown generations of ancient wisdom or something like that. That's basically there's a Spaniard that sees them making.
Oh,
that.
come on,
At the
man.
same time, a Spaniard
I'm
living
playing with sound off, so I can't
a
hear when I
Spaniard
pick
living
up
at
the
the same
gun.
time also documents them trying to move around some of the blocks at Sacsayhuaman,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
they can't do it.
Yeah.
So it's kind of this mystery where it's like, okay, we have reports of people living then saying that they were able to make the blocks, the imperial blocks of Cusco, but they can't move the blocks at Sacsayhuaman. It's the same culture,
Yeah.
and even if Sacsayhuaman was built 100 years before the Spanish showed up, they wouldn't have lost the ability to move those blocks. You know.
Oh,
So
I gotta watch the
there's
cutscene,
this
really?
I
big
think that
question
one of
mark.
those attempts kills a bunch.
Really?
I believe that you're right.
I mean,
Yeah.
it might be a myth, but like the
Yeah.
story is that he's gonna move one of these blocks and they start dragging it and it like slips and falls and it kills a ton of a bunch of people because it goes down back down where they were dragging it up.
Yeah, it seems like I'm familiar with the same story. One
Yeah.
thing I wasn't prepared for when I started buying primary sources on the Inca world
No, I
was
don't
that
watch. I don't
like
know. I don't
it's-
think I'm gonna complete this
Yeah.
level. I'm gonna try one
and
more time.
Spaniards that were there writing about the Inca world. There's
Yeah.
a lot to know.
There's also the
Very little of it has to do with the stonework. but
Yeah. There was one quote, I think, I don't remember where I read this. Maybe Graham referenced it. I think the guy was, he was the son of an Incan woman and a Spaniard.
Yes. Yeah.
And he documented a whole bunch of stuff. He was going around trying to collect his heritage or whatever, and he was talking about the stonework at Sacsayhuaman and, you know, saying that, like, even in his time, they don't really know how it was done, and that it looks like the work of demons. So he's like, what man did this, right? It's like, you know,
So that's that
almost supernatural in aspect.
Yeah, I forget the name because it's this. It's a very, you know, colonial Spanish name.
Yeah.
But the book is called Royal Commentaries.
Yeah,
of
that's
the,
it, Royal
of the
Commentaries.
Incas, or Royal Commentaries of the Conquest of the Incas. It's
Yes.
something like that. And there's a lot of interesting stuff in there. And so I'm now at this point where I think, you know, you read C.A.
Oh, wrong fucking way,
his
it's
account
fine.
of them making the blocks at the Coricancha or around Cusco, and you say, okay, there's a guy saying that they're making the imperial style
Come
stone.
on.
There's also accounts of them trying to move the blocks to Sacsayhuaman, and they can't do it. And then we have nothing from Machu Picchu because the Spanish didn't know that Machu Picchu existed.
Oh my God.
So how
Did I
were
pick up the key
Inca
card? Come
people
on.
living out at Machu Picchu? You know what I mean? They would have known.
I don't know
it
if I
was
got the
there.
key card.
And if you look at Cusco from Machu Picchu on a map, you would think like, okay, maybe they're so far away. Machu Picchu is off in the Andean Amazon jungle. It's so far away. You know, maybe it was just out there and they were able to live in this haven away
Come
from
on.
the Spaniards.
Come
It
on.
could be true.
That's not
But the
fair.
problem is that
Like,
wasn't
fuck you
law
guys.
for the
Fuck
Inca
you,
because,
game.
it was recorded
Oh,
as
that's not fair.
contact that if the emperor of the Inca Empire living in Cusco wanted fish for dinner, and he said it in the morning, he would have it by night. And because they had sprinters that would sprint through the mountains, and so yeah, I mean you have Cusco that is, I looked it up, I think it was 350 miles off of the coast, and if he woke up at sunrise, he could have fish by dinner. So it was like that. And just 20 years ago, they had these marathon runs from Cusco to Machu Picchu, and a Peruvian guy
Really?
ran from Cusco to Machu Picchu in like 2 hours and 40 minutes. Just one guy. So imagine 10 runners, how fast you could get there. And so it's not far
hate
for
this
the Inca
game.
world. So it's just I don't know. There's so much mystery there, and there's so much that really can't be easily explained.
So you think the possibility is open that these construction styles could be different civilizations or earlier people?
Well, I mean, yeah, I've said
Playing with sound
I've
off
said
again.
before that I think that that one of the biggest possibilities for like an ancient lost civilization that could potentially we already have precedents for non-ceramic civilizations in South America. Coral Supe was not ceramic, and they date back to 3500 BC. So we already have a precedence for
Like
civilizations that can build monumental stuff that don't have ceramics, because that's kind of like the thorn in the rib of looking for stuff.
Show me the potsherds.
Yeah. Look at trying to find pre-dynastic civilizations in Egypt. They say, well, where's the ceramics? Where's the pottery? You know, and it's like, I don't know why archaeology thinks that those things have to be hand in hand. But I guess it's just because it's the old world archaeology.
Oh, I
way of
have
thinking.
auto
When
him
you come
off.
to the New
That's
World,
why.
there are civilizations that are building
I
monumental
understand
architecture
now.
without ceramics, which is Coral Supe. So I think it's possible,
Understand.
although there's very little like direct evidence I can point at. I think it's possible that there is a civilization that comes out of the Amazon that arrives in the Andes at two different times and builds monumental architecture. One, we know that they do it at Chavin de Huantar, which is it's in the northern Andes, much further north of Machu Picchu. And we know that the religion from the Amazon and the pottery and iconography from the Amazon meets the people from the Coral Supe culture. So these people keep getting hit by these catastrophic hurricanes and storms, these El Niños and La Niñas, They basically have to leave their civilization. They move high up in the Andes, but they don't have any pottery, and as far as we know, they don't have religion. They go up in the Andes, where the Andes meet the Amazon, and then boom, they get pottery and religion and start building megalithic architecture, just like that. Yep, it happens at Shavin de Hontar. And so we know
Oh, I did
that
the wrong
that's
order
happening.
again. It's fine.
Well, where's the other place that you see this huge
This is fucking
megalithic
you.
architecture with religion? Just go down the Andes where the Andes meet the Amazon and you hit Machu Picchu.
There should be an expansion pack for Settlers of Catan.
Yeah.
You have to get pottery and religion, and then you can start building massive cities. I did.
It's weird.
Catan people.
It's
Need more than sheep.
it's certainly weird. Here's another thing. I'm sorry. When Hiram Bingham discovered, this is kind of like the joke I was saying last time, where it's funny, like, like these English, European, whatever.
Oh man, why don't you shoot for this guy
explorers
you're
will
fucking
go
aiming
down
at?
to the jungles and
asshole?
they'll go, hey, look at the city I found with my little friends who told me where it was.
Yeah.
And so, anyways, when he discovers Machu Picchu,
Oh, look
it's
this
actually
fucking
pretty
game,
much
bro.
clear, as far as we know. It's clear of most of
You're
it.
gonna watch this fucking
Yeah,
cutscene? Like,
there's almost nothing there. However, he did send off 70 crates of stuff to Princeton, I think, that no one has ever seen. So there's that.
Classic.
Yeah, it's weird. He was like,
No
well,
artifacts.
Yeah,
Here.
nothing
he was
here. Take these boxes of dirt.
So that's kind of the thing is, in the time that you guys have looked into Peru, you don't really see a lot of Inca artwork, pottery, and artifacts. Like,
Yeah.
you don't get much
Well,
of.
they had a lot of gold and it got broken. It got bullionized, basically.
Exactly.
Shipped
So
off, sunk into the Atlantic.
you don't get much of an idea of who these people are and what their cultural context looks like, and it leaves this big, massive, gaping question mark.
Yeah.
There was in those 70 crates of artifacts that he sent back to the United States, and really no one does today. But it would be interesting. Yeah, of course. It would be interesting to really know what were the first things that were found there, because
Yeah.
if you could find pottery there that was similar to Shavin, you would know that Machu Picchu was influenced by the Amazon
Right.
at one point. And then that kind of paints this picture, which I'm starting to really think is that the key to it might be coming from the Amazon, because on all the way at the other side, on the east coast of the Amazon, is
man.
where we have some of those earliest campfires in those caves that are like 20, 30,000 years
Right,
old in Brazil. So and I think that there's it's not pottery, it's not fired pottery, but there's some of the oldest pottery in South America found on the east side of the Amazon. So it looks like culture drifts from the east to the west, and that it arrives in the Andes. And
That
so,
was another thing that Barnhart said in his interview was really interesting. Is he's saying that some of the DNA evidence now is pointing to the earliest migration into the Americas at 60,000 years ago, and those are the ones
I'll
that made
take
it
it. That's
all
what we're
the
gonna
way down
take.
to the tip of South America,
130, insane.
and have the oldest haplogroups and genes.
It's bizarre,
Bunker
right?
2,
Yeah.
SA
And
130.
then there was another one. There was another. Yeah, there was another one at 30, and then one at 12,
Yeah.
or 15, I guess 15.
My idea is I think it's possible that there are multiple cultures building these sites. How old the oldest one is, I don't know, because so much of the context of South America was robbed
Yeah,
and destroyed.
yeah.
And
But if they're still digging
Yeah.
stuff up at Machu Picchu and 60% of it's still underground, then maybe there are artifacts there.
there probably definitely are. Another one of the ideas is that the 60% of the architecture was just laying a monumental foundation,
Oh,
so that
okay. So they're building a flat floor.
yeah.
Okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
And another thing is that it would be really nice to dig down to the bottom of Machu Picchu and be able to the bottom of that foundation and be able to find a body
A body or carbon, yeah,
carbonate something.
anything like charcoal.
Come on, man.
But the so many of the bodies, at least from Spanish accounts, and this could have been something that was happening right before contact, but a lot of those niches that were in the temple. So sometimes you see like 3 doors to nowhere.
Yeah,
At least the Inca were using those as places where their
To stash
mummies,
the
where-
ancestor.
yeah,
Come
where
on,
their
bro.
mummies would sit. And so,
Well,
you know, there's very few things.
that would be creepy.
Yeah, there's very few things like that left that weren't looted,
Yeah.
where you can get some kind of possible date. No,
Yeah.
most of it is just taken, and especially things
But
sitting
the,
out.
but the problem with that is
Three
like,
mummies in 3 doorways doesn't really,
I mean, it's, you have no idea if it's intrusive.
Yeah.
Anybody
Yeah.
can stash a
Come
mummy
on,
in a
bro.
doorway.
Of course.
Like, come on, bro.
It's like they found that body they found in Kara is like shown to be, you know, put in there way later.
Sure,
It's like
sure,
the same thing. It's like you just
Come
don't-
on, bro.
it's hard to tell.
Well,
But
and we have
if you can get to the bottom of the foundation, like
Yeah.
you said, and find a box with somebody in it, then you're like,
Come
okay,
on,
this
bro.
is probably not
Or find,
intrusive.
like a fire.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
and that is the case in the Maya world. That's why it's so easy to date, to get a relative date, or at least a millennia or a century in the Maya
Yeah.
world, because I mean they are buried inside the foundation of their pyramids.
Yeah.
You know, there's no coming in later and stashing the body there. Whereas at Monte Alban in Tomb 7, you guys may have seen this before. Have you ever seen the skeleton head before that has the little turquoise and jade beads like glued onto it before? If I showed you, you probably would have seen it. But it's a
Come on.
it's the richest tomb known
Why?
in Mesoamerica. And in that tomb, there were 40 other bodies from
Wow.
a later culture shoved into that
Shoved in
tomb
there,
as
yeah.
well. You know, and so it's like people, they want to be buried in these
They wanna be
significant
associated with
places.
it, yeah,
they want to be
exactly.
associated with it. And so it's almost impossible, especially with these niches, to know. I mean, not it actually is impossible to know without a shadow of a doubt that they come from that niche was built for that body. You know,
Right.
it could be something that becomes a legend later on. Yeah,
But you could do.
that looks like him. It's not a photo that I'm familiar
No.
with. But
Come on.
You could do.
The fuck, man.
nah, that's a recreation of what he looks like.
Come on.
He is
Look at this game, dude.
middle right. Sorry. Yeah, that's this one. Yeah, that's
I guess I might as well just get the body armor
Yeah, no,
for me.
that's the real one.
for my
Um,
strat, because
So
I'm gonna
that's the-
pass away
that's the skull of
otherwise.
Tomb 7. And
Maybe.
in his tomb, he had 40 other. So he was.
I don't think
Zapotec.
I might
So
not have
this
passed
is-
away that
He
run.
was buried sometime around 3,500 years ago. No, he's Zapotec. Yeah. So Zapotec Tomb 7. And then so the.
That's right.
And then so that is 1500 BC.
I was way
3,500
faster.
years ago.
It's like
And then the
way
Niche
fucking
Tech
faster.
come later on, and they throw 40 bodies in his tomb. And you know what else is
Yeah,
weird?
I
Is
think
that,
I'm gonna get the body
you know,
armor
in
still,
Egypt,
maybe.
you know, they have all these records from the Middle Kingdom and the New Kingdom eras of the Egyptians looting their own sites.
Yeah.
Mesoamerica and South America, they wouldn't even have thought to do that. It just wasn't a part of the culture at all. You did not loot
Here's
your
the
own
key.
sites. They buried those 40 people in Tomb 7, the richest tomb that archaeologists
Come on,
currently
man.
know of in Mesoamerica. And
Should I
there
get
was
it?
so much
Yeah, I'm
gold
gonna
in
get
there. It's just shocking that 40 generations, or not 40 generations, but 40 different times people were thrown in that tomb, and as
No
far
one
as we
took
know,
anything out,
nothing
yeah.
was stolen.
Tragic.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Absolutely tragic.
Another reason I say that, studying the Americas, we're studying aliens. These people are so much different than us. Another thing is this head right here is
Truly
gigantic.
tragic.
I have a big head, and that skull is so much bigger than mine.
Huh.
And it doesn't.
Zapotec.
Yeah, yeah.
Come
exactly.
on. Like, really, get the fucking
And
documents.
that's
Like, come
Monte
on.
Alban.
Somebody definitely cut the top of his head off.
Mhm.
Opened the skull.
Yeah, I forget what's the
I didn't really need the body armor, eh?
Yeah, but that isn't trepidation.
No,
No,
no.
Fine.
that's debraination.
I don't
Yeah,
think I have the end key, though.
debranation.
I think I have
should
the
take
end
a
key,
break.
bros.
But this is awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, I do,
Sorry, I
alright.
feel like I'm going down so many different.
No,
rabbit
it's
holes,
good.
but
No, this is,
I
this is
am-
the tangent cube.
I am still trying to. It's been like a whirlwind since I left.
Yeah.
And I'm about to go to Egypt, and so I'm still kind of wrapping my head
I don't
around
know if
all
that's
the stuff that I
PDA.
saw in Peru. Like it's gonna take me a while
Bunker
to
100, no,
really
Bunker 200
contextualize it
158.
and know exactly how I feel about
Yeah.
so many of these things.
Awesome.
All right, we'll be back. This is not the end, even though it's the ending music.
Yeah, it is a PD, but. Should try again. How do you get the door open? Should I just shoot a bunch? Yo, what's up, brother? Nice, brother. Congrats, dude. How do you feel? You feel better? Bad cutscene? It's a bad cutscene? It's fine. We'll go with it. I think it's bad cutscene. During the day, sleep like a teenager. Nice, buddy. Yeah, it seems like a mineral balance. Mineral rebalancing, maybe hormone rebalancing too, as a consequence. It's good, buddy. I'm glad. Oh man, oh, come on. This fucking game, dude. I lost so much health already. Nice, buddy. Come on, man. Come on. Oh. Do I need this? Is that the guy I need? Like, come on, bro. What how potent the resin is? Because I got it powdered. Interesting. Yeah, really? I think it's a bad cutscene. I didn't see the cutscene what it was. Like, what? Why? Like, fuck this game, dude. Sorry, I'm gonna be more positive. I'm gonna be more positive today.
Okay.
We're live. We're back.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Brothers of the Certain Podcast live. Someone's
on,
asking, why
man.
do we take breaks? We need to pound beers. We got to smoke smokes. But yeah, like that gave Luke a chance to he loaded some more photos. We discussed where we're going to go next. You know, it's a chance for us to sort of like regroup.
Yeah.
So
So sometimes I feel like I
Where
go
the
so
fuck
far
am
down
I?
the
Come
rabbit hole
on.
that I've just gone so far. Yeah, I have an idea of where I want to go, and
Yeah.
then I end up somewhere else. And
that's the other thing is during the breaks we're like, bro, you need to focus.
yeah.
That didn't happen.
It's really just for me to regroup.
Yeah, the brakes are useful for us. You know, they let us sort of realign. Where
Oh,
we're
that's
gonna
what I need. I
discuss
need
the
this guy.
next thing. And like I said, he brought more pictures, and Kyle had to do some audio
I
stuff.
like this
which,
fucking
you know,
stupid game. I
Yeah,
know,
on a
dude. I
roll,
went to the
keyboard.
website.
On a-
I went to the
keyboard,
website.
yeah.
It's gone, dude.
on a-
It's
on a real
gone.
note, I actually like that
It's
so
truly
much
gone.
when I come do y'all's podcast.
I saw that.
You know, I don't know if it's every 30 minutes or so we end up taking a little break, because sometimes when you're on those, I know you guys
The
know,
long
when
ones,
you're,
yeah.
when you're on those 3-hour podcasts, your eyes and your mind are like so glazed over by the
Yeah.
end of it, because you've been speaking for 3 hours straight.
Yeah.
You just reach this, I don't even know, you reach this like other place where you're just
I don't know
totally
why I
out of it.
sometimes
Yeah.
have the key and sometimes
That's
I
right.
don't.
And you know, when we
I
first
don't know if
started
it's cutscene
this, I know
dependent.
this is a little inside baseball. When we first started doing this, it was just an audio podcast, and we were kind of like basing the format off of old radio, right? Old radio shows, and you had breaks. Now we just threw in music, you know, of Kyle's music. But you know, you got to take a break.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we had a air conditioning unit that was really
Loud. And so during the summer, you have to run. You can't run
Come
it
on,
during
man.
recording. So after 30 minutes, we were sweating. So we take a break, turn on the AC, cool it back down.
So we got some people to catch up with. John Lopez, cheers.
Oh,
Cheers.
come on, man.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that. Ed Food texted
I
you
don't
later,
even
$5
know where the guard is.
from
I think I
Italy,
saw him.
20,000 people to move this stone.
Is that him there?
Talking
It might be
about
him there.
3,000 men died when one rock fell.
I think that was him.
Yeah, that's amazing.
It's just so fucking dumb.
I am looking for one more photo I just thought of.
Thanks so much for the lucrative conversation there, old Ed Food. Really appreciate it. Who is Chris? Advanced payment to Kyle.
Open the key.
Is that
Open
$5?
it.
Payment
What?
Payment in advance.
That's stupid fucking game,
She would
bros.
like the
Like what?
castañuelas.
It's got the tomatoes in it.
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe for cheap. Wow, $60.
I thought they were
It
called
is. It is a very good
castanets.
game. I think I have
The
8
little, like,
Deluxe.
spoon thing.
I think I have. I think
I don't know.
Yeah.
Stash
But,
gave that to me
uh,
too. Sorry, bro. I'm sorry about
I
that.
actually did
It's a very
put
good game.
those in Traveler, the song we started the podcast.
Oh,
with.
okay, yeah.
But I will send green and blue. And
I can
the
upload
Traveler.
it. Yeah, yeah.
I-
Traveler is on the page.
Sorry, I airdropped you one more thing that I just thought about. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I waited till the next break, I would.
Like what? That's not true.
No, it's all good. I'll get it in there. Let's see. And then there's one more.
Jonathan Frost,
Yes. Go ahead.
$15. There's so much interconnected information. It's a confounding web. So tangent away. There you go. Thank you, Jonathan.
I'm glad you guys don't eat it.
No, I love it.
No, it's always
It's a
good.
tradition here. Yeah.
There's got to be a good amount of chaos to do a good podcast.
Yeah, yeah.
Otherwise, it's like it's boring. You know, you feel professional.
Yeah, that's
Fine.
so true. You never want to do that.
Never want to feel too professional.
I'm playing with sound off. I think it's lovely you need sound on, like just to hear it picking up the body armor
It
and
was a little video. Though.
Okay.
everything. It's fine though.
And
Man, I can't wait to get down there. Though. Like we're gonna be, you know, we've been talking about doing a tour with Ben in Peru for a long time, so we're headed down there soon to do some scouting, and then hopefully there will be a Peru tour, maybe next year.
Yeah.
If not the end of next year, then maybe the beginning of the year after that, but soon. Okay, yeah.
so that's green and blue.
This truly is the worst level.
Lessons in my life. And they
Nice.
were flamenco lessons
Nice.
in Italy.
I-
No, it was.
I'm gonna do this a couple more
I took
times,
a
then
lot
we'll
of
switch
guitar
levels.
lessons when I was a kid, and I can play like E minor, and G and C and D and E.
That's good enough. You can play quite a few songs.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's start. I think a good.
Here, let me get you
Oh,
down
I'm sorry.
there.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
All right. So I think a good place to start is this little video here.
All right.
This is gonna go on a YouTube video. At some
Should we
point.
mute it, or do you want it to?
This is
Sound's
fast.
gonna come through.
Okay.
Sure,
Come
sure.
on.
We can just narrate it. But this is a little glimpse into that alleyway that I was talking about, where you kind of see the rock naturally, or you kind of not naturally, but it's made to look like it's coming out of
Come
the
on.
natural granite outcropping into the walls. Yes.
You need to do it.
So,
Why would I do that?
so that you think it's going, the audio's
No,
going
the
through?
audio's not
Okay.
going through.
Yeah. So go ahead. And
So
yeah.
you can see through here. I don't
Can
know.
make it go through.
No, it's okay. I don't know. How
Like
good of-
who?
good
The
audio is,
side
but you can
guard?
see
Come on.
They're making
the
these
side
little
guard? I think I
stairways
got
up
the
to
cloud
these,
guy, though.
rock
Yo,
outcroppings.
like, where is
and
this
then
guy?
here, I'm pretty certain that those are artificial cuts into the stone. And then as it goes, you can see
Yo, what's
little
up, brother?
stairways through the alley.
Thanks, brother.
And it,
I'm not
it
whining,
naturally
dude. I'm
turns
just fucking
into,
trying to learn these levels.
I
I,
just stopped filming
Your
videos.
pants.
Yeah, sorry.
What's up,
It
man?
naturally goes to my crotch.
cool, brother. Red Dead achievements, nice. I'm working on achievements too. Yeah.
Saw it here first, folks.
You really need to play with sound on for this level.
Okay.
But I'm not going to.
The next photo gives you a little more glimpse into this.
What's up, Sailor Curse?
I have some stuff on my camera that is just sitting in my Dropbox that there's like thousands of them that I need to go through. But
All right,
okay,
you pick
so
the one you want.
so it eventually morphs into this that flows into the city.
Yeah, this is really cool. It's like dry laid, and
Yeah.
you know it's beautiful, but it's not those perfectly tight.
It's not. You guys are gonna be okay. So look on the right. That is polygonal cellular, and then on the left, that is I think it's Hanamacha, but it is just there's not mortar between those blocks. but
Where?
it's much,
Where
much
are you?
smaller.
Yeah,
It's such bullshit.
jokes. I'm sorry. This is a good one. Earth Tribe. Luke slicked his hair back with some
Like this stupid fucking game, man. Like, come on.
gap fat.
How did that?
I should
What?
start like a pomade brand. Gap fat. Gap fat. Yeah.
I've been trying not to.
Peruvian gap fat.
Dapper Dan? I don't
yeah.
use Dapper Dan.
I use Gap fat. Hey, let me see the name of that. Earth Tribe? Okay, I'll remember that. If I ever come out with a pomade, that will be the name of it. That would be awesome.
Dude, they've been cracking me up in the chats. I'm trying to. Yeah.
It's so cool.
Yeah, trying to stay professional
Thanks.
over here.
Thanks, you guys.
Trolls.
Okay,
Why?
back to this
Somebody
cool
says
stuff.
Guaranteed to last 10,000 years. Peruvian gap fat.
Yeah. Somebody said masterful video footage. Yeah. Worst video ever taken.
Troy says he
Oh.
sexually assaulted everyone.
Come on, man.
Everybody in the crowd.
Where Dreams?
I'm sorry.
He's missing all the G. I know, dude. Need
Okay,
Dreams.
so anyway.
Legend. I'm gonna try this one more time.
Anyways, when you guys
Cause I don't know where the
you're gonna
the
realize
key
there's,
card
like,
guy
not
is, and
only
I don't know
is
why
it,
I'm not
you know,
luring
your,
the. guard to
normally
come
we
out.
acknowledge like the three different styles of architecture. You have like the, just the megalithic architecture. Then you have the imperial, that's more like the square. And then you have the rubble on top. It's not just that. It's like there's like 7 or 8 different styles of
yeah.
stonework, and it's really perplexing. It's like, okay,
Come on, man.
if this was one culture doing 7 different styles of stonework, why?
Yeah.
You know, it just why would they do that? But even if it's just 2, that it's like 4 different styles of stonework per culture.
Yeah.
From very.
Is that the key
simplistic
card guy?
things.
Can you imagine?
I'm going to show you this. So if
was
I were
pretty
to look at
fucking
this wall
clutch.
and then I were just to keep turning to the right,
This is such a
you
good
eventually
run. Come on.
there.
Okay.
And then if you keep turning to the right, it turns into those granite outcroppings that I was showing you.
This fucking game. Come on.
So, that's amazing. So here's a
See the
yeah. So it's okay. So here, so as you're walking down here, if you walk straight down this alleyway, you eventually reach this. And
Where
so,
is it?
incredible.
Come on.
Mind blowing.
Yo,
yeah.
this
and
fucking
so the
game, bro.
idea here
Can you just
is
pick up the document? Like, why
at least
not?
What Dr. Barnhart and I think, and
I don't have the key.
You're not-
Yo,
you would
this
not see
level's
this
the
in
worst.
textbooks.
This is
You would
literally the
see
worst
this
experience of my
acknowledged
life.
by most academics.
Things not doing well. Oh no way, really, bro?
But this is the natural
It's not good.
stone still right here.
Yes.
Fuck that level.
Yeah.
And look at the slope they're building on. That's just. Do you think this is like modern archaeologists sticking
Let's try
this in
double
there, like, please
bunker
don't
1
fall?
double O maybe.
Or is
I
this
don't know.
the
Maybe
way they
not, though.
actually constructed it?
I think it's the gap fat. That's holding it on there.
Train double O again.
But
Jungle
no,
double O.
it's- as far as I mean, I'm sure all of this is a little bit dressed up, you know, from archaeologists, but there are photos. This is called the Condor. This structure here is called the Condor, but there are photos of this from the time of Hiram Bingham, and you can see that the majority of that stonework is still sitting on there, and so this supports this
Come on.
idea that they are trying to make Machu Picchu look like it is one with the mountain. You know,
Like,
that-
bro, this
Just
fucking game.
incredible.
yeah, and that the city is emerging from the mountain. So here's another thing: is like, you know, even if the Inca didn't create that monumental architecture,
this
this
fucking
is still
stupid
one
level.
hell of a feat to do this. You know,
Yeah.
it shows that those were some damn smart people. So that's pretty cool. Here's another example.
Sorry, I'm
this
trying
is
to be
one side of
positive.
the Condor, and so those cuts that are coming from the those cuts that are going through are artificial.
This is like therapy
You
for
kinda see
me.
how they merge into a little bit of the stonework that you can see on top. Like,
Yeah.
it looks like the stonework is just popping out of the outcropping of the mountain. Inca staircase that goes into the
Now
side
that's
of the granite
scooped out of the
outcropping.
side.
And
Look at the
that's-
scoops.
Yeah, we were going down this, and I had to stop everyone
Oh my
behind me. I
god, that
like,
was the
"Whoa,"
worst
and I
mine
thought
for a
of
while.
you
Look
guys
at my
as I
health.
looked
Like,
at
come
this.
on, man.
This is actually on top
Like,
of
come
the
on,
Machu
dude.
Picchu, which is the
Like, come
peak
on.
that sits over the city of Machu Picchu. This is up on top of that, and it's like they scooped out the side of the granite to make the staircase a little more accessible to go through. Because that's it, as wide as that looks, it's actually extremely narrow. Like,
Yeah, it looks
both
narrow.
both of my shoulders are scraping against the
Yeah.
the granite right there. So yeah, they just got their granite scooper and made it a little bit
Yeah, just widen it out. 'Cause
widen it out a little
those
bit.
wedge-shaped Indian guys can't fit through there.
So here's another scoop mark.
Okay,
that
yeah, I don't
saw.
think I'm gonna play this
This
level.
is a little niche corner that was roped off, and I don't even know, because Machu Picchu is like this strange labyrinth. Like, you'll be walking through the city and you look down and there's a chamber down there, and you're like, I never saw the entrance to this, you know. And there's these little tunnels and chambers and labyrinths.
Oh,
and
depot.
this is actually a video.
Yeah, let's put it in the video. You can mute it.
Do you see those scoop marks there?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I see them.
And that's in the granite.
Yep.
How bizarre is that? I'm sure that you've seen stuff in Egypt that looks very similar.
This the way this looks, it reminds me of the back of that one statue at Luxor.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the statue at Luxor, like the two statues on the entrance, when you go there, make sure to inspect the whole statue and its base. Or this one, you know, the base is this big square.
Are these the Colossi statues that are like right up at the?
Not the
the
Colossi.
entrance?
Well, yes, at the entrance of
like the seated,
Luxor Temple.
figures. Yeah.
They're,
Oh, you
are
gotta
they
play
seated?
Twin X. You gotta push
Can't
B
remember.
with this.
I think they are.
I think that yeah.
But-
Flanking the door.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe they're standing. I don't know. I got pictures, but when you go around behind the statue, you can see the back of the statue all the way down is flattened, and it's you know, got maybe writing and whatever on it. And then when it gets to the base, it curves in and it looks like this.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually just gonna do a 2.4 start. I'm gonna pause and then go into 1.2 and then unpause. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
For my
That place.
When you see the
SAN0OPB, I was gonna play Twin X, but I was like, there's no fucking way that's gonna
scoops
happen.
like this, but
At least not right now.
It's like it was they were cutting away for something else, and they didn't have enough stone there to continue the back straight. So it was previously cut away, but they're like, whatever.
Yeah. Well, the explanation for how they were doing this is pretty simple. They were taking the dolerite pounding stone.
Yeah.
I was just kidding.
I'm liking this natron.
You like the
idea.
natron idea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what is that?
I've seen people, or maybe it's the same guy. I don't remember his name.
Marcus.
Is it him? Maybe I've seen him on Twitter.
Yeah.
Because he's showing, like, look at this divot I just
Yeah.
made in this giant.
So it has to be
granite block.
2.4.
And he's making natron, and it's just eating away the stone.
Yeah, I think it's
I like
2.4.
the idea of the acid coming from the Atacama Desert.
Yeah.
And like kind of like that, eating
Yeah.
away at the stone, softening the stone. There's this little temple called the Temple of the Moon on the backside of on the backside of Machu Picchu. What are you seeing up there?
Keep going.
I think I saw somebody say something about they're made out of chicken bones, and, or they're cut out
Three.
of chicken bones. And
3
then
times.
blocks.
Push A 3 times.
You
Okay.
guys are really cutting me up here.
So, anyways, there's this
Push A
temple
3 times.
that Dr. Barnhart saw maybe like 20 years ago on the backside of Machu Picchu, and it's roped off now. You can't go down. Maybe if you had special access, so you could get to it. Something I'm gonna try at some point. But you go up Machu Picchu, which is the mountain that flanks Machu Picchu. You go all the way down. This would take you like several hours just to get to. You go all the way down, and there's this temple on the backside, and Dr. Barnhart said that he has seen these crystalline inclusions that are like crawling from one block to the other.
Yeah,
and,
wow.
locking
He talks about
blocks.
that on the lick.
Does he say that it was at
Yeah.
Machu Picchu?
Yeah. Well, I don't remember.
Maybe
that.
he didn't say that, but
He
yeah.
just said he sees it. He's like, yeah,
It's
he's
granite.
yeah, like it looks like he was basically saying it looks like the rest of the stone material was made to flow, but the crystals didn't melt or whatever in the process, and so you can see that they kind of merged.
I'm a genius.
Yeah, they're like reaching down from one block, reaching up from the other, and locking.
Yeah.
And he said
What?
He said it's
What?
very
It's closed? They
common at
warp
that
it?
temple.
The other
They warp it?
way
I think
that
they
can
warp
happen is
it.
they're so old.
I think that's why they wait till the final
crystals
frame
that
to
finally
blow
grow.
up the fucking thing. But I'm pausing
That would
too.
be a long,
Pausing, they might warp the
long time.
door.
You see this in
Damn
caves
it.
where you can see, like,
This is really not gonna
That's
work
what
with
I
me
was
pausing.
initially thinking, is
I can get there
these-
with
these
2.x.
crystals were growing.
They
Or maybe
grow.
pause at the fucking.
It's hard to imagine.
in a long time. But like you can see it in caves where like crystal formations have like
I could
basically
try.
interlocked with each other because they're
I think I can do it.
Of what? Right? Like we're
Yeah,
talking
yeah, yeah.
quartz, it has to be coated in silica. How do you
Yeah.
get where's the silica coming from? Like it would need more of those atoms bumping into the crystal face in order to
I mean, it would have to be like water running down, eroding it from above and bringing it down and
Yeah.
running it across like it
having
does in a
silica
cave.
in it. And
Need Dreams dedication is
he's
admirably,
getting
yeah, buddy.
I mean, raining in his videos, right? So it would be water would be running along them. I just don't know how long that would take, but it could happen that way. But it would be old, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's my thing. Is I think that South America is like the best evidence, my
Yeah.
opinion, for a lost civilization. I think it's the easiest argument. You know.
Why? Why isn't it
Some
working
places in
anymore?
Egypt
Like,
you
come
can
on.
see a
What is this?
like something between that's between the blocks, right? And in some cases they say like, well, this may be mortar, but it also is possible that it's just an accumulation of material that has gathered there.
Nice,
over
so
a
he didn't
long
warp
period of
it.
time. And
That's fine.
And it forms like this.
We're gonna
very
switch
thin
here.
crystal layer
fine.
that kind of sticks to both blocks,
Yeah.
right?
Interesting.
And then you,
But
if
they
you-
would probably be that material, or if
Cringe.
these crystals were growing like that, it would probably be more something like
Oh my god, man.
calcite crystals, rather than it wouldn't be quartz. That's kind of what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like in granite, you're doing with quartz.
I'm
Right.
toast.
Calcite crystals like totally
So
calcite,
toast.
calcite and limestone, right? Would grow much faster, and it erodes way easier with water.
I would love for you guys to have this exact conversation with Dr. Barnhart.
Oh, that would be, yeah. I would love to do that.
He's
Maybe get him on the show. Would be great.
That would be awesome.
Yeah,
we need
yeah.
To go, we need to go down there and see this gap fact.
yeah.
Maybe I should just play 1.2, honestly. Since I wrote the stupid cutscene and everything shitty. Like, how much time am I actually gonna save with the
Gap
door being
fat
open?
pomade. I have an idea now.
And I'm
So you got some
pausing.
more videos. I mean,
Yeah. So
I just can't get past it. I gotta show this one again. This is just, this is incredible. This
Yeah.
is my favorite.
The con-
photo you sent.
yeah, Temple of the Condor. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. There's actually well, I say it too. There is a collection of niches beneath this gigantic.
Oh, the
like,
screen. I
crawl
forgot about the
underneath it, and then there's
screen.
those
Damn
little
it.
Niches down there
Forgot
again.
about
I
the
would like to
fucking
know why there's a
screen.
hole in the. Look at that.
This.
Pointing at it with my beard.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
doing this.
What is that for? That's a window, bro.
Sorry, guys.
That's for your ancestor's mummy.
I don't know, man. I just don't.
They're like,
know.
just to make this harder, let's put a window right here.
And so
Yeah.
you can see that gap underneath the giant boulder. You crawl underneath that, and
Ah.
then there's niches beneath that too. Yeah.
I wonder if they were, see these windows, like if there was going to be a series of them across, and they just.
Even if the door's closed, I can
That's an end
fucking.
wall. So I don't know what's. going
Yeah, I
on.
know. I was thinking the same
But
thing.
in end wall, I wonder if
The
that's
screen's
just put there by
busted. I mean,
honestly.
I don't know if I busted
Make
it this
make it
time,
look
but
nice.
even if
Yeah,
the door's
yeah,
closed.
I think it's possible.
Maybe they did.
Sometimes with these
Oh, it's
things,
nice,
you know,
see?
when they were found 100 years ago, they're like kind of just put back together. And
You
then,
gotta be an insane archaeologist to be like, yeah, I'll put the
build it
wall
right. Sure,
up
sure,
on the
sure.
slope like that.
Yeah,
No problem. Talented
Somebody,
archaeologist.
West 08 points out, it doesn't look earthquake proof. Like if that shook, that stuff's coming down. At least that part.
But we know.
Unless
Maybe we should take off auto
We
aim.
know it's been there through 2 gigantic earthquakes.
Oh wow.
But look
Yep.
at this. Look at these joins.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
Like these are. And then it
I mean,
gets-
that
it
is-
turns into this. This is a
Yeah,
completely
that's different.
stonework.
That's a completely
Yeah.
different style.
Now, sometimes it's just thrown back together by archaeologists in some places, but it's very hard to know, and it would take somebody who has like worked at this site their whole life to be able to tell, like, oh, that's original. Oh no, this was just thrown back together.
I think
you know?
it's
Tough to say.
It's
Yeah.
similar in Egypt too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like that all over the ancient world. You know, when they first discovered stuff, they tried to put some things back together, and sometimes it's just hard to know what exactly. One of the genius things that they did, this isn't in South America, but this is in at Monte Alban. When archaeologists repaired something, they put a colored mortar between the blocks, so that
Oh,
it's
that's
very
nice.
obvious.
Ah,
Yeah,
yeah, that
it's a
would be great.
white mortar between the blocks that has these little speckles in it, and so every single place that's reconstructed, you know
That's
that they
great.
reconstructed
Yeah.
it. Whereas at Machu Picchu, it's impossible to tell, and like, you know, sometimes I'll see videos of people walking around Machu
What the
Picchu.
fuck? Like this
And
stupid fucking
sometimes it
game,
just
man.
takes a trained eye to see. Sometimes that it's like, okay, that's not actually ancient.
Alex Jones right now.
Placed back together. And sometimes I'll see people saying, well, look at this different stonework where this is the megalithic and this is the, you know, rubble, and it's like, just for somebody who's seen, you know, 100 archaeological
What's my
sites,
PB on this
you
level?
just know that was put together
124?
by
Really?
archaeologists.
Yeah.
And so it makes it very confusing.
Wow, I
Yeah,
don't
to-
think
to
it's
know-
124. That can't be
The
right.
same in Egypt. A lot of the dynastic temples are rebuilt.
Mhm.
You know, and you're going through and you realize like this was all basically rubble on the ground.
Why isn't it
A lot
all
of it's been
working now?
stacked Back up, you know, and some columns they've had to almost completely.
Like, why
replace
is it not
because
working
they're-
now?
Most of it's gone.
Yeah.
So yeah, you deal with the same thing everywhere, and like lots of Egypt has been rebuilt, and some of it has been rebuilt badly.
Yeah,
you know.
well, and another thing to think is like how much of it was rebuilt
All this
badly
stuff, yeah.
by the Egyptians during ancient times.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
it's just
exactly.
how much of it was rebuilt badly by the Persians,
Yeah.
the Greeks, and the Romans.
Yeah.
And the
I really hate
Christians.
this stupid
Yeah,
level,
the-
dudes.
The Persian tunnel
6
going
times?
Through,
Like, what the
that goes
fuck?
through the step pyramid of Djoser to look down the shaft.
Yeah,
to see
yeah,
it. That tunnel is like it's awful. Like they cut this thing through, and it was starting to collapse on them. So then they were stealing pillars from tombs nearby and
Really?
jamming them in there. So there's all these stone pillars from all these various different sites that are just jammed in, trying to hold this.
How
hold
interesting.
it
I didn't
because
know
it's
that.
you know it's like it's small blocks
Like, what?
of limestone, and you can see these huge cracks, and that they're freaking out. They're jamming these pillars in there, trying to hold it. Yeah, terrible job.
Speaking of pillars, it's a very slight a rabbit hole. I did a video recently.
I hate
on,
this fucking stupid
on
fucking bullshit.
Just how
Like, why are
far
you not
ahead-
working?
Or I'm writing a video right now about just how far ahead Egypt was from the rest of the ancient world, even at their like youngest date. You know, even if Saqqara really is from 2700 BC and Giza really is 2600 something BC. The Romans never start building or never start erecting megalithic monuments until they annex Egypt, until Cleopatra has died and they've taken Alexandria and conquered Egypt.
Oh yeah.
Because those gray granite pillars that I think come from a quarry in the Fayum, a gray granite quarry in the Fayum, those are only erected just right after they annex Egypt. And so they learn this, or they're inspired by and are able to re-engineer or reinvent the method of quarrying, cutting, and erecting megalithic monuments. You know, because those Parthian.
Or the guilds just went to work for them.
Sure,
Yeah.
exactly. And that probably is what it is. And so at the not the Parthenon, but the Pantheon in Rome, each one of those columns is one solid piece of gray granite. Now, what's amazing is that happened. I think that the Pantheon is the 1st century AD. What's amazing is that there were solid granite columns laying in the desert at Saqqara for the last almost 3,000 years at least, leading up to that. Just laying out there for 3,000 years before the Egyptians ever even, or I'm sorry, before the
It is
Romans
6.
start doing it.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, that time
It's just-
it was 6.
I can't even fathom. I mean, okay, that is from now to the fall of Troy, 3,200 years. It's almost the same amount of time.
That time it wasn't 6.
Between
Like,
Saqqara
fuck this
and
game.
the Romans learning how to erect megalithic monuments
Yeah.
from the Egyptians. Like,
Yeah. It's a long time. Yeah.
just crazy. And that's it. Like the most conservative, or the most
I hate
conservative
this game.
estimates of
Yeah.
how old these cultures are.
That's why you have the Ozymandias poem.
Mhm.
You know, this is the whole thing. Is like these like you come across this colossus in the desert, like laying on its side, enormous half of a face sticking out. You know, and there's a foot over there in a column
Mhm.
sticking out of the sand. And,
Yeah.
and you're just, you know, he's like, look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair.
Mhm.
All you Romans and Greeks, and you guys think you're
Yeah.
badass. Look at this thing.
Yeah.
We did this so long ago that you know they don't even know who it was anymore. It's just
Yeah,
laying
yeah.
out here.
It's so cool.
It's amazing.
So, anyways, getting back to Cusco, I want you guys to look at this corner of this building
All
right
right,
here.
let's all look at this corner.
Yeah,
That's a
Yeah, you-
fantastic corner.
that is really well done.
Oh, I'm
Connor.
sorry. I hit space. So I couldn't play.
It should have. All right, let's play it.
So,
Oh yeah.
you know, I don't know how deep these blocks go, and this is one of the few examples of it, of these curved stones. I think a lot of these corners of the buildings were ripped down, as far as what I can tell. Look at that cross that's cut into the corner. I didn't
Yep.
even notice that. While I
Yeah,
was
look at
there.
that.
Yeah, did you guys see anything like this in Egypt? Because I
I
think
think
I've
there's any
seen
round corners like that.
Yeah, because I've seen
I hate
rounded
this fucking
corners
stupid
on the
fucking bullshit
inside
level.
Yeah,
in Egypt, but
fuck
not on
you.
the outside.
yeah.
You know, and I mean,
They're rounded by time, but not that was rounded
sure.
in construction.
And I don't know if there's any gap fat between those.
I was gonna say.
I don't know. That's the only
Where do you
example
put the
that I
gap
saw.
fat on the corner block? You know.
I don't know, man. Yeah, just there was so much there. Okay, so that is a variation, curved stones of imperial style blocks.
Okay.
Now this bottom right this is a photo of the 12-sided stone.
Yeah.
Now this is a step above what 99% of the architecture of the ancient architecture in Cusco is, which is that imperial style. This is imperial cyclopean, and these are these really pillowed. This is the Temple of the Moon, Temple of the 12-sided stone, and this was just like right. I mean, this was across the street from my hotel, and these stones are really gigantic. Let me see.
Look at the joins on the stones, on the stones in the sidewalk.
Oh yeah.
Those are filled with gap fat.
Yeah, for sure.
But you see the surface damage and the fracturing on that.
Yeah,
on
that
too.
that is
It's
that does
similar
look like
to
the granite.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you? What's your takeaway from looking at this right here? Just so much to look at.
Yeah,
man.
there's a
Look at-
lot of what look like tool marks on it.
Mhm.
God, that one behind you there, this sort of U join
Mhm.
is amazing.
Yeah, it's just.
And then there's like a reverse nub. There's a divot in the block.
Yep.
Yeah. And then like exterior nubs in a row across the top there. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff. This is the one that I used for the show art too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and God, just gigantic.
Now,
And
do you think these have
I
gaps?
wish we were building stuff like this.
no, I don't know if these have gaps, because there were places where you could see an earthquake had shook the wall and it had opened up, and you could look straight down, and it looked perfectly
Yeah.
parallel all the way down.
Because I was gonna say, like in this, This looks very similar to what we see exterior
Very
stones.
similar,
And now,
right?
now, obviously, on Minkara, there's a lot more of a regular
Terrible.
layers.
So
in this
terrible.
one, but the layers still, you'll see these slight
Come
changes.
on,
It'll
man.
drop
This
down a
stupid
couple of
fucking
inches,
safe,
go
bro.
up a couple inches here. But
Yeah.
Look at this one here.
you can see that the blocks were completely
What?
fitted
How do you hear me?
all the way through the depth of the blocks, and some of them are 6 feet deep.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
two.
look at that. This little point. Yeah.
So one of the things that I noticed while I was there is, like I was saying a moment ago, where you could see how earthquakes had
Depot
separated
SA
some of these
102.
blocks. What it also done in some places.
It could have
is
been the
it
next Jones
caused
film
the
made more
blocks
political
to
videos.
slide back. And
I
so it
know.
opened
There's
up
that hole
the
to fill.
lower block.
There's
And
that
on
hole to
lower
fill.
block, it almost looked like the block that was placed.
Should we go for sub-minute?
Too much gap fat. But
We can
the
aim for
lower
sub-minute,
block, it looked like
maybe.
the upper block had made an impression on it, like it had pushed down the top of it, if that makes sense. So it was like the lip would curve like that, and it was like the weight of the upper block pressed down
Right.
into it, and so
Again,
that
implying that it was soft.
Come on.
implying that it was soft at one point, and that by softening the edges of the stones and placing them on each other, that's what made them perfectly fit. And then they were probably polished up on the exterior, made to look nice, you know.
Doesn't this look unfinished to you? Like
Yeah.
it looks like somebody
yeah,
intended to come along and sort of smooth it out,
And
give
that,
it some facing.
yeah, and that, yeah, it's weird. And like some of them are done, and some of them are not.
Yeah,
yet.
like that this very square one in the middle.
Yep.
But it's still got
This-
a
this-
big divot in there.
This
Sure.
beveling that they do on the joins is just, I mean, this is, I don't know.
You think that's finished work?
I don't know if it's finished work or are they, because part of the idea about if you're planning to flatten this wall, you have to know that every join where the actual mating face
Yeah.
is far enough out
complete.
to be along the plane that you're going to flatten the wall at.
Mm-hmm.
So it would make sense that while fitting the stone, if you have some kind of guide that you, like you're doing some sort of surveying where you can say, okay, the join needs to come out this far, that they would go in and bevel all the edges to make sure, like, okay, here's the mating face all the way down, and it's sticking out far enough to where when we flatten the wall, that's what it seems like to me. Is this beveling is part of the process of having a flat surface at the end.
Yeah, you're checking all of your
Because
edges there.
otherwise, it wouldn't matter. If you weren't going to flatten it, it wouldn't really matter where the join was. Like, the join could be deeper in, some joints could stick out further. If you weren't going to flatten the wall, it wouldn't make any difference. So
Yeah.
it'd be interesting to set up a surveying instrument somewhere along the sidewalk
Find out if all those joins are
and use a
close to the
measuring
same
stick
depth.
and check in right from every join along this wall and see if they are the same distance away from wherever your transit. If you can, you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
You get a line.
Are they the same depth so that if you
If you projected
shaved
a
off the
plane,
whole wall,
yes. If you projected a plane across this surface, would the plane match up to all those join faces?
or it'd be really close.
Yeah. Or at least none go deeper.
Deeper.
Like once you'll find a minimum depth
Yeah.
or a maximum depth that they would go.
Yeah.
No,
So that's why, like, otherwise, why do all this work along these joints?
I know,
to
right?
check where they all
It
this beveling.
is so strange, but there is not one, as far as I
Scanning the
know.
wall would do it. Yeah, this is a good point. You just scan this wall and then
Yeah.
you could check it on. That's what we gotta do.
As far
Wall
as
scan project. It's on.
as far as I know, there is not an example of one of these blocks being flattened, like the way you see on the Minkare pyramid, where you can tell that they were in the process of doing that and it ended.
So
it doesn't
still, if you're thinking about building, you want to build a wall in a straight line, right? If they intended to build a straight line, how do they know that it's straight? If the blocks are at different depths all along it, how do you measure that?
Well,
so there has to be a standard
another-
some way.
Another thing that adds a bit of complexity is that this wall is not vertical; it is, is leaning.
Same thing at the Osirian. I want to say the exterior
None of
walls
them were
like
straight.
how do you say this? When you're inside the building and you
that's
look
crazy.
at the exterior walls, they all lean out a little bit.
Yeah. And then all the pillars are very slightly tapered inwards. and all the walls of the exterior are very slightly tapered out, which makes the negative space weird. It's an interesting
it's
effect.
Foreshortening, right?
Yeah.
When you look up,
It's just as
it's
big.
getting bigger as it gets further away.
So
the inside space.
So it messes with your ability to judge distances. Yeah.
Because it doesn't go.
It doesn't get narrower, so you can tell it's far away, right? It's like it looks
That-
straight. It's
I'm
weird.
looking forward to seeing this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you get under the
That is
3
weird.
surviving ceiling blocks and you look up there and you start to realize how enormous those things are. I got to climb up the sidewall and get up next to them. And yeah, they're like, 4.5, 5 feet tall,
Yeah.
thick, and they span the whole entrance, and you're just like, okay, this thing is massive. But when you're standing underneath it and you're looking up there, you're just like, yeah, that thing's floating up there above my head.
That is just crazy.
Head food text you later. $5. Thanks, bro. He says the mind boggles. Did they design this before cutting and placing the blocks? If they weren't working off a plan, the shaping must have been easy for them.
Oh man.
Were they did they plan it?
Were these
Maybe I
blocks
do
they
need
had
auto aim
designed
on to
going-
get the actual gun from the guys.
So I
Maybe
have
I'll do that.
Possibly, I have an answer for that at least in one place in Egypt, in the pyramid, or no, the Sphinx temple.
Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that.
All of the casing stones that would have cased the inside walls have been removed, and the bottom floor, assuming there was multiple floors, was rock cut. A whole lot of it was just cut out of the bedrock.
Yeah.
And there are areas where the bedrock just juts out, like a square block of it juts out of the wall and at the ground level.
Why? Why
In
didn't
a
that
hallway.
work? Why did that not work?
You can see
Like, fuck
clear
this stupid
depressions
game.
all along the hallway where there were granite casing stones, and there's some still in there.
Yeah.
So in other words, to answer your question, I think that it's proof that they were both cutting the bedrock and laying the casing stones against it at the same time. They're cutting the bedrock away, putting a new stone, cutting the bedrock away some more, putting a new casing stone. And that's why when they get the next stone, whatever shape and size it is, they're just like, well, just leave this
Why?
little chunk of bedrock right here. Don't cut it all away because that next stone is a different size.
Like,
They
why?
had to be doing these things.
Should I
at the
cut the
same
cutscene
time.
faster,
So, in
maybe?
other words, I don't think it was
I
planned.
think that was the reason.
I think the overall plan was a plan.
It was totally the
But-
reason.
That the actual laying
You don't
of the
think they had a
stonework-
CAD drawing with every individual block completely
No.
planned out, plus
No.
the bedrock cuts?
I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
because the guys at the quarry would have had to know what size, whatever, or they would have been.
They're delivering like standard block sizes, and you're having to cut them up on site.
Yeah, standard to a degree.
Yeah.
Like they knew, like they could have large and various sizes because
Yeah.
the casing blocks are many different sizes
Yeah.
and shapes.
I think as far as in Peru, I think there's two answers. Two answers for two different possible scenarios. But I agree with Kyle that yes, I think that it is just a method by which they make the blocks. They don't have every single individual block planned, but they know how they're going to build the wall.
Man, the
Does that
drone
make
really
sense? Like,
fucks
they
me
know
up,
how they're
eh?
gonna shape. They're gonna know how they're gonna shape them.
Yes.
But at the same time, let's say these are not built by the Inca, and that they're, an unknown. They go back to an unknown antiquity. Just by looking at the wall, it's obvious that it had to be planned out. These guys very well knew what they were doing. If it was built by the Inca, well, look at the rest of the Inca world. They were able to feed at least 10 million people, and they had, one of the most successfully run empires of all time. If they're doing this, they definitely have a system by which they're doing it, and that
Yeah.
it's planned out.
I
to
think
a
that's
certain
what
degree.
it is. It's a system.
Yeah.
In both cases, I would say, like in the Sphinx Temple, for example, there was a system. They were all the architects, the builders were all very familiar with this system, and so they could design a building that was first you had to cut it out of bedrock, and then you had to case it in a different stone, and they would probably have a grand design, but then just do it using their system as they
Organically,
went.
it's also a bit of sculpture and work of art.
Yeah.
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 Come on,
and,
man.
and probably I would guess
Troy,
that they were.
I will destroy your skipping stones.
I would guess that they were also okay with there kind of being a bit of madness to the method, because they probably knew that as long as these
Should you
blocks
just
are
get the body armor at the start, honestly?
very irregular, they're going to interlock with each other and they're going to be able to survive earthquakes. I mean, the people living
I'm gonna
here
try this just a
know
couple
that
more
earthquakes
times.
happen literally all the time.
Yeah.
And that if you just stack a bunch of rocks together, it will crumble and kill your loved ones when an earthquake comes. So you have to build something to protect you from the elements, to keep you warm when it's cold outside, because it can get really cold there and the wind can blow really fast out there. You want some kind of shelter that's not going to fall on you and kill you when an earthquake comes. And so, I mean, whoever built these, they had to have, I would guess, like many generations of knowledge of the world that they're living in to be able to use their resources to build walls like this.
Yeah, so that begs the question, why were they also doing it in Egypt? I guess there
I
are
know.
earthquakes there too, but I mean, they're
My
not
farm-
as common.
Yeah. But at the same time, well,
So did it?
Okay, well,
I
I don't- I wonder how. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they are common. I mean, they are next to the
Oh, they're
rift
common.
along the. I don't know if they're common. They do have.
Apparently, it was an earthquake that damaged
cracked
all the
the
facing
initial
stones
casing
and
stuff.
stuff.
Well, that's the.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
wow,
That's
I
the
didn't know
story. Like, you
Really, is it?
They couldn't really, get a. It was like the first it cracks it, and then you can get access, and then you start digging them out of there.
that. Really, I did
Yeah.
not know that. Supposedly it was an earthquake. That's crazy to me.
Yeah. Well, that's what they
didn't
say.
really- Yeah. I didn't really know that they get earthquakes out there.
They do. Yeah. I mean, there's earthquake damage on a lot of the sites. So.
Yeah.
What?
How
Why?
much stonework in Egypt
This game
is like this,
sucks.
or is it kind of like the Menkaure pyramid and the Osirion, like a few exceptional places?
If you saw that in Egypt, you would think it's old.
I hate
kingdom.
this fucking
Like it
level.
looks like some of the oldest stuff. It's Valley Temple, Menkaure, Osirian, but
Besides the fact that it's not flattened,
It's so similar.
it's the
It's so
same.
similar. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's very similar. Now, again, Russ pointed out a lot of in Egypt, a lot of the lateral lines are straight,
Yeah.
like the
What? Like, what
did you
is
call
this
them?
level?
the blocks in Cusco for the lateral lines.
Imperial.
Imperial
Yeah.
blocks. So that's a lot of the Egyptian stuff, but
And those are the size of these though. The ones in Egypt, they're the size
Yes,
of this,
they're-
but they're
they're-
like straight.
Why didn't it work that time?
And
Like, why?
I mean, this
hey,
just,
Chuck just agreed with you, Kyle. For one time, he agrees with you. Says I agree with Kyle for once. I also think that was the process of fitting these stones.
hot damn, Chuck.
Nice.
It's a good thing
Chuck,
you
you're a
agree with
traitor.
me. Don't listen to him, bro.
Thanks, Chuck.
The other
Appreciate
thing
it, buddy.
the other thing is, what could possibly be the opposite explanation? How do two different cultures develop stonework so similar? How can that be possible?
so-
like it's so simple, you know?
Let's say that the cutting tool was a natural. Like, let's just go with his natron.
I forgot that button doesn't push
Some way
shoot.
of
The
the process is
2.4
where
doesn't
it's at.
shoot.
I think that could possibly result in the same looking
Oh, fuck you.
types of like this sort of pillowy look, right? Because one of the things that the guy was saying was, especially when you're trying to dig under something or whatever.
Alright, no, we're not doing this level anymore.
And it's making a bowl shape. And
When we play 00 for a PB,
so you have these, like,
I think that's what we're gonna
steep
do.
lines all next to each
if we
other.
double O, we're gonna get the body armor. That's what we're
So
gonna do.
maybe the stones that they're cutting out of the quarry would look the same initially, and that might influence the building process. And I'm wondering too about like making those mating faces
Alright, it's
so
full.
flat against each other. If you spread this stuff out and you put these two stones, I mean, how long does this take? That's the other thing. You got to sit there and like, let them.
It couldn't have been that. It couldn't have been that long.
That's
I mean,
not-
look at it. When you guys go, you'll see how much stonework there is like this, and it's like these guys were doing this fast.
Well, if it was the Inca, if it was somebody older, then we don't know how long.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. I don't necessarily mean like over the course of 150 years, the Inca built all this, and
Yeah,
so therefore they
yeah.
were doing it fast. I just,
Greg's bitching Chuck out right now.
yeah.
Bloody try to check.
I just mean that like the sheer amount of stonework that's there, you must think like, there's no way this was taking hundreds or decades to do this. Like they must have been really able to do this, you know?
Yeah.
And because Cusco, like the ancient city is the size of a modern city. It is that big. When you walk around, when you guys walk around Cusco, you'll just keep on walking and walking and walking and walking and walking, and the city just goes on forever. And it's this type of stone, or at the very least, it's the imperial style. And you're like, man,
Do you
they had to
see
be able
scoop
to.
marks on the imperial stuff, or is it mostly just
Nope.
the pock mark?
No,
Okay,
no,
see
no,
that?
yeah.
See this? Yeah, let's
Yeah.
look at this one. I think that might be a key. Like, I'll be interested to see this when we go down there. Of course, like you said, you have to go.
And I will say, I don't think that it is so. I don't think it is so black and white as it is sometimes presented. You look at everything that we know that the Inca were doing.
Yeah.
I think it is not outside of the realm of possibility to.
This is the
to
worst
easily
level in
attribute
the
to
entire
them,
game.
The imperial stonework.
Sure.
We have, those blocks are about the size that two guys could carry one of those stones, and they're nowhere near the size of.
Why
these
isn't it all
stones here.
working now? Why
And-
just
and
because?
he has a De
Just
Leon,
because.
he documents that.
You know,
they
fuck us
were
too. Oh, I
constructing
mean,
these
like it's so
imperial-
much
Yeah,
slower
he
without it
witnessed
though.
Yeah.
At the same time, another guy living at the same time saw the blocks at Sacsayhuaman not being moved with any success. So there's some nuance to it. It's not like the Inca were only able to do the brick and mortar style construction. They were probably able to do a little bit more than that. At the very least,
Why?
they were able to do a little more than that. And you look at their whole
No.
empire, these were capable and intelligent people.
No, it did not.
So I don't know. I think there's a lot of nuance to the mystery.
Yeah.
Is what I think.
How are you, Blue Khakis? Hope you're doing well, man.
This is two different types of working the stone. Whatever is going on here
Yep. And
is very
whatever's going
different
on
than what's going on
there.
here.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Perhaps. I haven't messed with this.
Hope you're doing well, my dude.
The experiments need to be done. People are doing those.
Scott.
No worries, man. No stress, buddy. Thanks, man. Hope you're doing well,
The
man.
beers up tomorrow, but thank you for sending them. She said she's going to. Yeah. I think she said she's going to go grab.
You're
those
all right.
tomorrow.
That's good, man.
So what do you
We'll drink them on the show after we get back.
Yeah.
That's good, buddy.
what do you
Thanks,
guys
buddy.
think of the nubs?
I mean,
Oh, this
Nubs.
is fucking shit.
are for sure, I think, lifting bosses or whatever for lids of boxes.
Yeah, when they're on the lids of
Some
boxes,
train
it's
wow, nice,
clear that
buddy.
they're
It's
for
like-
liquid.
Go for it, buddy.
This is different, maybe.
Maybe it's different. I mean, so people have said like that one of the argument has been that like some of the nubs are off center of a stone. There will just be like one, like this one, and not one here. But that could be because they cut off a portion of the stone over here that had the other nubs.
Nice, buddy.
like, if this
Go for it, my
stone
dude.
was Arrived on site
Sounds fun.
and was set up here, and then or
They
for
cut
some
it
reason
right there.
Maybe it cracked, and then they just broke it off right here and flattened it. Then it would have an off-center nub, so that could explain. But I'm not willing to say to make the claim that this is what they were for on these walls.
I think it's not gonna work because I shot
It's
the back of it or the front of it, right?
on purpose
I gotta
for
shoot the
boxes
side or
where-
some bullshit.
Yeah.
Which are, it's like
It's not gonna
yeah,
be an A.
you
There's
know
no
that
A.
they're planning to
think
lift
you have to
and
shoot
set
the
that thing
side.
down carefully on
Shot
this
the
other
back.
piece of stone, and so they would
What's the
put
pace?
two lifting.
1009. Oh wow, insane.
But if they
Nice,
had
buddy.
two, they would be symmetrically
Nice, man.
positioned.
This is,
Oh, wait, that was
this is
SA I was playing?
super
What?
obvious in, was it Mastaba 17 or
That's my
something
double
like that?
OPB.
There's like a gigantic solid granite
That was double O,
sarcophagus
wasn't it?
in there, where it's like there's like a little
245.
granite wedge or something
LMAO.
that the lid is sitting on.
They're
Have
my
you guys seen this
profile.
before?
We've been under Mastaba 17.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
isn't
propped it
there-
up on this little.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks,
yeah,
man.
yeah. That's one where it's like super. The nubs are
Thanks,
very
buddy.
famous on that one, right?
There's
The-
more to it.
The nubs, there are some massive ones on the lid of the box, off in the back of the Serapeum too. That one has huge nubs.
Yeah.
My real name.
There's some
Two
of the
gigantic
museums.
squares. Yeah. The museum's full of.
And then sometimes they have, you know, the whatever you call them, reverse nubs, the slots, it's like
This
a
is just the
square
worst level ever, right?
Yeah.
Still sucks donkey balls.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, I mean, yeah. What else?
So you have the face.
No,
of the
well,
box,
that's incorrect.
and
That
the
is
face of the
incorrect.
lid, and they would
Thank you, buddy. Thank you, man.
right there.
Thanks,
Then
brother.
the lid has
Appreciate it,
these
man.
Yeah.
things cut out so you could fit pools under there and pry them up.
Dr. Barnhart called him a negative titty.
Thanks, brother. No, that is wrong.
Michael, $10 says, absolutely loving the convo and the video shared. Barnhart was a great listen. Appreciate Luke's excitement for archaeology with an open mind. The Inca don't know how this was built. Is that correct? We know that about Sacsayhuaman for sure.
Yeah. Well, gosh, I think it's actually there's another. This is something now I'm taking.
Lethy,
full-time
thanks, brother.
YouTube. This is one of the things I'm working on. Is I'm gonna read through all thousands of
Wow,
pages
insane.
of Spanish chronicles about the Inca, and I'm gonna
AI
assemble
Paul
everything
said it
that they
right.
say about the stonework. Because you keep hearing like the story about the stone
Yeah.
and all this. I need to track down every single one of these and have them like on hand.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's what I'm working on. There is a story about the temple of the 12-sided stone. That's what we've just been looking at. That the Spanish are walking down the streets of Cusco, and they ask them about this temple, and they ask a local Inca person, how did they do this? And the Inca told them that was always there.
Yeah.
That specific temple,
Yeah.
specific temple, not the
Not
imperial,
everything, but yeah.
not the imperial stonework that you see in the Coricancha. That temple.
Oh, I took off fucking auto.
I know, yeah, definitely. So I need to track down all of these chronicles and have them like on hand, because I get irritated like trying to track down these different legends and rumors that you hear about these Inca contact stories. I need to go through and list them all out so I can, whenever we have conversations like this, I can pull it out and be like, this is what we know was said at that time.
So I got to mention this too. Chuck says that he thinks that these could also be for shipping, so that the stones weren't sitting flat and they would be easy to get something underneath for rigging to move them off the boat.
Yeah, so not necessarily lifting,
Why are
but
they all on the bottom face? Like,
Come on, man. Like, fuck this stupid game.
yeah.
the wall. Then it seems like they would be on multiple faces of the stone. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
and
not a
it,
bad
it's
thing,
interesting.
but
You
it's-
almost always see it on the bottom lip.
They're always on the bottom, so it does indicate. And then, of course, I mean, you go and look at the casing stones of Menkaure, and there's both. There's these little divots. They're all on the bottom,
Yeah.
and the nubs are on the bottom. You look at the casing, the limestone casing blocks on the satellite pyramids of the Great Pyramid. There's nubs and divots in those. They're all on the bottom.
Is it
They're all facing down?
is it possible that they're like?
So I don't know. I mean, it could be. They could be used for both.
There's also
In
some
that
pretty.
sense, they could be shipped where the nubs are on the ground, and then
Yeah.
when they're put on the wall, they're used on the bottom to adjust the stone
Yeah.
position.
Yeah.
There's some amazing, like, you can see pictures of these Peruvian walls from a distance, and you'll see that the stone, it's the cellular polygonal stuff you were talking about, dry laid or whatever, and the blocks are all basically the same size. Like, there's an average, right? You can tell that they don't get bigger than a certain amount, they don't get smaller than a certain amount.
But they're all irregular shapes.
Yeah, they're all irregular shapes, and then it gets near an entrance or one of those trapezoid shapes. The blocks all get bigger, and there's nubs all around the entrance.
Yeah.
Only there, and then it goes back to the regular wall, and there's kind of construction use there,
Yeah.
and that it has to do with the difficulty of setting blocks around an opening. I mean,
also-
obviously none of those were around an opening. I'm just saying, like,
The other thing is that the other interesting thing about these nubs is that, and I don't know if you just mentioned this because I kind of checked out while I was reading Chuck's responses. But anyways,
don't let this guy distract you.
no, I'm just kidding. To cut a stone and leave a nub, like
It's a huge pain in the ass.
you first you go like you just got a giant chunk of granite in the mountain, and you've got to cut into it, right? You've got to cut all the way around and underneath it, and so you have to leave these nubs in places, right? And you cut them off.
Collab Alex Jones started his own show. Yeah, really.
if you're cutting with a blade,
Collaboration with Jeff Martin. Yeah,
then
really.
you would cut the stone out with some kind of blade, or you'd split the stone. Then you'd carve away a whole bunch of stone.
Yeah,
and
leave
this
leave
thing
nubs.
sticking out.
Yeah.
Sometimes like
Yeah.
a foot. So it's a huge amount of work to take away all this stone to leave a nub. So they must not have been cutting with saws if they're leaving nubs, or they were just cutting with some. I don't know. It's just it's literally a carving feat to leave a nub. You have to take every other bit of the stone away.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
All of the negative
It's
space.
a lot of waste.
Yeah.
So if you try to imagine, like, go get a piece of clay and like cut a square block out and leave a nub.
Mhm.
Like it's not.
There's going to be a lot of the clay just laying off to the side. Yeah.
You cut a block, then you have to carve away a bunch of the clay and leave this nub sticking out.
Yep. It
So-
certainly makes you understand why people jump to the geopolymer.
I totally
Yeah,
get
the
it.
idea that there are injection ports at the bottom of like
This
the
was,
mold.
like, the first thing I thought
Yeah.
when I saw these things was like, those are injection ports.
Yeah, that's where you inject the material, and it leaves like a
But
little.
then you go to the quarry and you're like, so.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And why are there nubs sticking out of the mountain?
Bizarre.
Because
Right.
first
That-
they needed the mountain.
Yeah,
So they inject it.
you make the mountain,
You pick
and
the
then you
mountain,
cut the
drag
Come
it,
on,
drag all
man.
that
This
stuff
stupid
up,
fucking game,
and you
bro.
make it.
yeah.
Where it's, yeah.
Yeah, so nubs on mountains, you know, on cliff faces are obviously not for lifting or transport or moving around or whatever. It's also not geopolymer because that's still part of the mountain.
Yeah.
So I have no idea. It's fascinating. There's plenty of theories.
I tend to just lean hard towards they were for maneuvering the stone in some respect.
Yeah,
So like Chuck's idea, like that's still a maneuvering thing. It's to keep it lifted up so that we can get some rigging underneath it.
Sure.
Or it's
Yeah.
that's
yeah.
what I'm sticking with for a while.
Yeah, one thing I wonder, like an easy explanation is you're wrapping a rope around the stone and you don't want the rope to slide and you're pulling the stone up, putting it in place. I don't know how you get the rope out.
You set it on fire and get a new rope.
Except rope would have
Get
been
'em out from underneath
super
the stone.
expensive, you know.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You know, it is so weird that there's so many things that you see all around the world, and you know I don't know if we have enough time to
I
get.
mean, we're
into-
already way over that. We can
Oh,
look
I'm-
at we
I'm
can look at
sorry.
one more
I'm
picture.
sorry.
This,
No,
why,
it's
like,
fine.
what was that? Like, fuck
Yeah,
this
we-
game.
We can just kind of tease something for the next time.
Yeah.
But it's just amazing that even in this realm of the world, with all these different mysteries, we see this symbol again that haunts me everywhere.
Ah,
I go.
yeah.
Is this meander is everywhere.
Wow, look at that. Yeah, this.
You see it now. Tell me that isn't sacred geometry right there. Does that not look like they're attempting to do some version of a golden ratio?
It could be.
Possibly, yeah.
I actually sent this to Randall, and he went, well, I think so. Maybe so. And, he's like, let's
That was,
talk
that
more.
was a pretty good random.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. You know, it's just that symbol haunts me. There's my Jaguar of gods.
That was another thing. I wanted to bring this up. I think I heard Dr. Barnhart was connecting Viracocha to the Jaguar. Like, was he saying that this is similar?
Well,
And then
yeah.
later he seemed to imply that there was, and I was like, okay, yeah, I can see this. This concept of the feathered serpent, then you have this Jaguar deity, and then Viracocha, and Viracocha is supposed to be a civilizer god. So if there is some connection, I'd love to talk to him about this, because if there is some connection there, then all that Jaguar stuff you were showing, where the shaman's coming out and they're shifting into the Jaguar, if there's a connection to Viracocha, then this is the possibility that the Jaguar god has some deep connection to civilizing gods, like the feathered serpent, like Quetzalcoatl, Kukulkan. That's really interesting.
It is. I think the hard part is just it's hard to know and really just impossible to know with Viracocha how much is actually just confused interpretations of the Spaniards trying to easily putting two gods together.
Yo,
You know,
what's up,
it's
brother?
hard to know, you know, it's kind of like the stone stuff. You just kind of go through what's available to you.
R.I.P.
You can only make like your own.
What's up, man?
interpretation.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Did the stream go down?
You know that would be fun. Like, Dr. Arnott lives in Colorado, but it'd be fun to
Did the
like,
stream go down?
come and then we all sit down and talk to him or something.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
what I mean, I
Get
think-
him
I
on
think
get him
we
on
can work
Zoom
that
and we
out.
can all talk to him.
Yeah, yeah.
let's do it.
I think we should work that out.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
One last
AI.
thing I wanted to add.
You
is
gotta use a tilde,
what do you
man.
guys think
Use a
about,
tilde first before a
like,
name.
spirit
Why is this not working? Why is nothing
experiences
working?
of ancient sites? You know, things that are otherworldly, I guess, or supernatural. What do you guys think? Like, you know, there are people that'll be
Personally or with others?
personally or
Ancient times.
no. Well, like Napoleon Bonaparte had an experience when he was in the Great Pyramid that he never spoke about. There are people who can be on, you know, psychedelic drugs that can see an energy coming out of the Great Pyramid. You know, that they see some kind of aura there. But it's not just the Great Pyramid; it's at sites, ancient sites all over the world. You know, there are people. There was a guy on our Yucatan group who there was some kind of shaman ceremony that was done, and it like deeply affected one of the guys on the group, and he like had to go stand behind some temple and just like cry.
Yeah.
And, I was just curious what you guys think about.
John Anthony West said that these places, the ones in Egypt, they seem to have been designed to
Use a tilde
invoke
first before the name.
that kind of experience.
Yeah.
That it was meant to inspire you to give you this overwhelming sense of awe, to connect you in some way.
Yeah, brother.
And Randall talks about this
Frodo.
too, that the sacred geometry aspect is,
Frodo's a little
and that
bitch.
the people who are building these or designing the temples knew this, that the sacred geometrical aspects connected you to the divine in some way, and
I
would
fucking
induce
hate that guy.
a spiritual experience, especially if you had some,
Frodo.
you know, some
That's such a
plant help
fucking little,
or
little
ritual
bitch.
assistance, right? So if you're going through this place and it's lit in the right way, and you're doing this ritual that's telling a very old story of rebirth, and you know, that it could induce that kind of spiritual experience. But we travel to these places we've been, so nothing ever happens to us.
I'm being
Yeah.
positive. I'm being positive. I'm being
Really?
positive
Yeah, you
today.
can take him to the worst haunted house in the world,
Positive
and
guy.
nothing will happen.
Really,
He's got a
I
bubble.
really
of
hate-
no paranormal stuff.
Yo, Lord of the
around him all
Rings
the
is
time.
fucking
Really?
dog
Yeah.
shit. Such a fucking dog shit.
so you
movie
guys haven't.
series.
No, I had one experience on Elephantine Island, but it wasn't. It was more of an epiphany, but it was really powerful.
Really?
And yeah, like I freaking cried, dude. I was
give me like
it was like this huge, just like all this stuff that I had seen like over the years, it just like all came in, and I was just like, oh my god! And I connected.
Is this
it
something
to
you
all
ever
the-
shared publicly?
There's this huge connection to. Not yet. No, well, I mean,
Yeah, Ben was probably on the other side of the island.
Yeah,
but we went to look at the other pyramid over there.
It's the day that. Yeah.
But I mean, I'm kind of not a great example because, like, you know, I'll just cry for no reason. Like I'll watch some movie with my kids and be like, you know, it's like I'm
Yeah.
a softie.
I had a powerful experience the first time I saw the Valley Temple.
But
too, the
there-
very first
Really?
time. Yeah.
There's something about like spending all this time looking into mythology and all these ancient texts and like trying to make some sense out of these stories that we pass down to each other, right? And I kind of try to look at this like occasionally when you get that glimpse of like the bigger, like the whole, I don't know, universal picture, I guess, or even if it's in not universal, but like in a human context of like this long history of all this stuff. It was something like that, where I had this realization, spurred by other people on the tour that were pointing things out to me, and it's suddenly just like all these connections happened, and it was so powerful that I was just like, I had to just like go away
Really?
and think about
That's
it.
really
Like,
cool.
Yeah. So that's the only time. I don't know if I would call that a spiritual experience.
Yeah.
It was more.
That's what I. Yeah.
It was just.
I
Like
felt a
an
deep connection
epiphany,
to
like,
yeah.
overwhelming.
Right. The first time we went onto Giza and I walked down to the Valley Temple, I put my hand on one of those massive, like granite blocks, and I just had this. It was intense, you
Yeah.
know, and you wanted to weep because you feel this intense connection to thousands of years of people, and like someone was standing here when it was brand new and just going like, yeah, dude, this looks great, right? And I've been that guy. I've done construction,
Yeah.
right? And so I felt this connection to and like who were they? How long ago was it actually? There's some sense of that too when you're down below the step pyramid and you get to handle fragments of these vases and you're just like, oh my god, like, you know, when were these made, and like who were the master craftsmen that made these things?
Yeah.
You know, they're fragments and broken now, but at the same time you can still see this artistic vision, these thin, polished pieces of stone. You're just like, oh my god, it's powerful.
I just realized I had another one that was, I think, maybe a little bit more of a spiritual. It was in Orvieto, the cathedral in Orvieto in Italy, and I had like taken my time and like looked at all the reliefs and everything on the outside, like walking up to the building from when you arrive in Orvieto, and you're walking and you can see it through the alleyways, the striped colors of the rock, the black, you know, the basalt and limestone. I'm just like, what is this? We get up there, and it's just this beautiful thing. And then I looked at all the carvings on the front, which were basically like the Torah. It was just telling all these stories, biblical stories, really cool. And then I went inside and just took my time, went around and looked at all the artwork. And then right when I was leaving, it was just like, boom, it hit me again, like this, like what he's saying, sort of like this unbelievable level of achievement of compiling like all of the known knowledge of the time, and you know, writing that book in stone, and like it's just so incredibly beautiful at the same time and awe-inspiring. It just I'm just like, wow, it just blew me away. And I don't know how I haven't seen auras, I haven't seen anything like that, but it's those type of things for sure hit me hard.
When I was at Machu Picchu, there's this really overwhelming view that you get when you first come. You know, you have to like check in. There's this building up there you have to walk through, and then you walk up the staircase, and boom, you see the view of Machu Picchu that is taken in so many photos. And I talked to Dr. Barnhart while I'm standing there looking at it, and I'm just blown away like how amazing the view is, and it is exactly the way you see it in photos. But I'm not the type that's like ever emotional about things. You know what I mean? Every so often I'll be like overwhelmed by something. I'll be like, oh, that's just crazy. But this was it was surreal looking at it, but it wasn't emotional. And you know, of course, there's people up there like crying, seeing Machu Picchu and everything. And I was standing there, and I had always been wondering. It was one of those things that was to me like the Great Pyramids, where I was like, I wonder how I'm gonna react when I see it, you know. And it was surreal. It was almost like it was so surreal, I had to look away. You know, I couldn't just keep on staring at it. It was too much. I needed to like look down at the ground. Anyways, so we're walking down to this megalithic gate. Have you ever seen the gates of Mycenae? I'm sure you guys have seen this before. If I showed you a photo, you would know. But it's
lit up.
It's very, very similar. It's very similar to the gates of Mycenae. It's a Greek city, but the construction is almost exactly the same. And so we're walking into this gate, and I had already taken Starlink with me, so I was FaceTiming with my parents and everything, showing them Machu Picchu. It was cool and surreal, you know, that just me making videos about ancient history and stuff had like, gotten me to this point. And so, you know, I have maybe talked about it on this podcast, but I've definitely talked about it before. You know, my grandpa, dude, there's gates at Machu Picchu that look exactly like this.
Looking for a decent one, folks. Here we go. That's a really good.
So, you know, I had talked about before, in lots of places, how big of an influence my grandfather was for me getting into ancient history. And you know, one of my earliest memories, the very first book that was, you know, that I ever tried to read on my own was the book Lost Cities, which was the coffee table. The coffee table book that my grandpa had. So there's a book. This is the city of Mycenae in Greece, but the gates at Machu Picchu are almost identical to this, except
no lions.
Yeah, no lions. This is made out of this right here is
limestone. Yeah.
And at Machu Picchu it's granite, but it is like the same style of stonework.
Really cool.
So we're walking up to this gate. Well, I should just finish and just say, like, my grandpa was just really instrumental and for me getting into ancient history. And there was this book, Lost Cities, and the two places that I was most infatuated with, that, or at least that I remember the most, was Troy, because it was, you know, the city that my favorite movie was about, the movie Troy, and then seeing Machu Picchu was just like, that's just such a striking image, you know, that I even remember it as a kid, and flipping through the book and just looking at all the different pictures. And then my mom had talked to me about it before. Machu Picchu is my mom's bucket list place, because when she was growing up, that was the main place that my grandpa would pull out old books and show my mom photos of Machu Picchu and talk to her about ancient civilizations in South America and stuff. And so it's like ingrained into my mom's mind, and it's, you know, just something that she is always associated with my grandpa. So we're walking up to the main gate, and I pull out my phone to take a photo of the gate, and I'm on the Apple Mail or the Apple email app, which I never use. You know, the iCloud mail? I have not opened that app in years. I have like 6,000 emails on my iCloud.
Terrible.
And I am typing. I have already selected an email, and I'm typing an email to my grandpa. And I have never emailed him in my life, but it's his full name, it's his birth date at gmail.com, and it's selected, and it is his email. I have never written an email to him before.
It was like a draft.
Yeah, it was a draft. It was in, and the little thing was going, like I was typing.
Blinking.
You know, and I have never opened up my mail app, and I've never emailed him before, especially not from my iCloud. And so I'm sitting there looking at it.
You never email your grandpa?
No, never emailed him. And so it was like all of a sudden I had this like, it was like this nudge from the outer world. It was very, very bizarre, and I just immediately got like, I didn't cry, but I was just like immediately,
I would have cried.
very emotional. Yeah. Well,
yeah, that's a wild.
and I looked at it, and then I looked up at the mountain, and I was like, he sees me. Like, it was him reminding me that he was there. It just,
Dude,
absolutely bizarre. And I had to call my mom like right then, and my mom like cried and everything. And she's like, he sees you. He's telling you that he's there with you. And I had only been at Machu Picchu for 20 minutes, you know, and we were there all day long. It was right when I arrived.
Yeah.
And before I even walked into the gate to go to the city, I'm standing on the outside of the gate, and it's like this nudge that he's there, and to remember that. And so I talked to Dr. Barnhart about it, and he was like, you know, he's like Linda Sheely, his mentor, told him that she had thought she was a little bit more, I guess, had a little bit more supernatural beliefs than he does. She believes that these are places that people were trying to connect to their ancestors and were trying to reach out to that outer world, and they thinned the veil between our world and the other world.
Cool,
and she's like that is why so many people can come to these places and have intense experiences all around the world, because these people have thinned the veil between our world and the next.
Unless you go with Ben.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's interesting.
That's an amazing story.
It's interesting, and it was just this. It was just like there was no question about it. And dude, I instantly understood.
Yeah.
Ancestor worship.
Yeah.
Like I instantly understood it, because, dude, think about like how much we are desensitized by being sucked into this all the time.
Yeah.
If we were actually living out there, how many more strange experiences, supernatural experiences, would you be susceptible to? And then how many possibly superstitions or, you know, religions and cults would come out of that, and strange things that we depict to be strange practices that you would start doing, you know?
Oh yeah.
And then it started to make the mummy niche thing for me more like, I understood why people would want to put their ancestors up in these holes in the mountains, you know, because their essence, you know, they must have had some kind of belief that their essence is still alive, and they wanted them to be in
Hey guys, I'm happy to hear you guys. I'm sorry, I was really
so
just
they
fucking
take their
really
body
furious
out
at the
there, you know,
game earlier.
It's just like you can just see how
And
over thousands of years
I appreciate you being here.
like I just had, and then you're
I'm gonna eat the
taking
sandwich.
psychedelics way more often than people in the Western world are today. So you're having more profound experiences, and then
connections to something.
yeah,
else.
and then like connections, and then you think about 4,000 years think about 30,000 years of people doing that. How intense your
Or maybe
beliefs about things will
maybe
become,
their
you know?
actions made the veil thin, like the fact that all that intention and everything. Was
Sure. That's
Frodo.
what I
God,
think.
guess it
I
could
hate
be
Frodo,
connected
man.
to some
That guy's stupid
natural
face.
forces also.
So do you think
Like his stupid
that
face.
Machu Picchu might have actually been a
For
a huge,
hours.
not a necropolis, but
How many hours of
like
how many minutes of the
a
movie do
place
you
to
just see
approach
Frodo's stupid fucking
a place
face?
where the veil was thin. It's like you put your ancestors there, you climb way up this
Yeah,
mountain.
you're
It's like
ascending
it's
into
piercing
the
the
sky.
sky. Yeah, you're ascending into the sky, part of your heritage.
Mhm.
Mounted in
so
these
powerful.
beautiful stone walls at the top of this like unbelievably gorgeous place. Yeah, dude, I can see how that would give you
Well,
like a
and-
powerful spiritual experience.
And they have people who analyze the city. They think less than 1,000 people would have lived up
Like
there
caretakers.
at any time. And there are temples there, like that Temple of the Moon I was telling you that's on the back of Huayna Picchu. That is one of the things. Have you ever seen in Peru the little dial of the steps? It's like
Yeah.
like 180 degrees. There's one of those there.
Oh,
And so I was just thinking, like, this had to be a place where highly educated people went to. Then there's also the temple of the Temple of the Moon, which is supposedly supposed to catch. Well, Dr. Barnhart thinks that it is catching the lunar. It's not. It's not a lunar equinox. It's like
The
a
standstill?
It's
No.
It could be that. It's
Really?
something that happens
No.
every 18.6
Yeah,
years.
that's the-
um,
the major lunar standstill.
And so
Yeah.
he thinks that is what this temple is recording, and he's gonna go try to prove it, but he thinks it's
Man, we gotta
he
watch
thinks
that.
it's
Should we
different
pull it
than-
up right
than
now?
what
We'll pull it up right
the
now.
Peruvian archaeologists think. But
If we
anyways,
can find it.
there's so many clues that what was happening up there was a lot of astronomy,
yeah.
a lot of
Interesting.
timekeeping in these
It's a
temples
classic
that are
bit.
so far away. Like if you want
I mean, I understand the book sounds really interesting. The book sounds really interesting. I don't think the movie did the book justice. I've never read the book, but man.
And just to go from Machu Picchu
And
to
it
the top of
really
Machu
didn't need to be a
Picchu is
trilogy.
a 2-hour hike.
It just needed to be
So
one
you
fucking
gotta go
movie.
all the way up, all the way down, and then
Like, the
around
second
to
movie
this
is
very
completely
secluded
useless.
temple. So think about like
You know the end goal.
yeah, this is like
It's not.
a-
It's like
some
you
people
can't
have
just make a
referred to it as
trilogy,
it could possibly be like
knowing
like
that
a
the end goal,
university.
what the end goal
Like a
is, and then
monastery
not put it in
This
the
is
second
where-
movie, because
this
then
is
it makes the
where
second
very
movie
important
completely fucking redundant.
calculations and
Same thing that
religious
happened with Star
things
Wars
are taking
Episode
place,
2.
you know? A
It's
place
because
that
it's a
very- that
fucking
only
a
few
redundant
people have
movie.
been at, you know?
Waste of
Just-
time.
I mean,
This
we're
is
trying to
Frodo's
figure out
fucking
what
face
we
for
need
2
to do.
hours.
Yeah.
you know,
Sorry.
it's really cool. And so having that little experience with my grandpa instantly made me think like, oh, it just gave me a different
A lot of
perspective.
dramatic.
Yeah.
Dude, the
It's,
first one, bro.
it's
The
very
first
similar
one's
to, like,
so
I see
just.
why the father
terrible.
of DNA was so into
They're all
hallucinogens.
terrible.
I forget his name.
If they're all together, I would
Yeah,
not
yeah,
hate
he
as
was
much.
really
If
into
it was just
psychedelics,
all
right?
one big movie and we
Yes.
cut out all the other,
He,
like
he says that
95% of
well,
Frodo's
I mean, like,
face.
I guess he claimed that
I-
the
I might
initial-
not
his
be so
initial
mad.
vision for the twisted helix was.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
walking, yeah.
Yeah. He had a partner too. I can't remember his
Yeah,
name.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Two of those guys,
Yeah.
but one of them was a drug.
I just
addict.
want to know what your butt typed to your.
In
brain
slow
for.
motion, too.
I don't know. I don't know.
Fidgeted, fidgeted, better. Borg. And
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
Randall. One ring to rule them all.
You wonder why no chick will let you stick your cock in her?
I never wondered that.
Yeah, because you've accepted the fact that you'll never get a chick a long time ago.
Oh,
I
man,
get
I
you
might
about
turn this
one.
off. Sorry, brother.
Who are you kidding? You can't get a chick, you moot. You're too weird and...
This is such a bad movie.
They're potsy-like proportions, and no chicks dig nerds, especially nerds that are into Lord of the Rings.
Chicks dig Lord of the Rings, Randall.
Yeah. Kind of chicks that are into swords and elves and shit, and I wouldn't fuck them with the Torch of Gondor.
Oh, you're so gross.
Sorry, man.
Well, you know, what's interesting is there was actually
your grandpa was like, I'm sending you a message, and then he gets this back. And he's like,
The freaking butt melody from Machu Picchu.
Yeah. No, but what was interesting is I hadn't typed anything. It was his email was selected.
I know.
Yeah. I know. But yeah. So that was my
Sometimes I will pull my phone out, and there will be this whole message.
email or this whole long. Yeah.
While the phone was.
That's funny. That's funny. So, but yeah, that was my strange experience, and I hope that I have more.
Yeah, that's amazing. Just don't go with Ben.
Yeah,
He's
don't
yeah, yes, Troy, you got it right. The pariah gene, yes, he's a blank, an untouchable. That's yeah. Well, the Warhammer lore too, so we joke about it. Scroll up. There's a couple of comments, and then we got to close this out. Thank you guys so much for thank you for being here. And yeah, okay. So Chris has another question for you that you can decline to answer. She says, but why do you favor orthodoxy, the standard model, in most cases?
I think the
Tell her it's none of a business.
Yeah. I think the more I understand it. Well, the thing is, I think the way I'm explaining it makes it sound very orthodox-y. But like if John Hoops were to hear what I just said, he would crucify me. So I think that I'm speaking like I'm very orthodox, but even I am not.
Yeah.
If there are tons
I'd say
of
some of the Barnhart stuff, he's not orthodox all the way either.
he does. Yeah, you guys go listen to Dr. Barnhart's episode on Lex Friedman. He sounds like he's very orthodox, but he's not. And that episode, he received a lot of heat from that.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the ideas I'm putting out just now about like thinning the veil between this world and the outer world.
You're not a
Dude,
scientist.
If people on the Facebook page, the Fraudulent Archaeology Wall of Shame, saw what I just said, I would be thrown up there and just destroyed.
Yeah.
So, but I think what it is just I went and got my degree in anthropology, and I have a bit of a view to the other side, and there are tons of things about the other side that make sense. And so I don't know, like where I see things ends up somewhere in the middle. And there's so much nuance, like you guys know, when you get into it, you don't actually realize how complicated it is until you're like years down the road, and then your views change just so much with more and more context. So, I don't think I favor the orthodoxy. I'm pretty much outcast by the orthodoxy. But I don't know. I guess it's just a mixture of my perspective. I have a degree in anthropology, but I only got the degree in anthropology because I was inspired by my grandpa, and then I got into Graham Hancock. So it's like, I just have a mixture of perspectives. So that's the best answer I
feel
can
like
give.
you have a healthy favoring of the orthodoxy when I guess I don't know what the word is, but talking to you all this time, we've chatted on and off air, like the stuff that you're like, this is pretty solid on the orthodoxy side. Like it seems like okay, like you have good reasons why. And then you can question it where there's
the Orthodox stuff is an excellent source of data. We don't have to follow all their conclusions.
Right. I think one other thing is that as time has gone on, I have lost my. I don't care whether or not something is 1,000 years old or 12,000 years old.
Yeah.
I've somewhere in there I've lost that. And I don't really care anymore, and it's all interesting.
Yeah.
And so I speak about things with the same level of enthusiasm, no matter how old it is. I think it's the mystery that I care about, maybe not so much how old things are. And I say it all the time. Like I enjoy looking for the little strange things about, like ancient lost. Sorry, I think it's me. About ancient lost civilizations, as much as I do trying to figure out like what the like we know when Tanis was built in Egypt, but what the heck happened at Tanis in 1000 BC or 900 BC? Like, I find that just as interesting. I don't really have a bias towards.
And Tanis is full of stuff that they reused.
Yeah. And
so it's like, what happened to it, and also where did they get that stuff?
Yeah. So I don't know. I just I find it all interesting, and I think that I don't know. I don't see myself being biased, but anyways.
I don't think you're biased.
Yeah.
I mean, we all have it.
Yeah.
It's a good mix. Rex wants a llama expert on the pod. They may be magic creatures. Got fat snake sewed. $10.
like it.
Thanks, Rex. There was also another one from Edfu about, from memory, Barnhart believes the feathered serpent is the god of South America and seems to start in the Amazon jungle. Yes, he does talk about, he thinks that some stuff seems to have come out of the Amazon into the Andes. And I think you mentioned that too.
Yeah. That's my belief.
And there's all those geoglyphs that look like building foundations or city foundations that they're finding in there. So
Yeah.
there was a massive culture down there, possibly multiple.
Chuck says he's not drinking. I don't believe that.
That's bullshit.
My belief about South America is I think if you could strip back the Amazon, I think that the further east we got of the Andes and we got down deeper into the Amazon, there's a lot of area there where it's just mud before you get to the bedrock, and that's why so much of it is made out of earth and clay. But there are areas in there like that. Have you guys seen that gigantic mountain that just shoots out of the Amazon? That looks like a giant.
I saw you
pyramid?
posted pictures.
Yeah,
of it.
yeah. So that is. They think that is a. It's granite underneath like volcanic sediment or whatever.
Basalt.
But there. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, basalt. But the
So it's
deeper.
like a batholith pushing up underneath the
Yes.
basalt.
Yeah. And but the deeper you get into the Amazon, when you get towards the center of the Amazon, you start to reach granite outcroppings and basalt outcroppings and limestone outcroppings, and you get to where the bedrock is up on the surface. And so what I think that there's probably a civilization, not still existing, but an ancient civilization that was building megalithic architecture in the Amazon, that we see them, we know that they appear at Shavin de Hantara. We know that they're influencing their religion on Shavin, their pottery on Shavin, and I think the megalithic architecture, I think the megalithic architecture as well. Also, the Shavin people, we know they came from Coral Supe, where they did not have ceramic. As far as we know, they didn't have religion or art. And they didn't have megalithic architecture, and they didn't have interiors in their buildings, like with a stone roof and four walls. All of that appears when they arrive at Shavin, and they adopt, Amazonian pottery and Amazonian imagery. And so I think that all of that was brought out of the Amazon and introduced to the Andes. We just don't have the proof of it because the Amazon swallows it all up, and it's still
There was an
sitting out.
There was an expedition that went out to a specific spot where I guess some locals had told this guy that they thought they found what might be a stone structure. And he took some pictures and posted them, and it did look like it might be a slanted structure. Like,
Oh, really?
they had cleared, it was covered in greenery, right? And they had gone in and done all this work and cleared a small area, and you could see what looked like stone blocks on a slope, right? There was it was jungle all around, so you couldn't tell, is this a building, is it a retaining wall or whatever, but it did look like it was constructed. It was just in the middle of the jungle.
Yeah, and then you've got that.
It took him 2 or 3 days to hike out there.
Yeah. Then you've got that Portuguese manuscript.
Yeah,
512.
512. Yeah.
And of course,
That was in the mountains, though. They found that city in the. They claimed that they found the remnants of a road, and they walked up the road, and they were saying there was mountains that were sparkling like there was crystal in the rock, and they climbed up, and then there was this massive river and a bridge across the river with a. So they were not in the jungle at that point, or at least they were up in the highlands.
Oh, okay. Do you know what modern country that would be?
I have no idea. It was the expedition was Mato Grosso.
Okay, yeah.
Right,
yeah.
but that's where they started looking
near-
for the mines,
yeah,
and they
yeah,
got lost for 10 freaking years.
Yeah.
Right. So who knows where they were? But they said they came to the jungles and they went up. They went through the whole city. There were enormous buildings. There were scripts, and then when they came out of that, they were following the river.
Yeah.
And they also said that the city looked like it had undergone some massive cataclysm.
Yeah.
There were huge chasms that had opened, swallowed whole buildings, but there were squares. There were pavements, like
there were statues
stone
too.
pavements, statues. And then they came back down out of the mountain. They said there was a big, the river went down and opened out into a big plain, and they followed it down, and so they were up high,
So
not
this
in the
is,
jungle.
That would be the bottom of the Andes.
Yeah.
I
I
guess
have
probably
spent-
near Bolivia. Yeah.
A long time looking all over that area for
tough.
on Google Earth. The area I think it's in is always Google Earth. The pictures are always under clouds. It's one of the few places in Google Earth where there's cloud cover on every single satellite photo you find.
Yeah. You know, there's
Fucking assholes.
there's,
They're hiding the city from us.
there's always you guys know who Eric Klein is? He's the guy that wrote 1177 BC. He's like a world-renowned archaeologist. I was listening to one of his lectures.
That's me here. I don't know how much longer I'm going to play
I
this.
felt like I should have known.
I might go back to Bunker
you
1
can
essay. Who knows?
Purchase satellite imagery. And
Yeah.
didn't
I'm gonna
know
do
that-
some
I didn't
more
know that, but
PBs
you can
though.
request something and it
Yeah.
will be taken for you. I'm sure it's crazy
It's
expensive.
expensive, yeah.
But I have thought like
Always reminds me of Brian. Like, you guys have a satellite? He's like, we have friends with satellites.
oh really?
Yeah.
That's funny. So I don't know. Anyways, yeah, we're way down the rabbit hole. But yeah,
We gotta wrap it up.
Yeah, we do.
It's
It's
been
getting
great.
late.
yeah,
This
yeah,
has been awesome.
yeah. This one flew by.
Yeah.
Good stuff, man.
Happy
Yeah.
here, Blue
Well,
Khakis.
thanks, guys,
Happy
for
here,
having me back on.
Goose.
Yeah.
Happy here,
Excellent show.
Lurkers.
I think I was like number 6 or something.
Yep.
5 or 6.
We looked at
So-
5 photographs.
Yeah, there's like so many more on there.
We gotta get back to the Olmecs next
Yeah,
time.
yeah, we will.
Yeah.
We will.
More Olmecs. Thanks to the chat.
Yeah, appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thank you
Yeah,
guys for
you guys-
watching.
Yeah, you guys were awesome. Thanks to for the donations. And I know we promised on the last episode, the 411 episode, that we would do producers this time, but obviously it was a live show. We didn't have a chance to do any producers. We will do producers on the next recorded episode, which should happen when we come back from the UK. We're going to get back into 411. While we're in the UK, hopefully we'll be able to record a road show. We'll see. We're going to try. But yeah, we're off to the UK on Friday. So
Oh, don't let me forget those megalithic cyclopean walls are also on Easter Island. So we'll bring
yes,
that up. at
yeah,
some
they
point.
are. Yeah, that's right. Right. So thank you guys. We love you.
Always have.
Always will.
Getting at it down there.
Get back
See
to
you
work.
guys.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Look at this fucking stupid game. Fucking stupid fucking game. What a stupid fucking game.
They arrived at so many cities that they describe as being totally gold-plated cities. I mean, some of these places were so wealthy that kings had gauntlets, like Thanos' gauntlet, all the way down to the elbow, and actual functioning fingers plated with gold. If it's something that can soften stone, it is also going to remove your hand.
I never thought about that, but you're right.
Yeah, there are other Machu Picchus out there that haven't been discovered. Essentially, Hades is grabbing him and pulling him into the underworld while he's also looking up and being pulled down.
What? Like, fuck this game. Come on, man.
I'd like to welcome back to the show returning champion, Luke Evans. How you doing,
Yeah,
Luke?
man. Hey, thanks for flying me out again.
Yo, what up, Stash? Sorry, brother.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it. Our last conversation, man.
I didn't change my clothes since.
Sorry, brother.
Neither did I, sir. Neither did I. But no, our last conversation, man. We were talking. We went deep down the rabbit hole of ancient Egypt, Great Pyramids, technologies that were used back then, theories, all this kind of stuff. But in today's conversation,
I'm alright, man.
what I really wanted to get into is something.
I'm alright, buddy. Thanks, buddy.
We've never.
I'm getting frustrated by
I mean,
by
we've
this
talked about
level
it on
in
the
this
show
game.
before, about Mayan, Aztec, Inca, Mesoamerica, ancient civilizations. But I want to get into a little bit more of the mysteries.
Yeah.
And I know that is one of your sweet spots. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's. I would say I spend about 50% of my time studying ancient cultures of Mesoamerica.
I see.
and
I'm doing well, man. Thanks,
South
brother.
America. So that would include I guess let's say the big few are the Maya.
How are you? Hope you're good.
And the Olmecs, a little bit of the Aztecs, but the Aztecs come later on. The Aztecs really don't reach their height until right before the Spanish arrive in Mexico. I also study cultures of South America, which would be Inca, ancient Tiwanaku cultures, and then the I guess the easiest way to say it is the cultures of El Dorado. All of your goldsmithing cultures that were creating these cities.
What the fuck
that
is this
the Spanish
stupid
were
bullshit,
looking for,
bro?
these cities of gold. And so,
Sorry.
yeah, I spend about 50% of my time studying these cultures in the Americas, and then the other 50% of the time studying what we talked about last time, which is
Oh,
Greco,
sorry, bro.
Roman, Egyptian culture.
That's amazing. You have
I'm so sorry about that, dude.
I'm trying to make a job out of it.
You got a very cool job, man. All right, so let's dive into first, before we get into El Dorado and the lost city and all that stuff. What is the oldest recorded culture?
Why do I find that so funny, man? I'm sorry, bro. I don't mean to laugh, but man, that's funny.
Yes.
That is
yeah.
hilarious.
So,
Because they're fairly mysterious. There's not a lot of information about
I don't
them.
mean to be rude. I really don't. I'm sorry.
There is not a actually. Okay, so the Olmecs we think end. It's a little bit hazy to when their culture ends, and the one thing you have to think about is well, I'll say this: we think that the Olmec culture ends somewhere.
I don't find that
between
funny that they
400
don't pay you
BC
no. I
and
find the
300
fucking
AD.
like
The problem is that we don't have any recorded contact.
I always have
or
like the
any oral or
the
written
freshest and
history
best breath. I always
from
have gum.
the
I always
later
brush my.
culture,
I always
which is the
I
Maya,
floss every
that they
day.
don't come from the Olmecs,
I
but
brush once, twice a day.
the
Oh
Maya
my
start
god.
rising into the height of their society at around the time the Olmecs end, and there's almost not really any continuation of Olmec society. So we have nobody telling us who the Olmecs were. In the same way that the Greeks
I could
tell
just
us who
like
the
it's just
Egyptians were,
another
we
step
have
in this
nobody,
like
no
decay of
Aztecs,
society that
no
we're
Maya
living in.
people telling us anything about the Olmecs.
My
We don't
fucking
know what they
stash,
called themselves. We don't
like
know
a
what they
modern day
believed, we
fucking
don't know
like
what their religion was.
Black
We don't
David,
know- we don't
with
understand
his
their
fucking strength and
iconography. We don't
physique
know
and
where
these
they got the
fucking
ability
people with this
to
terrible
quarry,
breath, fucking
transport,
just like
lift and move these huge megalithic heads, and there's more than just the heads, but we'll get into that. We know almost nothing about them because when their civilization ends, essentially we are
Yeah, buddy,
cut
I floss
off
every day.
from knowing
I love
anything
it.
about them. And so they're literally a lost civilization. We don't even know their name.
You don't even know how old they are.
So when they excavate and carbon date bones that they find at some Olmec cities, they think that the first major Olmec city was a site called San Lorenzo. San Lorenzo in Veracruz,
Where's
Mexico,
the floss yet?
is
No.
one of the I guess what is there now 7 fertile crescents.
No
in
idea what
each
that is.
world. It's one of the 7 places in the world that civilization began on its own. You know,
Is it
started there.
spiked?
And
Quote, unquote.
Like
Quote,
alcohol
unquote.
spiked
Yeah.
floss? Haha.
So you know, I think that the others. I don't know
Really
if I can call
interesting.
them all off the top of my head, but you have.
So it's
yeah,
like
you
floss,
have
but it's
Egypt,
twisted.
You have
Interesting.
Mesopotamia. You have India.
China.
You have China. You have Turkey. You have Peru, and you have San Lorenzo, where the Olmecs were at. There are others, I'm sure, but those are the big 7.
How about Africa?
I hope I wasn't an
Yeah,
ass to
Egypt.
khakis
Egypt
when he was here.
So Egypt is the first recognized like.
I don't know if he's still here.
civilization, You know,
I wasn't
what
trying
is
to be an
civilization?
ass.
But that's what they call it, the Fertile Crescent of major civilization.
I don't have a
major
problem with
cities
Lord of
to
the
be
Rings.
built.
I really don't. It's just not my favorite movie.
Yeah, San Lorenzo is one of these, and I think it's the most recent of the 7 Fertile Crescents. So they put the rise of San Lorenzo at about 1600 BC, and which is 3,600 years ago, which is more recent than quite considerably more recent than any of the others. I mean, Egypt.
India.
Yeah, I mean, India is like 4,000, 5,000 BC.
And that's an estimate because they say the Vedic texts could go back 9 to 10,000.
Like, why?
Yeah, absolutely. So they think that the Olmecs are around 1600
why?
BC is
Like,
when
fuck
it begins, and that it, for whatever reason, falls off at around 400 BC. But Olmec studies are so hazy and you can't really get any defined dates no matter how hard you look. There's a monument called Monument 19, and it's housed in the Mexico Museum of Anthropology, and it's about this big, maybe 2 or 3 feet tall, 2 or 3 feet wide, and it depicts an Olmec man being carried in this flying serpent with a rattlesnake tail with this dragon-looking head. And the Olmec man is riding inside or being carried by the serpent while he's holding one of those handbags that you see in other cultures in the world. And
I apologize.
if you try to find a concrete date for that, they'll say, well, this was probably carved between 1200 and 400 BC.
And that's being pulled right out of the buttocks?
All they can do is look at the city that it was found, which that site is Levento. So you have 3 main Olmec cities. You have San Lorenzo, Tres Zapotes, and Levento. Or maybe it's San Lorenzo, Levento, and then Tres Zapotes. And they find it at Levento, but you can't carve and date stone. So all they can do is look around at the little biological material found in the area. And a lot of
Lukacs is
bone
Jonathan
stones
Baron, right?
in the acidic soil there. So, you know, you barely
Sorry if I
see, like,
mispronounced your
3,000
name,
years later,
brother.
Not even bone is left. It's just sand.
That's why I'm saying it, so we can learn how to pronounce it.
In certain conditions,
Jonathan
they're able to
Baron,
find
right?
People that are buried
I don't know if you're
there,
still here.
They carbon date the bones, and some people are 1200 BC, some people are 400 BC. So they're like, oh well, this monument, I guess it comes from somewhere in these 2 time periods.
Or it
That's
could
it.
be past, or it could be older from
Or
bones.
it could be older. There's no kind of what we were saying. Kind of what I was saying about Egypt is when you push those
Like, it's
dates
just so
back.
dumb, bros.
Well, the thing is, limestone is tender. It can be eroded. You know, it's easy to erode limestone as compared to basalt. Basalt can be 9,000 years old and get rained on every day and look the same. So, we have no idea how old the Olmecs are. We don't even know their name. We know nothing about them. So
They are the mystery of Mesoamerica. One of the big mysteries.
Yeah. I mean, they're like the elephant in the room for Mesoamerica. You know, there are other things. There's a lot of strange things in the Maya and the Aztec world, but the Olmecs,
Thanks, bro.
you see so many mysteries. And
I'll check it out
you
in
see
a
a
little
lot
bit.
of the same mysteries in the Olmec world that you do in the Egyptian world. Oh gosh. Olmec headdresses also have snakes coming off the top of them. They Olmec headdresses also have. So the Egyptian hedget, which you have the white crown and the red crown of ancient Egypt, and there's one it's angled up in the back, and the front, the forehead kind of curls back against it, and then you'll have a serpent coming out of it. That exact headdress is depicted on Olmec monuments. The exact same thing. What I will say is that the Olmecs and the Egyptians probably did exist at the same time. You can't prove that they knew about each other, but it's just interesting that their headdresses look exactly the same. And they transported similar-sized, 50-ton monuments down rivers in a way that hasn't been explained before. We haven't been able to prove that these Egyptian river rafts were able to carry these, 50-ton Aswan granite blocks up and down the Nile River, in much in the same way we haven't been able to prove that Olmec Balsa river rafts are able to carry 50-ton Olmec heads up and down the Quetzalcoatl rivers from the Tuxtla Mountains, which is 100 kilometers away.
We are in a time of great change, and humanity is awakening more and more every day. Mankind needs insights on what is happening to all of us. That is why I'm inviting you to Wisdom from Beyond, a 6-day virtual summit designed to awaken your soul. Experience over 9 hours of soul-expanding channeling sessions led by 6 of the world's most esteemed channelers. Connect with the divine, receive sacred insights, and transform your journey by asking questions directly to the channelers themselves. This is more than just a summit. It is your gateway to understanding the profound shifts happening within and around all of us. Plus, when you sign up, you receive exclusive bonus content to deepen your spiritual exploration. Join us and step into the extraordinary. And how did they even craft these?
We really don't have much archaeological evidence of their tools. They think that they were using hand chipping blocks, so it's kind of like a hand axe. You have a smooth side and you have a more angled side, and you would hit against the block and chip it away. And
but those things from the Olmec heads that I've seen, it's fairly smooth.
They're very smooth.
But that's a hard rock as well, correct?
Yeah, basalt. I don't know where it is on the Mohs scale, but it isn't that far behind granite.
It's a solid piece of, it's not what limestone's hard too, right? Or no?
Limestone is not that hard. I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of. I think limestone is like a 4, and granite is like a 9, 8, 9.
Oh, so
diorite is up there.
So basalt is not too far.
Basalt is not that far behind granite. Yeah.
Right. So it's a hard.
So it's like twice as hard as limestone.
Exactly. So in other words, a couple pieces of copper tools are not gonna knock this down.
Yeah, and I don't think it wasn't copper. I think that they attribute the Olmecs to flint.
Oh, the flint. Well, the flint is pretty powerful.
Yeah. Well, it can be, but
it can be, but it's still not. Not to get the kind of accuracy that.
Oh man,
these guys.
There's some Olmec monuments that are the cuts are amazing.
I know in the some of the Egyptian statues that were created, the precision of one side of the face.
I know. I want the alarm to go off because I don't have the key card. That's why I took forever there.
To do by hand. It's literally impossible. It had to be.
Oh, I do have it. It's fine.
Is the Olmec head similar?
Wow. No fucking way. What is that time?
I mean,
I can't believe it survived that 154.
Whatever. That's gonna be our bunker 2 00 run today. I guess I did have the key. I guess my best. I could probably go for sub 140 something. Not right now. 154.
It'd be like if I drew a caricature of you.
Probably play jungle now.
Much in the same way
Get the body armors.
Like, have you ever gone to the
this is fun, guys.
Or like the
fun.
Gaylord, and they have an artist there who will draw you.
Bunker 2 00 154.
So it's like a Pixar. Let's say everyone's drawn like Pixar.
Sure. That's what the Egyptians were doing.
It's their Pixar.
It's this idealistic version of what they look like. But they also have, the Egyptians sometimes have artwork. And we know that's true because the Egyptians also have artwork sometimes that's not idealistic, and it shows you literally exactly what the person looked like, and it's not as flattering as the traditional stoic Egyptian statues,
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work.
Same mystery as the vases, same mystery as the pyramids. I mean,
it's just that's another mystery. But even with the Olmec heads, there might not be the precision, but the
So the Olmec heads, what I was getting at here is they are not idealistic, so they're not going to be symmetrical. It is an exact portrait of what that person looked like.
So that's what they look like.
Yes. Yeah. I've met people in Veracruz because there's the argument all the time that people think that the Olmec heads may represent African-looking people because they've got the big lips and they've got the wide noses like.
But no, it's some native
but
Mexicans,
yeah,
and South Americans. Absolutely.
look exactly
indigenous,
like that.
indigenous.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Switches
I
all
think
the
people in North America, well, it's funny, and it's only people in North America that theorize that in the United States.
Interesting dental floss,
They
brother.
say that
Interesting.
because they haven't traveled around Mexico. When you travel around Mexico, people that live in Mexico City look much different than people who live in the Yucatan, like in Merida.
Fair.
And then in the middle, I knocked on the door of an Olmec museum. A guy opens up the door. He was an Olmec. It was clear as day. He was like 6 feet tall, big face with big wide nose and big lips and big eyes.
Yeah, really.
And I was like, yep, okay, they live here.
I'm in the right place.
Yeah, I'm definitely in the right place. And I walk and I see a stone head that was just like him. And so
How many are there?
there are 17 known basalt heads. However, when I was in Veracruz a couple months ago, Dr. Barnhart and I, we walked into this museum. It's not even a museum, dude. It's a shed with a metal roof on top, just to protect the artifacts from getting rained on more. There were 3 more Olmec heads there that were limestone, and they were twice as big as any of the other Olmec heads.
The limestone.
But the limestone had eroded away because they've been sitting in the rain for 3,000 years. So it was like
It's a low
really
bar.
hard to make out the features. So we'd have to take photos of it and turn the contrast all the way up, or shine lights on the heads from certain angles to try to get the image to pop off because it was just gone. But with basalt, it was perfect. You know, you can see all the features of the people. Dude, the basalt heads are so amazing that they even carve the pupils and the corneas into the eyes.
I saw
It's
that. I've seen those. Yeah,
crazy.
And you're not doing that with a.
I don't see how you are.
I mean, because it's an amount of precision that's. Look, I mean, I saw the David in person, and the precision and the artistry in the David, and that's That's not granite. That's marble.
Marble, yeah.
Oh, have a
Marble's
KF7,
fairly
really?
Soft.
Oh
rock.
yeah. I think marble is softer than limestone.
I mean, it's a pretty soft rock. Where
Yeah.
You can mold it with
Yeah.
sandpaper, and
Yeah,
you
well,
know,
that's why they can make all that stuff look so good.
it looks so stunning. Exactly, but the Egyptians were doing things like that with the hardest rocks in the world, and even the Olmecs have a level of detail
Yeah, absolutely.
that is you need to respect.
Oh man, they've got
Wow,
some
so
crazy
fucking
looking
terrible.
heads. We went to 3 of these museums that, like I was saying, they're not museums. They're just sheds with a roof on top, and I mean, you pay a little bit of money to walk in. They open up the door for you, and there's monuments and megalithic statues in there that you're not gonna see no matter how deep you search on the internet. They're just statues that people have put in here to protect it from the rain. And one of them was a basalt bird, but the head was cut off. I don't know how the head got cut off because this bird was
I don't think I ever have,
4
buddy.
feet long and 3
Oh,
feet
5.
wide and 3 feet.
I think it's a PV. I'm gonna play one more time.
And in the wings, like the feathers of the bird were cut into
Surface
the rock.
2, Secret Agent
And
205.
This is basalt. And the claws and the feet of the bird that the statue was sitting
Pizza's really
on,
good. Nice, buddy.
the bird's feet were carved into the rock, and the claws were carved into the rock. It was beyond anything. I wish the head was on there so you could see it, but it was beyond all of the Olmec heads. It was more intricate than that, and that was just one. There was also I also saw a sphinx in the Olmec world. It's probably a jaguar, but it's sitting in the exact same position as the Sphinx of Egypt. The tail goes around the same side, except the only difference is the 2 paws that are out in the front are going up to the head, and the paws turn into human hands with claws on the end. And it's ripping its own head in half. And so half of it is this Olmec style, this very Olmec style head, and the other half is like, it looks like erosion the first time you see it, and then when you talk to somebody who's a geologist, they're like, no, that's not erosion.
Oh,
They
come
carved it
on,
to
man.
look
What
like
the fuck
that."
is
And
this
it's
stupid
actually,
fucking
it looks,
game?
they carved the basalt to look like smoke billowing out of the head. And it's bizarre, man. And I hadn't seen anything like that, and you're never gonna find that on the internet. It just blew my mind. I mean, so when you talk about precision, it may not be symmetry or proportions in the same way that the Egyptians are doing it. Dude,
But they were on another level.
the statues in Egypt, just imagine a statue of somebody ripping their own head in half and half of the head that's carved out of stone is turning into is smoke.
In marble.
It's on another level.
Fine.
In marble.
Yeah, in marble.
Terrible,
it'd be
but it's
difficult, and they're doing
fine.
this in basalt. So it's
And this is again in a time period that we just can't. We have
No.
I mean, yeah, we don't know anything about these
Let me
people.
ask you because is there any connection with the Atlantean story and Mesoamerica?
Fucking terrible.
Is there any connection at all with any other ancient civilization, far ancient, like pre-Younger Dryas,
Wow, insane.
civilizations
Insane,
that are
isn't it?
connected to that area? Well, it is
204.
kind of very. I mean,
Talk
that's
about the
one of reasons
one
why
at the
America's America.
cafeteria.
No natural, you know. We don't
No,
have
dude, I have
Germany,
not.
France, and
Yeah.
Spain, trying to take over us all the time. We have
Surface.
oceans protecting us, so it's
Secret
pretty
Agent
isolated.
204.
It is.
All of North and South America, so from the rest of the continent. So, is there any story that connects it to?
There are some places where
Thanks, buddy. I'll look out
people
for it.
are trying to see or think that there may be a connection. I'll try to go into those. So one of the things that Graham Hancock has popularized is what I was talking about on La Venta Monument.
I'll keep my eye
19,
out for
you
my
see the
friend.
little handbag on the Olmec person. He is holding a handbag that is exactly the same as the handbags you see in Mesopotamia. So I think you see one in Syria or Assyria.
The Sumerians. The
Yeah, then you
Sumerians
see
have
one
it.
in the Sumerian world, and so
Egypt too. A ton of Egypt.
yeah, I think I've seen some in Egypt, maybe, but when you look at it, definitely to the Middle Eastern handbags, I mean, there's even a lip on the handbag at the very top where the handles connect, and they're roughly the same size as well, proportionately. And so Graham Hancock has theorized, what if there was a civilization,
Take it.
like a department of people going around and bringing civilization and knowledge of how to build cities to different cultures.
Which is there's that story of Atlantis.
There's that sort of Atlantis story. And so it's tough when you're talking about Atlantis because it is become so
It's
ubiquitous with
all-encompassing.
everything. Yeah. I mean, Atlantis is kind of a compass word. Like, if we're going, an academic would rebuttal that by saying, are you talking about Atlantis in Plato's
Come on,
dialogues?
man.
Because there is nothing mentioning the
It's
New World
over.
in that. It's like, okay, well, we're talking about the.
I like
Bronze
OC up
Age,
there.
the
This is
Greeks
not
coming
pace.
together. Atlantis has kind of become the umbrella.
I'm still trying to figure out what's the
all of
best
this.
gun to have out.
That's really the only thing in Central America. The Maya
Like,
seem to
fuck
be
yes.
pretty isolated. I mean, they say that the Olmecs are Mesoamerica's mother culture, which may be true, but the Maya really aren't influenced that much by the Olmec.
I'm
There
just so
seems
bad,
to be
guys.
a separation. Like the Olmec die
Just a
off,
terrible
and then
player.
the Maya begin, and there's not a lot of connection between them.
Well, let me ask you this. This is a deeper question in regards to just civilization in general. If it's the mother
Oh,
civilization,
come on,
the
man.
Olmecs are the oldest, let's say, for argument's sake, the oldest civilization in Mesoamerica. How the hell did they start, and why didn't they start 5,000 years earlier? If there were humans. If there were humans around,
Yeah, right.
what happened, 3,100 years ago? or
Yeah,
whatever it
yeah.
is, that they all of a sudden said, let's carve some rocks.
Yeah. So I think maybe we touched on this briefly in the last episode when we were talking about, at the end of the Ice Age, a lot of the megafauna and the big species in North America die off. Well, after that period, it seems like North America, which arguably the Olmec heartland is like at the bottom of North America, right before you get to Guatemala. So, they think that possibly after that, civilization is
What,
allowed.
like
People
the
can
stupid
keep growing 'cause
fucking
they're not
piece
having
of
to
shit.
compete with these monsters that are
God, I
around
hate
and
this
hide
fucking
from
level.
all, but also, it's still another 9,000, 10,000 years before the Olmecs appear after the time of the Younger Dryas. That's a long time.
Correct.
And I don't know. I mean, I can tell you why the Olmecs in particular got started, but I can't really explain why it took 9,000 years for civilization to kick off. But so the Olmecs, they became powerful for the exact same reason that the Egyptians did. They had the main river system. So the Egyptians had the Nile, everyone else had the desert, and the Tigris and Euphrates River are not the Nile River. They're good rivers, but it's not the Nile. It doesn't produce the food that the Nile does. The Olmecs have the Quetzalcoatl River as well as 3 other rivers and their little tributaries, and they're able to produce the most fruitful maize farms in all of Mesoamerica. So they're corn kingpins, you know. So they become insanely wealthy just like that as soon as mass production of corn begins.
When you say wealthy, what do you mean by wealthy? Gold?
Not
Who are
gold.
they selling it to?
So you've
Like
got,
what? Like, come
you've got
on.
tribes all around the
Like, come
Olmec
on.
heartland. So you have the Olmec heartland here in Veracruz, but down to the southeast of them, you've got like the Proto-Maya, early Maya people before they're really building what we see as the Maya. Right south of them, you have the Zapotecs, early Proto-Zapotecs that are just trying to farm maize.
And who are they? Are they going to become the Aztecs, or there's somebody else?
No, Zapotecs are just their own people,
And they die off.
They build the city of Monte Alban, which is, you know, it's popular. It's like I think it's a popular restaurant now. But they build the city of Monte Alban, and they're one of the civilizations that invent writing in Mesoamerica, and they flourish up until about 800 AD. But at the time that the Olmecs are around, the Zapotecs really haven't gotten started. They're living in like little earthen mounds farming, you know, but they're not farming it the way the Olmecs are. To the west of the Olmecs, you have the pre-Teotihuacan civilization. So, you know, the Pyramid of the Sun, the Moon, the Temple of Quetzalcoatl in Mexico City. You have the pre-Teotihuacan civilization.
Aren't those the Mayans or the Aztecs? Those are the Aztecs?
No, they disappeared before the Aztecs arrived. The Aztecs are still in what is the modern day United States. They're somewhere, we don't know where they came from, which is interesting. They say that they come from a place called Aztlan.
Which is?
We don't know. We have no idea where Aztlan was. They think that it was possibly in Utah or Nevada or Colorado. Yeah, but they were kicked out. According to them, they were kicked out about 150 years before they really take over Mexico. So they're not from Mexico. They're from somewhere in what we consider the United States. So the Aztecs aren't even around yet. So
the Aztecs are Mormon because they're coming from
Utah. Yep, yeah, basically, and yeah, very different from the Mormons.
The Mormon Aztecs. Have you not heard of the Mormon Aztecs?
Yeah. And so yeah, you got all these proto super ancient. You got the ancestors of all of our classic Mesoamerican civilizations living around the Olmecs, but the Olmecs are taking off because they've got all the corn.
No.
So when I say that they're
Why,
rich,
man?
they are probably, we can't even prove this, but they are probably because there's not a currency, right? They're just trading goods. They're probably trading a lot of their corn for things like jade, you know, and jade was gold to Mesoamericans. That's what they deemed as the most valuable metal. There is gold in Mesoamerica. It's very deep in the ground and hard to get to. So yeah, they were rich in jade. They were rich in stone. They probably, I don't know, in exchange for all of this corn and food they were producing, they probably had other people go get the stones for them, and they taught them how to move them all, but they're employing these people. Maybe, you know, that's probably how their economy was set up. But they're rich in that sense. And so that's why they're able to build this giant, I think it's like a 200-ton pyramid, 200,000-ton pyramid at the site of La Venta. And it's the America's first pyramid, as far as we know. And this is they're
Chichen Itza.
way
all that stuff. So let me ask you then, with that pyramid and with all the pyramids that in Mesoamerica, I've been to Chichen Itza, Tulum, and a couple other places. When you're at the observatory in the Chichen Itza site, or at Chichen Itza itself, the precision that those things are built in is no joke. It's no joke. I mean, people are like, oh, you know, it's not the Great Pyramid. They're different. They're completely different things. I know it's not nearly as big. I think isn't the Pyramid of the Sun exactly half the height
of the Great Pyramid,
but has twice the base or the same amount of base?
Same base, half the height.
Okay, something like that.
I think so. Yeah.
But exact though.
Yeah.
Like it's an exact number. Like it's half exactly.
Yep.
Coincidence, as it always. There's a lot of coincidence in the ancient world, apparently.
Speaking of that, I have wondered if, I don't think it's a coincidence, but I have wondered sometimes if the methods the methods that become available to ancient people. Were,
No.
taking these psychedelics. opening up
Why,
their minds
man? Like,
to-
where'd he come from, man?
I don't even know, levels of consciousness that provide them with the ability to produce, mathematical equations and figure out the stars. Because Mesoamericans are astronomers.
Big time.
Come
And I've
on, man.
always
Like, where'd he
wondered-
come
they're
from,
the
bro?
world's- they were the ancient world's greatest astronomers. They were not eclipsed by anybody else in the world. By far, the Maya were the greatest astronomers in the ancient world.
I mean, I was at that
Yeah, yeah.
observatory in Chichen Itza. I was like,
And-
there's an observatory?
Yeah,
Like,
oh,
it's
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. And so I have wondered if, when they built Teotihuacan, which the Maya didn't build Teotihuacan, but still Mesoamerican civilization, they all share that kind of knowledge. It's like the Greeks, all the Greeks in Athens knew how to read the stars the same way that the Spartans did, but they didn't really get along. But they subscribed to the same overall beliefs and the same gods. You get what I'm saying? And so I have always wondered if the means by which they had the knowledge to construct Teotihuacan, if it was inevitable that it was going to be exactly the same base and exactly the height. So whatever means by which they're accessing something similar to what the Egyptians are accessing. So it is evidence that they're both tapping into the same thing because it was inevitable that it would be that way. If that makes any kind of sense at all.
It does. I mean, it's just the coincidence of it being half the size.
Yeah.
Like accurately half the size.
Well,
Can't
and
make any sense.
here's another thing that you can add on to that is, so have you ever seen from a bird's eye view straight down on top of the Giza plateau, you've got Khufu, you've got the three great pyramids, two of them are perfectly aligned and the third one is just a little bit off. Okay, and how that aligns to the constellation of Osiris, or what we consider to be Orion. Well, Teotihuacan, the pyramid of the sun, I think is the one that's the same base and half the height. Though the pyramid of the sun and the pyramid of the moon and the temple of Quetzalcoatl is the same alignment to Orion. They are set up just like this, 1, 2, and then the third one is off to the side just a little bit.
So then creating, which again, when I ask any mainstream archaeologist this question, like, oink-a-dink, like it makes no sense. But we always, what you said in the last conversation we had, which is still, I think, one of the best theories I've heard about this, is that everybody on the planet, all these civilizations, they were all high on some sort of psychedelics. And that's historical fact.
That's historical, yeah.
That's historical fact. Everyone was either doing ayahuasca
Oh,
or mushrooms or licking the toad or whatever it is in their opium.
I think a lot of people, when you bring up psychedelics, they kind of roll their eyes. Academics do this, and then we also have this. We have this ingrained thing in modern American culture where we're like, oh, drugs. No,
it's the Judeo-Christian mentality that came over.
The Christians were doing
Oh, come on.
in the first
Like, what?
centuries
Are you
AD.
serious?
Like up until 400 AD, the Christian cults were heavily involved in psychedelics. So it's
The
just
Gnostics and
it is
all
a historical fact, whether we like it or not, that all ancient cultures
How about
had
that ending?
religious cults that were heavily involved and heavily influenced by
29.
psychedelics. Nobody can deny it. It's a fact.
I mean, the Oracle at Delphi.
Yeah. The Oracle at Siwa. There was one in Egypt as well.
Yeah, they were obviously
Bunker
high.
100-129.
They were connecting into something and channeling something and so on and so on. But
Should we play this
that
again?
idea
No,
that
maybe I
all
think we
these
should just
cultures
try
were
keep going other
all
levels.
opening
We got
doors
pretty lucky on that
to
run.
the same location, which is the next level of consciousness.
That right there is my Atlantis.
That-
That's what I
Statue.
think is happening.
That makes the most sense to me from the point of view that I come from, which is a spiritual standpoint of consciousness. That psychedelics do that. They allow you to bypass a lot of work that the yogis might be doing in meditation, and it opens up doors that you might not be ready for. That's why a lot of people go crazy if they take a psychedelic. And a lot of people back then, can you imagine walking in and all of a sudden you walk up and, I had a friend of mine who took some LSD, took a lot of it actually, in the 60s. And when he got there, after his whole body was deconstructed and he went into another realm, he went all the way to the edge of the universe where there was a creature, a being, who turned to him and goes, "What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here." Yeah. And left. And he got slammed back into his body. Imagine that. Oh, and he did it again, by the way, years later. and he got back to the same place. And the guy's, I told you, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
He got it was fascinating. He's an Oscar winner, by the way. Now, with the movies he did. But imagine we're going into a psychedelic experience with the knowledge and experience that we have now. Can you imagine a tribesman somewhere in the Amazon who took a little something and got thrown into that? It's absolutely mind-blowing. But to be able to come back with some of that knowledge, some of that information, to be able to do the things that it did, because I mean, when I was standing in front of Chichen Itza, I'm looking at it, I'm like, there's no way. I don't understand the accuracy. You know, the clap thing, the clap thing on the stairs.
Yeah.
Come on, man. That's crazy.
No, not double O.
I think that.
Come on, man.
Well, there's two things about Chichen Itza that archaeologists tend to, it's probably just coincidence. One of them is the clap. But it's not just the Chichen Itza. You can see that at other Maya sites in particular, and they say that it mimics the call of the Quetzal bird. The other thing about that is that, I'm sure you've seen this before, and maybe you're even there when it was happening, but on the spring equinox.
Oh yeah.
You'll see. There's
the stairs turning.
Yeah. The staircase. There is a kind of a rail that goes up, or a little wall that goes up that supports the staircase, and the walls of the staircases pop off of the
and there's
steps
a
of the
there's
pyramid.
a snake head.
And there's a snake head at the bottom. There's also a snake head at the top too, and so when the sun is rising and when it's setting on the spring equinox, and it happens before the equinox and right after the equinox too. I think it's a cycle of like 10 days that you can see this effect, but on the equinox it's the most vivid. And so when it's setting, the steps that come off the side of the pyramid project onto the staircase, the wall that juts out from the pyramid that connecting or supporting the staircase, and you can see the undulating serpent going down the pyramid. And I swear archaeologists say, well, it's just a coincidence with the orientation.
You could throw a monkey.
But why say that? Like, okay, we don't know anything really about the Maya. We only just in the last 50 years deciphered Maya hieroglyphics, to the point that we can start reading everything. And they were the ancient world's greatest astronomers. If anybody that existed in antiquity could do this, it was the Maya.
And is there literally academia that's saying, people in academia saying,
the vast majority, actually.
that was a coincidence?
I would say the vast majority of Mesoamerican archaeologists think that.
So eventually what you're saying is that you could throw a monkey and a typewriter in a room, and eventually they're going to write at one point or another, that monkey's going to write the Godfather.
Yeah.
It's eventually going to just pump out War and Peace.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Just by time. So that's the equivalent of like, maybe. Yeah. Look what we did. On this exact date, every year, we get this snake. And we also built the head of the... That is such a stupid...
we were also the ancient world's greatest astronomers. But
on top of that. And it's about astronomy. Don't worry about that. That's the problem I have with mainstream academia when it comes to all this stuff, is that they are not open to other people's ideas. And it could be because they're selling textbooks and they don't want to rewrite them. Or it could be that they are so ingrained in what they've been taught that they can't open themselves up to other ideas that might disprove what they've done. It's the same thing in physics, and quantum physics has been in purgatory up until recent years. It's been around for over 100 years.
I think that there's also a trend now with, you have people, I guess like myself, who build your own platform, and I'm able to express my views online.
And whoever's louder gets the most.
Sure. Whoever's louder, whoever's story is interesting, gets the most clicks, this, that, and the other. And I think that there is now a knee-jerk reaction by academics who know that if somebody's hypothesizing something that's been mentioned by Graham Hancock, when Graham Hancock is saying, well, look at all the amazing things in the ancient world that are still mysteries, this, that, and the other. This academic has heard Graham Hancock mention this before.
Randall Carson.
They hear someone else mention it, and they go, no, well, that's probably not true. Actually, that's just actually a coincidence. They want to be like antithetical and
the contrarian.
Yeah, they want to be contrarian, and I am seeing that all the time now, and I almost think that this old guard is still there, it's dying off, and the new guard are people who are just trying to be contrarian. You know, because Graham Hancock gets all these clicks talking about ancient mysteries, so they're trying to basically kill the mystery, and you know, and they're not trying to they're trying to kill people's wonder in the ancient world, is what I should say.
Which is not going away. If
No,
these
it's not
shows,
going away.
if these episodes that we're having are any indication, people are starving for this stuff. I mean, Ancient Aliens has been on for 18 seasons. You know, I mean, it's forever.
Yeah.
I wanted to touch upon that before we dive into the lost cities. The ancient alien hypothesis, which basically has its origins from the and please correct me if I'm wrong, from the Sumerian stories of the Anunnaki coming in, and there is historical fact for this story,
Sure.
to be around.
Yeah.
And then you could also go over the Bhagavad Gita too, and there's a lot of conversations about, you know, that as well, flying machine, nuclear weapons, in that story as well. And people were like, well, you know, they were just telling stories. I go, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you carve something into stone, it's generally not a story. If you're carving something into stone, it's not like you and me, like, you know what, let's talk about the Jedi. Yeah. It's a lot of work to do something like that. It's not like you and me writing something down and you can just tell a story. There's some sort of historical fact for this. And there's also, to my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of the major ancient civilizations have some sort of sky gods, some sort of, you know, other person, other being coming down and bestowing knowledge and helping them raise civilization.
Yeah, a pantheon.
Throughout the world. I can't believe that's coincidence. I'm not going to sit here and we're not going to talk about UFOs showing up and doing this. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Anunnaki, on the basis of historically where they're found, and how it also affects Mesoamerica as well.
So the Anunnaki, you know, I mean, that's Middle Eastern history.
Sumerian, right?
Yeah. It's not really my forte, but you know, I do know that the Anunnaki are the basis and inspiration for a lot of other religions.
Pretty good.
Deities as well, and other religions' pantheons.
Secret Agent 144. It's pretty good.
I believe that the Epic of Gilgamesh comes from. Yeah, and you know, the Epic of Gilgamesh seemingly inspires Noah's Ark.
Yeah, it has a flood story in it. It's the first time the flood story ever shows.
Aztec Secret Agent 144.
I have no doubt that the influence of Anunnaki, whatever that story really is, and whatever the actual history behind it is, permeated all of Mediterranean history. You know, they're here on the Mediterranean, and
that story, that idea started.
Yeah, they encompasses the Mediterranean world, and all the way up to the point that it influences Judeo-Christian religion. At least, you know, the earliest texts of Judeo-Christian religion. Furthermore, you know, we don't really see. I guess there are parallels in the same way that you have elemental gods in Mesoamerica. You know, you've got the wind god, you've got the sky god, you've got the god of the rain, you got the god of the mountain, you've got the god of the underworld. You have these elemental beings, and I don't really think that that's a coincidence. Again, I think that where people are probably deriving these things from, whether or not, you know, human beings are all designed genetically similarly, so that when you take these psychedelics, we're all going to envision certain things, or whether what people are seeing is really there or not. Obviously I can't answer that, but they are, even on opposite sides of the world, thousands of years apart, people are creating the same deities. They're creating the same elemental beings, and so I think that they're being influenced by the same things. That's I don't think it is a literal culture coming there and bringing them the knowledge of these gods. No. I think they're learning about them in their own way, and it's pretty obvious that they're tapping into a similar source when you look at all the similarities between the pantheon of gods.
And when you look at the Bhagavad Gita, I mean, the stories of, I mean, the blue-skinned gods, you know, that came down, flying machines, nuclear weapons, laser weapons. Talking about this 6,000 years ago, you know, and probably older depending on how far back you think the Vedic texts go. That doesn't have a direct relationship to the Anunnaki, but it's in the same
It seems to be similar.
Well, a sky god.
Yeah.
Gods coming from the sky kind of vibe.
Oh, the Olmecs have the same thing.
Well, yeah, and isn't the Maya? Isn't that very famous? I have it. Where is it? It's somewhere here. There it is.
6. I think it's
Oh,
my
is that
PB.
Pakal?
Shit.
Yeah.
Whatever, we're not gonna keep playing
Oh, you
that.
went to Palenque?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
So,
What
when
are we
I was-
gonna play?
That's the top of his
Sarcophagus.
sarcophagus, correct?
Mhm.
Isn't that like supposed to be a spaceship? I mean,
Well,
no, I'm asking.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
asking,
yeah.
I'm
No,
asking.
no. The traditional idea is that he is being, if you look at it, there's a monster underneath him. That's a, yeah. So if you look at him, please tell show it here. So if you look at it right here, you've got the monster of the underworld. This is his jaws, and it looks like he's reaching up and he's grabbing Pakal.
Mhm.
And the idea is that you can see his sash kind of moving right here, and the idea is that he is either moving up and being pulled down, or he's being pulled down into the underworld, and he's underneath the tree of life, which is kind of like a cross.
Sure.
And there's so much
So
more.
there's a lot of stuff going on.
But the idea is that
Holy fuck me,
like
man.
Hades.
Like, what is this
essentially
level,
is
dude?
grabbing him and pulling him into the underworld while he's also looking up and being pulled down. That's the
That's
traditional
tradition.
idea.
Now,
yeah.
what is the Graham Hancock spaceship
Yeah,
model
yeah,
of the same image? I just want to know
Yeah.
what you think.
I'm not 100% sure. I think if you turn it to the side,
Yeah,
Look,
it
what?
looks like a rocket ship.
yeah, it looks.
It looks like he's inside of.
It
a
looks
rocket.
like he's inside of a rocket, like on a like a bike stool.
Yeah, and
turning
like that.
knobs. I can see
You
that.
can see it. I can see it too.
Yeah, I mean that it's not what I believe, but it's
Sure.
it's an interesting story. Gosh, and it's funny even right here. It looks
There's
like
fire.
there's a little fire of nitro boosters
Oh,
coming out of
yeah.
there.
There's no doubt about it. There's something there. It's fascinating, and I agree. I'm not sure if there's a rocket ship on there or
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
But it's interesting to start to go down the storyline of this and to see where this is. Because, again, there's so many cultures around the world that talk about sky gods or some other being coming down to bestow knowledge
Come on, man.
to them.
Yeah.
Throughout and it's Mesoamerica is no different. And the Native America. The Native Americans, no different. So it's interesting why that is. Why would we need, is it because we have a need to have a God above us to come down and, we're just followers, something like that? Yeah. Followers and put it back. Why do you think that it permeates throughout the world in every culture, Japanese, Asian, everywhere?
Yeah, I wonder if it's just the inevitable. It's just the inevitable route that humanity was always going to go down. There's no. I don't know, man. Maybe there's no reason for it other than.
I'm so done.
There's no reason
So
for it
dead.
other than that's the way it had to happen. If that makes sense, human beings had to be exposed to something, or that somebody eventually took two plants, put them together, and ate it, and you all of a sudden maybe that primitive mind.
No, like,
Here's
come
the other
on.
thing is when they tried to study the evolution of human beings, it seems
Tell
like
us Jones
there's
I
a
should be
missing
fixing
link
government
between,
asset.
like an earlier prehistoric human or
Neanderthal.
Homo sapien, yeah. And then what we are today, it seems like there's a little gap. And it makes sense to me as someone who's not like a microbiologist or a biologist or a doctor, but it makes sense to me that, who knows, maybe these early proto-humans are messing around with foraging these plants.
Let's
put
try
things
Silo
together,
Secret Agent.
and then all of a sudden your IQ, like just people are taking psychedelics faster and faster and faster and faster. And your IQ is inflating and growing, and all of a sudden your genetics respond to that and change,
I mean, yeah, so I could understand there's that theory of psychedelics being the reason why there was this giant jump.
And that also connects to, have you ever heard of the serpent seed theory?
No.
Okay, I think this might be something that you and your audience will like. So I don't really, on my channels, I almost never talk about religion, Christianity. I'll say I am a Christian, but
I also am
think
playing this not without
Christianity
sound, so I don't know if
God
I pick
is
up a key
vastly
card or
different
not.
than people think, I think we have a very simplistic view of Yahweh, of the Bible. Of
They're
this,
twins.
Angry, jealous.
Bill
God.
Hicks.
Angry, jealous
Who's
God.
very insecure.
Oh
Sitting
yeah,
up on
I
a
think I
cloud-
know. I
sitting
think
up
I've
on a
seen that one
cloud,
before.
throwing lightning bolts at people,
Right.
and
And let's not even talk
Maybe
about what
they are
Jesus'
the same
teachings
person.
are.
sure,
It's
and,
been manipulated a little bit over the years.
yeah, and especially like as America has, the United States has run away with Christianity. You go to a church nowadays,
Yeah,
it is, these local niche, trendy Baptist churches
come on, man.
are not preaching or teaching or representing themselves the way that Christians in the first centuries AD were. It's just such a different religion.
Pre-Vatican.
Yeah.
Pre-Roman Catholic.
Yeah, and it's just, so anyways.
Oh my God.
But I
Why?
think that,
What? Really?
I think that
Come on,
this idea of human beings
Like, come on, bro.
taking a part of something, either
This
eating
level's-
something or
this
taking
level's
part in
terrible.
something that they maybe weren't necessarily supposed to, or is something that's only reserved for higher consciousness beings or higher beings. I think that is reflected in the story of Genesis with Adam and Eve. You have Adam, you have Adam, who I think is mankind. You have Eve, who I think is just woman.
Come on,
I'm
man.
sure that there were other men and women alive at that time too. And the Bible even tells men and women to be fruitful and multiply and have dominion over the earth before. Before Adam and Eve are being even mentioned, God tells them to be fruitful and multiply. But when she consumes of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and she looks at it, and I won't go all the way into it, but she looks at it and says it's pleasing to her eyes. She eats from it, and then she enjoys it. Her mind is like opened up. She convinces Adam to take part in it as well. And then when God comes down to the garden and he's walking amongst the garden, they appear, and he asks them,
Come on, man.
"Why are you covering yourselves with vines and clothing?" And they're like, "Oh, well, we were ashamed."
Get the
And they're
fucking
like, "Who told
body
you you
armor."
should be ashamed. And so they're like, "Oh, well, the serpent in the tree." And so I think that there's two ways that this goes. There's two ways that I think this goes. I think one, you have the literal
This is
serpent seed
terrible.
theory, which is that
This
the
might be
vast
PB.
majority of the times that the word fruit is mentioned in the Bible,
204?
it
What's
means
159?
a man or woman's sex organs. The vast majority of the time. And so I think that when Eve was looking on the serpent, who I don't really think is a serpent, I think according to the Bible, demonic people or fallen
Silo.
angels are just beautiful men. That's what they are. And she
159.
looked on him and saw that it was pleasing to the eye, and she was beguiled by him. Beguiled is a sexual term. So I think that long story short, they probably, did it with this serpent, who's really just probably a good-looking person, and probably she was impregnated by some kind of higher being, and so. There's a literal conversation between Yahweh and the serpent and Eve and Adam where this is very, very clear. But long story short, I think that either human beings, this is getting kind of mystical, are impregnated with the DNA of higher beings. That's why we have this innate sense of good and evil. That's why we have intuition, because we are higher beings. That's a whole other thing. Or there's just psychedelics out there, and somehow some woman had a relationship with God or whatever this higher being is, and he said all the food of the forest and all the foraging you want you can have, but these few plants, don't consume that. That is not for you. That's the knowledge of good and evil. She takes that, and then her mind is opened up. She has good and evil because she knows the knowledge of good and evil, because it's in the Bible, as soon as God finds out that men and women have taken part of this, he then turns around to the council that's in heaven, whoever these other beings are. I don't know.
Council.
Yeah, and
He's supposed to be the dude.
he says to them, "Behold, man has become like us, because she took part in this fruit, or this tree, or whatever."
So that I love that theory.
That's a whole rabbit hole.
It's definitely a deep rabbit hole
Yeah.
you can go down. I love the theory. I think it's a very interesting hypothesis of that. What I find interesting, and I heard this the other day, I'm not sure if I heard it on my show when I was talking, I heard it somewhere else, that humanity's, the DNA, this so-called junk DNA that we have, which makes no sense why we have junk DNA. But there is something called junk DNA that we have inside of us that no one really knows what it's for. It's just there. Because we could explain every other piece of our DNA except for this piece called junk DNA. And that there is literally caps on the top of our DNA strands that limit our aging. Like we have an expiration date, a built-in expiration date. This is science. This is not tinfoil hat. This is science that there is a cap on our age, because in all honesty, we should live forever. We generate a new
Stupid
skin
fucking
every
law.
few years, a new heart. Our cells die off and regenerate. So like Wolverine, we should arguably be regenerating ourselves basically until we want to stop. What causes the aging?
Yeah, it is interesting.
What is causing that? So that's one aspect to it, which then goes into the Anunnaki thing of our DNA being affected, which also goes into the theory that you were just saying.
As a side note, did you know that some reptiles don't age?
Exactly.
Like a crocodile does not age. It dies when it gets too big and it can't consume enough food or compete against other smaller, faster crocodiles. They can't get enough food, so it dies off from malnutrition. So it's weird. Some beings, like turtles, they have the same problem. They just get bigger and bigger and bigger, and they can't sustain themselves, so they die from malnutrition. It's interesting that some animals don't have an age factor, but we do.
Well, jellyfish, there's a jellyfish that lives forever.
Oh, is there really?
There's a literal jellyfish that regenerates itself constantly.
No way.
So it cannot die. It just doesn't die.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a specific brand. Oh, it's a brand. A specific kind or species of jellyfish. Specific brand of jellyfish that can regenerate itself on a constant level and live forever because it can't get too big like an alligator because of the kind of entity it is. So this idea of the Anunnaki coming in, doing genetic testing on us and getting us to where we are, which I'll get to in a second, where that theory goes. But it leans with what you were saying in regards to taking the psychedelics or going down the road. Something happened to our genetics. However we did it, something happened to our genetics that all of a sudden we just took off.
Yep.
Because we were weaker than the Neanderthals and not as well suited for the environment as the Neanderthals.
Come on, man. Come on. This
stronger,
fucking stupid. I
much
hate
stronger
this
than us,
fucking game.
bigger. They are built for this earth. We, on the other hand, today, if we are out in the sun too long, we burn.
Yeah.
Right? We get sick. How many animals in nature have colds?
Yeah.
Or flus? I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
You know, other than when we create some sort of crap like bird flu or something.
Yeah.
But in nature, have you ever heard of an elephant dying of flu or cancer? It's not a thing. So in nature, that's not, but we are. It doesn't seem like we are really suited for the planet, quote unquote, in the same way that a Neanderthal would have been, or how just the rest of the earth, the rest of the other creatures on this planet are. So the question is, what caused us to take a massive leap to the point where, I don't know how long the time period was from when we started to when the Neanderthals were gone, but it was quick. Like the Neanderthals got wiped out.
Oh, I forgot I had already off.
They're not the only one. There was like
fucking hell.
A bunch of different Homo erectus, Homo sapiens.
Yeah, I want to say maybe just less than 10.
Yeah, something like that, right? Yeah, of other kinds of off-breeds of us. But
Yo, Kozilak, we're reading your mind.
Neanderthal, bigger brains.
Yeah.
On top of it all. So what was it about us? What caused us to make this evolutionary jump in the span of very small amount, not hundreds of thousands of years, but like thousands of years, like quick.
I wonder if we were like, I wonder if we were just vastly more violent than all of the others.
But we weren't, but we didn't have the physicality. It was our brain.
Insane. The mainframe blew up. Insane.
Well, sure, yeah.
That's insane.
That's the only reason we can even survive and we're the apex predator is because of our brain. We can't fight a gorilla. Our brain can't.
I need fucking body armor though, bros.
Elephant. We can't fight a bear, but we're the apex predator.
I'm toast. I'm a dead man.
Because
is there body armor here, down here?
And yet, there was
no, I don't know where it is.
Cousin of ours.
Fuck me.
Maybe more. I'm not sure. I don't know about the others.
Is it down the other alley?
That had a bigger brain, had more strength than we did, was better suited for the environment than we
did. Yo, what's up, Jomo?
Yet, they didn't make it. So I don't think violence was the
thing.
What's
up, Elusive? How are you, bros?
Mentally we were more violent. But physically, we couldn't compete with the Neanderthal directly. Like, you and I can't go against a silverback.
Yeah.
They're, I think, was it 10 to 12 times as strong as us.
Oh, it's something
and they
crazy,
just eat leaves, by the way. That's a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
So it's the massive amount of power that these creatures have, but yet we dominate the entire planet through our own. So what was it that made us make this evolutionary jump? Could it have been psychedelics? Possibly with a rewind. I mean, that's a lot of psychedelics. And also, it could be a lot of psychedelics, but
I know I should just play 2. What I was doing before is I was doing the 2.x. If I'm actually gonna play this.
So that might maybe for some elites or some people who just got access to that, that makes sense. But for a species to jump,
Oh my god!
Doesn't hold.
You can see this 2.x strat.
As much for me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I guess.
Sup, Jomo, Kozalak, Elusive, thanks, bros.
Stating, I have no idea if that did happen. I don't think it was 10,000 years ago. It was probably maybe at a time where there weren't that many Homo sapiens, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah,
so,
at the time when there was millions of us, there was maybe 100,000 in the world, 50,000 in the world, 20,000.
Sure. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe it's something that was ubiquitous then.
Check out this strat, Elusive.
Maybe it was
and
small enough
Jomo
that,
and
like,
bros.
I took some. I gave it to my wife. We had a kid. That new kid has that new gene trait.
Yeah, he's pushed a little further.
And he's pushed a little further.
And who knows? I mean, these
genius.
Untapped genetics. These
God.
Pure
I'm just so terrible.
I wish that
I've got a lot of time off today though.
So that we could
on my time page. Okay, what's the strat gonna be?
Or a Neanderthal, just say, hey man, take this ayahuasca. Let's see what happens. And see how they react to that.
Oh, that was fucking clutch.
I'm just kind of
all the way off.
Nobody really knows. But what do you think?
What? I didn't get the body armor?
Honestly, the
Whoops.
alien theory.
I forgot you can't do that strat without the body armor. Sorry, guys. That was just a big waste of time.
It's pretty out there, I gotta say.
Forgot you gotta get the body armor.
Out there theory.
Well, I have to get the body armor.
It makes sense to me, even as a storyteller, as a filmmaker.
Sure.
It makes logical sense.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
That's why I stopped doing the farming. Cutscene farming because it was kind of moot.
On a species-wide level, something happened that we could make this giant jump. Now, we're also estimating, based on this conversation, that we've only been around for 100,000 years, or maybe 200,000 years.
I think 200 is like
the general thing, right? But no one is taking into account that maybe within those last 200,000 years, we've been reset a few times.
Yeah.
Like a younger Dryas every 10, 20,000 years. Yeah. And we just don't know it, or we don't remember it, and we don't have access to it.
I mean, one thing about that is, say there was a civilization that existed 150,000 years ago.
Pre-Atlantis.
And and say they built. Gosh, I mean, okay, so 150,000 years ago.
They built the temple. They built the
Yeah. 150,000 years ago, Florida is so much bigger than it is right now. So
it's a desert. Florida's a desert.
Yeah. So say Florida, on the coast of Florida, 150,000 years ago, there's a massive civilization built there that's housed, let's say 50,000 people, 100,000 people.
I fucked it up. I pushed A too soon.
And say that they have, in Florida, they have a bunch of trees, so they're building a lot of stuff out of wood. They're piling up dirt and making mounds. They don't really have the same kind of rocks to build big rock pyramids.
Coral.
They're coral.
Coral.
So even if they're building all of that, and over the course of 150,000 years, the coastline of Florida sinks, and all of that due to soil disposition. I mean, dude, the walls of Jericho the earliest walls are 8,000 years ago, and they are 45 to 60 feet under the ground, 8,000 years ago. Multiply that by 150 divided by 8. I don't know, whatever that is. But multiply it by that. How far down is the structure going to be that's 150 feet?
Fucked up again.
You're not finding it. I don't even know if any advance in technology would be able to locate a structure that's 150,000 years under the ground.
Well, how about in the ocean?
Yeah. Well, and now the ocean rises up. How are you? Yeah, there's no way.
But they just found that, like I said, in the last conversation, found that city on the coast of India. There's that city, or those ruins, those giant monolithic ruins in Japan under the ocean. There was obviously a city there.
Yeah. What was that city called? Yogi something?
Something. Yeah. But these are. There's so much that we don't know. Yeah. But so let's say there was a city 100,000 years ago. It's gone.
So the door is going to be
It's
closed,
it's
but
gone.
the screen
There's
will be blown up.
nothing left of it.
And I would venture to guess, there are some exceptions to this. Most of the time in the ancient world,
Oh wow, it's open.
your civilization is either built on a coastline or next to a river. You know?
But it's still to this day.
I mean, it takes a lot of ingenuity to build your civilization away from a river.
Wow,
You
insane.
know, the Maya did that, which is crazy that they did that. They carved giant holes in the ground to
That's
catch
pretty clutch.
rainwater.
Auto aim's off.
Crazy. They had these big tanks inside of mountains full of water. It's nuts.
Yeah, it rains a lot now.
Yeah. But you know, if there was civilizations 100,000 years ago, I would venture to say, just roll the dice. I'd say it's more likely that they were going to be coastline civilizations.
Come on,
And
man.
that is gone. You know,
The coastline's different. 100,000 years ago,
Yeah,
the coastline doesn't even look.
Hey!
I mean, the coastline is you and I would
Oh my
sail
God,
a mile
hey.
off of the beach, or a mile away from the beach into the ocean before we're on top of what would have been an ancient city.
We don't have to play this anymore
Maybe
for
20
today.
years, who knows?
Sure.
30 years, who knows?
So you're not recovering.
I think that's, and to be
15.
honest with you, I think that's by design.
You think so?
I think that's by grand design, you know, of
Depot 00115.
if you were going to get metaphysical in the universal
Nice. Like that strat?
standpoint of our evolutions of souls here. We're not supposed to
Ridiculous.
think that.
Terrible.
I don't think we're ready for it. But as we become more ready for it, these things are starting to pop up more. Much more than they did 50 years ago or 100 years ago. So this information is starting to pop up more and more. These conversations are starting to pop up more and more because we're more ready to accept these conversations. I say on the show all the time that a show like this wouldn't have made it 10 years ago in the same way because people weren't as interested in hearing about channels or psychics or ancient mysteries, not as the same way as they are now. They're rabid and getting more rabid internationally than they've ever been because they're looking for answers, and now the answers are starting to come up in all fields across the world. Things are starting to come up, but I think it's by design that we're not really supposed to know. If tomorrow we found archaeological proof that we've been around for 200,000 years, and there has been 20 advanced civilizations, and there is proof of all of it, and it's all laid out beautifully, what would that do to the psyche of the human race right now?
People will be having an existential crisis.
I mean, can you imagine? If there's been 20 other times, I'm just throwing that number out, every 10,000 years, we reset. And every 10,000 years, we move just a bit further. Sometimes we go back, sometimes we go further out. But let's say that's been the path for the last 200,000 years. And let's say, for argument's sake, that in 200,000 years ago, we were planted by aliens. I'm just throwing it out there. Screw it, why not? Anunnaki showed up and they planted us 200,000 years ago. And see what happens with us. And they're watching us somewhere. And they're seeing. Imagine if all of that information just showed up to you.
Come on,
And there's
man.
proof. You can't argue it. It's right there. It's there. Can you imagine? What would happen to humanity? The spiritual side
It would tear us apart.
It would
Yeah.
because we're not ready for that information.
And that's probably why they won't just come out and say aliens exist.
Even though they've been dancing around it forever, now with the UAFs and the UFOs and government agencies, I'm like, there's something going on. I don't know what's going on.
There's something happening.
There's something happening. You know, we're so kind of numb at this point that there's congressional hearings on UAFs.
Nobody cares.
And no one cared that there was a bunch of guys from the government saying, yeah, there's things in here,
Nice.
we don't know what they are.
Cool, man.
That was not that wasn't headline news.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, and
Appreciate
today
you
we're-
tuning in while you're walking. That's nice of you.
We're just so kind of like, kind of accepting of it. If that would have happened 50 years ago, or 100 years ago, can you imagine? Our heads would have exploded. We're ready for that kind
Come
of
on, man.
information.
That's
To
such
be
a
honest with you, I
scam.
think we're almost ready for something to show up. If something showed up tomorrow, we'd kind of be somewhat more prepared for it. I don't think we're there yet, but I think it would be interesting to see where we go. I think all of this is by design, man. Just like Einstein said, he goes, I don't believe in God, but man, this is not a coincidence.
Yeah.
There's an organizing.
I do feel like though that you have a large group of people, let's say in the first world that are, I guess, sort of mentally prepared for some being from another
Sure.
planet or wherever to show up. But
What? Why?
man, if that really did happen, world religion would just flip upside down. Like, I mean, you would see. I honestly think we would see war like never before. Something. I think that something would eventually happen because you have, well, how many religions would say that's a demon?
Come on, man.
And
This,
if an
this
alien
level
shows up,
sucks.
they're definitely more sophisticated than our own civilization. And then what happens if they try
I
to
haven't-
get
I haven't had
involved?
one,
How
like,
many people are
attempt
gonna
yet.
See it as that's the devil, and then rise
There
up.
is so the thing is this, and this is another thing a lot of people always have. A lot of people always ask me on comments and stuff. Do you think that
Come on, man.
an alien race is going to show up?
Fuck this.
Like independence.
Oh my god.
And to my understanding, from a spiritual standpoint, that's not possible to be done. I mean, this is a logical argument. You know why? Because to be able to access technology that can help you travel across the universe, you have to be at a level of consciousness that is so far beyond
Come on.
that you wouldn't be able to access.
Like what? What the
Yeah.
fuck is
Does
that?
that make sense?
I can see that.
Yeah, because we've been accessing this technology little by little by little, but there was a reason why Alexander the Great did not have a nuclear bomb.
He would have used it. Yeah.
We would have destroyed ourselves.
Yeah.
There's a reason why Rome didn't have machine guns, because they weren't ready. That consciousness of humanity wasn't ready for that kind of information. So, with that understanding, if you continue to evolve past to a certain level of consciousness, you will gain access to that kind of technology.
Yeah. And there's a reason.
Come
that
on,
it was the
man.
Manhattan
Like, this
Project that
fucking
invented the
level
nuclear bomb,
is so
and not
fucking
all of
stupid and
Adolf
shitty.
Hitler's scientists that he had.
Sorry,
And
guys.
Isn't that
Sorry.
amazing?
And
Like,
they were far ahead.
I mean, these guys.
I don't know what
these
goes
guys
through my
were
mind.
working
I'm
on
losing it.
trying to recreate or create UFOs, and they had the German, was it the Tiger tanks, and they had
Come on,
jets
man, like,
before
fuck
anybody
you.
else did.
Every
And they were
run,
working on
every run.
devastating bombs. I mean, they had the V2 rocket, and they were working on other stuff. It is a miracle
That Oppenheimer and gang.
it is a miracle that we created that. We weren't even on top of the world yet. We were still like under.
No, we
Britain.
started. America's rise to power really happened after World War II.
I don't
Exactly.
even. I
And so
care. Obviously, I
It
care.
is a miracle that the Allies created that bomb and not the Axis powers.
Exactly. Though there's probably another parallel reality where
Maybe so. But when you're saying that, as far as if there are beings from other worlds that if they have the ability of interplanetary
Come on,
travel,
man.
they're probably far beyond the idea.
Fucking first
of
run in
war
like
and just
15
eviscerating
minutes.
other
Come on.
civilizations. That also alludes to the fact that there's got to be a sense of morality and beings that are we have our reality here. There's something outside of it even greater.
Oh well, of course, and that's now we're talking about simulation theory. And,
Yeah.
And we're starting to get into the quantum physics of it, which I can go deep down that rabbit hole. But yeah, I mean, there's a definitely we're not it. This is definitely not it. This is in my opinion a simulation. This is a game. This is where we come down to learn our lessons. This is down to experience things. We are Mario playing, trying to save the princess, and we happen to be playing Mario, and we're learning these lessons as we go through the game. And just like you and I choose the path we want to go down, we as souls choose the path we want to go down in this life. It's just that this is a concept that's a very old spiritual idea of soul blueprints and soul plans, where we come down to choose the path that we want to walk, choose the struggles we want to walk. Because people are like, why would you want to choose a struggle? Because I don't know about you, but anytime I've struggled in my life, that's the one I've learned the most lessons. I never learn when I'm high, like up top when I'm winning. You don't learn when you're winning. You learn when you lose.
Yeah.
You learn when you have adversity. You learn when Darth Vader is in front of you, not when it's smooth sailing. You don't learn. You don't grow. So those adversities we look at, we're like, oh God, why would you want to be born into an abusive family? On the other side, it's not looked at that way. Just like you and I
Oh,
look at a
man.
video game going, oh, I want
Oh, I
to
got
go
him.
hard.
Yeah.
As opposed to
Whatever.
easy, it's just too easy. I can just run right through it. I got the code for that one. Level hard's going to challenge me. and and we're looking at it as a
What?
player in the game. But for that player, it hurts a lot when it's
Yeah.
when he's
Sure,
getting hit.
sure it does.
Yeah, but we're looking at it from this point. But anyway,
Yeah, sure.
we can keep going down
Yeah.
these other roads. But all going back to the Anunnaki and this ancient aliens theory, it's fascinating. Ancient Aliens has made a complete empire off of
Oh yeah.
of these ideas, and they're still strong. It's because people are fascinated with this stuff. I tell people
You're
I talk
not.
about ancient civilizations on the show, and they're like, I've been watching that Graham Hancock thing on Netflix, or I've been watching I watch Ancient Civilizations. There's a lot. I mean, there's a reason why those shows are so popular.
Yeah. And they all have to whisper it like it's a secret, 'cause
Right.
They know.
Like that kind
Yeah.
of stuff.
Yeah.
It's fascinating, but now it's people are starting to come out of that closet a bit more
Mm-hmm.
and wave that freak flag a bit more because of these kind of shows and these kind
Yeah,
of conversations. So, all right, so let's dive into another area that of Mesoamerica that I have absolutely know nothing about.
Let's do it.
The lost cities of the lost city of Z,
Good
the
question.
lost city of gold, El Dorado. What is the history behind all of that, man? Is there an actual city of gold? Is there do you believe, have they found something? Tell me, what do you think?
Yeah, sure. So just basic terminology.
Yeah.
So El Dorado, Lost City of Z, all cities of gold, that is South America.
Mm-hmm.
Mesoamerica begins right at Mexico City and ends somewhere in Panama. We don't really know exactly where it is. So that's Mesoamerica. That is your iconic cultures are Teotihuacan, which we don't even know the name of the culture that built Teotihuacan, like the Pyramid of the Sun, the Moon, and Quetzalcoatl. We have no idea what their name was, and they were extremely influential.
The
But
Aztecs.
yeah, you have the Maya, the Aztecs, the Olmecs, the Toltecs,
Smart man.
the Zapotecs, Teotihuacanos, and there's a couple others in there, but those are your main in Mesoamerica. In South America, you have ancient Colombian and Ecuadorian cultures, which there's a whole host of them. You have your Peruvian cultures, so
Smart man, you are,
Inca,
Toad.
Your Wari, your Moche. You can go your Corral Supe cultures, and then in the Amazon you have Amazonian culture. South of Amazon you've got Patagonia, and I don't know too much about that, but that's kind of where your cultures are. And so so you were asking about the cities of gold. So when Cortez arrives in Mexico, Cortez conquers the Aztec city of Tenochtitlan. When he arrives in the city, he sees it is described as being so amazing and so miraculous, far beyond anything that the Spaniards had seen. The Spanish soldiers would go to Cortez and they would say,
Come
"Were my
on,
eyes
man,
lying to me?
what?
Was I
Why?"
dreaming about what I saw?" It was a city sophisticated beyond anything that the Spanish had seen, and that's not really talked about a lot. I mean, they had temples with astronomical that were astronomical observatories, but you would walk into the temple and there would be a rectangular hole cut in the roof, and parallel to that would be a rectangular pool of water that was maybe an inch deep. And so they have markings around the edge of the pool, and so they're sitting in chairs watching the night sky move over the pool rather than having to sit up like this. They're watching the pool and they're making markings and calculating the constellations and the movements of the night sky every night. They also had their own zoos where they had birds and animals.
And who's this? Is Aztec?
This is the Aztecs, yeah. And the Aztecs are standing on the shoulders of giants, right?
Sure.
They're standing on the shoulders of the Toltecs and the Teotihuacanos and Maya.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically stole all this knowledge. They were kind of like Rome. They just took what they could from all the cultures and created their own empire out of it. And it worked until the Spanish showed
He did
up
not
and
pass
disease
away.
came with them. The disease is why the Americas really fell. The city
What?
of
Like
Tenochtitlan
that was the same frame.
which is the Aztec capital, was miraculous. But they also had gold, which was something that Cortez had not seen in the last 3 years going to Mexico. There is gold in Mexico, but like I was saying earlier, it's very, very deep under the ground, and ancient people weren't getting that gold. And now there were some areas in the Aztec world where they were eventually mining gold just before the arrival of the Spanish. but a lot of that gold was coming in from off of the coast, from other tribes who lived very far away off into the ocean, from their point of view. And so after Cortez conquers Tenochtitlan in 1521, I think, he sends off one of his guys that's underneath him, who is Pizarro. And so Pizarro launches an expedition off the western coast of Mexico into South America. And they're just going off of what the Aztecs are telling him from these people who are coming in off the coast and trading stuff. So they follow these trade routes and they arrive in Ecuador, I think, in South America.
Come on,
and
man.
From there,
Look at this fucking guard.
they start basically just
Really
trying to
fucking
conquer
pissing me
South
off.
America. You know, in these dense jungles with snakes and all kinds of diseases and like the fiercest Native Americans you can imagine, with poison tip arrows and you know everything you can
Yeah, but
imagine.
they don't have armor and guns.
They don't have armor and guns
Or swords.
but they're hard to fight though.
Oh yeah,
Um,
in that you're
Like,
right.
come on, man.
and,
Every fucking run.
And so they are tracking down these cities of gold that they've been hearing about in Mexico. Just like the faintest whispers of, oh yeah, I think like somewhere far, far away, that's where this gold comes from. Of course, the Aztecs weren't as familiar with gold as the people that were trading it to them or the Spanish. They both knew what gold was. So Spanish end up in South America, and they're asking all these tribes, this right here, we want gold, however they're communicating, you know, through multiple translators, we want gold, and all these tribes are telling them, oh yeah, okay, you leave me alone, but those people, you know, somewhere far down this river it's there, and over there it's there, and these people have it, and these people have it. And archaeologists look back and they're like, oh, well, the natives were just lying to the Spaniards to try to get them just to move on and leave them alone. But when the Spanish, they arrived at so many cities, this is a super nuanced conversation, but they arrived at so many cities that they describe as being totally gold-plated cities. I mean, some of these places were so wealthy that kings had gauntlets, like Thanos' gauntlet, all the way down to the elbow, and actual functioning fingers plated with gold, and masks and clothing that was intertwined with these little pieces of gold paper, almost like they had gold that they had. Yeah, and so they describe a lot of these cities that they found like that, but for whatever reason, none of them like lived up to what they were looking for. But they were still taking all this gold. Well, they arrived in the city of Cusco, and a Spanish chronicler there were very few Spanish chroniclers that actually took the time to write all this stuff down so that people would know about it in the future. When they arrived in the city of Cusco, they arrived at this place called the Garden of the Gods, and this is the capital of the Inca Empire. And the Garden of the Gods was a garden with, you know, trimmed hedges and bushes and little trees and large trees, and, you know, llamas standing in the garden and birds in the trees.
Come on,
and,
man.
little foxes and all these other animals, all made out of gold. All of it was made out of gold. Every single leaf on every single bush, every tree, the trunk of the tree was all made out of gold. That one of them though. So that was the Garden of the Gods, and the outsides of the temple walls
I hate this
were
snow.
gold plated. Gold was draped over the walls. So the sun is shining, and it's this city of gold. And even on the inside of the temples, you would walk in with these candles, and you know, you walk in with like a host of candles to help light up the room, or these ancient, you know, torches, and the insides of the walls would be plated, so the room is just bing, 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 reflecting with gold light. And so the, you know, Spanish take all that and melt it down and send it back to Spain. And then for some reason, you know, the continued mystery of where were these cities of gold just keeps going. They're just looking for more and more and more and more and more. And so the mystery starts to become that, you know, people think that they never found them. Well, they did. They found them and they melted it all down. But there's more out there.
To this day?
Oh, yeah, man. I would say not even the majority of it has been
Come on,
discovered,
man.
for sure. So then after Pizarro conquers the Inca realm and they melt down all of the, you know, people look at if you've seen Inca sites, they don't have iconic imagery that it gets burned into your mind, like Egyptian imagery with the Egyptian headdress, that gets burned into your mind. You know what the image of them looks like. the Olmec heads, they have imagery that gets burned in your mind. The Maya as well, like Pakal's sarcophagus. People go, where's the Inca identity in all of their artwork? It was hammered into gold. So their imagery was in gold and was all melted down. So all we have left is the architecture that they lived in, which they may or may not have been.
Come on.
But they definitely were.
If they weren't, who would be?
And even older civilization. That's one of those things that these Peruvian civilizations, that's one of the biggest mysteries in the whole world, man. There are stones in Peru that dwarf everything in Egypt. Egypt doesn't even come
I hate
close
this
to the
fucking
size
level. Like,
and weight
seriously?
of stones
And what
found
kind of
in
stone?
Peru.
We're gonna into hard stones again.
Basalt and granite.
So let's go into Machu Picchu.
Mm-hmm.
When that was discovered, I mean it's on my bucket list. It's like everybody else's bucket list to go to Machu Picchu.
Yeah.
The technology to do that is
Yeah, you
insane.
fucking asshole.
The stuff that I've
Doesn't let you
seen,
live, motherfucker.
unlike in
Doesn't let you
Egypt,
live, you little fucking
this
bitch.
is
Yeah,
different
fuck
technology
you.
in Mesoamerica and South America, where it looks like the
Okay,
stones almost were poured into molds.
What times? I'm gonna take a little break right now. I might
And
add the
they're not
times
like-
that I got so far.
4 foot by 4 foot, 4 by 4 foot. They're like
I'm
all
gonna do
odd
that. I'm gonna take a
shapes,
little
but they
break.
fit
Still gonna keep streaming.
perfectly together.
Oh, maybe off.
And from what I understand, because there were some earthquakes, they're not just perfectly together in the front. They go all the way back.
Yeah.
Because some of
Yeah.
them cracked,
Yeah.
and you saw that. You're like, holy cow. This is so. According to archaeologists, it's like they signed it down, and the amount of precision that takes is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
What's your take on the construction abilities of Mesoamerica and South America, which, as you say, are bigger stones and arguably even more difficult? They're not as precise as Egyptian, to my understanding, the Great Pyramid. Nothing, I mean, some of it might be.
Sure.
But, like, precise in the sense of, yeah, they're precise here, but they're not, like, aligned to
Sure.
where they
Yeah.
are. They're not in perfect
Mhm.
proportion or anything like that. But the preciseness of the build of, like, a wall or of a temple, it doesn't make it. I mean, you can't stick a hair, like you said, through it back then, and it's still there, 1,000-year plus.
Yeah, they have blocks. They have blocks that are 12-sided.
12-sided blocks.
12-sided blocks. Yeah. So I don't even know how to describe it. Yeah, I mean, there's a block that's about this big. It's maybe 4 feet wide, 3 feet tall, and it is fitted against.
Yeah.
I think.
It's like a zigzag.
Like 10
almost.
other blocks. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a zigzag.
Yeah, it's fitted against 10 other blocks, and it has 12 sides, I believe, something along that, or 12 different angles on the block. And yeah, I mean, it's
How do you do that?
so there's a theory out there that's I don't know that there's scientific evidence, although it makes sense. You know, the geopolymer theory, where people are pouring the rocks like it's liquid at one point. I don't think it's that, and I also don't think that it is primitive hand tools chipping away at the blocks. There are legends in South America, a lot of them. I mean, Percy Fawcett, when he was searching for the Lost City of Ziti, when he was in Bolivia, he heard about this. It also comes from Tiwanaku cultures that are in Bolivia. It comes from Inca cultures, and these rumors still even spread 1,000 years later. Or people are, indigenous people that live around there are still talking about it. I say indigenous, but native people that are recent descendants of these people. They talk about this, and there's even Inca or possibly pre-Inca roads that go down into the Atacama Desert, which is south of that Inca Peruvian territory, into the deserts of Chile. In those deserts are acid deposits that we know were mined in ancient times, and the stories that come down from the ancient cultures say that there were acids that were mixed with bird poop that were used to soften the stones of the gods, which are these gigantic stones. And so we don't know how they mined it. Yeah, we don't know how they mined it. We don't know how they carried it. We don't know how they applied it and used it. But people say it's possible that the edges of stones were covered in acid so that they could be like pushed and moved
like,
against
kind of like putty.
yeah, like putty, and then they were pushed into place and they settled along each other. And I think there's some evidence for this, because when you see, if you look at any of the two, so they're also earthquake proof. That we think that that's part of the design.
Yeah.
Is that's the reason that they're not straight up and down blocks, bricks like we align today. There are all these different angles because they lock together. And earthquakes in Peru, big magnitude 10 earthquakes happen every 300 years or so.
And they're still there.
And they're still there. And there has been, since the time of the conquering of the Inca world, they tried to take down these pre-Columbian walls, and they couldn't do it because they were too big and too heavy. So they just built New Spain on top of it. Yeah. And in 1650, a magnitude 8 to 10 earthquake knocked down the whole city, and the walls were still there. They were like, well, we're gonna have to rebuild it. So they rebuild New Spain on top of the Inca walls, and then in 1950, an earthquake knocks it all down, and the walls are still standing there today, and they haven't built anything back on top of them since. So they're locked together. And so if you look, in some places though, during these earthquakes, the blocks have moved by a few inches. One block that's on top will kind of slide off of the block underneath it, and the block underneath it will have this lip that comes up, and then it curves down underneath the block. And what it looks like is when this block was set on top of it, it pushed some of that soft stone up, so it creates this lip. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense.
Or it smushed it down, and it spills out the end. And we see that on lots of blocks. And so it also aligns with the legends that bird poop and acid were used to put the stones together.
But it has nothing. It doesn't explain how they moved it, how they
doesn't
positioned
even
it,
explain
how they quarried it. None of that.
Well, and there's no explanation for how they mined the acid and carried it and applied it. If it's something that can soften stone, it is also going to remove your hand.
I never thought about that, but you're right.
Yeah, I mean,
they didn't have like rubber.
You would put your hand in it and pull it out, and it'd be the bones left on your hand.
I mean, yeah, you're right, because if it's messing with granite and balsalt.
Yeah. So, there's it doesn't explain. So in the way that I was saying that some of the blocks in the Osirion, you could maybe fit 3 or 4 of them in this room. Mm-hmm. If you took 2 of the biggest Inca blocks, you could probably fit 2 of them in this room, long ways like this.
Massive.
Yeah, dude.
Those are massive.
Think about that. That's crazy.
How many tonnage is that? That must be.
There's so many different estimates of tons. 150 to 250 tons.
And what's the biggest ones in the Great Pyramid?
80, yeah.
And that's no joke.
Yeah, it's no joke. 80 tons is
80 tons. Please remind me, that's 160,000 pounds.
I think so. I'm not so good at converting that.
It's 2,000 pounds per ton.
I know that there is a. You'll have to remind me. What are the stones called that go on the top of doorways? A lintel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Lintel, yeah.
There is a lintel in Machu Picchu that you will, when you go to Machu Picchu one day, it's in the entrance to the city, I think, and or it's when you start going through the tour of the main part of the city, you go underneath this doorway. The lintel on top of the doorway weighs as much as 747s. Just the block is
747.
Yeah. Yeah, just the
block.
The lintel that sits on top of the doorway, that covers the doorway. Yeah, it's crazy. And it's on top of a steep mountain. Like the mountain is so steep that gosh, I can't think of the archaeologist who quote unquote discovered Machu Picchu. Dr. Barnhart, he's got a hilarious joke about that. He's like, yeah, all the Victorian and American archaeologists come here and they say, look at the city I discovered with my little friend who showed me where it was.
Exactly.
And so you have
that's funny.
And he said, "Run along now.
Run along. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate you."
Yeah. So I love that was a hilarious joke.
That's archaeological humor. It's very nice here. We're growing in the show.
Yeah. And I laugh at that every time I think of that. But I forget the name of the archaeologist now. He's very famous. But when he's going up the mountain, he and the guys in his expedition are laughing hysterically because they can't climb the mountain. It is that steep. So all of the guys he's traveling with are falling like 10 or 15 feet, and they get to a point that they're just cracking up, like gut busting laughing, because it's so hard to get on top of this mountain. And then they get up there and they see blocks that are the size of this whole wall that are 2 or 3 feet thick, and they're just like, how is this on top of this mountain?
So that's the question. So
and that's one example. There are other Machu Picchus out there that haven't been discovered.
Sure, which was going to be my next question. Because of is it not radar but lidar?
Yeah. Light distance and ranging.
So they're now going through the Amazon and they're discovering full cities that are still under foliage, under jungle, and they just haven't gotten around to getting there to take it out.
It's too hard.
Or it's too expensive.
Yeah, too hard, too expensive, and
But it's there.
And you got to think. So they're doing this in particular. They're doing this in Bolivia.
We did it, bros.
In the
Bros,
western
we did
Amazon
it. We
in
got
Bolivia, and then they're doing this in the.
We did it. We did a bunch of things. We got
and
Secret Agent 35 Club, and we got 00 Agent 45 Club, and we got 1 point on Aztec Secret Agent 144.
Their government budget on the lidar, 'cause this is
Pretty insane.
It's not cheap at all. And they're only detecting a small.
Oh, my
so
Depot 102
what
SA I'm so
happened
proud
was
of,
you
and
had
it's like
people who
400th
fly over
place.
the Amazon real low, and I don't know.
But we did it. We brought it down.
But as they're flying over the Amazon,
I could
they
try
will
playing
notice in the
Statue
canopy,
00.
like the treetops will-
Surface 2.
You know, and they'll
Surface
go,
2
"Oh, that's
00 I could
interesting."
play.
They'll fly back late the next time they have to come down, and these are low-flying planes. And they'll note certain areas of
Caverns
interest. And
Agent.
they've been doing this for 100 years now, noting little bumps in
Cradle
flat
SA.
areas of the Amazon that are next to a river, but you can't see below the canopy, and there's no way to get out there. So 100 years later, they come in with lidar and scan it. Sure enough, there's a city there, and they go, "Well, we spent all of our budget on this. Does anyone want to walk 70 miles into the Amazon for? I think we can spare like $10,000 to do it." And there's nobody there who's, "No, that's not enough money for me to go out there." They just don't have the budget to actually get people to go out there. So
there could be riches. There could be.
There are. And you got to think. I'm talking about flying over it like it's an easy thing to do. The Amazon is the size of the United States. So, okay. So the regions where we're finding the cities are less than 100 miles. I drove 100 miles just to get here. Probably maybe like 80 miles to get to the studio. Okay. The sites that they're finding these cities at are less than 100 miles from the edge of the jungle, and they're just right in there. Relatively easy trip to get into. Imagine 1,000 miles. What's in there? I mean, they just found.
But you can't even like airship. I mean, if you got the military involved, I'm sure you can get like a bunch of resources set up.
Sure.
And they can drop in a whole bunch of thing and start cutting and start slicing. But that's obscene amount of money and time and manpower.
Yeah, they do that in Central America, but they don't do that in South America just because the budgeting is different. Like Central America has way more funding, or Central America and Mexico way more funding. They didn't discover. Did you see these reports a couple years ago where they discovered 60,000 pyramids in Guatemala? In one city, 60,000 pyramids using LiDAR.
60, but like different sizes, little sizes. Right?
Yeah, some little, some gigantic, but 60,000 pyramids at one city. That was 10 miles away from the nearest town into the jungle. That's how difficult it is to find a lost city. So, and that jungle, oh, I've done the calculation. That jungle where it is at is the Amazon is 270 times bigger than that little piece of the jungle in Guatemala. So the Amazon is 270 times bigger than that jungle where it took until 2 years ago to discover a lost city 10 miles.
So is that also part of the grand design that we're not supposed to get access to some of this stuff before that? Because
interesting.
I mean, it's basically the
It is.
It's essentially it's a needle in the ocean, essentially.
Yeah.
So there are. It seems like there's natural barriers
Come on.
to knowledge that we keep running into. Now those barriers are starting to break open a little bit, but like
Little by little.
like because we're able to then go deeper into the ocean, maybe understand. The ocean's an absolute mystery. We know more about space than we know about the ocean. I mean, seriously, there's things in the ocean that
Cradle
we still don't
Secret
understand.
Agent 58.
We can't go that low. We can't go that deep. It's so far deep and so far gone that we can't literally go down there.
Oh no, come
Where
on.
The Hubble and the other telescopes are showing us things, millions of light years away. And we don't have that kind of information for it. So there seems to be a natural barrier, and there seems to be a natural barrier all around us. There's a barrier of space where we really, arguably can't really travel in space. We're talking about Mars, and that's a challenge, but we've been there, we've dropped a few things off, so on and so forth. But there's barriers. I think that's a natural design. The reason why we can't jump from planet to planet right now, because we're not ready to. Same thing with the Amazon right now. Like, there's a natural barrier to the information that we can gain from these logs. Can you imagine what might be there?
Oh, well.
I mean, just knowledge-wise. Not even our artifacts and riches.
Yeah.
That's a given. But imagine someone wrote a whole bunch of stuff down, and they happen to have it in a place where it's been safe.
Well, I'll tell you this. So right in this area of the Mato Grosso region of Brazil, where Percy Fawcett lost City of Z that he was looking for.
How's that movie, by the way?
It's awesome.
Is it good?
Yeah.
I gotta watch it.
Yeah, it depicts the. Everybody should watch it because the music. I won't over explain it, but it's
Stunning.
it gives you
Come on, man.
the feeling of what the wonder of exploring the jungle for something that's greater than ourselves. It gives you that feeling. Yeah.
And again, isn't that that sounds like an analogy of a spiritual journey?
Oh, he was on a spiritual journey. There's absolutely no doubt about that. He was visiting. He was very skeptical, but he was constantly visiting with people who were, supposedly claimed to be channels.
Yeah, tell me about that. You were
experience.
talking about that. What is that? What do you mean? What's that connection?
Yeah, so when you're going to these
Indigenous.
yeah, well, this with indigenous people, and there's also the first people that arrive at a newly found European city in Brazil 100 years ago, the people that are living there are going to be kind of out there people who are, they're either extremely brave people trying to go there to build a new life for themselves, or they're kind of outcasts from Europe. They're looking for a new opportunity. And so in there, you're going to find people who claim to be like oracles and channels, and
Sure.
people who are psychics
Hucksters.
and stuff like that.
Hucksters.
Yeah, you're going to find stuff like that there. And so he has nothing else to do when he's in South America, sitting at this little town. And so he's at this pub or whatever, or this bar, and there's a psychic over there. Yeah, he's like, okay, I'll just go talk to the psychic. The psychic would know who he was, what he was doing, that he was searching for a lost city, and the psychic would tell him things about the lost city that was there. And these psychics that he claimed were just these people who didn't seem like they knew, that they weren't very highly educated people, would be talking to him about Atlantis and a lost city off the coast of South America, and that the survivors of Atlantis retreated deep into the Amazon and started civilization in South America.
Good, the story that we were just talking about.
And and I mean, this is all real. I mean, he really experienced and heard these things. And so
Is that in the movie?
no. Well, no. There's a
They
scene.
touch about it.
There's a scene during World War One. So he went and fought in World War One, and he was a hero of World War One actually. And there is a psychic that comes to the military will like pay for some psychic to come and visit all the boys to keep morale up and entertain everybody. And they all are like, oh, you should speak to this guy who's an explorer. That's one of our majors or one of our captains. And so they go track him down, and he comes and just entertains the psychic. Sure enough, the psychic knew that he was an explorer, and he was looking for a city in the jungle in the Amazon. And she kind of, who knows if she was playing into it or not.
So there's a lot of, in that story, a lot of connection with channels and psychics.
Yeah. I mean,
On his journey.
yeah, I don't know how much we don't really know how much he believed it.
Oh no, but they're there.
But yeah. Oh yeah, it's like decorated all through his story is that he was meeting with these people, and
Oracles and those kind of things.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
awesome.
and so he started. Well, we think that maybe he was, at the very least, he was interested in the idea of people were saying there's this lost Atlantis civilization that ended up in the Amazon.
Do you want to hear
Maybe-
something? You want to hear something that's funny that I actually I had on the show an academic, Michael Laflamme, who's an academic.
I think I've heard that name.
Yeah, he wrote a book about Atlantis. It's up on the shelf here somewhere. And he actually not only went through the normal route of academia, but then he started going through the esoteric. And he's like, well, you know what? There's this kid in the 1800s who just started channeling about Atlantis. And this kid was uneducated and all this, and it just starts telling the story. So he wrote a book about Atlantis. 18-year-old, or 12-year-old, 15-year-old kid, or whatever it was. It was in the 1800s. Uneducated, middle of the Kansas somewhere, like no connection to anything. Never could have had access to any book about Plato or anything. He just starts laying all this stuff up. So then he starts going down the route of psychics, mediums, channeled information about Atlantis, and connecting the dots between the channeled information and the historical information, and then starting to paint a picture of all of them. And it's pretty fascinating that I wonder if there's going to be more brave souls who are going to start looking at the esoteric knowledge base of a lot of this stuff, because believe or don't believe, relevant is the information something you
Yeah, absolutely.
just like your boy there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's fascinating. It is really fascinating. But I've spoken to a lot of channels and psychics about Atlantis, about Lunaria, and about that time and what caused it and where did they go, and a lot of them tell me things. I'm like, what is like? What was the politics like? What was the technology like? I'm like, this. It's just fascinating. So it's interesting. I mean,
Is this
if
it?
they're not connecting
Is
to
this the
something, they
PV?
are very good storytellers.
Is this the PV?
Very, very good.
Yeah.
It might be.
Yeah, he
What happened?
so he
Oh, I
would come
thought
across
something
these
failed. 230. I think that's
oracles
dupe.
that would tell him things, and he
Are
at
you
the very least
serious
he
right
became
now?
interested in the possibility that maybe this Atlantis
Really?
place that they tell me about,
This is
these
real life.
survivors of Atlantis are in the city of Z that I'm looking for.
Oh my
And
god,
so,
that was
that
a
would kind of
dupe.
convict him and give him a little bit more of a push. That maybe
Did
there
he
was
find
something.
Come on, man.
Well,
The best stuff
we have to
are
watch the movie?
dupe.
We
Really.
don't know. No, I'll just tell you. I will just tell you. He goes on a final journey in 1925
Caverns Agent,
and
maybe?
disappears into the jungle.
Amelia Earhart's it.
Yep, and he
1.2.
disappears into the jungle, and he disappears in a region on the Xingu River in the Mato Grosso region of Brazil. And so they launch. There's 100
No,
people, 100
don't do
explorers
that.
die searching for him over the next.
Die looking for him?
Yeah. Over the next 5 to 10 years, 100 explorers follow behind him and die. And about 70 years later, there is a guy named Michael Heckenberger who is an archaeologist living alongside the Xingu River amongst these local tribes, and he is doing research on ancient cultures just in that area, not necessarily because of Percy Fawcett, but I'm sure he was well acquainted. And after 13 years of living down there, he found a city right next to where he was living. It took him 13 years to find a city right next to him. It's called Kuikugu, and that's named after the local village that he was staying in. And so they've excavated the site. It's a huge site. They think that there could have been.
How long was this?
So they think it lines up right with the height of like classical ancient America, which classical ancient America tends to begin around 200 AD all the way up to the time of the Spanish, and it's just like cut off, disease and everything. But they think that the height of it was around 800 AD, which pretty much fits the rest of ancient America as well. And they think that it was a city that could have had around 25,000 to 50,000 people living there, which is very significant, especially for the ancient Americas. And it was bigger
Agent
than all of that
51.
one city was bigger and more sophisticated in their
was big.
architectural engineering than
any
Cradle
site
Agent
in
51.
Western Europe at 800 AD. It was bigger than anything in England. So Rome is Rome is kind of falling off. So 800 AD, we're now in the Dark Ages.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's right. Rome fell off.
Yeah.
Right.
So Rome isn't eclipsed. When Rome falls off, it begins to fall off in 476 AD.
That's when it became the Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah. And so it begins to fall off. You have the time of like the Byzantine Empire. Sure. So it begins to fall off, and when you hit the Dark Ages, we don't even reach the height of Rome for like another 1,000 years after the fall of Rome. If we call around 500 AD the fall of Rome,
1500s. When we started getting back up.
So by 800 AD, the height of the world was actually in the Americas. But the other people didn't know it, which is like that's mind blowing to think about. When Rome fell off, the rest of the world falls in the Dark Ages, and there's some Islamic empires that are like roaring. But other than that, it's in the ancient Americas. Africa, no. You have some things going on in Africa. You have the Mali Empire, but I want to say the Mali Empire is like 1500s. So that's kind of like back when civilization is picking up again. And I'm not an expert in China or anything like that, but I think the general idea is that. Yeah, Rome falls off, and then the Americas.
Did not pass away.
The Americas are like on top of the world, basically, even though the other side of the world
doesn't even know it
really
exists.
Yeah. So at 800 AD, the site of Kuikugu is the biggest site, maybe not in the world, but it's one of the biggest sites in the world at that time. And then we don't really know what happens to the site of Kuikugu, but it took Michael Heckenberger 13 years of living right next to it to discover it. Then they found a site called Llanos de Muertos in Bolivia, which is just west of Kuikugu, in another region that Percy Fawcett estimated or said it was one of his guest sites. According to all the indigenous people he had been hearing from, that was one of the places that he thought that his lost city of Z would be in. And he may have been headed that direction on this last expedition, but we don't really know because he didn't tell anybody exactly where he was going. Because, you're searching for a city, you don't want another explorer to find it first.
Of course.
So, Llanos de Muertos blows everything out of the water. It's got 2 gigantic step pyramids. It's got astronomically and geometrically aligned buildings.
No. Come
yes,
on.
but in a different way. Like it's wider.
It's wider.
Yeah, it's
Nice.
wider, and
Nice.
I don't think it's as tall. But yeah, it's
It's
wider.
not
It's
one.
wider because Chichen Itza is wide. It's big, but it's
1
not
minute.
Like
Cool.
Yeah, no. It's wider, but I don't think it's taller. And
Double
you've
O.
got 2 of
1
them,
minute.
and you have raised plazas. So like a raised plaza is, imagine you take a pyramid and you stretch it out, and you do that on 4 sides, and then in the middle of it is raised up. So people come up and then come down into a central plaza, and that's where they gather and everything. And then you can sit on the sides like an arena. So if there's a performance or a festival or something in the middle.
Are people allowed to go there yet or not yet?
I don't know how you would get there. You would have to know a team of archaeologists willing to take you.
It's not like a Chichen Itza or a Machu
Oh
Picchu.
heck!
You can't
No, this is in the jungle. Yeah. I think Llanos de Muertos is excavated in the way that the trees are cut down, so that people can go out there, and so archaeologists can go out there and work. But that's really about it. And so actually, no, I'm sorry, that is not correct. I'm thinking of Kuikugu. Llanos de Muertos, people have been there. Some trees are cut down, but it's not that vast because it's so deep into the jungle. But they have gone around and mapped some of it on foot, and as they've done more and more LiDAR, they have found highways that are in the city because it's almost impossible to see it when you're there on foot. It just feels like you're walking over little hills because, if you look at the city of Ephesus, like the Greek city of Ephesus, their amphitheater is not visible before it was excavated. It's just the side of a hill. Like the marble staircases are covered in soil this thick from 1,500 years of sitting there. Just 1,500 years, it's soil this thick. 6 inches of soil. So they're walking around this site, and then they shoot more and more LiDAR on it. They find not 1 but 2 giant step pyramids, multiple plazas, multiple house mound buildings around. I say house mounds. They're like house
They're like mound neighborhoods. It's this big mound that's raised up off of the earth, and they're farming right below it. But you would have had giant neighborhoods of wooden thatch houses living on top of it. Now, when I say giant, I mean giant, and I'll tell you in a second. They had highways that were 100 feet wide, raised 10 meters off of the ground, and go over 100 miles straight off into the jungle that they know connect.
Made of what?
Just the earth. Like they lifted up the earth off of the ground. Like it'd be like you and I going outside and gathering dirt, like building a ditch and then gathering other dirt to raise 100-foot wide.
100 miles?
More than that.
Jeez.
Yeah, and it's in a straight line, and they know that it goes to other cities exactly like this, but it's so far off in the jungle. How do you even follow it? You know, it's not like you can just scan LiDAR over it, because you can't even see the LiDAR until it's processed. So you would have to get on that road and walk it through the jungle, but you're not doing that. And it's like impossible to still follow the road. You need LiDAR just to see it because it's so grown over. But from doing that and from excavating tombs, and there's various other ways that they estimate population size, they estimate that the population of that city was 1 million people.
In what year?
Around 800 AD.
So 800 AD, how many people are here in London?
Not 100. Not a million. Not a million. Yeah. Well, to give you an idea, under Augustus, at the height of Rome, its population was 1 million people. And so they estimate 1 million people were at this site of Llanos de Muertos. And that site is like 30 miles into the jungle. You know, so you have this whole Amazon here. This is like that far into it. All of this right here is still unexplored territory. And you have roads going over 100 miles into the Amazon. So I guarantee you, it's a web of these cities. And the reason that all these explorers are going through it and hearing all these legends of there's a gold city that way, there's a gold city that way,
Because
there's
there
one that way.
literally was.
Because El Dorado was all of South America. Like, it was not one city, it's all of South America. El Dorado was literally everywhere. And what's amazing is even archaeologists, I have said this, like on Twitter, I've said this, you know, people ask me, what do you think about El Dorado? I'm like, it was all of South America. I think as they continue to excavate Cuicugu and they find like the main tombs or the main palace, they're going to find gold there. And these are places that the Spanish didn't even know about. The majority of South America was untouched by the Spanish. There's even some significant Machu Picchu. The Spanish never knew that it existed.
Yeah, it was found.
Yeah. But when they found it, none of those gold idols that the Inca had were there. None of that was there. They found some pottery, but all the gold was gone. So where that went, I don't know. But there's a lot of mystery, man. But when I say that, you know, El Dorado wasn't just one city that people were looking for in Ecuador, because it comes from Ecuador and Colombia. Actually, I think Colombia. El Dorado wasn't just one city; it was all of South America. And then I'll have archaeologists, scoff at that. And they're like, "Oh, what this guy talking about El Dorado, South America, blah blah blah." I'm like, dude, I am complimenting the ancient cultures of South America and saying that they were all amazing. They were all spectacular goldsmith. The treasure was everywhere. It still is everywhere. But even today, 500 years after the arrival of the Spaniards in the Americas, it's still almost impossible to get to those cities.
And it's going to probably be another few hundred years before we get through all of it, if that.
Well, that city I was telling you about in Guatemala, where the 60,000 buildings were discovered, the first major archaeologist ahead of the excavations out there, he said it'll be 200 years before they learn everything about that city.
Oh, just that city?
Just that city.
So we're looking at 300 to 500 years, if not more.
Yeah.
As we move forward on that. So it's interesting how much barrier there is to this information and to these artifacts through the jungle, because the jungle is as difficult, if not more depending than the ocean. And the vastness of it and the complexity to get to it.
It honestly might be more difficult, and some ways more dangerous, you know?
Oh, yeah, much more. I mean, the only danger you have in the ocean is the pressure. Really. Deep ocean. There's not a lot of, sea monsters out there.
Yeah.
Where we would be going to go down that road. I want to ask you one last question. I want to get your opinion on this, man. Antarctica, man.
Yeah.
I gotta believe that there's something there, that there were people there at one point. or another in this last 200,000 years, the poles have shifted. They have shifted. That's science. So the pole at one point, Antarctica was flush and had animals, had foliage, had fauna, had everything at one point. And then when the poles shifted, it turned into what it turned into. What do you think about what they're? I mean, I've seen the pyramid. The pyramids, which are like, is it a pyramid or is it just like a really sharp?
Yeah.
I mean, it looked kind of pyramid-esque.
Sure.
No question. But what do you think is there, and is there any archaeological, any discoveries there that I haven't heard about that you guys have heard about, or just out of just pure theory? What do you think we can find out? Do you believe that there's something to be found?
I would say that I don't think I really don't think there's any archaeology even done on Antarctica. You know, that we know about. Yeah. You know, there's no official records of. Man, I don't think there's any official records of archaeological surveys in Antarctica. In the Falkland Islands, we know that there were people. You know, that's just north of Antarctica. In the Falkland Islands, which is like a barren wasteland, we know that there were ancient people living there. And that's not that far of a jump from Antarctica. You know, if 200,000 years ago there were people there, it's possible, you know, that they were on the coastlines. And I'm not sure when, but several tens of thousands of years ago, I think that the ice, they have evidence that the ice did not fully cover the ground of Antarctica.
There's those maps.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
the maps.
yeah. They say that the Piri Reis map may depict a
Come on, bitch. Hate this
unsnow-covered
fucking
or ice-covered
stupid bitch, man.
coastline. But then I saw a very compelling presentation by someone I'm very close with, Johanna James. If you've heard of her, she did a really good presentation the other day, and she's even more like alternative, open-minded than I am. But she kind of debunked the Piri Reis map and showed how projections of cartographers 500 years ago could make South America look like it was Antarctica. And it was a really, really cool thing. Anyways, that doesn't matter. But I think that there could have been ancient people living in Antarctica. The thing that I think compels me the most to wonder if there's something, perhaps there really is something significant there, is, some of the smartest scientists of the 1940s were launching secret expeditions down there while they were trying to conquer the rest of Europe as well.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh, the Germans were.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's still there are governments there. There are outposts out there.
Yeah.
The U.S. is there, China's there, Russia's there, and they're in different areas. There was supposedly a pact that no one owns Antarctica until the ice all melts and there's a lot of land there.
Sure.
Then there's going to be some fighting.
Yeah.
But that's the only thing that I understand.
Come on,
there
bitch.
are military
Fuck you,
bases and
bitch.
Other things like that there.
To a degree, sorry, brother. Sorry, man. Watch me eating pizza. Thanks, bro. Thanks, bro.
There has to be something.
I appreciate that, man.
There has to be.
So cool.
Another thing is, if there were animals there, which there definitely were once upon a time, man, I would love to be able to just pull back the ice of Antarctica and see.
Of course. Like I like to pull back the ocean.
Yeah,
just see what's lying down.
But gosh, you gotta think, what kind of species must be buried under the ground in Antarctica? Even going back as far as Pangea and the dinosaurs, like. There
What
was
Come on,
there?
man.
During that time, that definitely.
Why?
was
Like,
ice.
why?
No. I want to say Antarctica, during the time of Pangea, Antarctica was like the lower center portion of Pangea, and it was tropical, I believe. And so, I mean,
There has to be some.
I bet you there. I very much envy the human beings that will get to,
Discover
what was there in.
Oh, wow.
I don't know,
Crazy.
Thousands of years from now, but if
Is-
we're even around by then.
Is there a
Pretty cool, man.
possibility that the poles shift quickly?
I've seen people say this. I've even seen people throw around the idea of a pole shift happening during the Younger Dryas, like just 12,000 years ago. Although, I don't know. If there was a pole shift 12,000 years ago, I don't even know if we will recover from that even now. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I mean, a
I
pole
feel
shift,
like that would be like...
like if the North Pole was Hawaii, all of a sudden.
Oh, if the North Pole was Hawaii, you and I are washed away by the ocean. Like if it happened right now, you and I are washed away by the ocean in like 15 minutes.
Right? No. If there's like a
Yeah,
course,
yeah, yeah,
of
yeah.
course,
Come on, man.
It doesn't happen. But
Yeah.
But let's say within let's say in a 100-year time.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying tomorrow.
Sure.
It's
Like,
not
what?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
But
Like,
let's
what
say
the
over
fuck,
100,
man?
like it's starting now and it's slowly moving. In 100 years from now, Hawaii, because weather is acting really funky lately. I'm not saying the poles are shifting, but let's say something like that happens, and all of a sudden Hawaii is the North Pole,
Interesting.
and Antarctica would be melted.
Yeah,
all that water would come in. The sea levels would rise. Florida's gone.
New York is gone.
New York is gone. Manhattan's gone.
California's
California's gone.
Yeah.
It's all gone. And that's the majority
Austin
of
might be gone.
Austin, there's a really good chance that Austin is not here. I mean, if not, I got great beachfront property.
Yeah.
It's basically where we're at. I mean, Colorado will be fine, and the interior of the United States will be fine. But the majority of the population of the United States would be dead.
Yeah.
Would be gone. Overall. I mean, if it happens quickly. Over a slow portion.
It's the worst level.
Start moving, but it's fascinating to theorize this. And I'm just saying this to see, like, what would Antarctica give us? What's there?
Oh,
Imagine if there are ancient civilizations that's where the 100,000 year ancient civilization is. The one that you and I have no understanding of. And then there are pyramids down there. And there's other archaeological cities or underground caverns like they have in Turkey or something like that. And maybe there's some sort of technology that's been frozen down there from back then. I'm not saying like ray guns, but like whatever that is.
Man,
Can you imagine?
I would love to take a chunk of Antarctic soil and like pull it up.
They've done that. They have.
Have they done?
They've done core samples.
Okay. Well,
They've been doing core
I
samples.
figured.
They've been doing core samples down there for a while.
What are they?
Why? How did it not?
They
Like,
find,
look at
from
this.
what I
How did it?
understand, that they
What?
find
Like,
that
how
there's
did it not
been
blow up? Like, come
a
on.
lot of stuff that's happened over the course of the last hundreds of thousands of years, because they're seeing where the heat was.
Sorry.
It's kind of like tree rings. You can kind of see where you are in time through it. I'm not an expert in it by any stretch, but I know that they have found stuff in the cores that they go so far down that when they pull it up, they could just start seeing the timeline of weather, of where the ice is getting, when it was colder, when it was warmer, all that kind of stuff. I'm not sure that they found animal remains or anything like that.
Oh, hey, I bet you, man, if we could melt Antarctica, all the ice off of it, without destroying the entire planet. There are island chains in different
This
areas
fucking
of
game
Canada
sucks.
where you have these northern winds. So you have these mountainsides, and you have the northern winds sweeping up this mountainside, and the other, which makes this side much colder than this side.
Yeah.
And when woolly mammoths and ancient megafauna would die and fall over on the side of that mountain that the northern wind is constantly hitting them, they froze, and they have been sitting there for 10,000 years, perfectly preserved in the way that they are. So much so when you walk up to the woolly mammoth carcass, the fur is still blowing in the wind. It's that well preserved.
It's kind of like the mummies of Peru or something, like in the desert. In Chile or something. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're stuck they're in the desert and they're just like.
Yes, yeah.
They're so dry.
Yeah. Well, and they found some of them, like they found a little girl like this, and these I forget who the explorers were, but they come up and they're like hello, and they're like going through the cold, like the ice cold winds, and they come up and they tapping on this girl trying to get her attention. She's been dead for 500 years. That's crazy, man.
That's great. Well, I mean, yeah, and that was the thing that Randall Carson and
I hate this fucking level, bro.
about some of the woolly
Fuck
mammoths
it.
and stuff that they
Try
found.
one more
They found
time.
what they were eating. Like they died midway through a meal.
Yeah.
So that means that was fast. Whatever killed them was fast.
Yeah.
So if something hit the planet like a Younger Dryas or something that was a massive melting, which again is the flood myth, or the flood story, that makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fascinating, man.
Well, and that's what I was saying is there are probably mountainsides in Antarctica. As Antarctica is moving down and becoming the South Pole, moving away from Pangea, whatever. during the Cambrian period, Jurassic period, blah blah blah. Everything that's living there.
Come on, man.
I guarantee you that there are probably species that are perfectly preserved underneath that mile thick layer of ice, just encapsulated by ice. That if we could pull it back, we'd see I don't know, 250 million year old giant lizard. You know?
Or a woolly mammoth or T-Rex.
They're there. I guarantee they're there.
Yeah, species that we've never even thought about or seen. I mean, look, man. This conversation, as well as our first one, has just, for me, it's creating more questions.
They always do.
Man. That's a good conversation. Brother,
whenever I give live presentations, I usually have an intro that's something like most presentations and lectures like this, they sit you down and they explain to you, the mysteries of a certain culture or this topic, and they explain it to you. And I always start off with, I'm not going to do any of that. I'm not going to answer one question throughout this 50-minute lecture.
What? I didn't get it? Come on.
With twice as many questions.
Like, come on, dude.
There's just so
I hate this level.
Every answer spawns 10 new questions,
and I found that to be the case in everything I talk about on the show. From spirituality to the other side to ancient mysteries, all of it. It's a never ending. You spend multiple lives. Multiple. We probably you and I have spent other lifetimes trying to answer these questions in other worlds. In other timelines, like, figuring things out. There's a reason why you're probably drawn to Mesoamerica and South America as opposed to African.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I love ancient India and I'm drawn to Japanese culture and Asian cultures. There's certain things that you just are drawn to by nature for no reason. There's no reason. The second you saw the Troy, you were like, that's it.
Come on, man.
That's what I want to do. For me, it was watching E.T. And I was like, oh, I want to do movie.
Another thing was my parents had a Chichen Itza. They're
Come on,
magnet
man.
collectors of everywhere they go in the world. And they
Look
had
at this stupid fucking level. I'm not playing this again.
And it was
It's
right
a terrible
at eye
level.
level for most of my teenage life. And so it was right at eye level on the fridge. And every day I would go and open that fridge and I'd look at this blue
what I'm gonna do.
pyramid. And I mean every single day, multiple times a day. And that ingrained something in my brain that I became obsessed with pyramids and ancient history. It's just one of the many things.
They were planning it, sir. I'm sorry.
Probably so.
They programmed you, sir.
Probably so. Yeah.
Look, man, it has been such a pleasure talking to you and on the show, man. Can you please tell everybody where they can find you and the amazing work you're doing in the world?
Yeah, man. So you can just find me anywhere. Through my name, whether it's YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. Just Luke Caverns, LukeCaverns. And we talked a bit about the Olmecs earlier. By the time this comes out, I'll have officially announced I'm leading an Olmec tour at the end of the year that people can travel with me to. By the end of the tour, it's gonna be called Megalithic Mexico.
What?
It's also an Olmec tour. At the end of the tour, you will have seen every single Olmec head and every single Olmec statue, as well as all of the other megaliths in Mexico, because they're all kept in these specific, most of them are kept in these really, really nice museums, gigantic museums. And I'm going to be taking a group of people there for about 8 days this December. So that'll probably be announced by the time this episode comes out. So you guys feel free to join me.
Well, I appreciate you and everything you're doing to help awaken the planet and finding out about our ancient history. So I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, man. I'll wear a different shirt next time I come in.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks. Thanks for watching. Click on one of the videos below to continue your journey, and don't forget to subscribe.
No, the nade. Oh, no nade? Insane. What was the guard doing then? Come on. Come on. Yo, what's up, buddy? Thanks, man. That was just a fucking no.
No, man. No, that's just I'm just filling out my times page, my man. That's all I'm doing, my bro. Thanks, though. Appreciate that, my man. Appreciate it, though. I'm just trying to bring my times down on all my levels. What's up, bro? Thanks for being here, brother. You're tearing it up. Come on. No, I appreciate it though, man. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that.
Yesterday was the anniversary of Columbus's discovery of America. How fitting.
I guess it is, but of course he didn't discover it. In fact, the Americas may have been discovered as early as 100.
Yo, what's all Alchemist?
Which makes 1492 AD pale in significance. Of course, this is a matter that's disputed by archaeologists. Nevertheless, there's a highly professional team from the San Diego Natural History.
Yeah, I can improve Control Agent at least, probably.
What is called the Cerruti Mastodon site, just south of San Diego. And I've been there to
Control is so friggin' YOLO though with the mines and shit. I've done it before. It's just dumb.
That had been crushed systematically and in an organized way using some kind of stone tool to extract the marrow. And the
RFK News. Oh wow, insane.
Was human beings. Whether it was other kinds of human species like Denisovans, perhaps even Neanderthals, or whether it was anatomically modern humans, all of us were around 130,000 years ago. But it's human behavior.
What timeline are we living in?
Killing an animal and then the fracturing of its bones to extract the marrow. Now, of course, this is...
Dude, reverse hostages.
Some kind of terrible heresy by archaeologists who've been wedded to the idea of a very recent settlement of the Americas for a very, very, very long time. But
that's what I've been doing, my friend. That's what I've been doing.
Screaming, spitting nails as they go along. Archaeologists
That's how I've been doing it.
That the peopling of the Americas happened a lot earlier than they had thought, and presently the kind of date that is being considered accepted, in fact, by the majority of archaeologists is around 23,000, 24,000 years ago. That's White Sands, New Mexico.
So it's left strafing in the corner or something.
Feature in episode 1 of
Thanks, Alchemist.
Age of Apocalypse. But there's a recognition that it could be older than that, could be 30,000 years old. And then there's sites in South America, which may be even older, 36,000, 40,000, 50,000 years old. So the whole issue is very much up for grabs. But the one guy who was really late to the party was Columbus.
Is the Americas often overlooked when it comes to the history of human civilization?
Yes, because there's been this prejudice that the Americas could have had nothing to do with the origins of civilization, because human beings supposedly weren't in America until it was called the Clovis First model. It was held until really about 10 years ago. That no.
Yeah, I could do Control maybe, honestly.
So you can see that the Cerruti Mastodon site multiplies that by 10 to 130,000 years ago. But there's gradually been an acceptance of an earlier settlement than that. And they're still fighting over the Cerruti Mastodon site, whether to accept that or not. there's been a back and forth of papers in Nature, a reasonably respectful discussion going on between archaeologists who disagree over this. But yes, that model of a very late settlement of the Americas. I mean, the view is that anatomically modern humans came into Europe about 60,000 years ago.
Frigate agent.
Maybe 50,000
Thanks,
years ago.
Alcamas.
We have anatomically modern humans in Australia between 50 and 60,000 years ago as well.
Oh no.
And of course, anatomically modern humans were in Africa going back 300,000 years. The earliest known anatomically modern human remains are from Jebel Ehud in Morocco, and they date to 310,000 years ago.
Insane. Insane friggin'.
Pretty much identical.
What's it called?
Modern humans today, and we can assume that their brains were pretty much identical as well. It may be that earlier examples of anatomically modern humans will be found. This is why one of my pet sayings is stuff just keeps on getting older, because it's not that long ago when the view was, I mean, back in the 90s, when the view was that there were
I have no idea what I'm doing.
modern humans before 50,000 years ago, and then new discoveries kept pushing that back, and then it switched to about 110,000 years ago, early discovery in Ethiopia, and now more than 300,000 years ago. So who knows how far that timeline will go back. But the general view has been we will not look for the origins of civilization.
That didn't blow up the glass? Come on, man.
And these new discoveries have to change that picture. Archaeology is very slow to change its paradigms, but this is one that is going to need to be changed. And the result is that the Americas have not been seriously studied for the specific issue of the origins of civilization, that thing that we call civilization.
What was or is the established history? What was the story that's been told by archaeologists?
I'm playing on silent too, so I can't hear anything. If someone's shooting that, I can't hear. Or if the glass explodes, I'm playing on silent.
Was the notion that a people who archaeologists call the Clovis culture entered North America across the Bering land bridge. We call it the Bering Straits today. But during the Ice Age, and 13,400 years ago was during the Ice Age, sea level was much lower, and it was possible to cross by land from
This for frigate agent should be easy PvE.
Alaska, and thus to enter the Americas.
Thanks, man.
without
Thanks, miss.
a sea voyage, and part of the
All
prejudice
right.
that archaeologists did have against our ancestors.
I'll
is
watch
they
it.
didn't think they were capable of making sea voyages.
My PB right now is
But this seemed
37
the
on
most
frigate.
likely way that they came into the Americas, and that stuck for a very long time. And
35.2 average, yeah, my PB is 37.
The subject, if I could just complete, it became the subject of a bitter battle amongst archaeologists, because there was a group of archaeologists, very powerful, very influential, very widely published, who clung on to this Clovis first doctrine that there was no culture here before.
Oh wow, insane.
For a very long time, and anybody
Interesting.
who brought new evidence to the table suggesting an older human
Cool.
ancestor were running the risk of having their careers destroyed. And this happened in the case of several individuals. We're running the risk of being humiliated, of having funding withdrawn from their research, and so on and so forth. So that doctrine, the Clovis first doctrine, stuck until the evidence became utterly overwhelming. For example, Tom Dillahay finally managed to demonstrate, even to the most skeptical of his colleagues, that Monteverde in South America had dated at least 14,000 years ago, well before Clovis, and maybe 15 and more thousand years ago. And Jacques Cinq-Mars, a classic example, brilliant man, excavated bluefish caves in the Yukon back in the 1970s and found evidence that humans had been there 24,000 years ago. And he received the full machine gun fire of the entire archaeological profession, and they literally destroyed his career. But back in 2017, he was finally proved to be right. He was absolutely 100% right. Humans were unique.
Is he still around?
He is still around, but very, very old now and retired. And broken by what happened to him.
It's interesting you talk about coming over the Bering Land Bridge into the northest of North America.
Yeah.
And then trickling down from there. But if you were to suggest that happened around about 13,000 years ago, let's say that the markings that were found in South America that you just mentioned were found shortly after that. That is a long way to travel. If you're starting at the top and coming down, you would presume that the disbursement would be more centered at the top as opposed to at the bottom.
Yes, you would. And archaeologists are beginning now to open up to the idea that our ancestors were seafarers. I mean, they have to be open to that idea because even at the peak of the Ice Age, when sea level was at its lowest, it was not possible.
Pretty good start.
To get to Australia
Take that start.
without a sea voyage. You just couldn't do it. And particularly when you're settling a new land, you can't just go by accident with 2 or 3 people. You have to go with a substantial group who bring the means of survival with them at that point. Otherwise, they'll become extinct very, very rapidly. And Australia was systematically settled about 50,000, maybe as much as 60,000 years ago. And undoubtedly, boat journeys were involved. And the same goes for Cyprus. Of course, Cyprus is an island today, but it was an island during the Ice Age too. It's surrounded by colossal deeps at that end of the Mediterranean, and it was never connected to the land. And yet Cyprus was settled around 14,000 years ago, and the evidence is it was a highly organized project, which involved sophisticated
I don't know.
and large numbers.
Might have auto him off. Really?
Who settled in Cyprus. So there should
No.
be an argument that our ancestors could,
Never mind.
could use ships, and it's beginning to happen now. Now that Clovis First has finally died the death it long ago deserved, archaeologists are beginning to accept.
We appreciate the strats from Alchemast.
Ships to come to the Americas. They don't like the idea of them doing something like crossing the whole Pacific Ocean directly. They prefer the idea that they kind of island hopped from Siberia down the coast of Alaska and thence into North America and finally into South America. But this raises one highly significant problem, which is first of all that the South American sites by and large are older than the North American sites. And secondly, and again we feature this in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, there's intriguing DNA evidence which connects the peoples of Melanesia, New Guinea, and Australian Aborigines. And
Holy fuck, she takes so fucking long.
Taiwan as well, which connects them directly with 3
She takes way too long.
in the Amazon rainforest, in the west of the Amazon rainforest, and that particular genetic signal
The fuck's
is not
taking her
found
so long?
anywhere in North America at all, and it should be if they got there by a land route coming through North America. It's only found in South America, and
Come on,
the
bitch.
most parsimonious way to explain it, even leading geneticists admit this.
Go!
They know that
What
it's
the
not
fuck is she doing? Was I blocking her?
The easiest way to
Like, come
explain
on.
it is that there was a direct crossing of the Pacific Ocean by sea. And since those remains that have been found are already very old, more than 10,000 years old, we're looking at a sea crossing that could have happened thousands of years before that. It's just an accidental discovery that complete skeletal remains were found that are 10,000 years old, which have this DNA signal, which is still present in the modern.
Oh, Travis gonna shoot me, eh?
Pretty big.
I should have got the body
ocean
armor.
of the
It's fine.
Big ocean on Iris.
If you're going to sail it, it's not. I mean, Cyprus.
Oh, how fucking clutch was that? Did I shoot Trev? Did I hit him?
Not a Pacific or an Atlantic
Did I hit him
crossing.
there? That was clutch. I might not have hit him, but I shot at him. What's that? Oh my god, what's... I don't know if that's a PV or not. That was really shit. Yo, guys, come on. Guys, I'm just messing around here. Like, thanks. I appreciate, like, watching this in garbage. 244, come on, that's such dog shit.
Which was then joined to Australia. It was paleocontinental.
442, what is it? 442, really? Like, I'm not even gonna... I don't want to do that again. That was 5 minutes of my life I'll never get back.
Actually crossing the Atlantic Pacific Ocean, crossing thousands of miles of the Pacific Ocean, more than 10,000 years ago. Is
Sorry, I know you're playing a ton of Control right now, brother.
to accept, but at the same time, they can't deny the genetic evidence, and they must look for some explanation. And there's been all kinds of
Oops, I forgot what I was doing. I gotta figure out the mine throw and when to do it.
anomaly. I still think the simplest explanation is the best.
I think I have more time.
Atlantic crossing.
Well,
I don't
this
think I
was
should,
definitely a simple crossing because the
I think I should do it right
connection
away.
live on the east side of the Asian landmass down into Australia.
Not at the end.
And people's on the west side.
I got everything
South
else
America.
down.
So
It
It's just
starts
the
pretty
genetic
shit,
component,
too.
though. There's other people that were there. There's more evidence that's that. How did those people get there earlier than?
Well, that's
Oh, look at my video.
That's
I saw your video, Alchemast. I appreciate it. I really do. I really appreciate it. I really do.
Which are strongly disputed in South America, which are much older. And how did they get there? We don't know. What has to be seriously questioned is the notion that the
I don't
entry was
know.
only through North America. And
I really do.
Only 13,000
I mean,
years ago.
I know what you
or
mean about
even
opening the door like
23,000
that,
years
but I
ago,
mean, like,
and that they had to find their way
I don't
through
know.
North America
I'm just
down to
fucking.
South America. And the reason that South America is not being considered as the possible first place of human habitation in the Americas is precisely because of that prejudice that, of course, our ancestors couldn't have sailed the entire ocean.
I appreciate it.
What's interesting about the Amazon from a
Everything is interesting about the Amazon.
Oh, no way.
I love the Amazon. It's a god, or I
No
would
way.
prefer to say a goddess.
Cyrus.
The Amazon is a force. It's an amazing and extraordinary thing. It's very tough. The heat and the humidity are intense. The insects, the snakes, the creatures that will eat you up, the piranhas in the river.
It sounds pretty inhospitable as a place that you're going to
But at the same time,
Oh my god.
it's a garden
Aw.
in which humans can flourish. And which
Wait
humans
by the
live.
boat.
So, what's interesting about the Amazon?
Yeah.
First and foremost, this is one of those areas. Of
I
the
guess
world
for the time cut,
that is
yeah.
massively under-researched by archaeology, and I don't say that that's an act of irresponsibility on the part of archaeology. That's because it's incredibly expensive to go and research in the Amazon. And when you are of the opinion that you're not going to find much there, then undertaking that research has never seemed worthwhile. But new information keeps on coming in, which is changing that. I mean, statistically, we're looking about 5 to 6 million square kilometers that are still under dense canopy rainforest. And as a result, and again, this is an issue that we've gone into in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, because I think everybody knows that the Amazon is under attack.
Wow, that's amazing.
That large parts of the Amazon are being cut down and turned into soya.
I don't know. I'm just trying to get like a fucking like 28 or something.
And the soya beans are primarily to feed the cattle. As a result of these clearances, strange things have begun to emerge into plain sight. And these include gigantic, perfectly geometrical earthworks. Now, if we talk about the earthworks in the UK, I mean, everybody's heard of Stonehenge or Avebury. A henge actually is an earthwork. It's the ditch that surrounds the stone circle. It's not particularly prominent in the case of Stonehenge, but it's massively prominent.
Yes, I saw your video. Yes, thank you, Alchemist. Thank you very much.
These earthworks in the Amazon,
I saw it. Thank you very much.
Standing stones in the middle of them, because there is no stone in that part of the Amazon. But
Oh my God.
have these huge earthworks which can take very intriguing geometrical forms. So, for example, a
Really?
perfect square with a perfect circle inside.
Everyone
but on a
passed
scale
away
of
there.
hundreds of meters.
Oh my God!
like
Thanks.
factors.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I saw the video.
Sort of scallops cut out of one another. The whole thing, lots and lots of circles. Many of these structures.
I'm trying to get like a 28, 27, 26.
Directions. And what we call north, south, east, and west.
Hmm.
No, and it's very important to be clear on that. North, south, east, and west on a compass are not the same as true north, south, east, and west. There's an error of 10 or 11 degrees in compass, which is a magnetic reading. True north is defined by astronomy.
And which one does this follow?
This follows true north. True north, south, east, and west, the true compass directions. So anyway, as a result of the clearances, we've started to see these puzzling earthworks appearing, and that has led a team.
Want to reduce the noise you make? Yes, that is true.
The lead archaeologist is Marty Parson.
That is true.
From the University of
I
Helsinki.
completely forgot about that. You're totally right. I understand now. I'm not doing that at all. That's probably why my A is shit.
And it was actually Alceu who was the first.
That makes total sense. Oh, come on.
That's what he called them, because it struck him that there was a similarity to the Nazca lines.
How did that land? I don't know.
So big that you can only really see what they are when you're up in the air. And he was
2
on a flight over
bullets.
and suddenly saw this and thought, what the hell is that? And that led him to begin to investigate and find there wasn't just one. There were dozens of them that had already been produced by the clearances. And now, what Alceu and Marty are doing is a detailed LiDAR study in the areas touching on those parts that have already been cleared. They're going deeper into the jungle. While we were there, they found half a dozen new structures under the canopy rainforest. You see, LiDAR will allow you to see through the rainforest canopy and to see relief features underneath it without destroying
Too many
anything.
bullets.
And then you can go in very, very low tech. You can just go in, not destroy anything, and begin to investigate what the LiDAR has picked up. And what the LiDAR has picked up is these just extraordinary geometrical structures extending into the jungle as far as the range of the drone on that day. And both Marty and Alceu are of the opinion that there are thousands of these things still waiting to be discovered. And indigenous people, I spent time with an elder.
Def aim really left for the second. Yeah, let the auto aim. Yeah.
Are sacred.
Nice. Thanks,
They
Alchemats.
say that there are thousands of them throughout the jungle.
Yeah,
They
those are
still
epic
venerate
streams.
and value them today, and that they are places that shamans use to work healing medicine.
Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. All my friends.
How old are they?
The ones that have been found up till now go back about 2,000 to 3,000.
I don't know. I might. You know what I might do? I might
That's
do
based
surface
on
100.
dating of organic material found in the earthworks.
Surface
it's a
200. I
rough
mean.
guess. However, what they've found that those precise areas on which the earthworks now stand, once you go
I don't know.
down, once you excavate down deeper than about 2 or 3 meters, you find that they have been intensely used by human beings, and there's an enormous amount of charcoal and carbon down there. And those dates, so what they're saying is that these sites actually appear to have been selected and appear to have been sacred to people for at least 10,000 years.
All strategies play more frigate for dopamine.
In the earthworks.
Shoot the
that
first
have
card, right.
Survived to this day. So there's a big project now going on to open it up and to find out. I don't mean to open it up by destroying the rainforest. I mean to use LiDAR to find out what's going on there. And other results of this have included absolute confirmation that there were huge
6
cities
bullets for that
that
guard.
the Amazon did have a population before the Spanish conquest of tens of millions. This was a completely different place from the place that we imagine, this kind of pristine rainforest inhabited by a few tribes of hunter foragers. No, there were
Better, thanks, brother.
large-scale
Or miss.
permanent settlements in the Amazon.
Alright,
and
let's
they
do
were
it.
joined by perfectly straight
get this
roadways
time.
that ran in some cases for hundreds of kilometers. We are seeing the traces, literally, of a lost civilization in the Amazon, and the work is just beginning to get to grips with the dates of these. And this is just tiny bits of the Amazon that have been looked at thus far. So I'm of the opinion that the Amazon has a great deal more to tell us.
Thank you.
I've done my best to bring the case for that to the viewers in Ancient Apocalypse. And besides, what a privilege to spend time in the Amazon.
Over the span of about a year, I tried pretty much every green string that I could find, trying to work out which one was best. Came across AG1 and I'm stuck with it for 3 years now because it's the best. It's the most rigorously formulated, highly tested and comprehensive green string that I've ever found. And that's why I put it into my body, and I've got my mum to take it, my dad to take it.
Alchemats helping me since Frigate 00. Whoops, too many bullets. Forgot.
Since 2010, they've improved their formula 52 times in the pursuit of making the best foundational nutrition supplement possible through high-quality ingredients and rigorous standards. Best of all, there is a 90-day money-back guarantee, so you can buy it and try it every single day for 3 full months, and if you do not like it for any reason, they'll give you your money back. So, you can try AG1 completely risk-free for 3 months.
Free 00 better less SA. Yeah, SA is
D3,
trash.
A2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at the link in the description below, or by going to drinkag1.com/modernwisdom. That's drinkag1.com/modernwisdom.
My first visit to the Amazon was in 2003. I was working on a book that I published in 2005 called Supernatural, Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind. It's recently been retitled as Visionary. It's still out there.
If you do left strafe against the door, try more time to kill the second hostage tape.
The notion.
Yeah, I know. I
Which
know.
credit must be given to the late great Terence McKenna.
You're right. I know.
That sampling psychedelics played a key role
I understand.
in the evolution of human consciousness.
I'm just trying to go as fast as I can, I think.
The evidence for the use of psychedelics, and here I want to pay tribute to the work of Professor David Lewis Williams of the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. We can see evidence for the use of psychedelics in cave art all around the world, and in rock art all around the world, and we can see that evidence in the Amazon very, very strongly. And furthermore, shamans in the Amazon who are drinking ayahuasca, drinking the powerful visionary brew ayahuasca, after their visionary experiences, if they have painting skills, and quite a number of them do, they paint their visions. And those paintings of those visions are astonishingly similar to the paintings that you see on ancient rock faces, such as in Colombia, in the Amazon, going back more than 12,000 years, and paintings that you see even in Europe, in caves like Lascaux, where the same geometric patterns and the same strange beings that are mixture of part animal, part human, appear. It's as though the visionary realm is being manifested in art. And I wanted to investigate that. And I had not experienced ayahuasca before, but I didn't feel I could write about it authentically without drinking ayahuasca. So I went to the Amazon, first of all, in 2003 to drink ayahuasca with an indigenous shaman, and whose name is Francisco Montes Schumann. And I had my first 11 sessions with...
11 sessions?
Yes.
First 11?
First 11, yeah. I've subsequently had about another 70. But that was the first 11 were for research purposes. The other 70 is because ayahuasca has helped me to get to grips with issues in my life that I didn't even know I needed to get to grips with. But it's helped me to do that. So I still feel, I think they're right in the Amazon to refer to ayahuasca as a teacher.
Scared.
And
I hear you. I know what you mean.
Important lessons to it. So the last time I had an ayahuasca session was actually while we were filming.
How is he for transsexual rights?
Peru, in the Peruvian Amazon.
And freedoms.
Season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse. And it was
wheeled off from a day of shooting to go and...
And it was the same shaman, Francisco Montes Schumann, who I drank with 20 years before. So it was fascinating to
transsexual
and to be in the midst of that majesty and surrounded by that wildness. There's of course, you can drink ayahuasca pretty well anywhere in the world today, but it's better to do so in the hands of a shaman who really knows what he or she is doing. I'm not saying that there can't be Western shamans. There can, and there are some. But they need to sit down at the feet of shamans in the Amazon and learn techniques from them, because people can get into a very bad place on an ayahuasca trip, and that needs to be handled. Shamans see it as keeping dark forces at bay. That's what their role is primarily in this. So it was very, very interesting to have another session there, and I was joined by my good friend Luis Eduardo Luna, who's a Colombian anthropologist who is now based in Brazil. He's one of the world experts on ayahuasca. And we had some very interesting discussions about the mysteries of this brew. And the mysteries of the ayahuasca brew also touch upon the question of civilization in the Amazon.
How so?
Well, because ayahuasca is a very complicated thing to make. It is a mixture of two ingredients.
Well, thank you for educating me on that topic.
And that's not even an Amazonian word, that's a Quechua word, it's an Inca word. The Incas were also using ayahuasca, and they named it, and that name, there are many local names for it, but the Inca name stuck, and everybody calls it ayahuasca now, which means the vine of souls, or the vine of the dead. The vine itself has almost no visionary properties. If you were to drink a tea made of brewing up, smashed up portions of the vine, and you could drink gallons of it, and you wouldn't have any visions whatsoever. The other ingredient is a leaf from a bush, and that bush is botanically Psychotria viridis. In the Amazon they call it chacruna, and those leaves contain substantial
Too many bullets.
quantities of
Too many bullets.
arguably the world's most powerful psychedelic, which is dimethyltryptamine, DMT, the type of DMT that's called NN-DMT. And this is where it gets complicated, because DMT is not normally accessible orally to the brain. In other words, you could munch several kilos of
Fast
leaves,
deaths.
cook them up in a tea and drink
Fast
them, and
passaways.
and this is because of
Of course.
an enzyme called monoamine oxidase that we have in our gut. It destroys DMT on contact. That's why people who want to have the straight DMT experience today have to smoke it or vape it, smoke it in a pipe or vape it, and then it gets right through the blood-brain barrier and into the brain, but through the gut you can't absorb it orally. So how do you conquer that problem? What you need, in scientific terms, is a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. You need something that will shut down that enzyme in the gut. And that's precisely what the ayahuasca vine provides. It provides a monoamine oxidase inhibitor that shuts down the gut and allows the DMT in the leaves that are part of the brew to be active. And then, instead of having the usual 10 or 12 minute or even less trip to the other side of reality, which is what happens with smoked or vaped DMT, you have a 4-hour journey to the other side of reality. And it's much slower paced, and you have time to get to grips with what is happening and to investigate the visions that you're experiencing and the teachings that you're receiving. Sometimes you receive nothing. Sometimes all you do is just vomit and have diarrhea. That is one of the physical consequences of ayahuasca. I can say, as a result, I've been working with ayahuasca for more than 20 years now. I can say that as a result of long-term exposure to ayahuasca, the vomiting and diarrhea side of it I've got less and less as time has gone on. But the visionary experiences continue to be extremely powerful.
The visions,
However,
I don't know, Chris Williamson and Graham Hancock, ayahuasca.
The view of shamans in Peru is that nothing is the really most important one. That you're downloading stuff subconsciously that you're not getting consciously. Really, they celebrate these nadas. They're good things to have.
What's the implication of having the similar cave paintings from potential psychedelic cave paintings in the Amazon, in Europe?
I did.
What do you sort of?
I did hear about InfoWars. Pretty insane.
In every case, different psychedelics.
But I think he's controlled opposition.
Just to finish on the case of ayahuasca, the other.
I think they want to make. I think they want everyone to go on X to bring in the central banking digital currency. I think they're just trying to destroy all forms of news.
That is the common element to these two versions of the brew. However,
because you need an account to view X news, and I don't have an account.
And they contribute not only
just like WeChat in China, which is the app where you pay through your phone. It's gonna be like X. That's how they're gonna do it.
Have you tried this Gyges?
Yes, I have.
Okay, can you compare the two?
I would say it's significantly more powerful than ayahuasca on its own, and really intense, overwhelming visions and the sense of contact with an intelligence. And I know that skeptical
Alright, man, what the fuck is this?
Will say, of course you're not having contact with any intelligence, it's just your fantasies, it's just a hallucination. But I suggest they go and have a dozen sessions of ayahuasca first and see if that is still their view. There's something very mysterious about it, and this is a result of literally Amazonian technology. Go figure how they choose out of more than 100,000 different species.
I understand now. Thank you, Alchemaz. Thank you. I think it was in that metal I-beam.
What do you suggest?
To do that by trial and error is no easy task.
It's no easy task, but also given enough time and not much else to do.
It could be done. It could be done. And when I observe shamans in the Amazon today, what I notice is that they are constantly sampling plants. They're constantly sampling admixtures of plants. Francisco on this latest journey that I had was dropping little bits of different flowers into the plant as well.
God knows what that's going to do.
Yeah, well, all I can say is that I did have an extraordinary night.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't know, man. Hermes, I'm just trying to get, like, maybe under 30 or something. Under 30 would be sweet. Yeah, I understand. I know what you're saying.
Recreation.
I would say this should definitely not recreational, especially with the physical effects of it. But it's also a powerful emotional journey, which will reveal to you things that you may have suppressed from yourself. And the point I often make.
The grenade is back up.
It's very easy to be
not a bad idea.
With words to another human being.
I will do it.
Pretty good at words, which I
maybe.
And I've often, that's my only skill actually. I have no other skills. I can't even, put a screwdriver into a screw thread without it breaking.
I don't think I released the first guy.
I have words, and I've realized that I've said things in moments of anger that were very harsh and very cruel and really hurt other people, and ayahuasca's shown me that side of myself.
It's interesting on that point. I often think about how people that are physically strong, there's a meme, there is a culture around physically strong people protect physically weaker people, or at the very least, big hulking MMA fighters doesn't try and fight a granddad, for instance.
Can be good for hostages.
But we don't have the same sense because outwardly it's not as obvious. We don't have the same sense for somebody lexically who is linguistically very capable.
No.
And you can use, Ben Shapiro talked to me about this, about how he's a professional debater, very quick with his words, so on and so forth, and he can use that to win when arguing with his wife. But he says, do you want to be right or do you want to be loved? And
exactly.
He has to temper, it's like being the real strong guy up against the granddad.
Absolutely. I would say the most important lessons I've had from my ayahuasca journeys has been that I do have a problem with anger and I need to deal with it, and I have been dealing with it.
Maybe in archaeology.
It's another thing to actually integrate it into your life. I mean, that's where the hard work begins. But I'm working on this, and I hope that I'm
appreciate your interest in me as a friend.
I want to get it. I want to talk about that because I'm particularly fascinated about the psychology of somebody that's had to deal with such consistent criticism for a long period of time, disposition for anger, but then also evidently this sort of transcendent desire to include and transcend, as Ken Wilber would say.
Thanks, brother.
But it's partly to do with being 74 years old. We're all mortal, and the thing is that when we're in our 30s and 40s, we don't really take that into account. But believe me, when you get to my age, the clock is ticking, and you know that whatever happens, it's not going to be that long before your time is up. And I'm completely resigned and accepting to the notion of death, and it can come at any time. But when it comes,
do we not reverse hostages? Yeah, I thought about that.
To be able to look back on my life and
I
say
thought about that.
It was a worthwhile life, and that I did
I don't know.
At the very least,
anger's a young man's game in that regard.
Yeah.
What's this?
I think I'm gonna keep trying like this.
Rumor meme that I've heard about the Amazon being a man-made jungle.
Oh, it is. It is a man-made jungle.
What does that mean?
Well, what it means is that when you analyse the millions of trees in the Amazon, and you find that they boil down to about 16,000 different species, that species like the Brazil nut tree, which are incredibly helpful to human beings, which are food-producing trees, are hyper-dominant in the Amazon, and they shouldn't.
2 or 3 shots per guard.
The result of natural selection in the Amazon. It's clear that human beings have been involved in turning the Amazon to their purpose and making it an environment that is useful to them, that can feed them, that can nurture them, and for that reason, just as clearly a brilliant kind of shamanic science went into the creation of ayahuasca. An equally brilliant kind of shamanic science went into the creation of curare, which involves 11 different plants. You know what curare is? Curare is a nerve poison, which is used to tip arrows. If you're hunting a monkey, and that monkey is 100 foot up a tree, and you want it for dinner, what you don't want to do is for it to, as you shoot an arrow into it, its natural instinct will be to wrap its tail around the tree. And suddenly, the monkey that you want for dinner is hanging by its tail 100 feet above you in the tree. You don't want that. So you want something that paralyzes its muscles. And that's what curare is. That's why, curare was later used in anesthesia as well. They shoot the monkey with a curare-tipped arrow. Its muscles go limp.
Oh, man.
From the tree, and dinner is ready. But to create curare, you need different ingredients all put together. And if you don't have even one of them, it won't work anymore. So that's a scientific project, again, from a people who have lived in their environment for thousands, I believe tens of thousands of years, and are so familiar with it and so comfortable with it, they know what to do with it. But I would add to that one other Amazonian science, which again we go into in season 2, which is called terra preta, which is patches of astonishingly fertile soil that are found dotted throughout the Amazon and which are still sought out by modern settlers today, because
it's just amazing.
The rainforest isn't particularly fertile. That's why it's also such a tragic waste to cut the rainforest down. It's doing much better things for the world by being left as a rainforest than it is being turned into a cattle ranch. But terra preta has allowed bits of the Amazon to be incredibly fertile, and that also is an Amazonian invention. People in the Amazon are still making terra preta today, but the oldest examples so far found go back more than 8,000 years, and it's almost a miracle soil. It regenerates its own fertility. It's full of bacteria. It's full of biochar. It's been deliberately created by human beings. They put a lot of refuse in it as well, and it just works and multiplies, and it keeps on rejuvenating its own fertility. So patches that are 8,000 years old are still fertile today.
The thing that I keep coming back to is I understand that there is the technology or the trial and error that's happened in order to make the Amazon very useful to humans in a way.
You just shoot less second
other
hostage.
areas on the planet wouldn't have been.
Okay.
Also understand that you can curate the
I'll try that.
Brazil nut trees becoming more prevalent, etc. It's still, to me, thinking about what were sort of anthropologically modern humans built for. Persistence hunting, open plains. It just seems so inhospitable. I wonder why would you decide to... I don't know what America was like.
Well, that's where you have to ask yourself, what was the Amazon that we're now looking at? What was it like during the Ice Age? What was it like 12, 13, 14,000 years ago? And what it was like was more like the savannas of East Africa than it looks today. It became a rainforest later, after human beings were in it, and I suspect human beings were, of course climate change was involved as well, but I suspect that human beings were involved in the creation of the Amazon right from the beginning, transforming a savanna extending over millions of square kilometers into a giant rainforest. The rainforest itself is probably not much older than 14,000 years.
Because how would you have been able to make thousands and
Come
thousands
on,
of
man.
circles inside of squares if
Like, fuck you.
every
Not you guys,
feet
not you
is another
guys and
tree?
girls.
Exactly. That's right. And certainly, at the very least, you'd have to clear the area that you wanted to build your earthwork in. And so it's just one of those great unexamined areas where the human story has not been followed through enough. And when we do follow it through, we find intriguing hints of great sophistication in the past, and of finding a way of life. We shouldn't imagine that everything that we would call a quote-unquote advanced civilization has to look like us, with iPhones and cars and rocket ships and things like that. It doesn't have to look like that. There are lots of other ways to be being advanced. And I would say an advanced civilization actually should not be defined by its possessions, by its material wealth. It should be defined by its
Add the names, yeah.
ability to live in harmony with the environment in which it is surrounded. And our civilization, despite all its tech achievements, is not living in harmony with the environment at all. Whereas Amazonian civilization for thousands of years was, and still is.
I get what you mean there. I'm hesitant sometimes of sort of laying at the feet of modern humans this disregard for the world around us. I think it would be difficult if you were to give people of 13,000, 14,000 years ago the convenience and the opportunity and the availability of all of the things that everybody has in the modern world. I'm not convinced by the idea that humans are being callous in their usage of most things in the modern world.
Oh no, I don't think so either.
Had they have had the opportunity to, it would have been difficult in the past to have not become fat because of the beautiful cheesecake and all of the chips.
No, I don't think individual humans are being callous at all. We operate at the scale of a hive mind, a very large-scale organism. That's what humanity is. And the plain fact is, we aren't looking at
Nice. Oh wow, no way, you're selling PAL? Wow, insane. Do you have a buyer?
Yes, they're very detached from it, and there's no sense of spiritual value in it. This is one of the problems with modern science. And
Is there a buyer?
Desire to separate itself off from superstition. It's become totally.
Oh no way. I was gonna ask. I was gonna ask.
Reality itself is not really very rational.
Because I know you're in New York too, right?
What's missing in our society today is
Do you have a CRT too? A PAL CRT?
Garden of a planet that the universe has gifted us with, and a connection to the wider universe. and that's why things happen in the way they do. But it can change. I don't think any of the mainstream religions in the world today.
I don't know though. I played some Train in Jungle today and I hated them.
I realize that.
You might tell I know where he's from, or miss.
Spiritual experiences
No
within
worries.
the mainstream religions, but I think what's happening today is people are beginning to seek spiritual directions in other ways, and perhaps that's one of the reasons.
Oh,
why
too slow.
Ayahuasca has become so well known and so popular in the West, because it does seem to open a doorway to other dimensions and other realms.
It's probably a more reliable route to a transcendent experience than going to the Vatican, for instance.
I would say so. Yeah. Far
well, the Vatican is pretty.
And also the key difference is that it's direct experience. It's what you're experiencing, and what you're experiencing is not this world. It's
undeniable in that.
Whatever it is, it's not this. You're experiencing. If our brains are concocting it all in some sort of elaborate novel.
Should I forward hostages? Why?
Itself. That itself is a mystery.
Really? Why do you think? Just because I'm being too noisy?
Can't rid ourselves of this sense that we're getting brief, temporary access to some other level of reality. Unfortunately, a number of scientists are now looking into this in a serious, organized, experimental way. And that is being done at Imperial College.
Because of my noise. Because of the noise.
And it's being done at the University of California in San Diego.
Where's that place that's
They're a bit loud.
the way to do IV DMT?
That's Imperial College.
Yeah. So they can keep you at the state that you would have smoked, but perpetual.
Yeah, but the peak state that you would be in 5 minutes after you've had the third puff on the pipe, the peak state that you would be in there, they can keep you there for an hour or longer, which presumably feels.
I don't know, man. I miss. I think I'm just gonna keep doing reverse.
I've tried to volunteer for this.
3, 7, and 5 tries, sure.
They won't let me because I have epilepsy. But one of the projects that's taking place in America may allow me to volunteer. I don't believe it would have any.
You're a brave man in that regard.
I don't believe it would have any negative interaction with my epilepsy, because I've had quite a lot of experience of DMT and I've had no problems.
Kappa.
On the contrary, I find it helpful. But I would like to try that.
I'm cheering for you. I really want you to do it. I want you to prove me wrong.
I've smoked DMT.
What?
And I vaped.
Did you pass away or did you escape?
Drank it through the.
And then drank it through the ayahuasca beer. The nice thing about going straight to
like that?
is you don't have the.
I don't know. I don't know any difference. I didn't notice
you
anything.
Can be in the middle of an extraordinary vision.
Sorry.
Revelations are just piling in on you, and suddenly your stomach says, "No, get me out of here immediately." You know, and that often involves in the jungle squatting behind a tree and confronting whatever creatures are living in that tree.
And it turned all the way. You did the entry into the room real nice and slow.
Because I wanted a smarter and more comprehensive way to understand what's happening inside of my body. Function has been an absolute game changer. They run lab tests twice a year that monitor everything from your heart health and your hormone levels to nutrient deficiency and stuff like thyroid function. They even screen for 50 types of cancer in stage 1, which is 5 times more.
You turned all the way.
Than a typical annual physical. Testosterone levels play a massive role in your energy and performance, and being able to see them charted over the course of a year with actionable insights to actually improve them gives you a clear path to making your life better. Lab testing like this would usually cost thousands, but with Function it is only $500. Function has a 300,000 person waiting list, but every Monday they open a few spots for Modern Wisdom listeners, and you can get your expert blood work analysis and bypass that 300,000 person wait list by heading to the link in the description below or going to functionhealth.com.
You pass away? How did you pass away? What? Did I not pass away the first guard? Is that what happened?
About the Mayans?
What?
Well, this is another extraordinary civilization of the ancient world.
Because we'll start out, enter room, perfect, aim first, house, you don't waste any time, turn, adjust the angle. Time will cost the second.
You have to trace the origins of Mayan civilization back through the people who were called the Olmecs.
I understand.
And then we have to look at the
want me to like left strafe into the room?
And complication of Mayan mathematics and Mayan astronomy and the enormous numbers that they used and how they were recording dates on stele that go back 30 million years into the past.
Where are they? Modern on a modern map, where do you point to where the Mayans were?
The Yucatan Peninsula, primarily, but then going on into Guatemala as well. That's the Mayan area, and for season 2 of Age of the Apocalypse, we filmed specifically in Palenque, which is down at the bottom of the Yucatan. The nearest large town is Villahermosa. Palenque is a magnificent Mayan site dating back to the 8th or 9th century AD. It's got a series of pyramids built around a beautiful
Wow, that was
plaza
insane.
with what appears to be an
Please.
astronomical observation tower in the middle of a structure that is probably wrongly referred
Please.
to as the palace. I
Oh,
was
that's not
able
gonna
to
work.
discuss the
Work.
site at length with an archaeologist. Not all archaeologists
Please.
hate me. Quite a number of archaeologists
Please.
are interested in what I do. Are willing to work with me. Don't necessarily agree with me, but are willing at least to have a civil conversation with me. And I was so lucky to have Ed Barnhart as a guest when we were in Palenque.
He seems cool. I watched him on Lexi's show.
He's a brilliant guy, and he's fun, and he's just so enjoyable to be around.
This is fun.
And just a mine of information about the Mayan calendar and about Mayan astronomy and about Mayan mathematics.
He can read Mayan.
He can, yes, he can read the Mayan glyphs. So he did a bit of that for us. He's just really good at it, but also, interpreting what Mayan culture was all about. And one of the things we touched on was the fact that there's a very specific idea about
That was
what
better.
happens to the soul
I understand what you mean now, Alka, I
and
think. That was
idea
way better.
is found all around the world. It's found very powerfully in
It's not gonna work.
South America, Mexico, Central America, and North America. But it's also found in Egypt, and it's found in Mesopotamia, and it's found in ancient India. And the idea is that upon death, the soul makes a leap to the heavens, and where it specifically leaps to is the Milky Way. And this is referred to in many cultures as the path of soul.
I gotta side strafe
it's
more, strafe more.
Deceased
I
individual
understand.
then, the soul
Thank you,
makes
Alchemass.
a journey along the path of souls, and there will be confronted with all the errors and mistakes, and also all the good that person.
Like a judgment day.
It's like a judgment scene, and that judgment is represented by monstrous beings and locked gates that you have to be able to confront. And this idea is just found all around the world, and it's one of the reasons that I find very persuasive to the notion that we've lost an episode of the human story. I don't think this is a coincidence. I think we're looking at the remnant of a very ancient spiritual system, which was passed down in many different parts of the globe, and subsequently reinterpreted and developed by the people it was
You're
passed.
saying that because it sounds like there's echoes of that in some modern religions, that you don't think they've independently arisen separately, you think that it's a single lineage?
I think it's a single image, yeah. I think when we come to specific ideas like that, plus
That could
the,
happen.
available
Imagine you get a no A on
focus
screen
on
run.
the sacred nature of
Yeah,
specific
maybe.
numbers, in many different cultures around the world. There's a phenomenon which has been very important in my work over the last 30 years, called the precession of the equinoxes. It's not a phenomenon that everybody knows about, so I'll try to explain it. It's actually an observable effect, but it's hardly observable within a human lifetime. The best way to
What?
observe it, if you could
Doesn't make
extend
any
your life
sense.
a few hundred years and just be at the same spot every
That doesn't make any sense, dude.
when the sun rises perfectly.
It's not
clear.
good.
Be there before dawn, a good hour before dawn. A constellation
I am
of
laughing,
Zodiac is
though.
going to be lying on the horizon in the place where the sun rises, and that constellation was seen by
The
ancient cultures
rainbow
as
Kappa,
housing
come
the
on.
sun, on the equinox, and it defined the character of an age. But if you could be there,
Sir, we have a
several hundred
sexist
years,
and
you would
racist
notice that
model.
it's gradually shifting.
What should we do about it?
Eventually,
For liability.
the constellation will slip into place by
Why don't we just
itself.
put a rainbow
That's
kappa at the end of
What's happening there from
every one of our
astronomical
prompts?
perspective?
What's
So we
happening is
remove
the
all
Earth is our
liability.
viewing platform from which we observe the stars. And not only is it rotating,
And we can call every prompt satire.
and that wobble, one of the most noticeable effects over long periods of time is it changes the pole star. So, because what is the pole star except the star that the extended north pole of the Earth points most directly at? And at the moment it's Polaris, but it's been
Alchemass, the
there's been many other
genius.
stars in the
Alchemass with the
galaxy
with the
across
big brain
across the
strats.
past.
Yes, thank you,
What's the
Alchemass.
How long does it take for you to get back?
25,920 years.
I'm glad that you know it.
25,920 years, and the process unfolds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. So that
It's
is
going to be tough to track in the space of a 72-year lifetime.
It is. So you need long-term observation, you need record keeping, and you need the information being passed on from generation to generation. But sooner or later...
Oh, there we go.
notice.
We are
If you're
locking
an
in,
avid
boys.
watcher of the heavens, if these things
This is
matter
like
to you,
25
particularly
pace.
approach, you're going to notice that this is shifting along the horizon.
This is my first
Whether
25
you've got to
pacer.
figure out exactly why that observable is happening. That's another
No,
matter
I
which
can't believe we
give you a
missed
definite
that. That's
answer.
fucking bullshit.
That the observable was observed going back a very long way into the past
26.
is clear. And I can't touch on this subject without paying tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschend. Giorgio was the professor of the history of science at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology back in the 1960s, a time when I think people were more open-minded than they are today. And Hertha was a professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And they published this astonishing, groundbreaking book called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill is about the ancient recognition of precession. They completely these are leading academic figures. They completely dismiss the notion that the Greeks discovered precession just 2,000 or 2,300 years ago. They're confident that it goes back thousands of years before that, and they trace it back to what they call some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. The fact that this is found all around the world in many, many different cultures. Classic example, the bridge over the moat leading to Angkor Thom in the Angkor complex has 54 statues on either side, and each of those is pulling on the body of a serpent. And if you add 54 to 54, you get 108. 108 is 72 plus 36, half of 72. 72 is the heartbeat of the precessional cycle. And then there's precessional imagery. What they're doing by pulling on that serpent is they're churning the Milky Ocean. There's also reliefs in Angkor Wat.
Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. It's really nice of you.
3 dimensions.
I'm working for like a 250th place time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Amrita, the elixir of immortality. But that churning motion, that's why the book is called Hamlet's Mill, Lodi's Mill. That same idea of something whirling and turning and changing is locked symbolically into this number system all around the world.
What are some of the other numbers? You mentioned 108.
They're all multiples of 72 or additions to 72 which are related to the number 72, like 72 plus 36 being 108 is a precessional number. It's a very widely respected number found in sacred traditions all around the world. 43,200 is another precessional number. That's 72 times 600. That is a number that's found everywhere. There are 432,000 syllables in the Rig Veda. It's the same number again and again, based on the same system of ideas that keeps on coming up.
What were the numbers that the Mayans were obsessed by?
The Mayans were very much involved in the equinoxes and in precessional numbers, but they were also going far beyond that. They were plumbing the depths of time. I can't think of any other ancient culture which had a focus on periods that were millions of years.
5 million years.
It's a really quite remarkable thing, and they could tell you what the phase of the moon was on a particular day 5 or 10 million years ago.
Why do you think they were so preoccupied with deep history, long numbers, numerology?
Well, numerology is a fair word for it, in the sense that numbers are thought to have a sacred or a magical quality.
Why do you think that the Mayans, what is it that's...
Well, I've always seen this as a... And again, of course, I'm going to be criticized by archaeologists for this, as though I'm taking something away from the Mayans. But I see the Mayan calendar and the mathematics associated with it as an out-of-place artifact. I see it as something which is... The need for it is hard to explain within the general circumstances of Mayan culture, to have that precise mathematical calculation and this ability to think back millions of years into the past and into the future. It's hard to see the need for it. It it feels like something that would have been needed in a much bigger culture, a much bigger civilization, which were able to put huge numbers of specialists to work. And I do regard it as an inheritance. I think the Maya inherited this system from an earlier lost civilization. That's my view. And then they did their own work on it and developed it. And it's a very extraordinary thing.
If that was the case, if the Mayans inherited it, it was passed down somehow from a previous, more advanced civilization, why would they have needed it?
I think that, look at our so-called civilization today. I mean, we have no problem with big numbers. They're quite useful to us. We have no problem with complex, sophisticated mathematics. We are quite capable of peering back millions of years in the past. I mean, our present creation story is that the Earth formed 4,500 million years ago, 4.5 billion years ago. The evidence seems to suggest that it did. But, that can also be viewed as a creation myth, in a way, a scientific creation myth. The Big Bang, that's another. It's a theory, it's a speculation, but did it happen? Was it that way? There's evidence suggesting that it was, but the point I'm making is that creation myths, foundation myths about the nature of the universe are not limited to hunter-forager peoples in the ancient world. They're also found in the scientific world today.
How much do you think of this focus on astronomy and numbers is from a functional perspective, something logistically, operationally useful, and how much do you think is symbolic and sort of sacred?
I don't think it's primarily functional. Most archaeologists will tell you that. They say, of course, the ancients wanted to know when spring began,
how to navigate.
Yeah, but not only that, for planting crops, for agriculture, you want to know the season to plant, the season to reap. So you want to be aware of the spring equinox. You want to know the longest day of the year, the shortest day of the year, the solstices. These are useful in an agricultural calendar. And that's the argument that's given by archaeologists. But in my opinion, any self-respecting farmer anywhere in the world is really well aware of when he should plant, or she should plant, and when they should sow. They don't need devices that tell them when the equinox is there. There is such a device really magical one, at Chichen Itza in the Yucatan. And this is on the pyramid of Kukulkan, which is another name for Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. This pyramid at Chichen Itza, its northern stairway, the bottom of the stairway, in fact the bottom of all its stairways, is on each side there's the head of an enormous serpent. But the balustrade up the side of the stairway is just completely plain. But on the spring equinox, towards sunset, between about 5 o'clock in the evening and 5:45 in the evening, this magical effect occurs, and the shadows of the corner of the pyramid are cast on the balustrade of that stairway, and they create the shadow form of a serpent, of an undulating serpent which joins with that serpent head. And that only happens on the equinox and not at any other time. So they pinpointed it precisely. They oriented their pyramid precisely so that one part could cast a shadow on another on that special day. I think that's going over the top. If you're interested,
it's amazing.
I think that's paying homage to, remembering.
I might play a little bit more, see if I can get
giving
lower.
Credit to this memory of the feathered serpent of Kukulkan.
Forget Agent 32. I'm using washroom now.
Because I've heard you on Joe's show and talking about this for a long time, and I always think about that's magical. Like, it sounds to me like it's so cool. It's so beautiful. It's evident it's something sacred. It's taken this sort of lovely blend of art and astronomy and archaeology and architecture and all of this together. But can you just think for a second about what the psychology of those humans was like? Like, what's their relationship to this
As
thing?
above, so below. It's as simple as that. There was an ancient system in the old world developed out of ancient Egypt called the Hermetic tradition. The god, the Greek figure Hermes, is a Greek version of the ancient Egyptian god of wisdom, Thoth. And in the Hermetica texts attributed to Hermes, Thoth, there is this phrase, as above, so below. And what that phrase is saying is that it is our burden and our responsibility to replicate upon the earth the perfection and beauty and magnificence of the heavens. That if we fall out of harmony with the heavens, if we disconnect from the heavens, we fall to pieces. And we must constantly maintain and reinforce and honor and respect our connection to the wider universe. That's what As Above, So Below is about. That's why I and the brilliant genius discoverer of the Orion correlation theory, Robert Bauval, reject completely the skeptical attitude of Egyptologists. What Robert Bauval discovered was that the three great pyramids on the ground at Giza replicate the three stars of the belt of the constellation of Orion in the sky, but that they don't do so precisely in 2500 BC when the pyramids are supposed to have been built. The perfect match is in 10,500.
Because of wobble?
Because of the precessional wobble, exactly. That's right. They're building precession. And they're using precession, they're using the language of astronomy and massive architecture to memorialize a particular date. Does that mean that the whole Giza complex was built 12,500 years ago? No. But it does mean that it's memorializing a date. It's 12,500. Just like any Western cathedral may be memorializing events that took place in the time of Abraham. It doesn't mean that they were built in the time of Abraham. But I do think the Great Sphinx does date back 12,500 years. I think we're looking at a complex that's been developed and increasingly refined over a very, very long period of time.
Why that site in Egypt?
Well, there are multiple sites around the world that are referred to as navels of the earth, and Giza is one of them. I would suggest that it was the ancient...
Alka, buddy, or Alka, you missed it. We got 32. We got 32, my friend. We got 32. Check it out.
Just reasons of the British Empire passes through.
We got 32.
I think in ancient times it passed.
You got a 36? Nice.
Now, other benefits...
Like the hallway, wow, insane.
It is situated at...
We got 32. We're gonna play again though. We're gonna go for a little lower maybe.
30 degrees north latitude.
Just YOLO runs now.
Between the
clip?
equator and the north.
Oh wow. No, you don't need to clip. It's 32, man. No worries. Or miss. I waited at the boat for a bunch, like 4 or 5 seconds. Thank you. Okay, be right back. I'm gonna reset a little bit my mind.
So it's interesting to that respect, and then you build upon it an enormous pyramid weighing 6 million tons, with precise orientation to true astronomical north, true astronomical south, true astronomical east, and true astronomical west. That is saying, whatever this thing is, it is speaking to the earth. The earth's its focus. It is locked in to the cardinal directions of our planet. And then we find, and again, of course, my opponents in archaeology scoff at this, they accept that it's the case. Even Flint Dibble, who I debated with on the Joe Rogan Experience in April 2024, even he accepted this, but he mocked it and thought that it was just a coincidence. But it is a fact that if you take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by, guess what, 43,200, it's one of those precessional numbers. It's not a random number. If it was, 1 to 64,000, I wouldn't think much of it, but it's 1 to 43,200. If you take the height of the Great Pyramid, the original height, it's lost about 30 feet from its top. If you take the height and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And if you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. So, here we have a monument that is speaking to the Earth, that is locked into the Earth's astronomical cardinal directions, and then models the Earth on a scale defined by a motion of the Earth itself. That is as above, so below. And that is what I think governs these arrangements all around the world. A wish and a desire to lock humanity into the cosmos and to make us realize that we're part of something much larger than ourselves.
Staying hydrated can be boring, but it doesn't need to be. The problem is that most hydration beverages are filled with sugar and loads of ingredients that you can't pronounce.
Oh, I don't know if I don't think I can, Alka. I'm sorry.
Of element. It contains a science-backed electrolyte ratio of sodium, potassium, and magnesium.
I honestly don't think I
Sugar,
can.
coloring,
Maybe I
no
can.
artificial ingredients or any other BS. Drinking Element every single morning is how I've started my day.
Alright,
Over
I think
3
I
years
can.
now.
Yeah,
The
I
reason
have it,
that I
maybe.
keep talking about Element is that it makes a massive difference to the way that I feel, to my energy levels. It helps me to regulate my appetite, it curbs cravings, and it improves my brain function. And there is a no BS, no questions asked refund policy. So if you're not sure, if you're thinking, God, Chris won't shut up about this, I might give it a try, you can do that. And if you do not like it for any reason, they will give you your money back, and you don't even need to return the box. So it is completely risk-free. You can get a free sample pack of all 8 flavors with your first box by going to the link in the show notes below or heading to drinklmnt.com/modernwisdom. That's drinklmnt.com/modernwisdom. I was in South Florida about a month ago recording some episodes, and there was this spectacular lightning storm going on, pitch black at night. We were driving back from dinner or whatever. South Florida obviously recently had some pretty intense weather, but being British, it's just grey. You know, I'm used to fierce grey.
Yeah.
A very mild sort of damp.
Okay, Alka, I think it's...
Just
I think it might
back
be
to
like one of
those
these next ones.
storms where the moon is full and is rising, and these lightning storms, and it's off over on the coast on the ocean. And I remember thinking,
I don't know, it's
imagine
one of
you
these
were a
it's one of these ones coming up.
prehistoric human tribe, individual, whatever, looking out, you would be so certain that the gods were mad at you, that you had done something. You're like, I knew I shouldn't have touched myself last night when I went to bed. I knew that I shouldn't have told that lie. I knew that I shouldn't have stolen that fig.
Alright, it's this
whatever it
one.
is that you
It's this one, Alka Mouse.
made
This one.
something awful is going to happen, whatever it might be. And you begin to personify, and you create the stories and narratives, because that's the way that, without stats and books, that's the way that you pass down information. I just remember thinking, like, all of your relationships.
Yeah, I
as a
think it's
human,
I think it's this one.
prehistoric human, to everything is done through that kind of a story. That is a god or goddess having a war. It looked like a battle. It looked like, two gods off in the distance
Oh
throwing.
my god, it's
throwing
not
lightning
this
at
one,
each other.
sorry.
And then most recently with the hurricanes.
Wait,
that
it's
hit
this one.
Florida,
This
that's, I
one.
think about a 1 in 1,000-year event in terms of the rainfall and some of the speed of the winds. So it's rare but not unheard of, and maybe 10 times since perhaps the Americas were settled, something like that would have happened.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what a tribe that saw that occur would think?
Yeah, but supposing they saw something even much bigger than that. Supposing they saw something that affected the whole world, their whole world, however far they could go. It was devastated, it was destroyed. They themselves might have been destroyed by it.
Yeah, that was like
Imagine
28 piece.
How that would be recorded. And could that be why we have 200 myths of a global flood that destroyed
That happened before Lockwood's 112. Scrolling through on the video, there's uncut where he keeps be like, oh yeah.
These
That's
myths
hilarious.
mix up a number of different effects. They mix up.
That was it.
Fire
Did you see it? Did you miss it? Or were you typing? You want to see it again?
Volcanoes suddenly erupting. They include earthquakes, and they include flood, global flood that floods everything, that is capable of submerging lands. And this is why I'm very interested in the epoch called
Alright,
the
it's this one here.
Dryas,
This one here.
which unfolded between 12,000
This one here, and then I'm gonna close it.
11,600 years ago. It's why we call our series Ancient Apocalypse.
I was going to say, what's the apocalypse bit?
Well, the apocalypse bit is that the Younger Dryas. That's a name given by climatologists to an episode of really weird climate that took place at the end of the last
Thank you for all the help,
They
Alchemist.
call it the Younger Dryas after a species of alpine flower
Thanks for all the
that
shots,
flourishes
Toad.
in extremely cold weather. What happened, to cut a long story short, is that down to about 12,800 years ago, give or take a century, because you can't be that precise with these definitions, the Earth was definitely emerging from the Ice Age. It was getting warm, and things were looking good. It felt like that 100,000 years of frozen world was coming to an end. and then suddenly...
Give me a few minutes, please. Thank you.
You have sudden sea level rise. You have a plunge in global temperature, so that suddenly, almost overnight, it is as cold as it was as the absolute peak of the last ice age. This happens suddenly, and it happens right around the world. Worse, of course, in northern and deep southern latitudes, and much less vicious in its effects in tropical and equatorial zones, but a massive, massive event. This is the time, precisely that window, when all the big megafauna of the Ice Age go extinct. Saber-toothed tigers, mastodons, mammoths. When we were at White Sands, by the way, it was just amazing to see these mammoth footprints still in the sand there.
They're big.
They're very big. These things have got a huge stride.
Have you been following the work of Ben Lamb at Colossal? Have you seen this?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so they are bringing back woolly mammoths.
I've seen that, yes,
yeah.
I have.
So Ben was on the show, maybe talking about actually being involved with the project a little bit. Just to tangent off before you tell us more about Younger Dryas, the reason, one of the reasons that they're looking at bringing them back, that they think that by putting them in the higher latitudes, these animals will be able to compact down the snow and reflect back more sun.
Interesting.
So they'll be able to use a extinct species to help combat modern global warming.
That's a very fancy idea.
It's amazing. I mean, they're farmers, they're farm animals in a way that they will eat seeds from here and poop them over there, which will help to spread things around. So the other two, I asked him, what else are you working on? So he's got this, the way they're doing it, it's the Asian elephant. So they've taken all of these frozen samples of genetic material. They're then using AI to splice in the gaps. So there will be, at some point, there will be an Asian elephant that gives birth to a woolly mammoth when they're ready, because it's the closest genetic relative that they can get. But the other one, and this is so cool, I really love this idea from Ben. He said that, I was like, what else do you want to bring back? Like, saber-toothed tiger, that's pretty cool. And he said, dodo bird. I'm like, I mean, it's a meme. Why would you bring back it's useless?
The dodo,
Precisely. Why would you do that? And he said, well, it was because it was, the reason that it was dead was because of environmental destruction. So he's using all of the effort, being very public about the effort that they have to go to in order to bring this bird back, to say, see how much we had to do, see the labor that we had to jump through in order to be able to bring back this thing that we could have just avoided destroying its habitat in the first place. So it's like a PR bird. So it may end up being actually way more useful than you ever thought, but kind of only as a public relations tool. But I thought that was really cool.
It is very cool.
Colossal's awesome. People should go and check them out.
It would be nice to see how it all ends up. It's a real thing. It's going to happen.
It's happening. I mean, the Asian elephant thing, they're ready to pull the pin on it. I think it'll happen within the next few years.
Fascinating.
It's awesome. So Younger Dryas.
Yeah. So the Younger Dryas, within almost the living memory of the human species, we know that there have been huge cataclysms on the Earth before. The best known example is the Chicxulub crater in deeply buried off the Gulf of Mexico, the so-called KT dinosaurs extinct 65 or 66 million years ago. There have been a number of events like that caused by cosmic impacts by objects from.
I'm sure that you've looked at this as well, but I really loved learning about the fact that asteroid, had it have hit in a slightly different area of the Earth, it wasn't to do with even the impact, it was to do with the toxic dust that was kicked up from some particular type of rock that's very deep down underneath there. And you're talking about seconds later. The entire future of the Earth. Maybe 10 seconds.
Oh, I don't. Oh, there we go.
Coming pretty quick as well. And it would have been.
That's a sick N64.
For the dinosaurs, pretty good for us. That it could have hit. And I always think about
that's
that.
dope TV too.
Contingency and convergence and thin chance.
Interesting. Maybe the dinosaurs annoyed the universe.
They weren't tracking their precession sufficiently well. They didn't know their wobble. Anyway, sorry, Younger Dryas. I keep distracting.
It's
What's
not
epic?
distraction. It's relevant. The point is that there have been a number of extinction level events on our planet. And what is not being properly taken into account is that although it was very recent in geological terms, just 12,800 years ago, the Younger Dryas was also an extinction level event. and it led to the extinction, as I said, of all the great megafauna of the Ice Age, and it ushered in the Holocene, the modern age that we live in today. The team who are working on what is called the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis deserve to be taken seriously. Their opponents in science try to paint them as some sort of lunatic fringe, but actually we're dealing with a number, more than 60, highly credentialed scientists who are just following the evidence where it leads them. And what the evidence leads them to, and I've given all the data on this in my books, particularly in Magicians of the Gods, that was published in 2015, what the evidence leads to is the conclusion that the Earth, 12,800 years ago, passed through the debris stream of a disintegrating comet. All comets disintegrate sooner or later. For those who would wish to see an example of this, it's Jupiter. It's the Shoemaker-Levy 9 hitting Jupiter and breaking up into 21 fragments before it did so. Comets break up into multiple fragments. Every single meteor shower that we see, and we pass through dozens of them a year, every single one of those is the debris stream of a disintegrated comet. That's what they all are. Every single shooting star is a bit of a comet that we're looking at.
Golf ball,
sometimes
bigger.
Yeah, sometimes those bits are really large. Sometimes they can be kilometers in diameter. And what is called the Taurid meteor stream, because it appears to emanate in our time from the constellation of Taurus. Of course, it's not coming from the constellation of Taurus. It's a visual effect, that bit of the sky that the constellation of Taurus is in. The Taurid meteor stream is full of large and dangerous objects. And it's also full of smaller objects. When I say smaller, they might be 100 or 200 meters in diameter instead of 2 or 3 kilometers in diameter. The view of the Comet Research Group, who are behind the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, is that 12,800 years ago, the Earth entered a swarm of cometary debris. That swarm did include some large objects. And they reckon that's why the North American ice cap went into a sudden meltdown 12,800 years ago, unleashing floods on an enormous scale and raising sea levels, very oddly at a time when global temperatures were sinking. Normally, you get sea level rise when global temperatures are rising, but they plunged during the Younger Dryas, and yet you have sea level rise. They think that some large objects hit the North American ice cap and some hit the North.
That was the world's best
not
bug.
Single large impact.
No. But they do think that there were some large objects that hit the ice caps. But they think primarily what it was airbursts of objects that were about 100 up to 200 meters in diameter. Airbursts like the Tunguska event in 1908, June the 30th, 1908. Nobody disputes that was a bit of a comet. It almost certainly was a comet that fell out of the Taurid meteor stream, because that is the peak of what's called the Beta Taurids.
What? How?
In precisely 30th of June. It didn't leave any crater because it blew up in the sky. The Earth's atmosphere destroyed it in the sky, but that airburst flattened, the rough calculation is 2,000 square miles of Siberian forest. And when investigators went into the area a few years later, they just found the whole forest flattened over an enormous area by this airburst. It was a cataclysmic airburst. Now, if you take that, fortunately, it was an uninhabited area of Siberia. But if you take that over population areas and you multiply it by 100, it's not just one airburst, it's 100 airbursts. And as you say, the Earth is spinning pretty fast. It's rotating at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So you can see how the trajectory of these bits coming in will actually spatter the Earth across a huge range of the Earth's circumference. And the evidence for the Younger Dryas impact is that these airbursts were taking place from as far west as the west coast of North America and as far east as Syria, as far south as Antarctica and southern Chile, as far north as Belgium. So this was a very large event, and the fact that no massive craters have been found yet is partly explained by the sense that the larger objects hit the North American ice cap, and partly explained by the fact that airbursts don't leave craters, but they do decimate communities, like Abu Huraira in Syria, which is within 150 miles of the extraordinary site of Göbekli Tepe, and which was wiped out 12,800 years ago. Abu Huraira was It was completely flattened by something.
I mean, by flattened.
I mean that everybody there was killed and that the whole place was destroyed. It was rapidly reoccupied. Within 2 or 3 years, it was reoccupied and repopulated, but something really bad happened there. And the traces on the ground, the iridium, the nanodiamonds, the shock quartz, the melt glass like trinitite, all of these things speak to precisely what the Comet Research Group thinks went happen, that this was an airburst of an object of roughly Tunguska size that happened to happen over an ancient settlement.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by Nomatic. Traveling should be about the journey, not the chaos of packing. That is why I'm such a massive fan of Nomatic. They make the best backpacks and luggage in the world. The difference in the quality of your life when you have a proper, well-designed backpack is immeasurable. They've got compartments for everything, your laptop, your shoes, your sunglasses. It's so well organized that even your toothbrush will feel important. It is literally like the Marie Kondo of luggage. Everything has its place, which makes traveling more enjoyable. It makes you less late. It makes you more organized. Best of all, their products will literally last you a lifetime with their lifetime guarantee. So this is the last backpack that you ever need to buy. And you can return or exchange any product within 30 days for any reason, so you can buy it completely risk-free. You can get a 20% discount off your first purchase when you go to the link in the show notes below or head to nomatic.com/modernwisdom and use the code MW20 at checkout. Get yourself a new backpack that will change your life at nomatic.com/modernwisdom and the code MW20 at checkout. If you throw a couple of 200-meter sized airburst comets at the Earth, what happens? Is it lots of water, lots of fire, lots of what?
Well, what happens, first of all, and this is a key part of why did the temperature fall? And the answer to that is that's why the view is that some large objects hit the North American ice cap and the European ice cap. See, the North American ice cap.
I don't think it's fast enough, though. I don't think it's lower than 32.
Well, you can start out right up in northern Canada, and you could come down into Montana, and you still have ice cap, and it's a mile deep at that time. So even a kilometre-wide object hitting that is not going to leave a crater under the ground. The crater is going to be in the ice, and then meltwater is going to be released from the ice into the world ocean. It's going to flood off the land and into the ocean, both the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean, and that's what appears to have been what brought the climate down. There's a huge flood of icy meltwater pouring into the world ocean and stopping the Gulf Stream in its tracks. If we were to stop the Gulf Stream in its tracks today, global warming would not be a problem any longer. We'd be in global cooling very, very, very rapidly. And that appears to be what happened. And that, up till now, is the explanation that is given for the sudden plunge in climates at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. The explanation is that there was a flood of meltwater, icy meltwater into the world ocean, cut the what's called the global meridional overturning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is a part, and led to this sudden cooling. But they don't ask themselves, why did that icy water get into the world ocean in the first place? And that is what the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis explains.
What's the alternative hypothesis for how the Gulf Stream got switched off? The established?
Well, there is no real hypothesis for it. It's just said there is a hypothesis. I just don't think it's a very good one. They say that what happened was that glacial lakes formed in North America. Glacial Lake Missoula and Glacial Lake Agassiz. And these lakes were bounded by ice dams, and that from time to time the pressure of water on the dam would break it and the water in the lake would flood out. And they tried to account for this with sort of 80 flooding events over a period of a couple of thousand years or more. Whereas what the evidence on the ground speaks to one major flooding event, and that sudden drop in climate is very definitely keyed into the date of around 12,800 years ago.
Talk to me about Easter Island.
What a place. I love Easter Island. It's so beautiful and mysterious and remote. 2,000 miles from the coast of Peru, 2,000 miles from Tahiti, literally in the middle of nowhere. There sits Easter Island. And we know that it has been inhabited by human beings But the general view of archaeology is not for very long. The general view sees Easter Island as being settled perhaps as recently as 1,000 years ago. Maybe you could go back to 700 AD, 1,300, 1,400 years ago. There's some dispute about this, but the notion that Easter Island might have been settled earlier than that is not widely accepted. And so it's the settlement of Easter Island is seen as something that happened towards the end of what is referred to as the Polynesian expansion. And let us recognize the incredible achievements of the Polynesians, who were the world's ultimate seafarers. I mean, they explored the whole Pacific Ocean, and they found Easter Island, that tiny, tiny dot in the middle of nowhere. And there's no doubt that the indigenous inhabitants of Easter Island today are descended from Polynesians. They are Polynesian people, no doubt about that whatsoever. But the question is there a prehistory to Easter Island that is being missed? And I feel very strongly there is. And there are signs already that possibility of a much older prehistory to Easter Island is beginning to be explored. One of our indigenous guests on the show happens to be an archaeologist from Easter Island, and her name is Sonia Hoa. And she and her team have found remnants of what are called banana phytoliths. They're these tiny little bits, microscopic bits of banana, in an excavation that they did in a place called the Rano Kau crater. And they're datable. And they date back not to the Ice Age, but they date back 3,000 years, which is at least twice as old as human beings were ever supposed to have been on Easter Island. And why I say human beings is because you can't transfer bananas from place to place any other way than human beings bringing them there. Those bananas could not have been
blown by the wind.
No, they are a result of human activity. So the presence of it's quite a dynamite finding. It doesn't take Easter Island back to the Ice Age, but it does suggest that there's a lot more that we need to find in Easter Island. And I'm just intrigued by the traditions of the Easter Islanders, by the fact that they have a memory of a flooded homeland which was destroyed in a global cataclysm. That homeland was called Hiva, and it was somewhere in the Pacific, and it was flooded in an enormous flood, and some of the survivors found their way to Easter Island. That's how the story is told, but during the period of the Polynesian expansion, there was no flooded island of large size in the Pacific Ocean. Sea levels had already stopped rising by that point. You have to go back to the end of the Ice Age to get that kind of sea level rise that would actually submerge a whole island-sized landmass. And these memories are very clear, still preserved by the Easter Islanders, and they don't put a date on it, but it doesn't fit in with the conventional archaeological notion of how or when Easter Island was first settled. There's this suggestion that there's a mysterious lost history in Easter Island, and I'm of the view, I present evidence for this in the series, that the
how?
iconic objects for which Easter Island is best known, the moai, these huge sculptured figures, are definitely not from the last 700 or 800 years. They're much, much older than that.
Is there a way to date them?
Well, largely because of the sedimentation that covers many of them up. They're covered. It was first realized when Thor Heyerdahl did an excavation there back in the 1980s. What you see when you go up onto Rano Raraku, there's a number of craters in Easter Island. Rano Kau was where they found the banana phytoliths. Rano Raraku was one of the main quarries out of which the moai were cut. And what you see when you go up there today is basically head and shoulders sticking out of the ground. But if you excavate those objects, those huge statues, you find they really are huge, and that they go down, and Thor Heyerdahl did this, they go down 30 feet under the ground. And they weren't deliberately buried there, they were covered by sedimentation. And so it becomes a calculation of how long.
How much sediment per year gets
would you get 30 feet of sedimentation in a tiny island like Easter Island with no other landmass within 2,000 miles to contribute to the wind-blown dust and so on and so forth? It all has to come from Easter Island itself. So that's a suggestion that they may be much older. And again, Professor Robert Schoch of Boston University, who's done absolute breakthrough, courageous work on the Great Sphinx and arguing that the Great Sphinx of Giza shows geological evidence of being more than 12,000 years old. Schock is also of the view that the Moai of Easter Island are vastly older than we've been told by archaeologists, and he bases that largely on the sedimentation.
It's actually a great idea.
Why did they make all of those statues?
Well, the explanation that
So I got Alka. I got the 35 secret agent and 45 double agent club achievements, and I'm like 20 seconds away on the agent
affect crops
for the 22 club.
Or use the really old route. Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. I don't know if I can even pace 19 because my SA PB is 119.
There's different sized ears and stuff.
I think it'll take me some time to pace 119.
That's true.
The two original races.
I can do S200 for a completion.
There's a notion that
I know how to shoot through the columns now. Low frequency of occurrence, but
to allure.
There's one particular array in particular.
Oh, like RTA route.
And that is thought to memorialize the 7 wise men who fled to Easter Island from the destruction by flood of the land of Hever.
That seems like a big leap. Why are they the 7 men? Why is there 7? Why did they the flood?
Well, that's a big leap all around the world because there were 7 sages that brought civilization to Mesopotamia as well. According to their myths and traditions, there were
April 6, 2005, insane.
Who brought civilization to Egypt in Zep-Tepi the first time, according to the Edfu texts. This notion of 7 survivors of the cataclysm is pretty widespread.
What about the similarities with other statues around the world?
Yeah, I've been quite struck by that, and I think I was lucky enough to know Thor Heyerdahl. He was
that's what I mean. The bridge.
Open-minded.
Sorry, when I say engine room, I mean usually
he passed away
the bridge.
In 2002, but I think if he'd had the opportunity to see Göbekli Tepe and to see the upright T-shaped megaliths there, and to see the fact that they have carved into them arms and hands, and that the hands cross across the belly like this, it's exactly the same posture as the Easter Island statues.
I've calves 107
particularly in enclosure
on agent.
We know that they're close to 12,000 years.
Might do a 2.0,
2.0,
2.X.
And that precise dating cannot be put on the Easter Island statues, at least not.
Might do 2.X for like 106, 105.
There are extraordinary similarities.
I don't know what you do.
I might play Statue Agent again. Thing is, Statue Agent, I always pass away Trev when I try the Trev shot.
And has the rock. If there's a thing called luminescence dating, where if a rocky object has been kept away from the light, if you can be sure that it's not seen light for thousands and thousands of years, then you can.
I duped 237 today.
No way.
Yeah, you can. There's some kind of.
So I stopped playing Statue Agent.
It was last exposed to light. It doesn't necessarily tell you when it was made. It tells you when it was last exposed.
When it was brought into the cave or whatever it might be.
With the best FR.
It's a great.
That's what made me stop. It was the best FR and it was 237.
The carbon dating only works on organic
shit.
materials. So
unless something's got lodged in it and the likelihood of that not being degraded.
Exactly. That's by and large how most dating is done by archaeologists. When archaeologists are confronted by a megalithic site, they will look for bits of datable material.
Please give us something organic.
Yeah, which ideally should be trapped underneath the megalith. In order to say
the gold standard, this was here before the thing was here.
Yeah, or to come to the conclusion that the megalith and that object have something in common in terms of their
Same.
That's the closest.
It's a bit of
same
something
bug.
trapped underneath.
Yes, it's an assumption, rather than necessarily an exact dating, but it does give you a guideline, and it's pretty good.
Talking about the Americas, I noticed we haven't touched at all.
I just want to say one thing about Malta, which was in season 1.
Okay.
Because it's in the first season of Asian Apocalypse. And it concerns this because there's been very tiny amount of carbon dating on Malta, hardly any. You know that Malta is a massive, extraordinary megalithic culture with gigantic megalithic temples. And until the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, the temple called Gigantea on the island of Gozo, which is one of the two Maltese islands, was thought to be the oldest megalithic site in the world. And it was thought to be about 6,000 years old, maybe a little redundant. And this is based on largely what they call contextual dating, not on carbon dating. But they like to say there is some carbon dating that proves that Gigantea is close to 6,000 years old, because carbon dating was done 2 or 3 years ago in a project called Phragsus. But when you look at actually what they carbon dated, they didn't carbon date anything under the temple, which is a protected site. They carbon dated something that was underneath a former toilet block, 40 meters away from the temple, and therefore the conclusion that dates the temple. Even if it were under a megalith, you have to take it carefully as to how and when it got there. But if it's 40 meters away from the temple, I'm sorry, it's no use for dating the temple itself. I think it's possible that the Maltese temples may be, in some cases, as old as Göbekli Tepe. They have comparisons in common, and this dating problem is at the heart of the matter, because there's been very little reliable dating on Malta.
Getting back over to America.
Yeah.
Why haven't you talked about Northern America yet? We've been talking about Brazil, we've been talking about Mayan culture.
Two reasons, because we have filmed in North America. We had an extraordinary period of filming in Chaco Canyon. Chaco Canyon is the most incredible. They call it the Anasazi people, the old, it's the ancestral people, of the Pueblo people of that part of America today. Chaco Canyon is a massive, beautifully astronomically aligned complex of buildings and semi-subterranean circular structures, which again are astonishingly similar to the structures at Göbekli Tepe, and which even have that T-shaped motif that is very common in Göbekli Tepe. But the thing about Chaco Canyon, the biggest great house there, has got more than 400 rooms in it. And many of those rooms are completely sealed off. And archaeologists have found there's no evidence that any large population ever lived there. This place was clearly built for some sort of sacred purpose, and there is evidence that people made pilgrimages to Chaco Canyon. That's how they got there. That the place was used as a site of pilgrimage, and as above, so below. It's locked into the summer solstice sunset and sunrise, the winter solstice sunset and sunrise, different buildings, the equinoxes. They're all tied up. There are alignments that extend over distances of tens of kilometers to other structures which are perfectly in line with a solstitial alignment. This was the work of an amazing astronomical culture. No, I'm not claiming that astronomical culture was 12,000 years old, but what I'm suggesting is that ideas that it expresses may be much older than the structures themselves. So we filmed at Chaco Canyon, and we filmed at White Sands in New Mexico, where an indigenous expert, Kim Charlie, who's actually one of the people who found the footprints in the first place, was my principal informant, and it was wonderful to see the emotion that she felt about the connection of her people with these 23,000-year-old
Why are they dying?
Would we have filmed elsewhere in America?
Like, why?
Yes, but unfortunately, archaeologists prevent.
How are they dying?
Tell me more about that.
Well, just as they denied us access to film at Serpent Mound in Ohio in the first season of Ancient Apocalypse, we made an episode about Serpent Mound anyway. We were able to do some filming from neighboring land, but we were specifically denied access in a written document that I have put online, which said that the reason that they were denying us access was because I was presenting the series. And basically, they don't agree with my ideas, therefore the best way to censor me is not to allow me to go to Serpent Mound at all, or at least to make it as difficult as possible for me to tell a story about Serpent Mound, a story that would have honoured Serpent Mound and does honour Serpent Mound. Anybody who looks at that episode in Season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse will realise that. Where are we heretical? We're suggesting that the Serpent Mound's alignment to the summer solstice sunset is just slightly off. And the reason
Why
that
is he
it's slightly
dying?
off isn't precession. It's
Is that
another
escaped? What
motion
is that
of the Earth,
symbol?
which is called the obliquity of the eclipse.
That isn't
The Earth
hostage
has a tilt on
released.
its axis, and that tilt shifts
Oh, it's
around
released. I'm an idiot.
23.5
I'm
degrees.
really dumb.
That affects the rising position.
I'm
of
really
the
dumb
sun,
player.
solstices in the
Forget it.
second
Forget
position.
about it.
And what it's targeted at is the setting position of the sun, not today.
Just
not
ignore
1,000
everything I
years ago,
say.
but 11,500 years ago. Anyway, we were stopped filming there, and that repeated in season 2. We wanted to film at Cahokia, an amazing, massive pyramid site. We wanted to film.
Where's that?
It's in Illinois. We wanted to. Let me double check that. I'm forgetting which state it's in. I do believe it's Illinois. We wanted to film at. I've been to Cahokia. It's an incredible place, but we were not allowed to film there. Filming permission was denied, again because I'm the presenter of the series. I wanted to film at Monk's Mound in Alabama, Moundville in Alabama. We sought permission to film there. Same reason, it was denied. So if other majestic, wonderful mound sites in North America don't show up in our series, it's because archaeology didn't want us to film them.
The SAA asked Netflix to recategorize your last series, so I imagine they must be thrilled that you've released another one.
Well, the SAA made a desperate, frantic, hysterical effort to have me cancelled. That's basically what it was about. They tried to, I think it's an abuse of power. They tried to use their power as a body representing 5,000 archaeologists to mount a smear campaign against Ancient Apocalypse, to say all sorts of things about it that were simply untrue, to present that in an open letter to Netflix, and to ask that Netflix reframe the series as science fiction instead of documentary. And of course, what a clever way to get someone cancelled. I mean, who's going to watch it if it's science fiction? You know, rightly and properly, it is a documentary series, and it is full of expert opinion from many different people. It's not a work of fiction. It's not some kind of novel. This is a documentary, but they wanted it to be called science fiction because they knew that way the viewership would be reduced.
Well, there's no,
and Netflix fortunately ignored them.
There's no real tension or stakes if it's just a whimsical story. The only reason that it actually drives people and is compelling, one of the reasons that it is more so is that this is being proposed as a potential real world story, not as something that's just been fabricated.
No, absolutely.
What's your
and to the annoyance of archaeologists, I think actually there are a number of archaeologists in the SAA. One called John Hoops, who's professor at the University of Kansas, was actually directly involved in the writing of that SAA open letter. And another, of course, is Flint Dibble, who I debated with. I think they have media aspirations themselves. When I look at the reaction of a lot of these individuals, what I see fundamentally is jealousy and envy. They see that I'm getting exposure in front of a mass public, and they think it should be theirs. So, in fact, I'll say something about John Hoops and Flint Dibble in this context, which is that if individuals who define themselves as archaeologists find themselves spending more and more of their lives just attacking the work of other people, well, what archaeology are they doing? What uses? What have they contributed to human knowledge? When I look at Flint Dibble and I look at John Hoops, the answer I come to is virtually zero. They've contributed nothing to human knowledge. They're not going to make a mark on history. Nothing in the work that they've done is going to have any effect or any significance a generation or two from now. But they can make themselves significant by attacking the ideas of other people, especially if they frame those ideas as assaults upon archaeology.
What's your reflection on the debate that you had with Flint?
Well, I've finally got round to analysing that debate. I've been very busy, as you can imagine, with making season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, which went on, finalisation of that series went on long after the debate in April.
Oh my God, please.
But I did finally sit down to
Please.
fact check Flint Dibble. And I've just put that video on.
Oh my God, that was like 25 pace.
Quite recently, as we're talking, just a couple of days ago. What I've done is I've just compared the statements that Flint makes in the debate with the facts. I'm hardly injecting my own words into it at all. It's just important, I think, for people to understand the tactics that were used in that debate. I do think that Flint is a better debater than me, and I say that in the video. I do think he was better prepared than me. But some of the tactics that he used, I'm not going to define them here. I would prefer that people look at the video. So the video can be found on my YouTube channel. And I'm going to follow that up ultimately with the only talk that I'm going to give in North America next year. Because next year is looking to be very busy. But I'm going to give a talk on the 19th and 20th of April in Sedona. 2 days of talks. I'm going to present a whole series of arguments called The Fight for the Past. And the link for that is up on the events page of my website. And I hope people will join me there. And I hope people who are critical of my ideas will join me there, because I want to open up to audience discussion in this. But I think my feeling was, I felt quite beaten down after the debate. I felt that I'd done badly. I felt that I'd let my side down, my side being the alternative approach to archaeology. But as time has gone by, and as I've looked at the tactics that Flint used in that debate, and as more and more people have become aware of those tactics, I've realized that in a way it was a good thing that I wasn't the outright winner of that debate, because what it did was it showed to a wide general public the true face of archaeology, which is the skull behind the smile of archaeology, which is an archaeology that seeks to crush and destroy other people, to ridicule and diminish their life's work, to insult them, to humiliate them. That's what comes across in the debate that I had with Flint Dibble. And unfortunately, his kind of archaeologist is most vocal in the issue of attacking alternative views of the past. I think it's very good that the public got to see an archaeologist doing that over a period of several hours in a debate. I'm actually quite glad that I didn't do better than I did. But I'm also glad now that I've had time to put the record straight with this video.
How has it been personally to spend such a long time being criticized so heavily from so many people?
Yeah, it goes back a fairly long way. My first book about a historical mystery was called The Sign on the Seal, A Quest for the Lost Ark of the Covenant, based on my years of experience in Ethiopia and looks at Ethiopia's claim to possess the Ark of the Covenant. I'd written many books before that, but they were entirely on current affairs issues. The Sign on the Seal was the first book I wrote about a historical mystery. None of my books about current affairs issues received much criticism. The Sign on the Seal didn't either. It was quite welcomed as an interesting story. Good Lord, could the Ark of the Covenant actually be in Ethiopia?
What is the Ark of the Covenant?
As the Ethiopians claim. Well, you've obviously not seen Raiders of the Lost Ark, then. It's the Indiana Jones movie. It's the object that's described in the Book of Exodus, carried on carrying poles, made of gold, wood and gold, with the tablets of the Ten Commandments supposedly inside it. I won't go into the long details of why it might be in Ethiopia, but my point is that book only got to number 6 in the bestseller list. And that seemed to be just a little bit below the horizon where archaeologists needed to attack it. But the next book, Fingerprints of the Gods, got to number 1 on the bestseller list, not only in the UK, but also in 6 other countries, including Italy and Japan. It became a worldwide phenomenon. And that attracted the eye of Sauron from archaeologists who, even then in 1995, were very annoyed that the public were listening to me. And that's when I started to be directly targeted and attacked by archaeologists and by non-archaeologists who support the archaeological mainstream position. And those attacks grew increasingly furious and unpleasant during the 1990s. And I naturally began to feel quite annoyed about them myself, and I began to feel that I needed to defend myself against these kind of things. I couldn't just let it happen. So I can say that really I've been locked in a kind of argument with archaeology since the mid-1990s. From time to time they've got a big TV program to attack me, like BBC Horizon did a big so-called expose on my work in around the year 2000. There were some serious errors in the Horizon presentation, and it's the first time ever that BBC Horizon has been forced to re-edit and reissue the program. But those errors were there because the archaeologists behind it wanted me and my colleagues like Robert Boval destroyed, stopped in our tracks. Don't let these people speak because goodness knows they might mislead the public. And this is a problem that I have with this attitude within archaeology, which is an attitude fundamentally of disrespect towards the intelligence of the general public. I think sovereign adults should have the right to make up their own minds. They should have the right to explore alternative points of view. Those who are presenting alternative points of view should not be stopped from filming at sites where those alternative points of view can be expressed. It should be an open market in ideas, and the general public is quite intelligent enough to make up its own mind about which idea it supports and which it doesn't. I strongly reject the tendency within a small faction of archaeologists who nevertheless present themselves as speaking for the rest, and who the rest circle the wagons around whenever necessary. I strongly resent their notion that they somehow need to tell the public what to think.
Has it been frustrating for you as somebody who wants to focus on work, not perverse incentives, but the temptation to play defense for yourself, given that lots of accusations are coming at you, which then means that if you don't respond, the vacuum of response sometimes sucks in speculation or seems like complicity or a lie through omission or whatever it might be. So this, do you ever sort of feel wistful for how much of your life has been spent this back and forth? I've heard you have this conversation a number of times with Joe. I've heard you do it directly to Flint. It's evident that this has been something that's got under your skin for a long time, and it's been poke continuously. But I think about how much time of both archaeologists doing the debunking and then I think what's now technically referred to as dedunking, which is the reverse of the debunking.
Debunking the mainstream, that's Dan Richards.
Yes.
His channel is called Debunking. He's done some great work, and I'd like to give a shout out to another YouTube channel run by a guy called Independent Scholar. That's his handle. He's done some excellent. It's a very small channel right now, but it deserves to be bigger.
I like that dedunking word. But my point being that so much time of both established mainstream archaeology, yourself, and then from what I can tell, even parts of your psychology, maybe this anger predisposition has played into it a little bit, has been captured by criticism. Criticism captured in many ways.
It's made me defensive. Just take a look at the book that I published in 2002 called Underworld. It's about 1,000 pages long. It's got 2,000 footnotes. I wrote that book defensively. That book describes the 7 years of scuba diving that I and my wife Sandra did to look at structures that were submerged by rising sea level at the end of the last ice age. But I made it a very heavy read because I was trying to bulletproof it against the attacks that I knew were going to come. And as a result, it's a much heavier read than most of my books. I don't feel I need to write so defensively now, but I do feel that I need to document and provide the source for every single statement that I make, so that I can't be accused of misrepresenting information. I'm aware that I'm surrounded by a group of hostile people who want to find any error or mistake in my work and magnify it into some kind of conspiracy that Hancock is involved in. Look, when the SAA wrote that open letter to Netflix, it took me a month to research and document my rebuttal to the SAA's open letter. And that rebuttal, part of it, I actually read out during this video I've told you about, but it's on my website, it's in my blog. A detailed rebuttal to the points that I make. So that was a month of my life that I could have been doing something much more constructive with, that I was spent immersed in each and every one of their criticisms to show that those criticisms are not based on anything solid. Yes, it's most unfortunate. Why can't archaeology be a bit kinder and a bit more generous in this? Well, why is it necessary for people who define themselves as scientists? I don't think archaeologists are scientists. I think they're like the lady who protests too much. I think that's a Shakespearean line. They desperately want to be scientists, but why should they have this power? Why should they have this ability to just use their authority to try to shut people down?
I saw an interesting video about pseudo-archaeology and how it's a dangerous gateway. Basically, being the beginning of a radicalization pipeline, because questioning the status quo and established theories in archaeology gets you very quickly into Rothschild and lizard people things soon enough?
Well, I think I was amused by my first season of Ancient Apocalypse being called the most dangerous show on Netflix in newspapers and by archaeologists. And I've never seen why that should be the case, and my rebuttal to the SAA's open letter makes that clear. Just remind, how did we get onto that point? I'm getting tired.
No, I was saying that what's it been like psychologically dealing with all of the criticism, and then there was this pseudo-archaeology pipeline into danger.
Oh yes, the idea that thinking for oneself about the past might dangerously lead to thinking for oneself about other things too. This has often been connected to the climate change issue. People said, my goodness, if people believe, Hancock, that we're wrong about the past, then they'll believe experts are wrong about climate change as well. And that's one of the reasons why it's seen as dangerous. But behind that is a notion that the public should not be provided with information that can enable them to make choices between different points of view. And I think that's the heart of a democracy, it's the heart of a democratic system, that we should have an open forum for alternative points of view. And rather than despising the public and think that they need to be told what to think by so-called experts who are archaeologists, we should trust the public to make up their own mind on information, and we should provide that information to them. And I don't think that's dangerous. I think what's
Oh my
dangerous
god,
is
what
shutting up
happened
now.
there?
Can we talk a little bit about Stonehenge? Because there was some recent revelations that came out about the distance that the central rocks had travelled.
Well, one from Scotland.
Yeah, I mean, that's for the people who aren't in the UK. UK is not as big as America, right? But that's a good distance.
You're looking at hundreds of miles.
With a pretty big rock.
With a pretty hefty multi-ton rock.
And that's 4,000 years old?
4,000 or more years old. There's parts of Stonehenge that are much older. There was a Woodhenge at Stonehenge, which may go back as much as 10,000 years into the past. This is a site that was developed over a long period of time. We're looking at the latest incarnation of it at around 4,000 years ago. Another mystery is that the blue stones, the smaller stones at Stonehenge, also don't come from the Marlborough Downs, where Stonehenge stands. They come from Wales. They were brought a distance of more than 100 miles. And in fact, you can see almost see a template of Stonehenge in the Preseli Mountains in Wales, where these stones were cut out of and brought to, you could actually put them back into the gaps that had been left for them. So the ancients were doing something on a very large scale, across hundreds of miles, to create that site. And of course, we have no documents that have survived from that period, so we don't know why. But what we do know is that Stonehenge, like Serpent Mound, like the Great Sphinx, is oriented at a key moment in the solar year. In the case of Stonehenge, it's sunrise on the summer solstice. In the case of Serpent Mound, it's sunset on the summer solstice. But you can see the connection, that as above, so below, that we're seeing in the Americas, we're also seeing in ancient Britain. And I'm not saying that that's because it came from ancient Britain to ancient America, or from ancient America to ancient Britain. I'm saying that the best explanation for that is that both received a legacy from an older and lost civilization.
Up next, would you ever consider doing any work in Antarctica?
I don't see the point. I don't see the point. I'd love to go to Antarctica and see that magnificence. But what work could I usefully do? I'd have to have a billionaire backer and lots of amazing kit. To start investigating under the ice properly in Antarctica.
Where would you like to go next then, if it's not Antarctica?
I intend to spend the next year refocusing on ancient Egypt. I've been out of ancient Egypt for quite a while, but I've recently mended my fences and established a new friendship with Zahi Hawass, who is the leading Egyptian Egyptologist. And I hope to work with Zahi rather than, we've buried our old conflict, and there was a conflict between us. We've decided that is not fruitful for either of us. He has his point of view, I respect it, and it's based on his lifetime exposure to the mysteries of ancient Egypt, and he comes at it from a mainstream archaeological point of view. I've been exposed to ancient Egypt for 30 years, and I'm coming at it from an alternative point of view, and how interesting to work together. It's the first time I might have a really constructive long-term working relationship. So, and it's odd because Zahi and I were once at Gyges, but we're both getting old, and we both feel that there's no point in having bitterness in life. So I want to get back to ancient Egypt, and I want to spend a lot more time there. I think Egypt is the heart of the mystery. That's where ultimately all the stories will come out.
I originally had this plan that obviously you're not aware of because I never told you. But we may be able to make it work, I guess, with your newfound Egyptian contact and your next focus. I wanted to do a podcast.
Oh!
In front of the pyramids.
That's like 27!
At some point.
That's like 27, guys!
From the Egyptian government may be difficult. I imagine that.
Yeah!
The rest of it. But
cool!
When, you're ready to do that. I've got the team that can put it together.
In the fade, no one's here, no one's here. Oh my god, Alchemass 27. What's up, Alka? Cool. In the fade, solid, yeah. 27. It's not bad.
I'm happy to negotiate.
Oh, I was hoping it'd be 26 though. I don't think I've ever paced. I think I used to pace 25. Like I used to have some 25s, old strat. Yo.
I will allow you to contribute to the location.
What place is that?
Graham Hancock.
I'm gonna save the raw just because. I'll save it.
Go and do this stuff. The new series, which I got early access to, which is pretty sweet on Netflix, is really awesome. I actually prefer the second series to the first.
Thanks,
one.
Alka. Thank you. Thanks for all the help.
Is awesome. It's engaging. Where should people go and what can they expect over the next however long?
Thanks for staying here for like an hour after. Appreciate that.
Goes public on Netflix. It's released on Netflix on the 16th of October, Wednesday the 16th of October. So anybody anywhere in the world who has Netflix will be able to watch Ancient Apocalypse Season 2 from the 16th of October 2024 onwards. And that's one of the great things about Netflix is that when you put a year and a half of effort into making something on this scale, it doesn't just disappear with one shot. It stays there for a long period of time, so people can view it even a year or 2 years or 3 years after it was first released.
And to keep up to date with everything else that you're doing?
My website is the primary focus, grahamhancock.com.
Nice.
And of course,
on the full moon,
I have a substantial Facebook page.
Full moon energy
I have a
tomorrow.
Page, but I would look up author Graham Hancock. It's my author page. That is my main Facebook page, and I have a Twitter account as well. Maybe we can put them under the description in your when you release this.
Thank you, Graham. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Thank you very much for tuning in. If you enjoyed that, you will love my full-length 3.5-hour conversation with Eric Weinstein. Right here. Go on.
I've seen you talk about the fact that you
Patrick Bet David. Okay, Patrick Bet David and Graham Hancock. I think we may have watched this before, but we forgot about it. This is going to be an amazing discussion. Harvey Weinstein? I don't know, dude. I'll be honest. Oh, 3 weeks ago. It's a new one. Yes.
This is where I get myself into a lot of trouble.
Yes, baby.
You've climbed all the way to the top 5 times, you said, right?
If you're more than 20 feet up and you...
Bro, I miss. I'm like... I'm elated. 27? Yeah. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Get it back.
You fall, you're pretty much certain to be dead. The limestone that I was holding, which was very eroded, broke off in the I fell back.
That's pretty cool.
In the 90s, a special robot was designed, which was sent
Thanks
up
to you,
there.
Alka.
What it found was a door blocking the shaft. So the question is, what lies beyond that door? What we're getting is evidence that the Great Pyramid still has many secrets to reveal.
If you were given a
They were both in the
budget,
food.
open checkbook, a team that you get to put together, and ample time to go investigate everything you can about the pyramid, what would you do?
There is one temple in Egypt that's left standing which still contains the Atlantis account. Maps based on copies of even older source maps that somebody was mapping the world long before us. Now, this is puzzling.
wrong, this life meant for me. Yeah, why would you bet on Goliath when we got Bet David? Value David, giving values contagious. This world of entrepreneurs, we get no value to haters. How they run, homie, look what I become. I'm the one.
All right, so today we have a very special guest here with us. Okay, very. Not only does his name sound like a major Hollywood movie star, Graham Hancock, right? That's a powerful name. No relation to John Hancock, is what I mean. You're right. You're
well,
not.
I suspect there is a relation.
Maybe something.
Because the name comes out of Cornwall in the west of England, and then there were settlers who came over to the US.
So that could be.
There's not that many Hancocks around.
Maybe you guys are from an ancient civilization that we don't know about. We got to go through ancestry and figure this one out.
I would like.
But definitely no relation to the Hancock from Will Smith, the movie that he played. Right? That's a fictional character we're talking about.
That's another one.
So we got a New York Times best-selling author, like Fingerprints of the Gods. And then you're about to go on your season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse,
Ancient
right?
Apocalypse,
October 16th.
Which launches on October 16th.
Yeah, so...
And it's six episodes of 40 minutes each.
So I had Randall Carlson on. I've had Stephen Greer on multiple times, Billy Carlson on. Mm-hmm. And we have all these conversations, right? And, you know, you listen, and a part of the level of curiosity is kind of like, well, I don't know. They sound convincing. Yeah. But I don't know. But I want to learn. I'm curious. I'm curious to know what they're going to be saying. So to me, you know, there's 3 different types of people when it comes down to the ancient civilization. Mm-hmm. There is the establishment side that maybe will say, look, there is no such thing as ancient civilization.
Indeed so. Or no such thing as a lost civilization.
A lost civilization, right. No lost civilization. That's the right word.
Yeah.
And then number 2 is, there was a lost civilization. Then there's a different camp that says, yes, there's a lost civilization, but they didn't have no advanced technology that you're talking about. And then there's the third camp that says there is the lost civilization and they had incredible advanced technology. Which of those 3 do you associate yourself more with?
None of them.
None of them.
No,
so
because the word advanced is extremely nuanced. What I'm talking about, and this is an area where my work has been repeatedly, deliberately, and in a calculated way misrepresented by archaeologists who don't like my work and the ideas that I'm suggesting. When I talk about an advanced civilization, let's be clear, I think that all civilizations on this planet emerged ultimately out of shamanism. If we go back into the Stone Age, if we go back into what's called the Upper Paleolithic, we will find that the world was pretty much shamanistic at that time. Every culture, every tribe, every group would have had its shaman who was bringing healing and who was dealing, if you like, with the supernatural. That's what shamans still do today in the Amazon rainforest. So I think that all cultures emerged out of a shamanistic background. But what I'm suggesting is that during the Ice Age, there was one culture which went quite a bit further than other cultures from that same shamanistic background. It's a characteristic of shamanism, which a lot of people don't realize, is that true shamans are extremely scientific. If you go to the Amazon rainforest, as I've done quite frequently, and as I do for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, and sit down to drink the powerful visionary brew, ayahuasca, you will discover that the shamans are constantly sampling.
Yeah, if I just focus on control, I can drop that like 15 seconds. So I'm 18 seconds away from getting the 22 Agent 22 combined time. 18 seconds away. Maybe I should just focus on control.
It involves 11 different plants.
Maybe focus on control and statue right now. Control agent and statue agent.
Two different plants, none of which are effective on their own, but mixed together.
Maybe just all control
when you remember that
agent.
There's more than 100,000 different species of plants and trees in the Amazon, then you are looking at a scientific project to find, locate, and create these things. And this is true of
I mean, I might be able to get like a Facility 49 agent or something,
there
but
was one shamanistic culture back during the Ice Age which went further than others. And when I say advanced, I want to be absolutely clear. I am not looking for us in the past. I am not talking about a civilization that had iPhones and flew to the moon, or built rocket ships or Teslas, for example, a high-tech machine civilization. But I am talking about a civilization that had gone much further than others during the Stone Age. And where it had gone, where I derive this from, is the evidence of a knowledge of longitude on ancient maps. Now, longitude are the vertical lines down the map. Latitude is the horizontal. Longitude is a problem that our civilization...
What? There's a GoldenEye 00 Agent 33 club? Are you serious? God damn it. I thought this was the last one. Are you serious right now?
If you say you're sailing from Britain to America, you have no idea.
So there's a lot of
exactly
clubs.
how
Holy
far away
shit.
you are from the American coast. And it's quite
How many
possible
clubs
in the dead
are
of
there?
night, if you've done your calculations wrong, that you're going to crash into that coast and hit it.
Come on, man. How many clubs are there?
It's really important to know where you were at sea. It wasn't until the mid-18th century that Western civilization
Dang, dude.
solved the longitude problem. And in fact, there was a huge
They go all the way
prize offered
down.
for anybody who could solve the longitude problem. Well, eventually they did by creating a chronometer which could keep accurate time at sea. But before that, nobody knew where they were in terms of longitude. It was always a rough guess.
What did they use back then? What did Columbus use when he went from Spain to Caribbean to here? Was it just a wing job?
Just rough guesswork. Just rough. And he, of course, didn't know. Columbus didn't even know for sure whether he was going to find a continent on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. But he had reason to believe he would, which touches on these ancient maps that I speak about. There was a sense that there was something there. But he wouldn't have known at any point in his voyage how far west of Greenwich in the UK he was. He wouldn't have had any idea. So knowing longitude was a real huge breakthrough for seafarers in our epoch, for our civilization. But these ancient maps that I'm speaking about, which are in many cases maps that were produced in the 14th,
I'm going to take a break.
15th century, but always based
Probably
on
come back with some food and probably going to play some Control Agent when I get back.
The Piri Reis map is an example, and many of the maps that are called portolanos that map
Maybe like 20 minutes,
sea are
half an hour, maybe
all
more.
contain extremely accurate relative longitude.
Enjoy the
And they should not do so. Even if they
Graham
were
Hancock.
just made in the 14th century and not based on earlier source maps, they should have relative longitudes, but they do. So that's one reason why I'm pretty confident that the longitude problem was cracked much earlier, because some of these maps show the world as it looked during the last ice age. The Orontius Phineas map actually shows Antarctica as well. Yet our civilization didn't discover Antarctica until 1820, and there it is on a map from the 1500s.
I want to show you this. So maybe to the audience that doesn't follow this, if you can pull this up, I just pulled up the Piri Reis
well,
map.
Piri Reis is only a bit of a map. That's all that survived from the map, and it shows a bit of South America and a bit of Africa. The relative longitudes are good, but can we find the Orontius Phineas? Orontius Finaeus.
Orontius.
Yeah. And there we are. Well, what you're seeing on that map from the mid-1500s is at the very tip of South America and at the very tip of South Africa, you're seeing Antarctica. That's what that huge land, that's South America on the right, and that's the tip of South America, and it's touching an enormous continent, which is also at the south of South
Rob, can you show which one is South America that you're showing? So South America would
So
be...
keep going down, bottom right. Bottom right, keep going. That's South America.
Okay.
Go left. That's South Africa.
Okay.
Go right from there. That's Antarctica. And it even says the Antarctic Circle. That is Antarctica. And that's a problem, because our civilization did not discover Antarctica until 1820. We had no idea. And there are other maps. Could you find the Pinkerton world map from 1813, say, or roughly 1813? Let's see how it shows Antarctica. Pinkerton world map. No, that's not the bit of it. Keep going. Ah, yes, the next one, the first one on the left there. That
bottom middle, right there.
Middle.
No,
Right.
we'll
No.
one more
Go
to the
right,
right,
one
that
more.
right there,
That's
yeah.
it. There. That's how Antarctica is shown on a map.
Non-existent.
It isn't there.
Right.
And that's because it's an honest map.
That's 1818.
Yeah, 1818.
And you said that's because it's an honest map?
It's an honest map because at that time, navigators from our civilization hadn't found Antarctica. So they could only say, they couldn't map it because they hadn't seen it. Okay, that's the thing. That's why there's no Antarctica on this map. But a few years later, 1820, Antarctica is discovered and it starts to appear on maps. But the anomaly is that it appears on these much earlier maps as well. maps based on copies of even older source maps. And that suggests to me that somebody was mapping the world long before us. And furthermore, these maps often show the world amazingly much as it looked during the last ice age. The world was very different during the ice age. Antarctica was much bigger during the ice age than it is today. For example, the Malaysian peninsula and the Indonesian islands were all joined together into a single landmass that reached almost as far as New Guinea. New Guinea was joined to Australia. This was because sea level was 400 feet lower during the ice age than it is today. The world looked very different. And some of these ancient maps show the world as it looked during the last ice age.
Very interesting. And the fellow who discovered Antarctica was Nathaniel Palmer.
I believe so.
And do you know who he was and what he did?
No, because I'm fundamentally not interested in who discovered Antarctica in our era. What I am interested in is the fact that it was discovered in our era, around about 1820. And before that, there was no knowledge of Antarctica.
And so what's your point with this? Is it to go back and say the other map, which is the Pinkerton map,
Pinkerton World Map,
Pinkerton World Map, had Antarctica?
No, the Pinkerton World Map
is the honest map that didn't have it.
The Pinkerton World Map is an honest map based on the latest information that was available to navigators at that time. And it's not, Antarctica is not on that map because they hadn't found it yet.
And why does this matter?
Well, it matters because if Antarctica is present on ancient maps, then it means that somebody was able to sail the world, to explore the world's oceans, and to map the world's oceans, and furthermore to do so with rather good relative longitudes. That's what I mean when I talk about an advanced civilization, a civilization that had advanced astronomy, that was able to observe the stars, understand the rising and setting points of stars, navigate using stars, and that was able to explore and map the world. Therefore, it had some significant seafaring ability. But I'm not talking about a civilization that had motor cars or airplanes or iPhones.
I got you. So you've said, I think in the Ancient Apocalypse that you don't see yourself as an archaeologist, not a scientist, but as a journalist, right? Like as a researcher.
Definitely.
So as you research and go even deeper, is there any fingerprints of who was the first to find out about Antarctica at that time, especially if it's 1400, 1300, 1500?
Well, the only
what name is mentioned?
No name to mention. It's just said to be there. There's on that Orontius Phineas map, there's a legend written in Latin at the bottom of it, and where the mapmaker boasts about revealing to the world areas that had been hidden in darkness before that. And that sounds to me like ancient maps that had been hidden away, and that some had been found. Hidden in darkness.
In traditional academia archaeologists, okay, and let's call them the establishment versus some of the guys that are challenged, like yourself. Okay, let's just
like
say
me and Randall Carlson.
Sure, let's call it anti-establishment, the establishment, the traditional way of looking at it.
Fair
Okay,
enough,
and what is their position on this? What do they say? So these are the ones that have all the degrees and the fancy degrees and universities and professors and all these papers they've written. What do they teach students since they're
They don't take the ancient maps seriously. They think they were exercises in fantasy by ancient map makers. They don't believe that Antarctica was discovered until 1820. They think that some map makers just thought that there should be a landmass at the bottom of the Earth and just stuck it there imaginatively in exactly the place that Antarctica is. They dismiss the whole line of reasoning on that. But for me, I'm not claiming that these maps prove there was a lost civilization, but I am saying they are a huge anomaly and a puzzle, which I have plunged myself into. I'm following my curiosity wherever I go, and I'm doing so in a journalistic, not in an archaeological way. So what archaeologists study, much of it is very useful to me, and I have great respect for many archaeologists, and they do very detailed, nitty-gritty work down there in the dust, and it should be valued and it should be treasured. But I don't think it's the only way to investigate the past. I think we have to take other issues into account as well. So, for example, with the Great Sphinx of Giza, archaeologists will tell you that the Sphinx is the work of a particular pharaoh, Pharaoh Khafre, who they say built it during the 4th dynasty around 2500 BC, give or take 50 years. There isn't a single contemporary inscription that says Khafre built the Sphinx. nothing whatsoever. There is a stela that's in between the paws of the Sphinx, but that was erected more than 1,000 years later. And it doesn't even contain the name Khafre. It did once contain the single syllable Kaf, but the rest of the line is missing, and there's nothing on it which says Khafre built the Sphinx. That pharaoh who put that stela up some centuries later, could have been saying that Khafre restored the Sphinx. There's nothing contemporary that says Khafre was the maker of the Sphinx. And there are other stela on the Giza Plateau which say that even Khufu, the predecessor of Khafre, knew the Sphinx. The Sphinx was already there in his time. So I think that the Egyptological case to attach the Sphinx to Khafre is extremely flimsy. The Sphinx is roughly in front of a second pyramid at Giza, which is attributed to Khafre. That's one of the reasons they connect it to him. And they think that the head of the Sphinx looks a bit like Khafre, although I kind of disagree with that. But that's not a central point. I and my colleagues, Robert Boval, John Anthony West sadly passed away, Professor Robert Schock from Boston University, Randall Carlson as well, are generally of the view that the Great Sphinx was originally a fully lion-bodied statue. And that it goes back more than 12,000 years, and I can explain to you why we think that. That it goes back more than 12,000 years, that the head sticking up there, the lion head, was badly damaged and eroded, and that in pharaonic times, perhaps indeed in the 4th dynasty, perhaps even during the reign of Khafre, they remodeled the head and put it into this head wearing a classic ancient Egyptian pharaoh's headdress, which is called the Menes headdress. But what we think is that there was a lion there before that, and there's a very special reason for that.
Why is it?
Well, there's two reasons actually. The first reason is the orientation of the Sphinx. The gaze of the Sphinx targets directly the rising sun on a very special day of the year, and that's at dawn on the spring equinox. That's when night and day are of absolutely equal length. The Sphinx looks directly at the point where the sun rises, and you can confirm that today, and I have done, by going on the Giza Plateau before dawn, stand behind the Sphinx, and you can see that it is looking directly at the Sphinx. And in fact, the Sphinx is perfectly oriented due east, and your monument must be oriented due east if it's going to target the rising sun at dawn on the spring equinox. The sun does not always rise due east. In the summer solstice, it rises far to the north of east. In the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year, it rises far to the south of east. But on the spring, it's like a pendulum along the horizon. On spring equinox, spot on, due east. Now the question is, in the ancient world, what was considered to govern the character of a world age was the constellation that lay behind the sun at dawn on the spring equinox. In our epoch, the 2024, the epoch of 2024, and indeed going back right to the time of Christ, going back to AD 0, the constellation that housed the sun on the spring equinox was Pisces, and it remains Pisces to this day. It will quite soon, in 150 years or so, be Aquarius that's housing the sun on the spring equinox. We all know the old song. We live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. That's actually what it's all about. This effect of the constellation behind the sun, constantly shifting as though it's a kind of roundabout that's going round and round behind the sun, is caused by a wobble on the axis of the Earth. The Earth is our viewing platform from which we observe the stars. And that wobble causes the rising times of different stars and constellations to change in a very slow process. It's a complete cycle which unfolds over 25,920 years. And as a result of our observation platform being the Earth, and as a result of the Earth wobbling, we see the sun housed, that's the language that tends to be used, by a different constellation roughly every 2,160 years. So we've had Pisces for 2,000 years plus. We're going to have Aquarius. Before Pisces, it was Aries. At that time, the symbolism in ancient Egypt was all about rams. You know, if you just go to the temple of Karnak in Upper Egypt, you'll find that there's an avenue of ram-headed sphinxes which lead down into the temple of Karnak. Well, not those, no. It's the front entrance. You need to see the whole front of the temple. That one on the top left. Yeah, these ones. These are ram-headed sphinxes. These are celebrating the age of Aries. That's when Aries housed the sun at that time, at the time that the Temple of Karnak was built. Go back further and you'll find that Egypt's all about bulls. Why? Because before the age of of Aries, it was the age of Taurus. It was the constellation of Taurus that housed the sun. You have to go back 12,500 years ago, before our time, to find a very significant constellation housing the sun at dawn on the spring equinox, and that's the constellation of Leo. That's the constellation of Leo. And to cut a long story short, what I and my colleagues think is that the Sphinx was originally constructed as a terrestrial representation of the constellation of Leo, that it targeted the constellation of Leo, and it rose behind the sun. That's the first reason. The second reason is the geology of the Sphinx. And here the work of Professor Robert Schoch at Boston University is fundamental, because he has demonstrated, to the fury of Egyptologists, and has received a great deal of extremely negative criticism from Egyptologists, but he's a highly credentialed geologist, and he's stuck his neck out looking at the erosion patterns on the body of the Sphinx, and particularly because the Sphinx has been constantly restored, particularly on the trench out of which the Sphinx was cut. You can see these deep vertical fissures and a kind of scalloped rounded profile, and that is classic rainfall-induced weathering. And in Schoch's view, the Sphinx at some point in its history was exposed to more than 1,000 years of extremely heavy rainfall. And the bottom line is, such rains do not fall in the Giza Plateau today. They did not fall in the Giza Plateau 5,000 years ago, but they did fall on the Giza Plateau if you go back 12,000 years. That was the time when the Sahara Desert was green. That was the time when the world climate was completely different.
And this is what you're attributing for the creation of Plato's lost civilization Atlantis over 11,500 years ago.
Yeah, by the way, don't necessarily believe everything you read on Wikipedia.
So
Wikipedia is an agenda-driven.
Even the founder says that. Yeah, I agree with that. Let me ask a different question. How many? I've seen you talk about the fact that you climbed up the pyramid 5 times. I think you've said that, right?
Yeah.
And when you go there to the Sphinx of Giza, and you're there, right? The Great Sphinx of Giza. What do locals say when you talk to them? Is there a debate of what it is?
Well, the local name is Abu al-Hol, the father of terror, but nobody can really explain why. I've asked that question.
Is there any ideas, or do they have some kind of examples of?
No, nobody's ever given me an
father
idea,
of terror?
But that's how it's known. Yeah.
Have researchers given opinions why it's called the father of terror?
Not that I know of. No,
What
it's just locally known. Anybody who lives in the village of Nazlet
Father of terror in Arabic. The name is a reference of legendary sphinx that would terrorize people by making them answer a riddle.
Yeah.
The sphinx is a world famous monument that sits in front. So, but what?
The people who live in Nazlet al-Saman, which is the village directly under the Sphinx,
Yeah.
they can't tell you why it's called that.
But how do they feel about it? What's their, like?
They're very proud of it.
In what way? Why are they proud?
Because
of
it's
it?
a beautiful, magnificent thing. It's 270 feet long. It's 70 feet high. It towers over the Nile River. It looks out due east over the basin of the Nile. And fundamentally, because it is a worldwide icon, it's something that Egypt rightly is very proud of. Nobody else has the Great Sphinx of Giza. Plenty of people have got pyramids, but nobody else has got the Great Sphinx. So there's a sense of pride. There's a sense of pride for the whole Giza Plateau, that it's something special that Egypt has, which other cultures don't have.
What's the story that they tell when they're having kids and their kids go to school? What story do they tell on what happened there?
When I've talked to Egyptians, local Egyptians living in Nazlet al-Saman, they believe that the Sphinx is much, much older than the time of the dynastic Egyptians.
Really?
They believe that it's as old as time itself.
They believe it's as old as time itself. And why do they believe that?
Well, just look at it. That's why. Those erosion patterns around the side. There's a sense, a feeling of great antiquity about it. Of course, they're not looking up encyclopedias and going into the archaeological textbooks. They're just giving a gut reaction to this amazing thing.
So when you talked about what it took to build a pyramid, right? The stats you gave, you said it's 6 million tons, 481 feet high.
Correct.
You can say probably better than that.
I'll say it exactly. The calculated weight is 6 million tons. The height is presently around 450 feet. But that's because the top 30 feet of the Great Pyramid came off in an earthquake around about the year 1300. So when you calculate the angle of slope, and it's 52 degrees angle of slope on each side, and project it further beyond the broken off top, you'll find that the original height of the Great Pyramid was 481 feet in height. Right now it's about 450.
How studied and researched is it? And what do we not, I mean, I guess the question would be, how studied and researched is it? The pyramid.
Well, I would say that this is amongst the most excavated and most studied archaeological sites in the entire world. So it's amazing that they're still finding new things there. For example, there's been using a high-tech scanning equipment, muon scanning, I believe. Just in the last 3 years, enormous cavities have been identified within the Great Pyramid, which nobody knew were there. There's a huge feature, famous feature within the Great Pyramid called the Grand Gallery. And it looks like there's another Grand Gallery above it, which has been identified by scanning, but nobody's got into it yet. Yeah, you can see it in some of those. No, that's the Grand Gallery. You can also see the scanning there. But you see, there's the Grand Gallery, and above it is the Scan Pyramid's big void. Well, nobody knew that was there until very, very recently, and it's not the only void that's in the Great Pyramid. So we're still finding out about new things about the Great Pyramid. Now, that void could be an architectural feature. It appears to slope at the same angle as the Grand Gallery. Or it might not be. It might just be... it's hard to understand why a sort of random vacant space would be left in this monument. But the fact is, all we know at the moment is that there's this huge cavity inside the pyramid that nobody has yet got into. And it isn't the only part of the pyramid. Out of the Queen's Chamber, so-called, when we call the chambers of the pyramid Queen's Chamber, King's Chamber, there's no basis for that. There's no evidence that any queen was ever buried in the Great Pyramid. Nor is there any evidence that any king, any pharaoh was ever buried in the Great Pyramid, because no pharaonic burial was ever found inside it. But there's the Queen's Chamber. And on the right-hand wall and on the left-hand wall, there are two little shafts cut into the wall. Actually, those shafts were invisible until, I believe it was 1872, when a curious British researcher went around tapping on the walls of the Queen's Chamber. He had a reason to do that, because the King's Chamber, I suspect that's a King's Chamber one. Yeah, the King's Chamber shafts were already known. There were shafts in the King's Chamber, and actually you could find their exit on the outside of the pyramid. You could roll a cannonball down them and they would end up in the King's Chamber. So, but there's no exit for the Queen's Chamber shafts. But he figured, look, if there's shafts in the King's Chamber, maybe there's shafts in the Queen's Chamber too. So he went around tapping on the walls, and sure enough, he found two hollow points. People didn't care about vandalism in those days. He got out a hammer and chisel and just hammered them through, and lo and behold, there's a horizontal passageway, and then it's leading up at an angle. It's about that high and that wide. Let's say 8 inches high and 8 inches wide. It's just very, very small. You can't get a human being in there. But back in the 90s, a special robot was designed, which was sent up there, sent up the southern shaft first. And what it found, after a journey of more than 160 feet, what it found was a door, a little stone door with two metal handles blocking the shaft. So the question is, what lies beyond that door? A new robot was designed with a drill on the front of it. They send the robot back up the shaft. They drill a hole in that door. What do they see when the camera goes through that hole? They see a cavity about 4 feet wide and another door at the end of that, closed, shut. And of course, they've not been able to drill through that one yet. So it's the same story on the other shaft as well. So what we're getting is evidence that the Great Pyramid still has many secrets to reveal. Years of study. In some ways, you could say thousands of years of study, and you can definitely say 150 years of detailed archaeological study, have still not got to the bottom of the mysteries of the Great Pyramid. They've not solved how it was built. There are many theories as to how it was built.
But this is roughly 2,000, 2,500 BC, right? Something like that.
Yeah, that's the establishment date for the construction of the Great Pyramid. I don't have a big problem with that date. I think in the Great Pyramid we're looking at a multi-generational project. I completely reject the notion that the Great Pyramid was a tomb and only a tomb, which is what Egyptologists say. And I reject the notion that this massive incredibly precise monument, because it is almost perfectly aligned to true north, south, east, and west, that it could have been built in the 23 years of Khufu's reign. I mean, you don't start building your own tomb until you're actually on the throne. So he was on the throne for 23 years, and that's what Egyptologists say, the pyramid was built in 23 years. I can't accept that. Nobody who's got a background in engineering and construction who I've talked to can accept that either. This thing couldn't be built in 23 years unless there was some kind of extraordinary technology that the ancient Egyptians possessed, which we don't yet know that they possessed. It looks much more likely that it was built up over a long period of time, but that undoubtedly the pharaohs of the 4th dynasty finished it off and put the casing stones that were once on the outside of the Great Pyramid. But I'm of the opinion, and again this is just my view based on my own research and my own work, is that what stood at the Giza Plateau 12,500 years ago was the Sphinx in the form of a lion. Were some megalithic temples. There's a huge megalithic temple called the Valley Temple right next door to the Great Sphinx. Again, there's nothing that connects it in writing that connects it to any particular epoch, but it has blocks of stone that weigh 100 tons each. Those are also heavily weathered, just as the Sphinx is. So my suggestion is that on the Giza Plateau you have a number of megalithic temples which still stand. You have the Great Sphinx, and you had ground platforms, not very high, where the 3 pyramids were built, laid out in a very specific, very precise angle to one another. And that precise angle matches the angle of the, yes, this is the Valley Temple, and what we're looking at there is exactly an interesting point, because you're looking at granite blocks that were put there in Old Kingdom times that face limestone blocks. And it's those limestone blocks that are behind those granite blocks. You can see them if you look right to the back. You can see the limestone blocks that haven't been covered with facing stones. So just as we believe that the Sphinx was restored by the pharaohs, we also, I'm speaking of I and my colleagues, are also of the opinion that the Bali Temple was restored by the pharaohs. But what they found was a much, much, much older monument, which they treasured and valued and venerated.
You've climbed all the way to the top 5 times, you said, right?
I have.
Now, let me ask you, when you climb all the way, are you tied to anything, or is it open like it's, Rob, because I just found a video of somebody climbing all the way to the top, and this is, can you play this clip, Rob, the one I just sent you? So this is a fellow, I don't know who this is.
Yeah.
They posted this video. Is this literally what it looks like when you climb to the top?
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. It's mountaineering to a certain extent.
I mean, if you fall, you're falling.
If you're more than 20 feet up and you fall, you're pretty much certain to be dead. If you're 200 feet up, you definitely will be dead. And people die every year climbing the Great Pyramid.
How do you come down carefully? Because this is essentially 45 stories high.
Yeah, that's right. You come down very carefully. I was actually on one of the climbs that I and my wife Sandra did. I was ahead, and I reached up to the some of the blocks right. are only this high. Some of them are almost 6 feet high, and you have to pull yourself up onto them. The courses vary in height from course to course, and I was levering myself. I got hold of the top of the block, and I was pulling myself up onto that so that I could get my knees onto it and get my. But when the limestone that I was holding, which was very eroded, broke off in my hands, I fell back. Fortunately, my wife was right behind me, and she pushed me very, very hard and stopped me falling. But that could have been the end of me.
I just searched right
which
now.
many Egyptologists would wish it perhaps had been.
I'm sure they would. But I just searched the following. How many people died climbing the Great Pyramid? Okay. And the numbers show over 1,600 people have died climbing the pyramid in the last 200 years. I can see that, because if you fall 1, 2, 3, 4, you're not going to be able to stop yourself right there. I mean, that's pretty.
The slope is 52 degrees. It's a steep slope, and once you start rolling, you're gone. There's no way. That's why people get.
What do you feel like when you're all the way at the top? What is there an energy you feel? Is there what when you're looking around? What are you thinking? What are you feeling when you're all the way at the top?
It's a magnificent, majestic place to be. There's first of all a sense of relief. I got to the top.
How long did it take on average?
For me, about 25 to 30 minutes to do the climb. There was a gentleman, in fact, the gentleman who helped me with my first climb of the Great Pyramid, who's now passed away. He was known locally as Champion. because back in the 1930s and 40s, people used to run races up the Great Pyramid. And he was able to run up the Great Pyramid and do the climb in 11 minutes. Well, I'm not as fit as he was, so in my case, about 25 minutes to half.
That's still good though. Not to get up in 25 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. So, okay, play the other clip, Rob. The other one that shows the inside of it, and this is just kind of giving a glimpse. This is apparently what Harvard put together. Can you get out to kind of
Well, that's a good place to be, actually. That's a good place to be because that's Mamun. That's called Mamun's Hole.
Thanks to Harvard University, you can virtually now enter that pyramid. Okay, can you show that, Rob? Go back and play the clip, and maybe you can narrate this for us while we're looking.
Sure.
Go ahead, Rob.
Okay, go back to the beginning. I need to explain to you what we're actually looking at here. Can I do that?
Yeah, please go for it, yes.
What we're looking at here is the result of an Arab investigation of the Great Pyramid in the 9th century under a caliph called Caliph al-Mamun, who was very curious about antiquities. And he was already aware of other pyramids in Egypt in which the entrance was in the north face. As a matter of fact, the entrance to all Egyptian pyramids is in the north face. But at that time, the true entrance of the Great Pyramid was not visible because all of the sides were sheerly covered sheer with beautiful polished limestone facing stones, some of which individually could weigh as much as 16 tons. They were completely covered and closed the pyramid, and nobody knew where the entrance was. It seems that in ancient times there was a way to open that doorway, to open those facing stones and to get in. But nobody knew in the 9th century where it was. So Caliph al-Mamun got together a gang of workers with sledgehammers and chisels, and he went up onto the north face of the Great Pyramid, roughly where he thought the door might be, and he started breaking his way in. And what we're looking at here is a man-made tunnel physically forced into the Great Pyramid and generally known as Mamun's Hole.
Have you walked through this?
You bet. I've walked through it more times than I can count. And that now is the entrance through which tourists enter the Great Pyramid.
What floor is this on? Is this?
Oh, it's about 25 feet up, maybe 30,
25 feet up,
maybe
okay.
30 feet up. But the true entrance, of course, has now been found, and it's a little bit above Mamun's Hole, and you can see that there are slabs of stone in a kind of that sort of shape, like an A figure, which block it. If you search for true entrance to the Great Pyramid, you can see it as well. There it's a little bit above Mamun's Hole, but nobody who goes to the Great Pyramid today goes in through that true entrance. They all go in through Mamun's Hole.
Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's right. That's actually the real entrance to the Great Pyramid.
And are you actually able to go on through it?
No, because at a certain point, this is another of the curiosities, is that the internal passageway system of the Great Pyramid was deliberately blocked with gigantic granite blocking stones. So when the Mamun and his team broke in, they didn't know exactly where they were going, but as they got deeper into that cavern that you were showing us, as they got deeper into that, hammering away, they suddenly heard something very large falling in a nearby space. There was a space nearby where something huge fell, and that struck them as interesting. They knew where the sound came from. They started heading for that, and they found themselves in what is called the ascending corridor of the Great Pyramid, and underneath them, behind where they cut in, were these huge granite huge granite blocking stones which blocked that passageway. But they had gone round them and found themselves in the passageway system, and from there it was clear running. They could go up the ascending corridor, they could enter the Queen's Chamber, they could then continue on up the Grand Gallery, and they could come to the King's Chamber. That was the situation once they'd broken in and found the original system.
So what did they? So this right here, Rob. Just if you don't mind watching it one time all the way through, just to kind of get a feel.
Yeah.
Rob, if you can just play this, go for it.
What you're walking through is a man-made tunnel broken in by force.
Put it at regular speed, Rob. Go ahead.
It's a tunnel that was broken into by force, roughly hacked out of the body of the Great Pyramid, which fortunately accidentally led to this, which is the ascending corridor.
So this is not built. Man opened this up.
Yes. There's okay. The complications of the Great Pyramid are beyond belief. There's an ascending corridor, but there's also a descending corridor.
Were these stairs there, or did somebody build it?
No, those stairs have been put in modern times.
Okay, got it.
They did not exist. Let's keep on going down. Let's keep on going down.
So we're going down now.
No, yeah, let's go down. Let's go down. The descending corridor. No, we're in the Queen's Chamber. No, we're not quite going the right way at the moment. We're going up. But there's two ways. You can go up or you can go down. And we did see the down view. There, this is it. Then you come into the so-called subterranean chamber, cut out of bedrock 100 feet beneath the base of the Great Pyramid. When you come up that, you then join the junction of that and the Grand Gallery, and you can then continue all the way up to the top.
How high does this route go? Like, are you going up a lot or not?
You're going up hundreds of feet at a slope of 26 degrees. And by the way, that's worth making a point of too, because the external slope of the Great Pyramid is 52 degrees, and every corridor, every passageway within the Great Pyramid slopes at 26 degrees. That's, of course, half of 52. So we know that geometers and mathematicians were at work. It's not an easy. Once you get to the Grand Gallery, it's fine because that's almost 30 feet high. But when you're going up the ascending corridor or going down the ascending corridor, you're in a passageway, I should call it. You're in a passage that is about 3 feet 5 inches high. Now that means that you're going to have to bend over double, pretty much, to go down. And what I've learned from years of exploration of the Great Pyramid is that if you're going down one of those passageways, it's better to go down backwards, because then you don't keep smashing your head on the top of it. If you go down forwards, you're going to bump your head 5 times by the time you get to the bottom. But if you go down backwards, that doesn't happen. Anyway, it's very difficult to, particularly for anybody who's unwell, to actually go up there.
Graham, when somebody, an archaeologist, Rob, if you can pull up what I just sent you, this is when you go to Egypt, this is their tourist portal. But when an archaeologist or a scientist...
Yeah, by the way, in the middle there, 1, 2, 3rd from left, in the middle, the rank below, that one there, right. That's a newly found passageway, as a result of which was identified by this scanning, and it has been opened up. It's above the entrance to the Great Pyramid.
Well, what I'm asking is, if an archaeologist or a scientist wants to go in there, investigate with a team of 50, okay, just to find out what's going on there, is there regulation? Is there approval? Do you need permits? Like, what's the process to go in there and investigate in?
We are dealing with the last surviving wonder of the ancient world. The Egyptian authorities do protect it well.
In what way?
Well, first of all, it's heavily guarded. And if you don't have permits, you're not going to get into it. Of course, there's a tourist traffic, but they have to get their tickets at the entrance and come in with a guide usually. And
heavily guarded.
Yes, the Great Pyramid is guarded, and indeed rightly so, as quite a number of ancient pyramids are.
So if somebody with a strong,
you can't just roll up there and start working.
Have you ever gotten an approval to go out there and investigate the pyramid with a team or no?
No, I have had approval a couple of times to climb it. The other climbs that I've done were unapproved.
Unapproved? Mm-hmm. Middle of the night or throughout the
first climb that my wife Santa and I did was in 1993, and we started the climb at 4 o'clock in the morning.
You started climbing at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
Good for you.
We started
if you invited me, I would never join you. I just want you to know. I would say, tell me how it is at the end.
I was only 43 years old then, and I was pretty fit.
It's not about the fit part. Middle of the night, you want me to climb up 450 feet.
I got it.
Not gonna see nothing.
C. We got C. What? Bros, we got C.
So this means if the Egyptian authority sees it, you're gonna get arrested.
We got C.
Okay. But no, going back to it. So
no, we just gotta protect Nat.
Is there a fight for scientists and archaeologists? Is this like, I climbed, Mount Everest. I did this, and I investigated this, and I went to the Amazon. Is this one of those things where if you're allowed to go in and you do get an approval, what are those approvals typical like? Are they restrictions? You can't go touch this. You have to have somebody that walks with you. What do those guidelines look like?
For example, Mark Lehner of the University of Chicago is a Western archaeologist who's been specialized on the Giza Plateau for many, many years. And I could say with confidence that Mark would have access to pretty much any point on the Giza Plateau where he wants to go. But still, there are limits. I know that there have been a couple of drilling projects around the Great Sphinx, ostensibly to clear up rainwater or groundwater from under the Sphinx. Not quite sure why those drilling projects happen. But it's very difficult to ground truth what the scanning has revealed, which is a large, regular chamber beneath the left forepaw of the Sphinx, if you go down about a 15 or 20 feet, none of the drilling has gone to that point, as far as we know. So there are limits on what can be done. Nobody wants to see the Sphinx destroyed. Drilling around the Sphinx.
What the fuck is that, man?
And while we have excellent remote scanning facilities available, there's perhaps not a reason to do so. I would like to see it done, but I'd like to see it done with great care, because the Sphinx is regarded in many traditions, including in ancient Egypt itself, as a place where an archive of records was preserved from the remote past. But not everybody can just go there and work, and even those who are very experienced and have spent their lives working on the Giza Plateau are going to need to go through a series of hoops in order to do any archaeology. Nonetheless,
is it pretty political to get up there, or
no?
political?
I don't think it's political. It's about preserving the monuments and making sure that people who are there have some.
Come on, Nat.
Doing archaeological work.
Come on, Nat.
Serious purpose.
Egyptian
Where is she? Like, why?
Advantage over others because they're local that they want to find out too.
Yes. Dr. Zahi Hawass is the leading.
What happened to her?
Archaeologist.
Like, come on, man. What happened to her? Rose.
I would say that Zahi has access to everything that he chooses to have access to. He's a very experienced man.
What percentage of it has been explored? You know how they say less than 5%?
Typically on archaeological sites, that's the case. It's less than 5%. In the case of the Giza Plateau, very close to the Great Pyramids, I'd say it's significantly more than that. But there's a lot that has not been explored.
Could there be things in there that if we explore, it could help advance, society or civilization in ways that can help us reveal a bunch of secrets about life and what to do and what not to do? Do you think there's anything there, or?
Well, that would be a speculation, but it would be a reasonably fair one. If you take my point of view, which is that we are a species with amnesia, that we have forgotten an incredibly significant part of our own story that unfolded during the Ice Age. We've forgotten it. And that there were certain places on Earth, and the Great Sphinx is one of them, and Göbekli Tepe in Turkey is another, where survivors of a destroyed civilization made their way, took refuge amongst local people, and passed on knowledge, while at the same time receiving knowledge from those local people, and perhaps established these places as an archive, as a time capsule for future civilizations to decode. And that's not an entirely unreasonable point. The Great Pyramid itself is an archive of knowledge and information. You don't need to actually find papyri with writing on them. The Great Pyramid can speak to you with its very precise orientation to true north, south, east and west, with its shafts which turn out to point at very specific stars in specific periods, and with its layout on the ground in connection to the other two pyramids, which matches the three stars of Orion's belt, not as they looked in 2500 BC, but as they looked in 10,500 BC. Again, there's this wobble on the axis of the Earth known as precession, which changes the orientation and the rising times of stars. And in the case of a constellation of Orion, over the cycle of 26,000 years, you see it go up and down vertically on the horizon, on the meridian, the north-south line that divides the sky. And the time you get the perfect match of the three great pyramids on the ground with the three stars of Orion's belt isn't when the pyramids are supposed to have been built. It's thousands of years earlier. It's 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago. And that's the same time that the Sphinx looks to the constellation of Leo. So I and my colleagues are of the opinion that this cannot all be coincidental. That this place is using the language of astronomy and powerful megalithic architecture, which is going to be very difficult to destroy, to pass down information to the future. That's why it's intriguing that when you take the height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. When you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by the same number, 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. Egyptologists know this. They know that it's a case. They regard it as completely coincidental. And even my opponent in the debate I did earlier this year on the JRE, Flint Dibble, accepts that the ratio is correct, but he doesn't see any significance in the ratio. He just thinks it's an accident. But that number 43,000.
Nice hammer. Gotta give credit for that.
You got to give him credit for that. He's a good hammer. I mean, he's a very smart guy. Flint is a very clever man. He knows his stuff. But the point is that number is not a random number. Let me explain why. There's two things that aren't random. First of all, the Great Pyramid is clearly a monument that is speaking to the Earth. The Great Pyramid is oriented perfectly to the cardinal directions of the Earth, north, south, east, and west. It is a monument that is keyed in to the Earth in its cardinal directions. And secondly, I mentioned to you this phenomenon called precession, which changes the rising points of the stars as the years go by over a cycle of 25,920 years. The rate of change is 1 degree every 72 years. That's a tiny little thing on the horizon. That's the width of your finger held up against the horizon. 1 degree every 72 years. 43,200 is a multiple of 72. It is 600 times 72. You will find that number is a sacred number in cultures all around the world. Multiples of that number too. For example, 432,000, that's the number of syllables in the Rig Veda. 72, those are the conspirators who worked to kill the god of Cyrus at some time in the distant past. You find these numbers occurring in mythology all around the world, and you find them occurring in architecture all around the world. So if the ratio of the Great Pyramid to the Earth was 1 to 60,000, I wouldn't make much of it. But here we have a monument that is locked in to the cardinal directions of the Earth, and then gives you the dimensions of the Earth on a scale defined.
I guess I shouldn't care about the first guy's gun, eh?
To me, this is sophistication. This is not coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, it's, math, 72 times 600, 43,200 by syllables, 42.
432,000 syllables in the Rig Veda.
Yeah, that's
so many
pretty
other
wild.
examples.
Okay, so let's go to this. Basic stuff that innocent people this is not what they study on a daily basis. How were the pyramids built? If you go a little bit lower, this is an article when you go visit Egypt and you're touring, this is what they tell you. So here's how the pyramids were built. Go a little lower out. They have different methods, so theories about how it was built. Go lower out. So first one is called the ramp theory, then the water shaft. Right? When you look at the water elevators, I got pictures if you go lower up, and I want to ask Graham because this is his world.
These are all suggestions. These are all
suggestions and
nobody
theories.
knows how it was built.
Right. If you go a little bit lower, go lower, and then you have this is one way where they were bringing it up. Okay, keep going. So when you look like that, that's another way. I mean, similar to the other one, the block placements of the
spiral ramp effectively that winds around.
What is your theory of how it was built?
My theory is that ramps don't do it. If you have a straight ramp, which is leading up to the Great Pyramid, if it's going to carry blocks right up to what will be the top of the Great Pyramid, you're looking. No gang of workers can haul a 20-ton block up a slope that's steeper than 10 degrees. So you're looking at a ramp which is going to extend roughly a mile into the desert. Furthermore, that ramp is going to have to bear the load of very heavy megaliths to be carried up. Therefore, the ramp itself has got to be extremely strong in order to carry that load. And the problem is, where's the ramp? Where's the remains? There's nothing there on the Giza Plateau to suggest that. And so that's why this idea of spiral ramps has been proposed. Various other suggestions have been made. But the truth is, as everybody will admit, is that these are all theories and that nobody knows how the Great Pyramid was done. I get it. There is no doubt that large numbers of strong men can haul very large blocks of stone on the level. They can if they're on a horizontal surface. There are even images from ancient Egypt with hieroglyphs which show a kind of sled-like device with a very large statue on it. We might guess its weight up to 50 tons, being hauled along by teams of workers, and on the front of the sledge an individual is standing there pouring water in front of the runners of the sled to make the sand slippery underneath it. And that would work. That would absolutely work horizontally. But the problem then becomes how you get those gigantic blocks much higher up in the pyramid. And I don't think the ramp theory works at all. And you have, for example, in the so-called King's Chamber, it is roofed by a series of granite blocks, and those granite blocks don't come from Giza, by the way. They were brought from 500 kilometers to the south. It's roofed by a series of granite blocks, and those granite blocks weigh about 70 tons each. And then there are other chambers above the King's Chamber, which most people don't get into. I've been into them. There's 5 chambers. They're called the relieving chambers, and each one of them is also floored and roofed by 70-ton granite blocks. And to get that massive collection of 70-ton blocks about 300 feet into the air, to put them where they are now, is not going to be done with wet sand, and it's not going to be done with sledges. And to do it with ramps, I think, is extremely unlikely.
Relieving chambers?
Yeah.
You said there's 5 of them?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. The top one is 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5. And the first one there, 5, 4, 3, 2. There's 5 chambers there. I've been in all of them.
Come on, Nat.
At the very top, under that.
Come on, Nat.
That
Come on, Nat. Like, why?
Oh, no,
What's happening?
That's one of the
Why?
reasons why Egyptologists feel confident in saying
You just
that
get
it's
fucked
the
twice? Like,
because in that top chamber,
what's even going
there
on?
is, what is known as a royal cartouche. Each pharaoh, the name of each pharaoh was surrounded by a kind of oval device called a cartouche, and in that cartouche is roughly written the name Khufu. This is considered to be a quarry mark. It was put on the block at the time.
Why?
It was quarried and was never cleared away.
Why does that keep happening?
Cartouche on the left there, but that's not from Khufu's. Well, that is actually Khufu's cartouche, I think. But what you want to see is the one in the relieving chamber, because that is the single piece of writing that Egyptologists rely on to attribute the whole of the Great Pyramid to Khufu. There's a whole other argument. How was that first discovered in the modern era? It was discovered by a British explorer called Howard Vyse. And Howard Vyse in the mid-1800s was a vandal of the worst kind. He blew a massive vertical hole in the southern side of the Great Pyramid. It just scarred it, tore it to pieces with dynamite. And he dynamited his way into those relieving chambers as well. Now, Howard Vyse was suffering from real serious financial difficulties. He'd not made a significant discovery. He was £10,000 in debt, which was a really bad thing to be in the 1800s. And he had to come up with an amazing discovery. So there have been suggestions, which Egyptologists do not accept. There have been suggestions that Howard Vyse actually forged and put it there in order to
come out and say, here's what I found.
Here's what I found.
Hey, this is why it's worth funding my next project.
Exactly, and it made his career.
How much fraud is there in archaeologists where they have to make up something for them to get credibility in their writing so they can sell more and get another raise or ask for more money when they're giving lectures and all this other stuff? How much, you know how they say there's 70% of art is fraud? How much fraud is there in archaeologists?
I would like to say not too much. I would like to say that. There is, of course, some fraud in archaeology. Human beings are human beings, and it can happen. But archaeology is a profession that polices itself pretty well. If a fraudulent claim is made, it is going to be exposed pretty soon. And I think particularly around world-famous monuments like the Giza monuments, I would be very surprised to see much example of fraud. Of course, any
just pulled up an article. Check this out.
Yeah, there it is.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's it. That's the cartouche in the relieving chamber, and that is the sole piece of written evidence which Egyptologists rely on to attribute the Great Pyramid, to Khufu. This is one of the ways in which the Giza pyramids are different from later pyramids. Giza pyramids are all attributed to the 4th dynasty. Go to the next dynasty, the 5th dynasty, and you're going to find pyramids like classic examples, the pyramid of Unas at Saqqara, that's U-N-A-S. The interior of the pyramid of Unas is completely covered in hieroglyphic inscriptions naming the pharaoh Unas. There's a massive amount of inscriptions. But the exterior of the pyramid of Unas, as you can see there, is a mess. Now, you would have thought if the Great Pyramid was built 50 or 100 years before this, that they'd carry on improving. You wouldn't have thought they'd devolve, build something like the Great Pyramid, and then 50 years later build, or 100 years later build this mess.
So what happened?
Well, it seems like the ability to build pyramids was confined to a very specific period. And when they'd stopped it, they carried on building pyramids, but they weren't building them to the same standard, but they were doing something different. They were placing inscriptions inside them in detail, which do not exist in any of the Old Kingdom pyramids.
This was kind of like we were better at landing on the moon 60 years ago than today.
Kind of like that.
Yeah,
but it's interesting because you normally do see a continual evolution, but in this case you definitely see a devolution.
Which, in a sense, it doesn't make sense. When I say makes sense, it doesn't make sense. Okay, so let me ask you this. Let's say Graham Hancock is given a unlimited budget and you're hired as the lead guy to go. I just looked up right now, only 10%, less than 10% of findings we've explored of the period. That's what I just saw. If you were given a unlimited budget, open checkbook, a team that you get to put together, and ample time to go investigate everything you can about the pyramid, what would you do?
Well, the first and most important thing would be ensure that whatever investigation took place did not damage or destroy anything of great importance. This is something that's not often realized about excavations. When you excavate a site, you effectively destroy that site. So it had to be a very careful project with people who were very committed and in fact loving towards the Great Pyramid to undertake that project. But were it to be possible, were such a team to be assembled, who we could be sure would not cause unnecessary massive damage inside the Great Pyramid, then my first priority would be to investigate what is in those voids that are all being found around within the Great Pyramid. Are there other chambers in there? And if so, which have never been accessed ever by anybody since the pyramid was completed, I would like to know what's in there. That would be my goal. And I hope perhaps we will see that happen.
Do you think there's anything revolutionary there? It's just kind of like we're just learning more about history.
Well, I suspect there might be, because it's clearly great lengths were gone to make these places very hard to access. Just like the shaft of the Queen's Chamber that I told you about, which goes, it's like an invitation. It's please investigate me, please explore me, please find out about me. But we are going to set you a series of hurdles that's going to make it very difficult to do that. You've got to earn the right to investigate me. And now that we have this scanning technology, we're getting to the point, at least in terms of our science, where we've earned the right, where we have the ability to ask the pyramid questions and to get answers.
Last time Randall Carlson was here, we went and we talked about all this stuff, and he was like, Pat, we haven't even talked about ancient civilization, Atlantis. I'm like, oh my God. I said, we're out of time. We went for a couple hours. I really enjoyed talking to him. I said, next one we got to do something where we get into it. I think when we talk to you guys, an hour and a half is not enough. You need 3-4 hours when we talk to you, right? But going into lost, ancient civilizations that are, many different words we can use with them. We hear Atlantis. I've heard you talk about India, Japan, a couple other places. Where are we at now? Are we at a place that the establishment and the anti-establishment
Yo, what up, Goose?
united
Oh,
on
wait.
the fact that yes, these places exist?
Not at all.
Come on, man.
The establishment archaeology regards Atlantis as a joke and doesn't take it seriously at all. The view of establishment archaeology is that Atlantis was a fiction made up by the Greek philosopher Plato. The earliest surviving reference in writing that we have to Atlantis, and writing that we can read, is the work of Plato. And it's in the dialogues known as the Timaeus and the Critias. And he speaks about this great civilization based upon an island, which was at one time nurturing, kind, gentle, loving, but as gradually became delirious with power and began to impose its power upon other peoples around the world, and eventually the universe struck it down with this enormous flood, and Atlantis was submerged beneath the sea. Now, Egyptologists reject all.
Oh, we got
There's
it.
also a mention of
We got it.
in the Atlantis story.
We got C, boys. Boys and girls, we got C.
Rightly point out that there was no Athens at that time. Now, I'm getting ahead of myself because the time is important as well. Unlike many ancient myths, Plato's story of Atlantis actually contains a date, very specific date. here's the provenance of that story. A famous Greek lawmaker called Solon traveled to Egypt around 600 BC. And Solon did a kind of tour of Egypt with a translator. And on that tour, he stopped off at a temple in the delta dedicated to the goddess Neith, the temple of Sais in the delta. And there he saw enormous inscriptions on the walls, and he asked local priests to translate those inscriptions for him. And those inscriptions told the story of Atlantis. Atlantis is not an ancient Egyptian word. We're looking at a word that made its way from ancient Egyptian into Greek. We're getting a Greek word with Atlantis, not an Egyptian word. But that word was the result of a translation done in 600 BC by a priest for Solon. And that translation told the story of Atlantis. Okay? And then Plato inherits that story, and he embeds it into the dialogues of Timaeus and Critias. So here's the point. The priest that gave the translation to Solon,
She got lit up a bit, eh?
when did this happen? When was Atlantis swallowed up by the sea? And the priest replied, quite matter-of-factly, 9,000 years ago. That's where we need to do the math. Solon was there in 600 BC. So we're now talking about 9,600 BC, which is 11,600 years ago, give or take 20 years. And that turns out to coincide exactly with what is called meltwater pulse 1b. There was an enormous rise in sea level at that exact time, around 11,600 years ago. So if Plato just made up the date that was given to Solon, it's extraordinary that it coincides with the latest geological evidence on meltwater pulse 1b, when islands couldn't.
Come on, Nat. Come on, Nat.
This is the.
Come on, Nat.
How hard could it be to?
Come on.
I mean, if you
Whatever.
If you look at the patterns on the way it would be in the middle
What
of
were
the ocean,
the
where the location would be,
rings? Yeah,
how
really.
hard is it for archaeologists to
Yo,
say,
Nat has let us
that makes
down.
sense, something could have been here?
3 runs in a row. I'm doing something wrong.
To say it because it means admitting that there was a lost civilization, which is something that archaeologists don't want to do. However, they say that the reason they think it's a fantasy is because
Let me play this one more time.
Athens is mentioned in it, and there was
Control
no Athens
Agent
then.
423.
And because it
We're
appears to be
gonna
trying to teach
blow
moral
up the
lessons,
We're gonna use the
that it's a
mine.
sort of moral lesson
We're gonna
about how society
like
can become
do some serious
overconfident
mine.
and be brought down. I get it.
I'm gonna throw 2 mines on the right side of the glass and
What they
boost
don't
through.
do, and what they should do, and I've never seen this done in any critique of Atlantis, is they do not understand. They certainly do understand, but they do not inform others that there are roughly 200 myths from all around the world that speak of a global flood, of a global cataclysm that submerged and destroyed a prior civilization. And I think the Atlantis story has to be seen in context of those global flood myths. So certainly I believe that Plato drew the idea from an ancient Egyptian original, but he then used that idea to make political points as well. But the idea itself isn't a unique or rare idea. It's found in hundreds of flood myths all around the world, and Atlantis is one of those flood myths. So I'm actually very sure that that Atlantis is a genuine story. Exactly where or what Atlantis was is something that requires further work. But one important development is that there is one temple in Egypt that's left standing which still contains the Atlantis account. The temple of Neith at Sais in the Delta.
It's a really nice start.
But the temple of Horus at Edfu in Upper Egypt has inscribed on its walls what are called the Edfu building texts. And when I first started working with those texts, I was working with
There we go. That's how we do it.
It's
the way.
And they were partial translations, but they taught
That's the way.
about a primeval homeland of the gods, which was an island, which was struck by something like a serpent that came down out of the sky and split the island, and then the island was swallowed up by the sea. There were survivors. They headed off in all directions, and some of them came to Egypt. And there in Egypt, they built what are called primeval mounds, and those primeval mounds were to be the basis, the foundation of all future temples and pyramids that would be built in Egypt. The problem with the Edfu building texts is the Temple of Edfu is a Ptolemaic temple. It dates to about 280 BC. and that is after Plato. That's after Solon. But there's two things clear. That we're looking at a body of information that was preserved on the walls of a number of temples, of which the last surviving is the Temple of Horus.
Oh my God, that might have worked.
Secondly, those words, the language that is used in the hieroglyphs of
Oh,
the
she's
Temple of
getting lit
Horus
up.
is not the language of 280 BC. It's not Ptolemaic Egyptian. It's Middle Kingdom Egyptian. It's language that's 2000 BC, and states quite clearly that what they were doing was making permanent, by carving them into the walls, material that was in the ancient archives of the prior temple that had stood on Edfu. It turns out that the latest version of the Temple of Edfu is indeed only the latest version, that it stands on the foundations of an older temple, which stood on the foundations of an older temple, etc., etc. The archives were preserved, and in Ptolemaic times they were permanently put on the walls of the temple. The Middle Egyptian is important, the antiquity of the language in which these are inscribed in Ptolemaic times, and the fact that there is a reference to 7,000 years ago, this great flood. And when you add 7 to 2000 BC, you get to 9,000, very close to the date that was given to Solomon. So I think that Egyptologists and archaeologists should be a little more generous and perhaps a little more open-minded in looking at the Atlantis story, and above all should connect it to other traditions of civilizations destroyed in a global flood.
Okay, I want to give you two things. I want to show one.
That's the Temple of Horus at Edfu.
Yeah. So Rob, can you play that clip and tell me how accurate this is with what you think of this, of the Atlantis? Go ahead, Rob. So this is, if you want to hit the volume as well, go ahead.
This is the Rishat structure.
Yes.
Here, actually be the lost city of Atlantis. Plato's legend of Atlantis has long occupied the minds of everyone, from scientists to skeptics, with many locations being cited as a possibility for the location of this sunken civilization. However,
I'm not in a place now where I'm going to say the Rishat structure was Atlantis, because it isn't an island, and that's very clear in Plato's story. A very large island was submerged. But secondly, the Rishat structure may be extremely interesting, and goodness knows what it has to tell us. I've not been there, and I don't like sort of pronouncing on places that I've not seen and studied myself. So if I were asked to put money on it right now, I would put money on the Rishat structure being natural. If I were able to go there and investigate it firsthand and have boots on the ground, I might change my view. But right now, I don't have enough information to say that this is a man-made structure.
Do you have an idea of where you think it's at?
Well, again, it's provided by Plato. It's west of the Pillars of Hercules, west of the Straits of Gibraltar. It's in the Atlantic Ocean. Oh, it's in Mauritania. It's in Mauritania in West Africa. The Rishat structure.
Got it.
It's on land, and never been underwater. Not in the last few 100 million years, anyway. But I don't want to diss it. I understand why people find this intriguing. It's an intriguing looking structure, my God, and it does, resemble that ring structure that is accorded to Atlantis. So I refuse to write it off completely, but at the same time, my work is under such hostile scrutiny by so many archaeologists at the moment that I'd be foolish to put money on something that I've not even seen for myself.
I was on my way to Vegas. I was hoping to get it out of here, but it's okay. So I'm on History Channel right now on their website. It's 6 theories about the Atlantis. Number 1, Atlantis was a mid-Atlantic continent that suddenly sunk into the ocean. This is the whole Plato theory. Number 2, the Atlantis was swallowed up by the Bermuda Triangle. That's number 2. Number 3, Atlantis was Antarctica. That's what this was. So this is the 1958 book, Earth's Shifting Crust.
Yep.
Albert Einstein, right? Okay.
Well, Albert Einstein wrote the introduction, but it was by Charles Hackett.
Right.
Yeah.
Number 4, the story of Atlantis was a mythical retelling of the Black Sea flood. Okay, so that's 1. And then next, Atlantis is the story of the Minoan civilization which flourished in the Greek island 2500 to 1600 BC. And the 6th one is Atlantis didn't exist at all. Plato invented it.
Yeah. That pretty much sums up the theories about Atlantis. None of those theories take account of the fact that Atlantis is a flood myth.
What, I actually got it there? No way.
I don't think that any of them.
There's so many guards, though.
Example. The most interesting thing is that there are a number of places in the world.
Come on, man.
Which were radically changed by sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age. it is possible that one of those places was in the mid-Atlantic.
She's lit up though, man.
There is a phenomenon called isostasy, where you have huge ice masses, and you did have enormous ice cap over North America, everywhere north of pretty much Minnesota, all the way up to Canada. The weight of these ice masses, which were at the peak about 2 kilometers deep, would have been enormous, and it pushed down on one. It's like a seesaw. You push down one bit, you raise up another bit, and it's possible that the Mid-Atlantic Ridge may have been higher as a result of the weight of the ice cap. That's called isostasy. Then when the ice caps come off, the seesaw shifts the other way. And what was above water ends up underwater. It's not only sea level rise that's involved, it's the mechanics of the
there's
earth
just
itself,
like 5 guards
it's
all
like
at
the
once.
elastic surface that will allow weight to shift one thing. So for example, in the UK where I live, there was an ice cap on northern Scotland during the Ice Age, and that pushed northern Scotland down and it pushed the south of England up. That's why the Isle of Wight in the English Channel is now sinking, because the ice cap's no longer there and the seesaw has gone back the other way. So you've got a combination of sea level rise and isostasy. It is possible, but there are other intriguing areas of the world. There's the Sunda Shelf, as I mentioned earlier, the landmass that now on maps is the Malay Peninsula, the Malaysian Peninsula, the Indonesian islands. That landmass was all one landmass during the Ice Age. It wasn't a peninsula and a series of islands. It was called, geologists call it the Sunda Shelf or Sunda Land. And
Come on,
that was
Nat.
submerged very rapidly.
Like, where is she?
At the end of the last Ice Age, changed everything completely. So that is an interesting area to look, and I know.
Alright, maybe I'll just take 423 right
Indonesian
now.
researchers
Maybe I
who
may
think
do Secret
Indonesia
Agent
may
or
be on the
something.
side of Atlantis, for that reason. South of India, fascinating. In Tamil Nadu, which is actually where my wife's family comes from. I'm fortunate to be. Yeah, my wife was born in Malaysia, but she's of Tamil origin, and she speaks fluent Tamil. So we were able to do a series of expeditions in southern India, talking to people about their traditions there. And it turns out that there is a deep and ancient tradition of a land called Kumari Kandam in southern India, a land that extended south from the tip of southern India, that Sri Lanka was not an island, but it was joined to India, and that parts of this land may have extended as far south as the Maldives. And there are traditions about sophisticated civilization there, which had academies of learning. They call them sangams. And this too was submerged in a global flood, and the date put on it is roughly 11,500 years ago. Meltwater Pulse 1b, same sort of thing. So there's a number of candidates around the world for this. There we are, Kumari Kandam. That's the idea of it. And of course, archaeology won't have anything to do with it, but there it is.
Well, you said something when we talked about advanced technology. Like, well, I don't know about the advanced technology, within, I'm not saying they have planes and they have this and they have
Like,
that.
just
but
fuck
how
off.
do you find
I'll do it on the way back.
Back in 1300, and then we say the first time we found out about it was in 1820s. That's a valid question to be asking, right? So, do we have any insight or research or proof on the types of technology that may have existed in the past?
Well, yes, we do. This is one of the points that archaeology tends to skate around. Look, first of all, there isn't a single shipwreck that's been found anywhere in the world that is older than 6,000 years. The oldest shipwreck so far identified is the Dokos shipwreck from Greece, and it's about 6,000 years old. And you can go down from there to other shipwrecks about 3,300 years old in the Mediterranean. There's an intact shipwreck at the bottom of the Black Sea, which is about 2,400 years old. It's intact because there's no oxygen down there, almost 2 miles deep, and the timbers have been preserved. That's the Dokos shipwreck. 2,700. It's a bit older than that now. But anyway, that's the oldest known shipwreck in the world. So and this is used as an argument against a lost seafaring civilization of the Ice Age. The argument is, oh look, if there was a seafaring civilization that was able to map the whole Earth during the Ice Age, surely we'd find some of their ships. And the absence of ships is taken as proof that there was no seafaring civilization. This is puzzling because archaeologists universally accept that human beings were using ships 50,000 years ago. For example, it would have been impossible to settle the island of Cyprus, even at the peak of the last ice age, even when sea level was at its lowest. It would have been impossible to settle it by land because it was always an island.
Wow.
Cyprus is surrounded by great deeps. You could only have got to it by ships.
Come
None of
on,
those ships
again?
have ever been found. But
Like,
we know
why?
for sure that human beings were living in Cyprus at least 12,500 years ago, during the Ice Age. And the studies that have been done suggest that quite sophisticated ships must have been used, that there were planned settlement of Cyprus, that people numbering 1,000 or more were moved over to Cyprus from the mainland in a series of expeditions. They brought animals with them. They had to have a population large enough to avoid extinction. You go with too small a population and they may become extinct within a generation or two. So everybody accepts that Cyprus was colonized by sea during the Ice Age, but no ships have survived. That doesn't dispute the fact that it was colonized by sea. Same with Australia. Human beings were in Australia at least 50,000 years ago. And even at the peak of the Ice Age, when the whole Sunda Shelf was still above water, you got as far as Timor, and then you had to sail. There's a 90-kilometer gap between Timor and New Guinea, which would only have been covered by watercraft. And again, no watercraft have been found, but that doesn't invalidate the fact that human beings got there. So the absence of shipwrecks from, and quote unquote, my lost civilization of the Ice Age doesn't worry me, because there's absence of shipwrecks much, much older, which, you know, in theory, if we've not found shipwrecks from 50,000 years ago, that means that nobody settled Australia. But people did settle Australia.
So what's your point?
Come on.
When I ask you a question about
Like,
what type of
yo.
technology that we have, and what proofs are there, you're saying that, you know,
I'm saying that even within established archaeology, it is accepted that sophisticated navigation technology existed 50,000
Ships.
years ago. Ships,
specifically ships. Okay.
ships,
What else?
ships, which were capable of carrying not just 2 or 3 individuals,
yeah,
but dozens or hundreds of individuals.
What else? What else do we have proof that existed back in the days where, you know, we can sit and point to it and be like, wow, it's pretty interesting. We used to have this back then. That's pretty wild. What else do we have? Proof of technology.
Well, I think the Great Sphinx is one of the surviving remnants of that period. Which
Is that technology though?
Well, yes, it is, because the Great Sphinx is cut out of natural bedrock. And I mentioned to you a megalithic temple that stands right beside the Great Sphinx with blocks weighing 100 tons or more. Those blocks came out of the trench around the Sphinx that was excavated around the Sphinx to create the body of the Sphinx. So this was a culture that was able to cut 100-ton blocks out of the bedrock and move them over and build them into a temple.
What are some speculations of what it could be?
Well, again, this is a subject that mainstream establishment archaeology avoids as to how this was all done, and they keep going back to the wet sand and the sledges and the teams of men, and some people will even say slaves were involved in moving the blocks, although there's no evidence of slavery in the Old Kingdom or in ancient Egypt, by the way. There's no really good explanation for it in anthropology. In ancient Egypt, in ancient Egyptian myth and tradition, which are mirrored by many myths and traditions around the world, and this is where I get myself into a lot of trouble with archaeologists. There are traditions of priests singing blocks, singing megaliths into place, huge blocks of stone being raised up into the sky by priests chanting. And I just wonder whether that's some faint memory passed down over the millennia of some kind of sonic technology that may have been used to lift blocks. But that's purely a speculation on my part. I have no proof of that whatsoever, but I don't think Egyptologists have got any proof either of how some of these things were done.
It's the movie. There was a movie that
Come on, man. Like, what the fuck?
Years ago, and then there was an explosion or a meteor that hit, and then boom, we started all over again. You at all subscribe that being a possibility?
Well, that's precisely the possibility that I think we're looking at. I think that there was a higher level of technology, particularly in shipbuilding, that is supposed to have existed navigation, exploration of the world, longitude, precise astronomy that is not supposed to have been discovered until the time of the Greeks, say 2,000 or 2,300 years ago, but which was present during the Ice Age.
Yeah, because when you see some of the stuff that we're building today and how advanced we are right now, and it seems like the last 4 years, the acceleration of advancements just out of control.
Out of control. Really, really rapid acceleration.
Does that concern you or no?
No, because it's the nature of human culture. Human cultures can stay stagnant for centuries, and then they can suddenly leap forward. And we're looking at one of those sudden leaps forward in our time. I mean, even within my own living and working memory, when I started out as a journalist in the 1970s, there were no computers. I was typing on a little portable typewriter. And when I made mistakes, I would use a thing called Tipex to paint out what I typed and type over it again. And you had a carbon copy of that. It was very slow and laborious. And if you wanted to gather detailed
these my inputs on fucking essay.
And access that information there. But within those years, since the 1970s, that's all changed. Now we have incredible access to resources of information through the internet.
Yeah, it has no memory, man.
As a writer, I find the word processing technology incredibly useful. I first got onto it about 1982. That's when I got my first computer. And it was like just an amazing liberation. I don't have to Tipex out anything else. If I don't like that word, I can just remove it and replace it with another one. It made the writing process much less physical and much more visceral. You just get right into what you want to say, and if you want to change it, it's so easy to change. That's a change in our lifetime. Look at the whole thing of artificial intelligence that's happening right now. We are going through an inflection point in the human story, and the question is, will we survive it or not? I'm less worried about the technologies like AI than I am worried about the well-known technology of nuclear weapons. That technology worries me a lot. Because the fact of the matter is that we are living at a point of so much hostility and so much hatred and so much anger in the world that it is not impossible
what the fuck?
that nuclear missiles will
Yo, Perfect Ace, what's going on, brother? What's up,
why
man?
does that happen? That happens because the leaders of the world, the governments of the world, they all have
Why,
the
dude?
psychology of 14-year-old teenage males.
Why do you say that?
Dude, we got Frigate 27 today. It's pretty epic. I was pretty hyped on that. I know, right? Frigate 27, maybe.
We have put in the hands of these naughty teenagers the weapons of gods. And that is a very dangerous place to be.
Thanks to Alchemass. Alchemass helped me a lot.
Consciousness amongst our leaders. In order to make the world a safer place.
I know. That's my favorite time of today.
That elevation of consciousness would be less hostility.
Yo, Retronomicon, what's up, brother? Thanks, man. Aw, thanks, man. I'm just feeling so happy and lucky. Yo, check this out, Retro. Oh, that's not gonna work. Wow, insane.
Means that humanity dies out completely. It's obviously
pretty proud of this time here.
It's called mad. Mutually assured.
Mate, what's up, man? How you doing? How's your sesh?
And that is a result of a state of mind that lives in
fear. Pretty hyped on that.
And that has not fully conquered its own emotions.
That's the time of the night.
And is unwilling to seek friendship when hostility is an easy option.
Pretty hyped on that.
That was fine when we had swords and spears. It was even fine when it was just machine.
I don't know. I'm playing Control for the not the meme. I'm trying to bring down my times, you know.
And we're possibly the first civilization on this planet that could be responsible for its own.
I think I achieved everything in the title I wanted to achieve.
If there were survivors from
Thanks, brother.
America or Britain or
nice.
Europe,
that's good.
Be wise to take refuge
yeah, I made the
remaining hunter-gatherer populations
22 agent club.
Is that these are people who know how to survive.
I don't know, some arbitrary clubs. I noticed
many of us haven't got a clue about how to survive.
That
we just
there's
don't know how to do it, and we'd be psychologically
Retro Matt killed
by
it.
The collapse of our civilization we would fall to pieces. The only people in the world
Not P.
who would pass through such a disaster relatively intact would be, for example, the hunter-gatherers in the Amazon rainforest. And I'm kind of suggesting that's what happened at the end of the Ice Age too. Just as
Oh my god, I'm just so fucking terrible, eh? Oh yeah, you fucking see up here like that, right?
They're sharing with us what they know,
That's what
so
you
that we
do.
can survive in their jungle. I think the same thing happened in the past too.
Are you open to the idea the next time Randall comes on that we do it together?
I get it now. I know now.
Okay, so why don't we do next
I now know.
Rob, the next
Cavs,
time
I see.
the three of
Nice.
us, but let's put it
Yeah,
for
totally. I'm not gonna
for
play
us to
Control
just
forever. I'm
go
just.
and go through a bunch of different topics because.
Oh shit! I
just
keep
had
playing like it's Agent.
What is it when you feel like this has happened before?
Deja vu.
I just had deja vu. I'm like, I want both of you guys here to entertain this conversation together. It's fascinating.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think
Randall is a genius.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, the stuff we talk.
That's what I'm doing.
about,
Just
right?
learning new stuff.
We went one topic on Freemason. We stayed there for like 40 minutes. And that's not even why he was here. I don't want to talk about Freeman. I wanted to talk about
The
other
guy was
things, but
sneezing.
because he's a 32nd degree or something like that. We stayed on that topic for a while. And
Yeah, I believe he's a Mason.
yeah, I believe as well. And my first sergeant in the Army used to be one, so I was always fascinated by them.
I'm not a Freemason myself. I've known a number of Freemasons over the years, and those I've known have always been very open-minded, inquiring
Me too.
individuals.
I have good experience with them. I don't have anything. I'm a math guy myself, and
It's
to
fun.
me, when I think about more people who want to use logic to make their argument, I support.
Yeah, I was really hyped on the
it's great to be able
27.
to use that. Meanwhile, to be able to question stuff. Anyway,
Welcome,
it is a
Mass, helping me out.
to have you here. We're gonna put the links, Rob, to the books and the shows.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
like
just
who's
to-
helping
to
me out with
spell
with
that
the
out,
mentality.
I hope people will watch my season 2 on Netflix, which launches on the 16th of October.
Yep.
And that's season 1 we're looking at there, but season 2 launches on the 16th of October. Please look at my website, grahamhancock.com.
Oh, it's his agent?
Which also
I
will
was
have
like,
all the links.
what?
It has the links to my video fact-checking Flint Dibble. It has the links to the only talk that I'm going to be giving in the USA next year, which will be in April in Sedona. By the way, that might be a good time to do
Yeah, I have
this
no
joint show
fucking
with
consistent
Fantastic.
strat for the start.
Then let's do that. Let's
I
look
just
at
suck.
April. I know this is in Austin, but this is the second
No.
greatest city in
yes.
America. I'm joking with you.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a hard time because of the conversation we had earlier.
Yeah.
No, but it's been a blast having you on. I appreciate you. Thank you so much
Delight
for
to be
coming.
with you too. Thank you for having me on the show.
Anytime. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
You're going to think I'm crazy when I tell you this, but the last 13 and a half years I've been working on my first fiction book to write, ever. Fiction book to write. And while I finished this book, a year ago, I got the strangest
Thought I had a
phone
fucking
call about one of the
D5K,
characters
come
in the book
on.
where the guy wanted to meet with me. He read the book. And afterwards, it's like, wait a minute, am I the villain in the book? This is a story about a character named Asher.
How did I not
who
have
is
a
half
D5K?
Armenian, half
Whatever.
Assyrian, whose father was involved in the Iranian Revolution, linked to Sabah, working with the Shah, that they escape and he gets recruited to a secret society. Well, when you go to the secret society, it's been around for a couple thousand years. They've developed some of the craziest leaders of all time. And they test you. There's unique tests that they have at this society where they test to see your emotional mental toughness. One of the tests that they have is very rigorous. It's purely mental. Of course, there's a physical one, but one is mental.
Come on.
If you're Armenian, if you're
This
Syrian,
drone
if
is my
you're Persian,
nemesis,
this
man.
is a book you're going to be reading and saying, holy moly, this is the kind of stuff you talk about in here.
That
If you're
fucking
somebody
drone,
that's
bro.
fascinated by history, this is a book for you. Cheriku. There's a technology that this society, secret society, builds where you go
Strata,
into a
I like to do in
Let me
learning.
spoil it for you. When you go down, they have a technology where you get to sit down and watch and have a 3-4 hour conversation with Tupac. You can set up a debate between Karl Marx and Ayn Rand. Karl Marx is in the book. He wrote Communist Manifesto. Ayn Rand wrote Atlas Shrugged. It's in the book. Marilyn Monroe explains the concept of seduction and sexing. When you read the book,
Yeah, I'm not gonna play this
it's
forever.
about development of the next leaders in the world and how they do it and how they've been doing it for many years. And it's also about how to prevent the end of civilization and how this organization goes about doing it. So, I've never written a parenting book before, but if I ever wrote a parenting book, this is the closest thing to it because it's all mindset, a lot of crazy stories. Again, 13 and a half years, trust me, I told myself, I will not publish this book until I sell my insurance company and I'm fully disconnected from it, where it's no longer my responsibility 100%. When you read this, if you're a creative person, if you like fiction books, if you enjoyed Atlas
Holy
Shrugged,
fuck
if you
me,
enjoyed
man.
Divergent, if you like books like that, I think you're gonna enjoy reading this book. It's the creative side. Business books
It
is
was
very
painful.
easy. Here's how you do it. Here's how it works. This is very creative. If you haven't placed your order yet, now you can order it on Simon & Schuster, Amazon. I'm going to put the link up below somewhere here, maybe even in my profile. Go order the book and read it. I've never written a book where I can't wait to read your reviews to see what you think about this book. So,
Then day, it's what you gotta read it. I'll read that after.
If you support the things that I work on, I would appreciate you going to reading the book, order the book on Amazon, and then post it.
Smooth. Pretty smooth crates. The lag is totally different from Agent, man. Holy shit. Tomorrow? No way. Tomorrow. Are you okay? I'm not okay. What am I saying? Are you? So you don't know yet? I hear you, man. Tomorrow. I'm not doing anything tomorrow. Put on hold for the time being. No worries, dude, brother, homie. I'm gonna try this just one more time. If not, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play some Surface 2 00 for a PB. Maybe. Oh my god. On hold? Are you going to Sweden? Sorry, I don't mean to dox you. Are you going to Sweden? Deep before 48. Sorry, red screen. I didn't see that. Come on. Oh, come on. No, no, what? god. Okay, YouTube delivery this weekend. I'll 100% play P3R. Stream it cool. Want me to see them too? Oh wow, amazing, dude! Around the world. What a legend. Oh, what happened? Oh, it ended.
The big question for me in that timeline is, why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings of civilization?
The following is a conversation with Graham Hancock, a journalist and author who for over 30 years has explored the controversial possibility that there existed a lost civilization during the last
One sec.
and that it was destroyed in a global cataclysm 12,000 years ago. He is the presenter of the Netflix documentary series Ancient Apocalypse.
I don't know. I might try some
The
Bunker
second
One
season of
essay
which
again.
has just been released, and it's focused on
It is a full moon. We're turning into a full moon. I gotta at least try it.
I recently
We got the
with
frigate 27
archaeologist
luck.
Ed Barhout. Let me say that Ed represents the kind of
I think I'm gonna play it for
archaeologist,
Bunker One
scholar
essay now.
I love talking to on the podcast. Extremely knowledgeable, humble, open-minded, and respectful.
Come on, man.
I'll do many
Wait,
more
what?
podcasts on history, including ancient history. Our distant past is full of mysteries.
Yeah, this is my
and I
last
find it
attempt.
truly exciting to
I
explore
think I'm
this
do
mystery
one more,
with people both on the
like, start
inside and
attempt.
the outside of the mainstream, and the various disciplines involved. This is the Let's Freedom podcast.
Alright.
To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Graham Hancock. Let's start with a big foundational idea that you have about human history. That there was an advanced Ice Age civilization that came before and perhaps seeded what people now call the six cradles of civilization: Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, Andes, and Mesoamerica. So let's talk about this idea that you have. You
Alright, this is gonna be my last
describe it.
It would be
Troll
better
Secret
to
Agent attempt.
describe it as a foundational
Speaking of full
sense
moon.
of puzzlement and incompleteness in the
Yeah,
story
buddy.
that we are taught.
I don't know how
about
I don't know how rare 27
which
is,
envisages
or rather that A
more or
was. It
less,
was A
there
in the
have been a few
fade.
ups and downs, but more or less straightforward.
But that was a nice gesture.
We start out as hunter-foragers, then we become agriculturalists. The hunter-forager phase could go back hundreds of thousands of years. I mean, this is where it's also important to mention that anatomically modern humans were not the only humans. We had Neanderthals from, I don't know, 400,000
Come on, bro. I
years
mean,
ago to
absolutely
about
lit up.
40,000 years ago.
Like, I mean, lit
They were
up.
certainly human because anatomically modern humans interbred with them, and we carry Neanderthal genes. There were the Denisovans, maybe 300,000 to perhaps even as recently as 30,000 years ago. And again, interbreeding took place. They're obviously a human species. So, you know, we've got this background of
Real or
humans
fake?
who didn't look quite like us. And then we have anatomically modern humans. And I think the earliest anatomically modern
There we go.
human
I think
skeletal
that should have
remains are
worked.
from Jebel
I think it
al-Khuld
worked.
in
No, I have like
Morocco
no health.
and date to
Shit.
about 310,000 years ago. So the question is, what were our ancestors doing after that? And I think we can include the Neanderthals and the Denisovans in that
Should work.
general picture. And
Come on,
why
see.
did it take
No.
so long? This is one
Really?
of the puzzles, one of the questions that bother me. Why did it take so long when we have creatures who are physically identical to us? We cannot
I'm
actually
dead
weigh and
anyways.
measure their brains, but from the work that's been done on the crania, it looks like they have the same brains that we do, with the same wiring. So
Missing was
if we've been
wolves.
around, for 300
Real or
plus
fake?
years at least, and if
Moon and
ultimately
MM or
in our
infiltration.
future,
What's this Discord app?
was the process
What's
to
this?
create civilization or civilizations, why
What
didn't it
is
happen
that?
sooner? Why did it take so long? Why was it
Real or
such a long
fake?
time?
Is that the
Even
moon
the story
through some
of
trees?
anatomically modern humans has kept on changing. I remember a time when
Pretty
it was
eerie.
said that there hadn't been anatomically modern humans before 50,000 years ago.
You took a very neat. Cooked outside.
196,000 years ago with the findings
Cool,
of
man.
Ethiopia, and then
Strong moonlight tonight.
1,000 years ago.
Cool, man.
There's a lot of missing.
All right, no, I'm not doing this shit. I'm going to
but the big question
reset and play maybe Bunker One essay, maybe.
Why did it take so long? Why did we wait?
We've achieved. I didn't post. I gotta post control agent.
Selected as the beginnings of civilization.
1 sec.
In places like Turkey, for example, and then there's a relatively slow process of adopting agriculture, and by 6,000 years ago, we see ancient Sumer emerging as a civilization.
I think we did it.
We're then in the pre-dynastic period in ancient Egypt as well, 6,000 years ago, beginning to see.
I think we achieved
signs of what will become the dynastic civilization of Egypt about 5,000 years ago.
We achieved everything we wanted to achieve.
Around about the same time, you have the Indus Valley civilization popping up out of nowhere. And by the way, the Indus Valley civilization was a lost civilization until the 1920s, when railway workers accidentally stumbled.
That's good. That's good energy. We achieved everything we wanted to achieve, right? 423. Bada boom, bada bing. What's my agent time? 22, 33, 45.
Sophisticated civilization.
We did it.
One of the things that strikes me about the Indus Valley civilization is that we find
we knocked off like at least 2 minutes per category.
Recognizable yoga posture, and that seal is 5,000 years.
We did it. What matters is we set a goal, and we achieved it.
A real contortion of the ankles and twisting.
That's good energy. We gotta get this time. Let's get Bunker One essay. I like the shirt color. Thanks, brother. Jeez, thanks, man.
How long did yoga take to get to that place when it was already so advanced 5,000 years ago? What's the background to this? China,
like
the Yellow River civilization.
I haven't seen it in the areas.
The same period, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, you get these.
Got a little progress. Thanks, brother.
So it's very odd that all around the world,
okay,
we have this sudden upsurge.
We are going to. Thank you for the raid, Retronomicon.
Seems like a natural evolutionary process that would lead to a civilization, and yet certain ideas being carried down and manifested and expressed in many of these different civilizations.
Bunker One SA.
That whole
422.
Very puzzling and very disturbing, especially
what
when
we're gonna do.
I look at this radical break that takes place in not just the human story, but the story of all life on Earth, which was the last great cataclysm that the Earth went through, which was the Younger Dryas event. It was an extinction level event. That's when all the great megafauna of the Ice Age went extinct. It's after that, it's after that event that we start seeing this, what are taken to be the beginnings of the first gradual steps towards civilization. We come out of the Upper Paleolithic as it's defined, the old end of the Old Stone Age, and into the Neolithic. And that's when the wheels are supposedly set in motion to start civilization rolling. But what happened before that, and why did that suddenly happen there? And I can't help feeling, and I've felt this for a very long while, that there are major missing pieces in our story. It's often said that I'm claiming to have proved that there was an advanced lost civilization in the Ice Age, and I am not claiming to have proved that. That is a hypothesis.
The shirt, thanks,
that
brother.
Maroon. To answer some of the questions that I have about prehistory, I think it's worthwhile to inquire into those possibilities.
Pardon me, sorry about that.
Was
sorry about that.
A massive global cataclysm, whatever caused it, and it's strange that just after it we start seeing these first signs.
So the current understanding in mainstream archaeology is that after the Younger Dryas is when the civilizations popped up in different places of the globe with a lot of similarities, but they popped up independently.
Yeah, independently and by coincidence. And by coincidence, those big civilizations that we all remember as the first civilizations, Sumer, Egypt, the Indus Valley civilization, China, they all pop up at pretty much the same time. That is the mainstream view.
And they don't just pop up; they kind of build up gradually. First, there's some settlements.
Oh, definitely, yes.
And then there's different dynamics of how they build up, and the role of agriculture in that is also
Here we go.
not obvious. But it's just there's first a kind of settlement, a stabilization of where the people are living. Then they start using agriculture. Then they start getting urban centers and that kind of stuff.
It seems like an entirely reasonable argument. Everything about that makes sense. There is no doubt that you're seeing.
Yeah, I'm already rusty.
Progress, social evolution taking place in those thousands of years before Sumer emerges. But what's happening now? Really, I spent much of the 90s and the late 1980s investigating this issue of a lost civilization. I wrote a series of books about it. But by 2002, when I published a book called Underworld, which was the most massive and most heavy book that I've ever written, because I was writing very defensively at the time. By the time I finished that book, my wife Santa and I spent 7 years scuba diving all around the world, looking for structures underwater, often led by local fishermen or local divers, to anomalies that they'd seen underwater. By the time
Come on, man, why is this so laggy?
I thought, actually, I've done this story. I've walked the walk. I really don't have much more to say about it. And I turned in another direction, and I wrote a book called Supernatural, Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind, recently retitled Visionary, and that was about the role of...
Oh, I didn't do the depot load. Oh, wait, no. I don't want the depot load on Bunker.
Human culture. And I didn't think that I would go back to the lost civilization issue. But Göbekli Tepe in Turkey kept on forcing itself upon me. The more and more discoveries there, the 11,600-year date from Enclosure D, which is the two largest megalithic pillars. And I reached a point where I realized I have to get back in the water, and I have to investigate this again. And Göbekli Tepe was a game changer, but I think it's a game changer for everything, because Göbekli Tepe, the extraordinary nature of it, we're looking at a major megalithic site, which is at least...
Honestly, it makes me wonder if I should just go for 21, like, and not even just being, like, arrogant. Because there's one way that I can get 21 is if I do a one-bullet third cam, I think. I can pace it.
The Turkish government, who see the potential, tourism potential,
but it's just so infrequent.
And from archaeologists, and this in turn has led to exploration and excavation.
And it might even still be 22.
What they're finding throughout that whole region around Göbekli Tepe, and going down into Syria and further down into the Jordan Valley,
that's why I stopped.
As far as Jericho, and even across a bit of the Mediterranean into Cyprus. Is what Turkish archaeologists are now calling...
If I'm going to grind this hard, I really should just go for... At least go for 21, and then if you get 21 or 22,
very definite identifying characteristics,
still progress.
Semi-subterranean circular structures, the use of T-shaped megalithic pillars, sometimes not anywhere near as big as those at Göbekli Tepe. It's clear that Göbekli Tepe now was not the beginning of this process. It was actually, in a way, the end of this.
Bro, I got this T-shirt in Miami for $6
civilization
American at Target.
But what is becoming clear is that this is a period before the foundation of Göbekli Tepe. As far as we know, that date of
I think I bought it on stream.
Years ago is the oldest date for Göbekli Tepe. But of course, there's a lot of Göbekli Tepe still underground. So we can't.
I think you were watching me buy it on stream in Miami.
What we're seeing is that in that whole region around there was something was in motion, and it began to go into motion round about the beginning of the Younger Dryas, and this is where these two dates are really important. The Younger Dryas, I'll round the figures off, begins around 12,800 years ago. And it ends around 11,600 years ago. So Göbekli Tepe's construction date, if it is 11,600 years ago, if they don't find older materials, marks the end of the Younger Dryas.
Wow, Ace, you might go to like Pakistan.
We're already seeing the stirrings of the kind
Ace is going back to Karachi. Oh yeah.
At Göbekli Tepe, and after the construction of Göbekli Tepe, in fact, even during the construction of Göbekli Tepe,
let the ladies in town know Ace is home.
The people who created Göbekli Tepe were all hunter-foragers at the beginning. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was
sorry, I don't mean to dox you, brother.
Definitely, deliberately finished, closed
down,
deliberately buried, covered with earth. covered with rubble.
Yeah, maybe.
And then
Although,
topped off with a hill.
do not want. Oh
Which
shit!
is why
Dang.
Göbekli Tepe is called what it is.
Holy
Göbekli
shit!
Tepe.
Yeah, you were there not too long ago, eh?
Or the Hill of the Navel. For a long time, Göbekli Tepe was thought to be.
Oh, I have a Simply bought.
Looked a bit like a potbelly.
Can you say how it was discovered? I think it's
Come
one of the
on,
most
man.
fascinating things on Earth. Period. So maybe can you say what it is and how it was discovered?
Well, Göbekli Tepe.
Simply too
is,
cooked.
First of all, the oldest fully elaborated megalithic
See if you,
site that
like
we know of anywhere
that.
in the world. It doesn't mean that all
Oh,
the
well,
ones
that was
we've
22
found,
pace, but I mean.
but it is the oldest so far found.
That's strat.
The part of the site that's been excavated, which is a tiny percentage of the whole site, we do know. My first visit to Göbekli Tepe was in 2013, and Dr. Klaus Schmidt, the late Dr. Klaus Schmidt, who died a year later, was very generous to me and showed me around the site.
I did, my dude. We got all three, my friend. We got the Agent 22,
They know that there's much more
Secret Agent 35, and Double Agent 45 combined time.
Anything is possible.
We set the goal, and we achieved it.
But what we have at the moment is a series of almost circular, but not quite circular enclosures, which are walled.
Thanks,
with
brother.
relatively
Thanks
small
to you and
then
everyone being
inside
here.
them you have pairs of megalithic pillars, and the
Man,
archetypal
Karachi.
part of that site is enclosure
It'd be
D,
hot and sunny.
which contains the two largest upright megaliths, about 18 feet tall and reckoned to
That'd be an
weigh
incredible journey around the world. Literally,
my memory correct. They're
Karachi.
substantial, hefty pieces of stone. It isn't some kind of extraordinary feat to
Sweden,
create a 20-foot tall or 20-foot
Canada,
megalith,
insane.
nor is it an extraordinary feat to move it. There's nothing magical or really weird about that. Human beings can do that and always have. Besides, the quarry for the megaliths is right there. It's within 200 meters of the main enclosure. So that's not a mystery. But the mystery is why such
Insane
this
tour.
new form of architecture, this massive megalithic.
That's
pillars
incredible.
Here. And the pillars. One of the things that interests me about the pillars.
Just be so
is
wholesome seeing your
their
parents and your
alignment,
sister.
There is good work that's been done which suggests that enclosure D aligns to the rising of the star Sirius, and
Fuck
the rising
off.
points of the star Sirius appear to be mapped by the other enclosures, which are all oriented in
I think it's
slightly
23 pace.
directions. It was the work entirely of hunter foragers, but by the time Göbekli Tepe was completed, agriculture was being introduced.
Good to hear.
And was taking place there. Now you asked how Göbekli Tepe was found. The
Oh,
answer
good to hear.
that
Thanks,
is
brother.
that There was a survey
Wow.
of that potbelly hill in the 1960s by some American archaeologists.
Do a lot of pain for these
They were
tiny
looking-
ones. Thanks, brother.
Absolutely looking for Stone Age
24.
material from the Paleolithic. And they had found some Paleolithic flints.
Yeah, man. The gem of today, though, is still definitely Frigate 27. Did you see that, Toad?
Side of the hill, some very finely cut stone, bits of very large and
You
very
got
fine
Frigate
stone.
Agent 27. You were here. You
The
saw that.
workmanship was
I think you
so
saw it.
good
Pretty sure you
that
saw it.
Those archaeologists were confident that it had nothing to do with the Stone Age, and they thought they were looking at perhaps some Byzantine remains.
All right, I will
And
shut
they
up
abandoned
about
it
that time
and never
now.
looked at it further. And it wasn't until the German Archaeological Institute got involved, and particularly Klaus Schmidt, who I think was a genius, had real insight into this, and started to dig at Göbekli Tepe, that they realized what they'd found, that they'd found potentially the oldest megalithic site in the world. And they'd found it at a place where agriculture, according to the established historical timeline, that's where agriculture, at any rate in Europe and Western Asia, begins. It begins in Anatolia, in Turkey, and then it gradually disseminates westward from there.
And yet the understanding is it was
No.
created by hunter-gatherers.
It was created by agriculture. There was no agriculture 11,600 years ago in Göbekli Tepe. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was decommissioned, and I use that word deliberately, it was closed down and buried, agriculture was all around it. And this was agriculture of people who knew how to cultivate plants.
Do we have an understanding when it was turned into if I could say, a time capsule? So protected by forming a mound around
Yes.
it. Is it around that similar time?
It stood from roughly 11,600 years ago to about
Wow, man.
10,400 years ago, to about 8,400 BC. So around 1,200 years, it was there, and it continued to be elaborated as a site. And while it was being elaborated as a site, we see agriculture. I'm going to use the word being introduced. There'd been no sign of it before, and suddenly it's there. And to me, that's another of the mysteries about Göbekli Tepe. And then, with the new work that's being done, we realize that it's part of a much wider phenomenon, which spreads across an enormous distance.
Come on.
The puzzling thing is that after Göbekli Tepe, there almost seems to be a decline. Things fall down.
Like, fuck
and then
you,
we
man.
enter this long, slow process of the Neolithic, thousands of years, gradual developments until we come to ancient Sumer and Mesopotamia. But agriculture has taken a firm root. Actually, one other thing, I'll just say this in passing.
I'm not sure if it's 22, but it was close.
Introducing ideas to people.
That one
I'm
was
often
close.
accused of stealing credit from the indigenous people who had those ideas in the first place. So I do find it slightly hypocritical that archaeology fully accepts that the idea of agriculture was introduced to Western Europe from Turkey. And that Western Europeans didn't invent agriculture. It was absolutely introduced by Anatolian farmers who traveled west. So the notion of dissemination of ideas perhaps shouldn't be so annoying to archaeologists.
I did,
Perhaps
Toad.
we should also state,
I did.
If we look at the entirety
Thanks,
of
brother.
history of hominids, humans.
I went through more struggle and growth
I didn't even know this. When I was preparing
than like
for
my
this,
weightlifting stream yesterday.
1.9 million years ago.
Absolutely.
That's not
Almost
true.
right away, they
I
spread
mean, it's
out
kind of
to
true.
The whole world. And we.
It's definitely more of a shock to the body
And
today.
we should also mention, since we're talking about sort of controversial debates going on, as I understand, there's still debates about the dynamics of all that was going on there, like we mentioned in Africa, that it's, I think the current understanding, we didn't come from one particular point of Africa.
That's
that
fucking
there's multiple
23.
locations.
This is the out of Africa theory. I think it's more than a theory. It's really a
Ah.
Why? Because we're part of the Great Ape family, and
It's 23, and I fucked it up. It's
and
fucked.
there's no doubt that human beings, our deep origins are in Africa. But then there, as you rightly say, there were these very early migrations out of Africa by species.
Way
that
too
are
slow.
likely
That third
ancestral
camera was
to
terrible.
anatomically modern humans, including definitely Homo erectus and the astonishingly distant travels that they undertook. Yes, I think there is an urge to explore in all of humanity. I think there is an urge to find out what's around the next corner, what's over the brow of the next hill. And I think that goes very deep into human character, and I think it was being manifested in those early adventures of people who left Africa and traveled all around the world, and then settling in different parts of the world. I think a lot of anatomically modern human evolution took place outside Africa as well, not only in Africa.
So I guess the general puzzlement that you're filled with is, given that these creatures explore and spread and try out different environments, why did it take hundreds of thousands of years for them to develop complicated society settlements?
That's the first big question. Why did it take so long? And that raises in my mind a hypothesis, a possibility. Maybe it didn't take so long. Maybe things were happening that we haven't yet got hold of in the archaeological record, which await to be discovered.
This is a very relaxed level, though, compared to all the other levels I was playing. This level might be the most relaxed.
But the fact that huge parts of the world have not been studied at all by archaeology is not on its own enough to suggest that we're missing a chapter in the human story. The reason that I come to that isn't only puzzlement about that 300,000-year gap. It's also to do with the fact that there's common iconography, there's common myths and traditions, and there's common spiritual ideas that are found all around the world. They're found amongst cultures that are geographically distant from one another, and that are also distant from one another in time. They don't necessarily occur at the same time. And this is where I think that archaeology is perhaps desperately needing a history of ideas as well as just a history of things. Because an idea can manifest again and again throughout the human story. So there are particular issues. For example, the notion of the afterlife destiny of the soul. What happens to us when we die? And believe me, when you reach my age, that's something you do think about. What happens? I used to feel immortal when I was in my 40s, but now that I'm 74, I definitely know that I'm not. Well, it would be natural for human beings all around the world to have that same feeling, that same idea. But why would they all decide that what happens to the soul after death is that it makes a leap to the heavens, to the Milky Way? That it makes a journey along the Milky Way, that there it is confronted by challenges, by monsters, by closed gates. The course of the life that person has lived will determine their destiny in that afterlife journey. And this idea, the path of souls, the Milky Way is called the path of souls. It's very strongly found in the Americas, right from South America through Mexico, through into North America, but it's also found in ancient Egypt, in ancient India, in ancient Mesopotamia, the same idea. And I don't feel that can be a coincidence. I feel that what we're looking at is an inheritance of an idea, a legacy that's been passed down from a remote common source to cultures all around.
Come on, man.
And then has taken on a life of its own.
Country is a fucking AI meme joke.
Similarities and the differences in the expression of these ideas. The other thing, very puzzling thing, is this sequence of numbers that are a result of the precession of the equinoxes. At least I think that's the best theory to explain it. Here, I think it's important to pay tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschen. Giorgio de Santillana was professor of history of science actually at MIT, where you're based, back in the 60s. And Hertha von Deschen was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And they wrote an immense book in the 1960s called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill differs very strongly from established opinion on the issue of the phenomenon of precession. And I'll explain what precession is in a moment. Generally, it's held that it was the Greeks who discovered the precession. And the dating on that is put back not very far, maybe 2,300 years ago or so. Santillana and von Deschen are pointing out that knowledge of precession is much, much older than that, thousands of years older than that, and they do actually trace it, I think I'm quoting them pretty much correctly, to some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. Reading that book was one of the several reasons that I got into this mystery in the first place. Okay, now, the precession of the equinoxes, to give it its full name, is results from the fact that our planet is the viewing platform from which we observe the stars. And our planet, of course, is rotating on its own axis at roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But what's less obvious is that it's also wobbling on its axis. And so if you imagine the extended north pole of the Earth pointing up at the sky, in our time, it's pointing at the star Polaris, and that is our pole star. But Polaris has not always been the pole star, precisely because of this wobble on the axis of the Earth. Other stars have occupied the pole position, and sometimes the extended north pole of the Earth points at empty space. There is no pole star. That's one of the obvious results of the wobble on the Earth's axis. The other one is that there are 12 well-known constellations in our time, the 12 constellations of the zodiac, that lie along what is referred to as the path of the sun. The Earth is orbiting the sun, and we are seeing what's behind it, what's in direct line with the sun in our view. And the zodiacal constellations all lie along the path of the sun. So at different times of the year, the sun will rise against the background of a particular zodiacal constellation. Today we live in the age of Pisces. And it's definitely not an accident that the early Christians used the fish as their symbol. This is another area where I differ from archaeology. I think the constellations of the zodiac were recognized as such much earlier than we suppose. Anyway, to get to the point, the key marker of the year certainly in the northern hemisphere, was the spring equinox. The question was, what constellation is rising behind the sun? What constellation is housing the sun at dawn on the spring equinox? Right now it's Pisces. In another 150 years or so, it'll be Aquarius. We do live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Back in the time of the late ancient Egyptians, it was Aries, going back to the time of Ramesses or before. Before that, it was Taurus, and so on and so forth. It's backwards through the zodiac until 12,500 years ago, you come to the age of Leo, when the constellation of Leo houses the sun on the spring equinox. Now, this process unfolds very, 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 very slowly. The whole cycle, and it is a cycle, it repeats itself roughly every 26,000 years. Put a more exact figure on it, 25,920 years. That may be a convention. Some scholars would say it was a bit less than that, a bit more, but you're talking fractions. It's in that area, 25,920 years. To observe it, you really need more than one human lifetime, because it unfolds very, very slowly at a rate of 1 degree every 72 years. And the parallel that I often give is
fuck
hold
this
your
game.
finger up to the horizon, the distant horizon.
That was my fault.
The movement in one lifetime in a period of 72 years is about the width of your finger. It's not impossible to notice in a lifetime, but it's difficult. You've got to pass it on. And what seems to have happened is that some ancient culture, the culture that Santayana and von Deschen call some almost unbelievable ancestor culture, worked out the entire process of precession and selected the key numbers of precession, of which the most important number.
No, what? Yo, check the tape on that.
We also have
that was it.
Numbers related to the number 72.
That's not
72
cool.
plus 36 is 108.
I pushed B.
108 divided
Fuck
by
that.
2 is
Like,
54.
fuck that, man.
These numbers are also found in mythology all around the world. There were
such
72
fucking bullshit.
conspirators who were involved in killing the god Osiris in ancient Egypt and nailing him up in a wooden coffer and dumping him in the Nile. There are 432,000 in the Rig Veda. 432,000 is a multiple of 72. At Angkor in Cambodia, for example, you have the bridge to Angkor Thom, and on that bridge you have figures on both sides, sculpted figures, which are holding the body of a serpent. That serpent is Vasuki. And what they're doing is they're churning the Milky Ocean. It's the same metaphor of churning and turning that's defined in the story of Hamlet's Mill and Roddy's Mill. There are 54 on each side. 54 plus 54 is 108. 108 is 72 plus 36.
I want to check. I want to check this fucking tape. I want to take a break with the vape. I'm checking the tape. We're gonna check it on stream.
Discovery all around the world is one of the puzzles that intrigue me and suggest to me that we are looking at ancestral knowledge that was passed down and probably was passed down from a specific single common source at one time, but then was spread out very, very widely around the world.
So one of the defining ways that you approach the study of human history that I think contrasts with mainstream archaeology is you take this sort of astronomical symbolism and the relationship between humans and the stars very seriously.
I do, as I believe the ancients did.
I think it's important to sort of consider what humans would have thought about back then. Now we have a lot of distractions. We have social media, we can watch videos on YouTube or whatever. But back then, especially before sort of electricity, the stars is like the sexiest thing to talk about.
There's no light pollution.
There's no light pollution, so it's
the
you're
majesty of the heavens.
Every single night you're spending looking up at the stars, and you can imagine there's a lot of sort of status value to be the guy who's very good at studying the stars, and sort of the scientists of the day. And I'm sure there's going to be these geniuses that emerge that are able to do two things. One, tell stories about the gods or whatever based on the stars, and then also, as we'll probably talk about, use the stars practically for navigation, for example.
Oh yeah.
And so like It makes sense that the stars had primal importance for the ideas of the times, for status, for religious explorations.
It was an ever-present reality.
Yes.
And it was bright, and it was brilliant, and it was full of lights. It's inconceivable that the ancients would not have paid attention to it. It was an overwhelming presence. And that's one of the reasons why I'm really confident that the constellations that we now recognize as the constellations of the zodiac were recognized much earlier, because it's hard to miss when you pay attention to the sky that the sun, over the course of the solar year, is
I don't think I pushed B. What? It didn't push B. What's wrong with my controller?
Takes that journey backwards.
Did it lag?
A period of 2,160 years.
If it eats the input, does it eat my input press? It didn't show up. I swear I pushed B.
Today, that may well be a Babylonian or Greek convention, but that the constellations were there. I think
It
was
works
very clear
every
that they were
time I
special
try.
constellations, unlike other ones higher up in the sky, which were not on the path of the sun, that people paid attention to.
Well, but detecting the precession of the equinox is hard, because especially they don't have any writing systems, they don't have any mathematical systems, so everything is told through words.
Yeah, they have. Let's not underestimate oral traditions. Oral
give me
traditions.
like
That's
5,
something
10
we've
minutes.
lost in our culture today. One of the things that happens with the written word is that you gradually lose your memory. Actually, there's a nice story from ancient Egypt about the god Thoth, the god of wisdom, who is very proud of
Give me like 5, 10 minutes, thank you.
because he has invented writing. Look at this gift, he says to a mythical pharaoh of that time. Look at the gift that I am giving humanity, writing. This is a wonderful thing. It'll enable you to preserve so much that you would otherwise lose. And the pharaoh in this story replies to him, no, you have not given us a wonderful gift. You have destroyed the art of memory. We will forget everything. Words will roam free around the world, not accompanied by any wise advice to set them into context. And actually that's a very interesting point. And we do know that cultures that still do have oral traditions are able to preserve information for very long periods of time. One thing I think is clear in any time, in any period of history, is human beings love stories. We love great stories. And one way to preserve information is to encode it, embed it in a great story. And so carefully done that actually it doesn't matter whether the storyteller knows that they're passing on that information or not. The story itself is the vehicle. And as long as it's repeated faithfully, the information contained within it will be passed on. And I do think this is part of the story of the preservation of knowledge.
So that's one of the reasons that you take myths seriously.
I take them very seriously, and the other, there's many reasons, but I can't help being deeply impressed and deeply puzzled by the worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm within human memory. I mean, we know scientifically that there have been many, many cataclysms in the past, going back millions of years. I mean, the best known one, of course, is the KPG event, as it's now called, that made the dinosaurs extinct 65 million or 66 million years ago. But has there been such a cataclysm in the lifetime of the human species? Yeah, the Mount Toba eruption about 70,000 years ago was pretty bad, but a global cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, really ticks all the boxes as a worldwide disaster, which definitely involved sea level rise, both at the beginning and at the end of the Younger Dryas. It definitely involved the swallowing up of lands that previously had been above water, and I think it's an excellent candidate for this worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm, of which one of, but not the only, distinguishing characteristics was a flood, an enormous flood, and the submergence of lands that had previously been above water, underwater. The fact that this story is found all around the world suggests to me that the archaeological explanation is, look, people suffer local floods all the time. I mean, as we're talking, there's flooding in Florida. But I don't think anybody in Florida is going to make the mistake of believing that that's a global flood. They know it's local. But that's the argument largely of archaeology dealing with the flood myths, or that some local population experienced a nasty local flooding event and they decided to say that it affected the whole world. I'm not persuaded by that, particularly since we know there was a nasty epoch, the Younger Dryas, when flooding did occur and when the Earth was subjected to events cataclysmic enough to extinguish entirely the megafauna of the Ice Age.
So there is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis that provides an explanation of what happened during this period that resulted in such rapid environmental change. So can you explain this hypothesis?
Yes. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, YDIH for short, is not a lunatic fringe theory, as its opponents often attempt to write it off. It's the work of more than 60 major scientists working across many different disciplines, including archaeology and including oceanography as well. They are collectively puzzled by the sudden onset of the Younger Dryas and by the fact that it is accompanied 12,800 years ago by a distinct layer in the earth. You can see it most clearly at Murray Springs in Arizona, for example. You can see it's about the width of a human hand, and there's a draw there that's been cut by flash flooding at some time, and that draw has revealed the sides of the draw, and you can see the cross section, and in the cross section is this distinct dark layer that runs through the earth, and it contains evidence of wildfires. There's a lot of soot in it. There are also nanodiamonds in it. There is shocked quartz in it. There is quartz that's been melted at temperatures in excess of 2,200 degrees centigrade. There are carbon microspherules. All of these are proxies for some kind of cosmic impact. I talked a moment ago about the extinction of the dinosaurs. Lewis and Walter Alvarez, who made that incredible discovery, initially their discovery was based entirely on impact proxies, just as the Younger Dryas is. There was no crater, and for a long time they were disbelieved because they couldn't produce a crater. But when they finally did produce that deeply buried Chicxulub crater, that's when people started to say, yeah, they have to be right. But they weren't relying on the crater, they were relying on the impact proxies. And they're the same impact proxies that we find in what's called the Younger Dryas boundary layer all around the world. So it's the fact that at the moment when the Earth tips into a radical climate shift, it's been warming up for at least 2,000 years before 12,800 years ago. People at the time must have been feeling a great sense of relief. We've been living through this really cold time, but it's getting better. Things are getting better. And then suddenly, around 12,800 years ago, some might say 12,860 years ago, there's a massive global plunge in global temperatures, and the world suddenly gets as cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age, and it's almost literally overnight. It's very, very, very rapid. Normally, in an epoch when the Earth is going into a freeze, you would not expect sea levels to rise, but there is a sea level rise, a sudden one, right at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. And then you have this long frozen period from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. And then, equally dramatically and equally suddenly, the Younger Dryas comes to an end, and the world very rapidly warms up, and you have a recognized pulse of meltwater at that time as the last of the glaciers collapse into the sea, called Meltwater Pulse 1b, around about 11,600 years ago. So this is a period which is very tightly defined. It's a period when we know that human populations were grievously disturbed. That's when the so-called Clovis culture of North America vanished entirely from the record during the Younger Dryas, and it's the time when the mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers vanished from the record as well.
Is there a good understanding of what happened geologically, whether there was an impact or not? Like, what explains this huge dip in temperature and then rise in temperature?
The abrupt cessation of the global meridional overturning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is the best known part. The main theory that's been put forward up to now, and I don't dispute that theory at all, is that the sudden freeze was caused by the cutting off of the Gulf Stream, basically, which is part of the central heating system of our planet. So no wonder it became cold. But what's not really been addressed before is why that happened, why the Gulf Stream was cut, why a sudden pulse of meltwater went into the world ocean, and it was so much of it, and it was so cold that it actually stopped the Gulf Stream in its tracks. And that's where the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis offers a very elegant and very satisfactory solution to the problem. Now, the hypothesis, of course, is broader than that. Amongst the scientists working on it are, for example, Bill Napier, an astrophysicist and astronomer. They have assembled a great deal of evidence which suggests that the culprit in the Younger Dryas impact event or events was what we now call the torrid meteor stream, which the Earth still passes through twice a year. It's now about 30 million kilometers wide. It takes the Earth a couple of days to pass through it on its orbit. It passed through it in June, and it passes through it at the end of October. The suggestion is that the torrid meteor stream is the end product of a very large comet that entered the solar system round about 20,000 years ago, came in from the Oort cloud, got trapped by the gravity of the sun, and went into orbit around the sun, an orbit that crossed the orbit of the Earth. However, when it was one object, the likelihood of a collision with the Earth was extremely small. But as it started to do what all comets do, which was to break up into multiple fragments, because these are chunks of rock held together by ice, and as they warm up, they split and disintegrate and break into pieces. As it passed through that, its debris stream became larger and larger and wider. And the theory is that 12,800 years ago, the Earth passed through a particularly dense part of the torrid meteor stream and was hit by multiple impacts all around the planet, certainly from the west of North America as far east as Syria. And that we are by and large not talking about impacts that would have caused craters, although there certainly were some. We're talking about airbursts. When an object is 100 or 150 meters in diameter, and it's coming
Is anybody still here? Does anybody want to watch
into the Earth's atmosphere,
like a Jake Paul, Mike Tyson pre-fight breakdown? 24 hours pre-fight. Maybe they had the weigh in. Who knows? Who knows?
In Siberia, which took place on the 30th of June 1908. The Tunguska event was, nobody disputes, it was definitely an airburst of a cometary fragment. And the date is interesting because the 30th of June is the height of the beta torids. It's one of the two times when the Earth is going through the torrid meteor stream. Well, luckily that part of Siberia wasn't inhabited, but 2,000 square miles of forest were destroyed. If that had happened over a major city, we would all be thinking very hard about objects out of the torrid meteor stream and about the risk of cosmic impact. So the suggestion is that it wasn't one impact, it wasn't two impacts, it wasn't three impacts, it was hundreds of airbursts all around the planet, coupled with a number of bigger objects, which the scientists working on this think hit the North American ice cap largely. Some of them may also have hit the Northern European ice cap, resulting in that sudden, otherwise unexplained flood of meltwater that went into the world ocean and caused the cooling that then took place. But this was a disaster for life all over the planet. And it's interesting that one of the sites where they find the Younger Dryas boundary and where they find overwhelming evidence of an airburst and where they find all the shocked quartz, the carbon microspherules, the nanodiamonds, the trinitite and so on and so forth, all of those impact proxies are found at Abu Huraira. That was a settlement within 150 miles of Göbekli Tepe, and it was hit 12,800 years ago, and it was obliterated. Interestingly, it was re-inhabited by human beings within probably 5 years, but it was completely obliterated at that time. And it's difficult to imagine that the people who lived in that area would not have been very impressed by what they saw happening, by these massive explosions in the sky and the obliteration of Abu Huraira. Now, this is a theory. The Younger Dryas impact, it's a hypothesis actually. It's not even a theory. A theory is, I think, considered a higher level than a hypothesis. That's why it's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And of course it has many opponents, and there are many who disagree with it. And there have been a series of peer-reviewed papers that have been published supposedly debunking the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. One, I think, was in 2011. It was called a requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And there's one just been published a few months ago, or a year ago, called a complete refutation of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, something like that, some lengthy title. So it's a hypothesis that has its opponents. And even within those of us who are looking at the alternative side of history, there are different points of view. Robert Schoch from Boston University, the geologist who demonstrated that the erosion on the Sphinx may well have been caused by exposure to a long period of very heavy rainfall. He doesn't go for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. He fully accepts that the Younger Dryas was a global cataclysm and that the extinctions took place, but he thinks it was caused by some kind of massive solar outburst. So what everybody's agreed on is the Younger Dryas was bad. But there is dispute about what caused it. I personally have found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis to be the most persuasive, which most effectively explains all the evidence.
How important is the impact hypothesis to your understanding of the Ice Age advanced civilization? So is it possible to have another explanation for environmental factors that could have erased most of an advanced civilization during this period?
In a sense, it's not the impact hypothesis that is central to what I'm saying. It's the Younger Dryas that's central to what I'm saying. And the Younger Dryas required a trigger. Something caused it. I think the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, the notion that we're looking at a debris stream of a fragmenting comet, and we can still see that debris stream because it's still up there, and we still pass through it twice a year, is the best explanation. But I don't mind other explanations. It's good that there are other explanations. The Younger Dryas is a big mystery, and it's not a mystery that's been solved yet. And that word advanced civilization, this is another word that is easily misunderstood. And I've tried to make clear many, many times that when we consider the possibility of something like a civilization in the past, we shouldn't imagine that it's us, that it's something like us. We should expect it to be completely different from us, but that it would have achieved certain things. So amongst the clues that intrigue me are those precessional numbers that are found all around the world, and are a category of ancient maps called portolanos, which suddenly started to appear just after the crusade that entered Constantinople and sacked Constantinople. The portolanos suddenly start to appear. They're extremely accurate maps. Most of the ones that have survived are extremely accurate maps of the Mediterranean alone, but some of them show much wider areas. For example, on these Portolano-style maps, you do find a depiction of Antarctica again and again. And another thing that these maps have in common is that many of the map makers state that they based their maps on multiple older source maps, which have not survived. These maps are intriguing because they have very accurate relative longitudes. Our civilization did not crack the longitude problem until the mid-18th century with Harrison's chronometer, which was able to keep accurate time at sea. So you could have the time in London and you could have the local time at sea at the same time, and then you could work out your longitude. There might be other ways of working out longitude as well, but there it is. The fact is, these portolanos have extremely accurate relative longitudes. Secondly, some of them show the world, to my eye, as it looked during the Ice Age. They show a much extended Indonesia and Malaysian peninsula, and the series of islands that make up Indonesia today are all grouped together into one landmass. And that was the case during the Ice Age. That was the Sunda Shelf. And the presence of Antarctica on some of these maps also puzzles and intrigues me and is not satisfactorily explained, in my view, by archaeology, which says, oh, those map makers, they felt that the world needed something underneath it to balance it, so they put a fictional landmass there. I don't think that makes sense. I think somebody was mapping the world during the last Ice Age, but that doesn't mean that they had our kind of tech. It means that they were following that exploration instinct, that they knew how to navigate. They'd been watching the stars for thousands of years before. They knew how to navigate, and they knew how to build seagoing ships. And they explored the world, and they mapped the world. Those maps were made a very, very long time ago. Some of them, I believe, were likely preserved in the Library of Alexandria. I think even then they were being copied and recopied. We don't know exactly what happened to the Library of Alexandria, except that it was destroyed. I suggest it's likely this was during the period of the Roman Empire. I suggest it's likely that some of those maps were taken out of the library and taken to Constantinople, and that's where they were liberated during the Crusade and entered world culture again and started to be copied and recopied.
So, from this perspective, when we talk about advanced Ice Age civilization, it could have been a relatively small group of people with the technology of their scholars of the stars and their expert seafaring navigators.
Yes, that's about as far as I would take it. And when I say that it, as I have said on a number of occasions, that it had technology equivalent to ours in the 18th century, I'm referring specifically to the ability to calculate longitude. I'm not saying that they were building steam engines. I don't see any evidence for that.
And perhaps some building tricks and skills of how to.
Definitely. And this again is where you come to a series of mysteries which are perhaps best expressed on the Giza Plateau in Egypt, with the three great pyramids, and the extraordinary megalithic temples that many people don't pay much attention to on the Giza Plateau, and the Great Sphinx itself. This is an area of particular importance in understanding this issue.
Well, can you actually describe the Sphinx and the Great Pyramids and what you find most mysterious and interesting about them?
Well, first of all, the astronomy. And here I must pay tribute to two individuals, actually three individuals in particular. One of them is John Anthony West, passed away in 2018. He was the first person in our era to begin to wonder if the Sphinx was much older than it had been. Actually, he got that idea from a philosopher called Schwaller de Lubicz, who'd noticed what he thought was water erosion on the body of the Sphinx. John West picked that up, and he was a great amateur Egyptologist himself. He spent most of his life in Egypt, and he was hugely versed in ancient Egypt. And when he looked at the Sphinx and at the strange scalloped erosion patterns and the vertical fissures, particularly in the trench around the Sphinx, he began to think maybe Schwaller was right. Maybe there was some sort of flooding here, and that's when he brought Robert Schoch, second person I'd like to recognise, geologist at Boston University. He brought Schoch to Giza, and Schoch was the first geologist to stick his neck out, risk the ire of Egyptologists, and say, well, it looks to me like the Sphinx was exposed to at least 1,000 years of heavy rainfall. And as Schoch's calculations have continued, as he's continued to be immersed in this mystery, he's continuously pushed that back. And he's now, again, looking at the date of around 12,500 years ago, during the Younger Dryas, for the creation of the Great Sphinx. And then, of course, this is the period of the wet Sahara, the humid Sahara. The Sahara was a completely different place during the Ice Age. There were rivers in it, there were lakes in it, it was fertile, it was possibly densely populated, and there was a lot of rain. There's not no rain in Giza today, but there's relatively little rain. The next person, not enough rain to cause that erosion damage on the Sphinx. The next person who needs to be mentioned in this context is Robert Bauval. Robert and I have co-authored a number of books together. Unfortunately, Robert has been very ill for the last 7 years. He's got a very bad chest infection, and I think also that Robert became very demoralized by the attacks of Egyptologists on his rig. But Robert is the genius, and it does take a genius sometime to make these connections, because nobody noticed it before. That the three pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the three stars of Orion's belt. And skeptics will say, well, you can find any buildings and line them up with any stars you want, but Orion actually isn't any old constellation. Orion was the god Osiris in the sky. He was, the ancient Egyptians called the Orion constellation Sahu, and they recognize it as the celestial image of the god Osiris. So what's being copied on the ground is the belt of a deity, of a celestial deity. It's not just a random constellation. And then when we take precession into account, you find something else very intriguing happening. First of all, you find that the exact orientation of the pyramids, as it is today, and pretty much as it was when they're supposed to have been built 4,500 years ago, it's not precisely related to how Orion's belt looked at that time. There's a bit of a twist. They're not quite right. But as you precess the stars backwards, as you go back and back and back, and you come to around 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago, in the Younger Dryas, you find that suddenly they lock perfectly. They match perfectly with the three pyramids on the ground. And that's the same moment that the Great Sphinx, an equinoctial monument, aligned perfectly to the rising sun in the spring equinox. Anybody can test this for themselves. Just go to Giza on the 21st of March. Be there before dawn.
Come on,
stand
man.
behind the Sphinx, and you will see the sun rising directly in line with the gaze of the Sphinx. But the question is, what constellation was behind the Sphinx? And 12,500 years ago, it was the constellation of Leo. And actually, the constellation of Leo has a very Sphinx-like look. And I and my colleagues are pretty sure that the Sphinx was originally a lion.
Or a good friend, come on.
And that over the thousands of years, it became damaged, it became eroded, particularly the part of it that sticks out the head. There were periods when the Sphinx was completely covered in sand, but still the head stuck out.
I can't believe that response by AI.
To the Fourth Dynasty, when the Great Pyramids are supposedly built, by the time you come to the Fourth Dynasty, the head of the original lion head, would have been a complete mess. And we suggest that it was then recarved into a pharaonic head. Egyptologists think it was the pharaoh Khafre, but there's no real strong resemblance. But it's definitely wearing the Nemes headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. And we think that that's the result of a recarving of what was originally not only a lion-bodied, but also a lion-headed one.
I do, brother.
It wouldn't make sense if you create an equinoctial marker in the time of Khafre, 4,500 years ago, and the Sphinx is an equinoctial marker, and it's 270 feet long and 7 feet high, and it's looking directly at the rising sun on the equinox. If you create it then, you'd be more likely to create it in the shape of a bull, because that was the age of Taurus, when the constellation of Taurus housed the sun on the spring equinox. So why is it a lion? And again, we think that's because
I don't know much about what he voted for or whatever.
And putting on the ground, as above, so below, putting on the ground an image of the sky at a particular time.
No,
now,
he's a Republican.
The fact that the Giza Plateau, it's a fact, of course, that Egyptologists completely dispute, but the fact that the principal monuments of the Giza Plateau, the three Great Pyramids and the Great Sphinx, all lock astronomically on the date of around 10,500 BC, to me is most unlikely to be an accident. And actually, if you look at computer software at the sky at that time, you'll see that the Milky Way is very prominent and seems to be mirrored on the ground by the River Nile. I suggest that may be one of the reasons amongst many why Giza was chosen as the site for this very special place. So the point I want to make is that an astronomical design on the ground, which memorializes a very ancient date, does not have to have been done 12,500 years ago. If from the ancient Egyptian point of view, you're there 4,500 years ago, and there's a time 8,000 years before that, which is very, very, very important to you. You could use astronomical language and megalithic architecture to memorialize that date on the Giza Plateau, which is what we think we're looking at, except for one thing, and that's the erosion patterns on the Sphinx. And we're pretty sure that the Sphinx, at least, does date back to 12,500 years ago. And with it, the megalithic temples, the so-called Valley Temple, which stands just to the east.
Oh wow, insane.
Just to the south of the Sphinx. And the Sphinx Temple, which stands directly in front of the Sphinx.
Crazy,
the Sphinx
crazy karma.
Destroyed, but the Valley Temple, attributed to Khafre on no good grounds whatsoever, is a huge megalithic construction with blocks of limestone that weigh up to 100 tons each. And yet, it has been remodeled, refaced with granite. There are granite blocks that are placed on top of the core limestone blocks. And those core limestone blocks were already eroded when the granite blocks were put there. Why? Because the granite blocks have actually been purposefully and deliberately cut to fit into the erosion.
Bro was going
on
Johnny.
the,
Yeah, really.
we believe, much older megalithic blocks there. So I think Giza is a very complicated site. I would never seek to divorce the dynastic
Come on,
ancient
man.
Egyptians from the Great Pyramids. They were closely involved in the construction of the Great Pyramids as we see them today. But what I do suggest is that there were very low platforms on the Giza Plateau that are much older, and that when we look at the three Great Pyramids, we're looking at a renovation and a restoration and an enhancement of much older structures that had existed on the Giza Plateau for a much longer period before that. Actually, the Great Pyramid is built around a natural hill, and that natural hill might have been seen as the original primeval mound to the ancient Egyptians.
So the idea is that the Sphinx was there long before the pyramids. The pyramids were built by the Egyptians to celebrate further an already holy place.
Yeah, and there were platforms in place where the pyramids stand. Not the pyramids as we see them today, but the base of those pyramids was already in place at that time.
So what's the case? What's the evidence that the Egyptologists use to make the attributions that they do for the dating of the pyramids and the Sphinx?
Well, the three Great Pyramids of Giza are different from later pyramids. This is another problem that I have with the whole thing. Is the story of pyramid building? When did it really begin? And the timeline that we get from Egyptology is the first pyramid is the pyramid of the pharaoh Zoser, the step pyramid at Saqqara, about 100 years or so before the Giza pyramids are built. And then we have this explosion in the 4th dynasty of true pyramids. We have 3 of them attributed to a single pharaoh, Sneferu, who built supposedly the pyramid at Maidum and the 2 pyramids at Dashur, the bent and the red pyramid. And then within that same 100-year span, we have the Giza pyramids being built. This is according to the Orthodox chronology. And then suddenly, once the Giza project is finished, pyramid building goes into a massive slump in ancient Egypt. And the pyramids of the 5th dynasty are, frankly speaking, a mess outside. They're very inferior constructions. You can hardly recognize them as pyramids at all. But what happens when you go inside them is you find that they're extensively covered in hieroglyphs and imagery repeating the name of the king who was supposedly buried in that place. Whereas the Giza pyramids have no internal inscriptions whatsoever. What we do have is one piece of graffiti about which there is some controversy. Basic statistics, it's a 6 million ton structure. Each side is about 750 feet long. It's aligned almost perfectly to true north, south, east, and west, within 3/60ths of a single degree. The 60th because degrees are divided into 60s. It's the precision of the orientation and the absolute massive size of the thing. Plus its very complicated internal passageways that are involved in it. You know, in the 9th century, the Great Pyramid still had its facing stones in place, but there was an Arab Caliph al-Mamun, who had already realized that other pyramids did have their entrances in the north face. Nobody knew where the entrance to the Great Pyramid was. He figured, there's an entrance to this thing. It's going to be in the north face somewhere. So he put together a team of workers, and they went in with sledgehammers and they started smashing where he thought would be the entrance. And they cut their way into the Great Pyramid for a distance of maybe 100 feet. And then the hammering that they did dislodged something. They heard a little bit further away something big fall, and they realized there was a cavity there, and they started heading in that direction. And then they joined the internal passageway of the Great Pyramid, the descending and the ascending corridors that go up. When you go up the ascending corridor, every one of the internal passageways in the Great Pyramid that people can walk in slopes at an angle of 26 degrees. That's interesting because the angle of slope of the exterior of the Great Pyramid is 52 degrees. So we know mathematicians were at work as well as geometers in the creation of the Great Pyramid. If you go up the Grand Gallery, which is at the end of the so-called ascending corridor, and it's above the so-called Queen's Chamber. You go up the Grand Gallery, you're eventually going to come to what is known as the King's Chamber, in which there is a sarcophagus. And that sarcophagus is a little bit too big to have been got in through the narrow entrance passageway. It's almost as though the so-called King's Chamber was built around the sarcophagus already in place. Above the King's Chamber are 5 other chambers. These are known as relieving chambers. The theory was that they were built to relieve the pressure on the King's Chamber of the weight of the monument. But I think what makes that theory dubious is the fact that even lower down, where more weight was involved, you have the Queen's Chamber, and there are no such relieving chambers above that. In the top of these 5 chambers, a British adventurer and vandal called Howard Vyse, who dynamited his way into those chambers in the first place, allegedly found, well, he claims he found the graffiti, a piece of graffiti left by a work gang naming the pharaoh Khufu. And it's true, I've been in that chamber, and there is the cartouche of Khufu there, quite recognizable. But the dispute around it is whether that is a genuine piece of graffiti dating from the Old Kingdom, or whether Howard Vyse actually put it there himself because he was in desperate need of money at the time. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. Another reason why, but it's one of the reasons that Egyptologists feel confident in saying that the pyramid is the work of Khufu. Another is what is called the Wadi al-Jarf papyri, where on the Red Sea, the diary of an individual called Merer was found, and he talks about bringing highly polished limestone to the Great Pyramid. And it's clear that what he's talking about is the facing stones of the Great Pyramid. He's not talking about the body of the Great Pyramid. He's talking about the facing stones of the Great Pyramid during the reign of Khufu. So that's another reason why the Great Pyramid is attributed to Khufu. But I think that Khufu was undoubtedly involved in the Great Pyramid and in a big way. But I think he was building upon and elaborating a much older structure. And I think the heart of that structure is the subterranean chamber, which is 100 feet vertically beneath the base of the Great Pyramid. Anybody who suffers from claustrophobia will not enjoy being down there. You've got to go down a 26-degree sloping corridor until a distance of about 300 feet. It's 100 feet vertically, but the slope means you're going to walk a distance. Not walk, you're going to 8 walk. You're almost going to have to crawl.
Come on, man.
I've learned from long experience that the best way to go down these corridors is actually backwards. If you go forward, you keep bumping your head on them because they're only 3 feet 5 inches high. You get down to the bottom, you have a short horizontal passage, and then you get into the subterranean chamber. The theory of Egyptology is that this was supposed to be the burial place of Khufu. But after cutting out that 300-foot-long, 26-degree sloping passage, a lot of which passes through bedrock, and having cut the subterranean chamber out of bedrock, gone to all that trouble, they decided they wouldn't bury him there, and they built what's now known as the Queen's Chamber as his burial chamber. But then they decided that wouldn't do either, so they then built the King's Chamber, and that's where the pharaoh is supposed to have been buried. Those Arab raiders under Caliph Mamun didn't find anything in the Great Pyramid at all.
So your idea is that the Sphinx and maybe some aspects of the pyramid were much earlier, and why that's important is in that case it would be evidence of some transfer of technology from a much older civilization. The idea is that during the Younger Dryas, most of that civilization was either destroyed or damaged, and they desperately scattered across the globe.
Seeking refuge
and telling stories of maybe the importance of the stars.
Mm-hmm.
Their knowledge about the stars, and their knowledge about building and knowledge about navigation.
Mm-hmm. That's roughly the idea. So it's interesting that the ancient Egyptians have a notion of an epoch that they call Zet Tepi, which is the first time. It means the first time. This is when the gods walked the earth. This is when 7 sages brought wisdom to ancient Egypt. And that is seen as the origin of ancient Egyptian civilization. There are king lists by the ancient Egyptians themselves. There are king lists that go back way beyond the first dynasty, go back 30,000 years into the past in ancient Egypt, considered to be entirely mythical by Egyptologists, but nevertheless it's interesting that there's that reference to remote time. Now, what you also have in Egypt are what might almost be described as secret societies. The followers of Horus are one of those, specifically tasked with bringing forward the knowledge from the first time into later periods. The souls of Pe and Neche are another one of these mysterious secret society groups who are possessors of knowledge that they transmit to the future. And what I'm broadly suggesting is that those survivors of the Younger Dryas cataclysm who settled in Giza may have been relatively small in number. It's interesting that they are referred to in the Edfu building text as 7 sages, because that repeats again and again. It's also in Mesopotamia. It's 7 sages, 7 Akalu, who come out of the waters of the Persian Gulf and teach people all the skills of agriculture and of architecture and of astronomy. It's found all around the world that there was a relatively small number of people who took refuge in Giza, who benefited from the survival skills of the hunter-foragers who lived at Giza at that time, and who also passed on their knowledge to those hunter-foragers. But it was not knowledge that was ready to be put into shape at that time. And that knowledge was then preserved and kept and handled within very secretive groups that passed it down over thousands of years. And finally it bursts into full form in the 4th dynasty in ancient Egypt. And you know, the notion that knowledge might be transferred over thousands of years shouldn't be absurd. We know, for example, in the case of ancient Israel, it goes back to the time of Abraham, which is pretty much, I think, around 2000 BC, and knowledge has been preserved from that time right up to the present day. So if you can preserve knowledge for 4,000 years, you can probably preserve it for 8.
Now, of course, the error bars on this are quite large, but if an advanced Ice Age civilization existed, where do you think it was? Where do you think we might find it one day, if it existed? And how big do you think it might have been?
Well, this is where I'm often accused of presenting a god of the gaps argument. That I think there was a lost civilization because there's lots of the earth that archaeologists have never looked at. Of course, I'm not thinking that.
Come on,
These
man.
are very special gaps that I'm interested
come on.
and I'm interested in them because of all the curiosities and the puzzlement that I've expressed to you before. It's not just because there are gaps in the archaeological record. It's because those gaps involve places that were very interesting places to live during the Ice Age. And they specifically include the Sahara Desert, which was not a desert during the Ice Age and went through this warm, wet period when it was very, very fertile. Certainly some archaeology has been done in the Sahara, but it's fractional, it's tiny. And I think if we want to get into the origins, the true origins of ancient Egyptian civilization, of the peoples of ancient Egypt,
Yo, people good now, thanks, brother.
For that.
Thanks, brother.
The Amazon rainforest is another example of this. I think the Sahara is about 9 million square kilometers. The Amazon that's left under dense canopy rainforest is about 5 million square kilometers, maybe closer to 6. And then you have the continental shelves that were submerged by sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age. Now, it's well established.
23. I got it, my friend. Thank you, buddy. Thanks, buddy. I got it in April
there were periods of very rapid
of this year.
Significant sea level rise, and there were periods when the sea level
Thanks,
was
buddy.
rising much more slowly. So that 400-foot sea level rise is spread out over a period of about 10,000 years, but there are episodes within it, like Meltwater Pulse 1b, like Meltwater Pulse 1a, when the flooding was really immense.
How big do you think it might have been? And do you think it was
Appreciate that.
spread across the globe? So if there were expert navigators, do you think they spread across the globe?
Well, the reason that I'm talking about the gaps is I don't
Thank
know
you.
where this
Thank you for your interest.
started.
I appreciate that.
Based. All I'm seeing are clues and mysteries and puzzles that intrigue me and which suggest to me that something is
Aw,
missing
thanks.
from our past.
Aw, thanks,
and I'm
Holman.
not inclined to look for that missing something in, for example, Northern Europe. Because Northern Europe was not a very nice place to live during the Ice
So
Age.
honored, I'm so
Nobody
lucky.
smart would build a
No.
civilization in Northern Europe 12,000 years ago. It was a hideous, frozen wasteland. The places to look are
Appreciate that.
places that were hospitable and
Hope you're doing
welcoming
well.
to human beings during the Ice Age. And that, of course, includes the coastlines that are now underwater. Of course, it includes the Sahara Desert. And of course, it includes the Amazon rainforest as well. All of these places, I think, are candidates.
Yeah, I was.
For quote unquote.
I was nervous.
Civilization. And because I think.
I was just saying, like, please, over and over.
I suspect that it was.
Yeah, it was pretty nice.
It was probably in a number of places. And then I can only speculate. Maybe there was a cultural value where it was
Pretty standard 23 though. I mean, I've duped it a bunch now. I'm not downplaying it, but
hunter foragers at that time. Maybe it was felt that they should keep their
it's
distance.
not like
Just as even today,
it's not
there
it's
is
not
a
like
feeling that
clean.
we shouldn't be interfering too much with the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon rainforest. Although, interestingly, some of those
Me
tribes
too.
are now using cell phones. That possibility may have been there in the past, and only when we come to a global cataclysm does it become essential to have outreach and actually to take refuge amongst those hunter-forager populations. That is the hypothesis that I'm putting forward. I'm not claiming that it's a fact, but for me it helps
Me too, brother.
explain the evidence.
So that speaks to one of the challenges
Thanks, dude.
that archaeologists provide to this idea, is that there is a lot of evidence of humans in the Ice Age, and they appear to be all hunter-gatherers. But like you said, only a small percent of areas where humans have lived have been studied by archaeologists.
That's right. Very tiny percent. And even a tiny percent of every archaeological site has been studied by archaeologists too. Typically 1 to 5% of any archaeological site is excavated.
I mean, that's why Göbekli Tepe fills my mind with imagination, especially seeing it as a time capsule. You know, it's almost certain that there's places on Earth we haven't discovered, that once we do, even if it's after the Ice Age, will change our view of human history. Do you think there is going to be a place, like what would be your dream thing to discover, like Göbekli Tepe, that says a definitive, like, perturbation to our understanding of Ice Age history?
Some kind of archive, some kind of hall of records. There's both mystical associations with the Hall of Records at Giza from people like the Ed Casey organization. There's also ancient Egyptian traditions which suggest that something was concealed beneath the Sphinx. This is not an idea that is alien to ancient Egypt. It's quite present in ancient Egypt. So far as I know, nobody has dug down beneath the Sphinx. And of course, there's very good reasons for that. You don't want to damage the place too much. But let's call it the Hall of Records. I'd love to find that. But I think in a way, that's what Göbekli Tepe is. Göbekli Tepe is a Hall of Records. You know, it's interesting that just as I've tried to outline, I hope reasonably clearly, that the three great pyramids of Giza match Orion's belt in 10,500 BC, just as the Sphinx matches Leo in 10,500 BC, 12,500.
Oh, I was expecting the back
Pillar
boost.
43 in Enclosure D at Göbekli Tepe contains what a number of researchers, myself included, regard as an astronomical diagram. Martin Sweatman of Edinburgh University is brought forward the best work in this field, but it was initially started by a gentleman called Paul Burley, who noticed that one of the figures on Pillar 43 is a scorpion, very much like we represent the constellation of Scorpio today, and that above it is a vulture with outstretched wings, which is in a posture very similar to the constellation that we call Sagittarius, and on that outstretched wing is a circular object. And the suggestion is that it's marking the time when the sun was at the center of the dark rift in the Milky Way at the summer solstice 12,500 years ago. That's what it's marking. And it's interesting that the same date can be deduced from Pillar 40. Of course, it's controversial. Martin Sweatman's ideas are by no means accepted by archaeology, but he's done very, very thorough, detailed statistical work on this, and I'm personally convinced. So we have a time capsule at Göbekli Tepe, which is memorializing a date that is at least 1,200 years before Göbekli Tepe was built. If that dating of 11,600 years ago proves to be absolutely the oldest date, as it is at present. The date memorialized on Pillar 43 is 12,800 years ago, the beginning of the enterprise, the beginning of the impact event. And then Giza does the same thing, but in much larger scale. It uses massive megalithic architecture, which is very difficult to destroy, and a profound knowledge of astronomy to encode a date in a language that any culture which is sufficiently literate in astronomy will be able to decode. We don't have to have a script that we can't read, like we do with the Indus Valley civilization or with the Easter Island script. We don't have to have a script that can't be interpreted. If you use astronomical language, then any astronomical literate civilization will be able to give you a date. The Hoover Dam has a star map built into it. And that star map is part of an exhibition that was put there at the founding of the Hoover Dam. And what it does is it freezes the sky above the Hoover Dam at the moment of its completion. And Oscar Hansen, the artist who created that piece, said so specifically that this would be so that any future culture would be able to know the time of the dam's construction. So you can use astronomy and architecture to memorialize a particular date.
Quick pause, bathroom break?
Sounds good.
So to me, the story that we've been talking about, it is both exciting if the mainstream archaeology narrative is correct, and the one you're constructing is correct. Both are super interesting because the mainstream archaeology perspective means that there is something about the human mind from which the pyramids, these ideas spring naturally. You place humans anywhere, you place them on Mars, it's going to come out that way. So that's an interesting story of human psychology that then becomes even more interesting when you evolve out of Africa with Homo sapiens, how they think about the world. That's super interesting. Yeah. And then if there's an ancient civilization, advanced civilization that explains why
how did I miss
so
him?
many similar types of ideas. That means that there's so much undiscovered still about the sort of the spring of these ideas of civilization. So to me, they're both fascinating. So I don't know why there's so much sort of infighting, but
I think it's partly territorial. I think that I can't speak of all archaeologists, but some archaeologists feel very territorial about their profession, and they do not feel happy about outsiders entering their realm, especially if those outsiders have a large platform. And I've found that the attacks on me by archaeologists have increased step by step with the increase of my exposure. I wasn't very interesting to them when I just had one minor bestseller in 1992 with a book called The Sign and the Seal. But when Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995 and became a global bestseller, then I started to attract their attention and appear to have been regarded as a threat to them. And that is the case today. That is why Ancient Apocalypse Season 1 was defined as the most dangerous show on Netflix. It's why the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix asking Netflix to reclassify the series as science fiction. It's why they accused the series of anti-Semitism, misogyny, white supremacism, and a whole bunch of other things like that. It had nothing to do with anything that's in the series. It was like, we must shut this down. This is so dangerous to us. It's certainly not a danger. There are many more dangerous things in the world than a television series going on right now. But maybe it was seen as a danger to archaeology, that this non-archaeologist was in archaeological terrain and being viewed and seen by large and read by large numbers of people. Maybe that was part of it. And human nature being what it is, I noticed that two of my principal critics, John Hoops from the University of Kansas and Flint Dibble, who's now teaching at the University of Cardiff in Wales in the UK, are both people who like to have media exposure. John Hoops has just recently started a YouTube channel. Flint Dibble has had one for quite a while. Pretty small number of followers. I think that they feel that they should be the ones who are getting the global attention, and that it's not right. and that the best way to stop that is to stop me, to shut me down, to get me cancelled, and basically requiring Netflix to relabel my series from a documentary to a science fiction, which is what they actually had the temerity to suggest to Netflix. That would, if that had gone through, if Netflix had listened to them, that would have effectively been the cancellation of my documentary series. It would no longer have been ranked under documentary. So it was a deliberate attempt to shut me down, and I see that going on again and again, and it's so unfortunate and so unnecessary. I've become very defensive towards archaeology. I hit back. After 30 years of these attacks on my work, I'm tired of it, and I do defend myself. Sometimes I'm perhaps over-vigorous in my defense. Maybe I was a little bit too strong in my critique of archaeology in the first season of Ancient Apocalypse. Maybe I should have been a bit gentler and a bit kinder, and I've tried to reflect that in the second season. And to bring also many more indigenous voices into the second season, as well as the voices of many more archaeologists.
Yeah, in general, I got a chance to get a glimpse of the archaeology community, and in archaeology, in science in general, I don't have much patience for this kind of arrogance or snark or dismissal of general human curiosity that I think your work inspires in people. So that's why people like Ed Barnhart, who I recently had a conversation with, he radiates sort of kindness and curiosity as well. And it's like that kind of approach to ideas, especially about human history, it inspires people. Exactly. It inspires millions of people to ask questions. Exactly. I mean, that's why you had Keanu Reeves on the new season. He's basically coming to the show from that same perspective, of curiosity.
Keanu is genuinely curious about the past and very, very interested in it, and he's bringing to it questions that everybody brings to the past. He's speaking for every man in the series.
So given that, can you maybe steel man the case that archaeologists make about this period that we've been talking about? Can you make the case that is indeed what happened, is it was hunter-gatherers for a long time, and then there was a cataclysm, a very difficult period in human history with the Younger Dryas, and that changed the environment and then led to the springing up of civilizations in different places on Earth. Can you sort of make the case to that?
Oh, no, I completely understand why that is the position of archaeology, because that's what they found. Archaeology is very much wishing to define itself as a science, and it uses the techniques of weighing and measuring and counting are very key to what archaeology does. And in what they've found and what they've studied around the world, they don't see any traces of a lost civilization. And the idea that, besides, we live in a very politically correct world today, and the idea that some kind of lost civilization brought knowledge to other cultures around the world is seen as almost racist or colonialist in some way. It triggers that aspect as well. But basically, I think majority of archaeologists are in complete good faith on this. I don't think that anybody's really seeking to frame me. I think that what we're hearing from most archaeologists, some much more vicious than others, but what we're hearing from most archaeologists is this is what we found, and we don't see evidence for a lost civilization in it. And to that I must reply, please look at the myths. Please consider the implications of the Younger Dryas. Please look at the ancient astronomy. Please look at those ancient maps and don't just dismiss them and sneer at them. And for God's sake, please look more deeply at the parts of the world that were immensely habitable and attractive during the Ice Age and that have hardly been studied by archaeology at all, before you tell us that your theory is the only one that can possibly be correct. In fact, it's a very arrogant and silly position of archaeology, because archaeological theories are always being overthrown. It can take years, it can take decades. It took decades in the case of the Clovis first hypothesis for the settlement of the Americas. But sooner or later, a bad idea will be kicked out by a preponderance of evidence that that idea does not explain.
If we can just look back at your debate with Flint Dibble on Joe Rogan Experience, what are some takeaways from that? What have you learned? Maybe what are some things you like about Flint? You said that he's one of your big critics, but what do you like about his ideas, and what were you maybe bothered by?
First of all, just very recently, and it can be found on my YouTube channel and it's signaled on my website, I have made a video, runs about an hour, which looks at a series of statements that Flint made during the debate, which I was not prepared to answer. And it turns out that some of those statements are not correct. The notion, for example, that there were 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. Flint actually uses the word mapped, 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped at one point in the debate, and I've put that clip into the video that I brought out. That is not a fact, that is an estimate, a UNESCO estimate. And actually in the small print on one of the slides that he has on the screen, you can see the word estimate, but he never expresses that word out loud. So those who are listening to the podcast rather than watching it wouldn't even have a chance to see that. And I, sitting there in the studio, didn't see that word estimate either. And I didn't know that. I thought, my God, Flint has a point here. If there have been 3 million shipwrecks found and mapped, if that's the case, the absence of any shipwreck from a lost civilization of the Ice Age is a problem. But then I discovered that it isn't 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. It's much, much less than that. And maybe it's 250,000. It's still a large number, but most of them from the last 1,000 years. And unfortunately, what Flint didn't go into, and perhaps he should have shared with the audience, and again I go into this in the video, is that there is indisputable evidence that human beings were seafarers as much as 50 or 60,000 years ago. The peopling of Australia involved a relatively short, 90 kilometers, 100 kilometer ocean voyage, but nevertheless it was an ocean voyage, and it must have involved a large enough number of people to create a permanent population that wouldn't go extinct. The settlement of Cyprus is the same thing. It was always an island, even during the Ice Age. And no ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Australia, and no ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Cyprus either, but that doesn't mean that that thing didn't happen.
I should just linger on this, because for me it was, the shipwrecks thing was convincing, and then looking back, first of all watching your video, but also just realizing the peopling of Australia part. That's mind-boggling. 50,000 years ago. Just imagine being the person standing on the shore, looking out into the ocean, standing on the shore of a harsh environment, looking out to the ocean in a harsh environment, and deciding that, you know what, I'm going to go towards near certain death. And
I don't
explore.
know what's on the other side of that water. You can't see 90 kilometers.
Humans did it.
Yeah.
Man, I love
and again, it's that,
so much.
it's that urge to explore. Yeah. And I suggest that it probably began with a few pioneers who made the journey there and back. They ventured into the water. They definitely had boats. And lo and behold, after a 2 or 3 day voyage, they ended up on a coastline. You're an individual. You've got by relatively straightforward island hopping, where each island is within sight of each other as far as Timor. And when you get to Timor, suddenly you can't island hop anymore. There's an expansive ocean that you can't see across. But
I think I'm gonna get food
curiosity that is
from the fridge. I think I'm gonna eat again.
Human condition would undoubtedly have led some adventurous individuals to want to find out more and even be willing to risk their lives. And that first reconnoitering of what lay beyond that strait would have undoubtedly been undertaken by very few individuals. Not enough to create a permanent population in Australia. But when they came back with the good news that there's a whole land there, that's the land that was in it, that the geographers call Sahul, which just as Sunda it was the Ice Age Indonesian and Malaysian peninsula all joined together into one landmass. So Sahul was New Guinea joined to Australia. So they would have made landfall in New Guinea. And then they think, well, here is this vast, open, incredible land. We need to bring more people here. And that would have involved larger craft. You need to bring people with the resources, and you need to bring enough of them, both men and women, in order to produce a population that will not rapidly become extinct. And it's the same in Cyprus. There, the detailed work that's being done suggests very strongly that we're looking at planned migrations of groups of people in excess of 1,000 at a time, bringing animals with them. And this certainly would have involved multiple boats, and boats of a significant size.
And there's no archaeological evidence of those boats?
None whatsoever. The oldest boat that's ever been found in the world is the Dokos shipwreck off Greece, which is around 5,000 years old, if I recall correctly.
So everything that makes a boat is lost to time?
Yes, boats can be preserved under certain circumstances. There's a wreck at the bottom of the Black Sea, almost 2 miles deep. I didn't know the Black Sea was that deep. But there's a wreck, and there's no oxygen down there. That is more than 2,000 years old, and it is still in pretty much perfect condition. But in other conditions, the structure of the ship evaporates. Sometimes what you're left with is the cargo of the ship, and you could say there was a ship that sank here, but the ship itself is gone. The fact is, we know that our ancestors were seafarers as much as 50,000 years ago, and no ship has survived to testify to that, yet we accept that they were.
Do you think one day we'll find a ship that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years old?
It's not impossible. I think it's quite unlikely, given the very thin survival of ships the further back you go in time, with the oldest, as I say, being about 6,000 years old now. And then the other thing to take into account is the Younger Dryas event itself, and the cataclysmic circumstances of that event, and the roiling of the seas that would have taken place then. How much would have survived in a boat accident at that time would have survived for thousands of years afterwards? I'm not sure, but I don't give up hope. It's possible.
So that's back to the 3 million shipwrecks.
Yeah.
So what's your takeaway from that debate?
Well, my takeaway from that debate is that I should have been better prepared, and I should have been less angry. I have to say that Flint had really disturbed me with these constant, snide, not quite exact references to racism and white supremacism in my work. I detest such things. And to have those labels stuck on me. He's always avoided taking direct responsibility, pretty much always avoided. There's one example that I include in the video I've made where he really hasn't successfully avoided it. But in most cases, he's trying to say that I rely on sources that were racist. But that he's not saying that I myself am a racist. But the end result of those statements is that people all around the world came to the conclusion that Graham Hancock is a racist and a white supremacist, and that really got under my skin, and it really upset me, and I felt
yeah, I think I'm gonna have
it, and I felt that
food
I was
now.
there to defend Ancient Apocalypse Season 1, whereas in fact what I was there to do was to listen to a series of lectures where an archaeologist tells me what archaeologists have found, and that somehow I'm to deduce that from what they have found, they're not going to find anything else, at least not anything to do with the lost civilization.
Listen, I feel you. I've seen the intensity of the attacks, and the whole racism label is.
I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes.
And
I'll be eating food here
that's
too.
Been prevalent over the past, let's say, decade, maybe a little bit more, as a method of cancellation.
Yeah.
When a person is the opposite of racist, very often it's kind of hilarious to watch, but it can get under your skin, especially when you have certain dynamics that happen on the internet, where it seeps into a Wikipedia page, and then other people read that Wikipedia page, and you get to hear it from like friends. Oh, I didn't know you're whatever, and you realize that Wikipedia description of who you are has a lot of power, not by people that know you well, but by people that just kind of are learning about you for the first time.
Definitely.
And they can really start to annoy you and get under your skin.
Totally.
People are kind of indirectly injecting, they're writing articles about you. They can then be cited by Wikipedia. It can really bother a person who's actually trying to do good science or just trying to inspire people with different ideas.
I felt that my work was being deliberately misrepresented, and I felt that I, as a human being, was being insulted and wronged in ways that are deeply hurtful. My wife and I have 6 children between us, and we have 9 grandchildren. And of those 9 grandchildren, 7 are of mixed race. And this is my family. And these are kids who are going to grow up and read Wikipedia and learn from reading Wikipedia that grandpa was some kind of racist. You know, this is a personal issue for me, and I'm afraid I carried that personal issue
Oh no.
into the debate.
Oh
and
no.
It made me less
Oh
effective
no.
than I should have been. But ultimately, I do want to pay tribute to Flint. He is an excellent debater. He's got a very sharp mind. He's a very clever man, and he's very fast on his feet. And I recognize that. I was definitely up against a superior
God,
debater.
I
in
hate
that
my
debate. I'm not
quotes.
sure
Oh, I
that
love that
have
quote.
those debating skills, and I certainly didn't have them on that particular
Sick
day. I
quote.
also admire about Flint something else,
Thanks,
which is
brother.
that he was willing
April
to be there.
10th,
Most
2023.
archaeologists don't want to talk to me at all. They want to insult me from the sidelines.
Thank you, Toad.
They want to make sure that Wikipedia keeps on calling me a pseudo-archaeologist or a purveyor of pseudo-archaeological theories. They want to make sure that the hints of racism are there, but they actually don't want to sit down and confront me. At least Flint was willing to do that, and I'm grateful to him for that. And I think in that sense it is an important encounter between people with, let's say, an alternative view of history and those with the very much mainstream view of history that archaeology gives us. And he's also a very determined character.
Accurate.
He doesn't give up. So all of those things about him I admire and respect. I think he fought dirty during the debate, and I've said exactly why in this video that I now have on YouTube.
To say a positive thing that I enjoyed, I think towards the end, in him speaking about agriculture was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So the techniques of archaeology are pretty interesting, like where you can get some insights through the fog of time about like what people were doing, how they were living. That's pretty interesting.
It's very interesting. It's a very important discipline, and I've said many times before publicly, I couldn't do any of my work without the work that archaeologists do. I emphasize very strongly in this video that I don't study what archaeologists study, but nevertheless, the data that archaeologists have generated over the last century or so has been incredibly valuable to me in the work that I do. But when I look at the Great Sphinx and the studies of archaeology saying that this is the work of the pharaoh Khafre, despite the absence of any single contemporary inscription that ascribes it to Khafre, and in fact the presence of other inscriptions that say that it was already there in the time of Khufu, I am not looking at what Egyptologists study. They just dismiss all of that and lock into the Khafre connection. At Göbekli Tepe, I'm not really looking at what archaeologists look at. I'm looking at the alignments of the megaliths and how they seem to track precession of the star Sirius over a period of time. Archaeologists aren't interested in any of that. So I value and respect archaeology. I think it's an incredible tool for investigating our past. But I wish archaeologists would bring a slightly gentler frame of mind to it and a slightly opener perspective. And also that archaeologists would be willing to trust the general public to make up their own minds. It's as though certain archaeologists are afraid of
that was pretty witty of AI. AI is getting wittier.
Which they regard as quote-unquote dangerous, because they somehow underestimate the intelligence of the general public and think the general public are just going to accept that. Actually, by condemning those alternative points of view, archaeologists make it much more likely that the general public will accept those alternative points of view, because there is a great distrust of experts in our society today. And behaving in a snobbish, arrogant way, we archaeologists are the only people who are really qualified to speak about the past, and anybody else who speaks about the past is dangerous. That actually is not helpful to archaeology in the long term. There could be a much more positive and a much more cooperative relationship, and I can see that relationship with a gentleman like Ed Barnhart. It was very much the case with archaeologist Martti Paasinen from the University of Helsinki, and with geographer Alceo Ranzi, Brazilian geographer, very, very senior figure. who I worked with in the Amazon for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, looking at these astonishing earthworks that have emerged from the Amazon jungle, and which more and more are now being found with LiDAR. Indeed, we found some of them ourselves with LiDAR while we were there.
Yeah, that was an incredible part of the show that I got a chance to preview. It's like there's all this earthworks, the traces of things built on the ground that probably you can only really appreciate when you look from up above.
That's right.
So the idea that they built stuff that you can only appreciate when viewed from up above means they had a very kind of deep relationship with the sky.
With the sky.
Yeah.
And a very good knowledge of geometry as well, because these are geometrical structures. And some of them even seem to incorporate geometrical games, almost of the kind, like squaring a circle. It's not quite that, but you have a lovely square earthwork with a lovely circle earthwork right in the middle of it. Whatever else they were geometers. They were not just builders of fantastically huge earthworks that nobody expected in the Amazon, not just builders of cities that we now know existed in the Amazon, but that they were astronomers and mathematicians as well.
Everything we're talking about is so full of mystery. It's just fascinating, especially the farther back we go.
That's what I love about the past, is the mystery that's there. And that's another thing that I regret about some archaeologists, is that their mission seems to be to drain all mystery out of the past, to suck it dry like some kind of vampire, sucking the blood out of the past, and to reduce it to a series of numbers that appear to be scientific. I think that's most unfortunate. The past is deeply mysterious. The whole story of life on Earth is deeply mysterious. I mean, we were talking about the timeline of human beings, but if you go back to the formation of the Earth itself, if I've got the figures right, it's about 4.5 billion years ago that the Earth supposedly formed. It was then incredibly hot and inhospitable to life for the next several hundred million years. But it was actually Francis Crick who pointed out something odd, that within 100 million years of the Earth being cool enough to support life, there's bacterial life all over the planet. And Crick wrote a book called Life Itself that was published in 1981. And he suggested that life had been brought here by a process of panspermia. Now that's an idea that's around in circulation, that comets may carry bacteria which can seed life on planets. But Crick actually in Life Itself was talking about directed panspermia. He envisaged, this is Crick, not me, he envisaged an alien civilization far away across the galaxy which faced extinction. Perhaps a supernova was going to go off in the neighborhood. They were highly advanced. Their first thought might have been, let's get ourselves off the planet and go and populate some other planet, but the distances of interstellar space were so great. So their second thought was, let's preserve our DNA. Let's put bacteria, genetically engineered bacteria, into cryogenic chambers and fire them off into the universe in all directions. And the bottom line of Crick's theory in Life Itself is one of those cryogenic containers containing bacterial life from another solar system crashed into the early Earth, and that's why life began so suddenly here on Earth.
If we as a human civilization continue, I think that is the one way to create backups of us elsewhere in the universe, given the space, is to do a life gun and shoot it everywhere.
Yeah.
And then it's just plants.
Yeah.
And you kind of hope that whatever is the magic that makes up human consciousness, and if that magic is already there in the initial DNA of the bacteria,
the potential for that magic is there.
The potential is there.
And evolutionary forces will work upon it in different ways in different environments. But the potential is there. Yes, it's something that we would do. If we were facing a complete extinction of life on planet Earth, a major global effort would be made to preserve it somehow. And that might well include firing off cryogenic chambers into the universe and hoping that some of them would land somewhere hospitable.
And as you were mentioning, there's just so many interesting mysteries along the way here. For example, I mean, it's like 3 billion years with single-cell organisms.
Yeah.
So it seems like life was pretty good.
Yeah.
Single cell organisms, that there was no need for multicellularity, that like for animals, for any of this kind of stuff. So why is that? It seems like you could adapt much better if you're a more complicated organism. It took a really long time to take that leap. Is it because it's really hard to do? And what was the forcing function to do that kind of leap? And the same, I mean, for us to be selfish and self-obsessed, for us humans, like what was the magic leap to Homo sapiens from the other hominids? And why did Homo sapiens win out against Neanderthals and the other competitors? Why are they not around anymore? So those are all fascinating mysteries, and it feels like the more we propose sort of radical ideas about our past, take it seriously and explore, the more we'll be able to sort of figure out that puzzle that leads all the way back to Homo sapiens and maybe all the way back to the origin of life on Earth.
Yeah. I think that Homo sapiens is the tail end of a very long, deep series of mysteries that goes back right to the beginning of life on this planet and probably long before, actually, because this planet is part of the universe and God knows what else is out there in the universe.
Why do you think Homo sapiens evolved? Why, like, what was the magic things? There's a bunch of theories about fire leading to meat, to cooking, which can fuel the brain. That's one. The other is like social interaction. We're able to use our imagination to construct ideas and share those ideas and tell great stories, and that is somehow an evolutionary advantage. Do you have any like favorite conception?
Well, it's interesting. There's no doubt that anatomically modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted in Europe for at least 10,000 years, probably more than that. And yet one of the popular views is that anatomically modern humans wiped out the Neanderthals, that we killed them off. But at the same time, we were interbreeding with the Neanderthals. In a sense, the Neanderthals are not gone. They are still within us today. We are part Neanderthal. There's another theory that I've read about. There is some evidence that Neanderthals were cannibals, that there was ritual cannibalism took place amongst Neanderthals, and particularly the eating of human brains. And this can cause kuru, which can kill off whole populations. That's another suggestion of why the Neanderthals died out. There's lots of possibilities that have been put forward. Maybe we just outcompeted them. You know, maybe anatomically modern humans had some brain connections that they didn't have, even though the Neanderthal brain was bigger than the brain of anatomically modern human beings. As the old saying goes, size isn't everything. Maybe we just had a more compact, more efficient brain. The fact of the matter is that Neanderthals and Denisovans did not survive the rise of Homo sapiens.
For our discussion, though, what is interesting is all the hominids seem to be explorers.
Yes.
They spread. I mean, I didn't know this.
The fact that Homo erectus was all over the planet more than 1 million years ago is testament to that. And I do think that exploration urge is fundamental to humanity. And I would like to say that's what I think I'm doing. I'm exercising my urge to explore the past in my own way, making my own path and defining my own route.
That's the leap from non-human to human. One of the things you've discussed is your idea of what was the leap to human civilization. What is the driver? What is the inspiration for humans to form civilizations? And for you, that's shamanism.
Definitely.
Can you explain what that means?
I think that shamanism is the origin of everything of value in humanity. I think it was the earliest form of science. When I spend time with shamans in the Amazon, I observe people who are constantly experimenting with plants in a very scientific way. They're always trying a pinch of this and a pinch of that in different forms, for example, of the ayahuasca brew, to see if it enhances it or makes it different in any way. The invention of curare is a remarkable scientific feat, which is entirely down to shamans in the Amazon. They are the scientists of the hunter-forager state of society. And they were the ancient leaders of human civilization. So I think all civilization arises out of shamanism. And shamanism is a naturally scientific endeavor where experimentation is undertaken and exploration and investigation of the environment around us. And what I'm suggesting is that one group, perhaps more than one group, went a bit further than other groups did and used that study of the skies and developed navigational techniques and were able to sail and explore the earth. But that ultimately what lies behind it is the same curiosity and investigative skill that shamans are still using in the Amazon to this day. And I do see them as scientists in a very proper use of the word.
But do you think something like ayahuasca was a part of that process?
Yes. Ayahuasca is the result of shamanistic investigation of what's available in the Amazon. Of course, ayahuasca is all the fad in Western industrialized societies today, and some people see it as a miracle cure for all kinds of ailments and problems. And perhaps it is, perhaps it can be in certain ways. Ayahuasca itself is not an Amazonian word. It comes from the Quechua language, and it means the vine of souls, or the vine of the dead. But the ayahuasca vine is only one of two principal ingredients in the ayahuasca brew. And the other ingredient are leaves that contain dimethyltryptamine. And there are two sources of that. One is a bush called Psychotria viridis, that's its botanical name. They call it chacruna in the Amazon. And its leaves are rich in dimethyltryptamine, DMT, which is arguably the most powerful psychedelic known to science. The other source comes from another vine, Diplopteris cabrerana, which the leaves of that vine also contain DMT. So the ayahuasca vine on its own is not going to give you a visionary journey. And the leaves that contain DMT on their own, whether they come from Diplopteris or whether they come from chacruna, are not going to give you a visionary journey. And the reason they're not going to give you the visionary journey is because of the enzyme monoamine oxidase in the gut that shuts down DMT when absorbed orally. Basically, DMT is not accessible orally unless you combine it with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about science in the Amazon, because there's so many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands different species of plants and trees in the Amazon, and they've gone around and they've found just 2 or 3 of them that put together can produce these extraordinary visionary experiences.
Just imagine the number of plants they had to have eaten.
Yeah.
It consumed and smoked, or used all kinds of combinations to arrive at that.
Exactly. To realize that this is something very special. And then to use the principles there to find another form of it. So ayahuasca is the form that is made with the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of the chacruna plant. But yahe is made from the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of another vine, Diplopteris cabrerana, which contain not only NN-DMT, which is the DMT that everybody's pretty much familiar with these days, but also 5-MeO-DMT. And the yahe experience, which I have also had, in my view, is more intense and more powerful, almost to the point of being overwhelming, than the ayahuasca experience. But what the result of this sophisticated chemistry that we find taking place here is a brew which is hideous to drink. The taste, I find it quite repulsive. I almost retch just smelling it in the cup. But then unleashes these extraordinary experiences. And it isn't just pretty visuals. It's the sense of encounters with sentient others. That there are sentient beings, that somehow we're surrounded by a realm of sentience that is not normally accessible to us. And that what the ayahuasca brew and certain other psychedelics, like some psilocybin mushrooms in a high enough dose can do it as well. LSD can do it, but ayahuasca is the master in this, of lowering the veil to what appears to be a seamlessly convincing other realm, other world. And of course, the hardline rational scientist will say that's just all fantasies of your brain. But I don't think we fully understand, or even close to understanding, exactly what consciousness is. And I remain open to two possibilities: that consciousness is generated by the brain, is made by the brain in the way that a factory makes cars. But I also am open to the possibility that the brain is a receiver of consciousness, just as a television set is the receiver of television signals. That if that is the case, then we, locked into the physical realm, we need our everyday alert problem-solving state of consciousness, and that's the state of consciousness that Western civilization values and highly encourages. But these other states of consciousness that allow us to access alternative realities are possibly more important. It may be apocryphal, but it was reported after Francis Crick's role and his Nobel Prize for the discovery of the double helix that he finally got it under the influence of LSD. There's the classic example of Kerry Mullis and the polymerase chain reaction. He said he got that under the influence of LSD. So the notion that the alert problem-solving state of consciousness is the only valuable state of consciousness is disproved by valuable experiences that people have had in a visionary state. But the question that remains unresolved is those entities that we encounter and not everybody encounters them, and you're certainly not going to encounter them on every ayahuasca trip. There are ayahuasca journeys where nothing seems to happen. I suspect something does happen, but it happens at a subconscious level. I know that shamans in the Amazon regard those trips where actually you don't see visions as amongst the most valuable, and they say you are learning stuff that you're not remembering, but you're learning it anyway. These sentient others that are encountered, what are they? Are they just figments of our brain on drugs, or are we actually gaining access to a parallel reality which is inhabited by consciousness, which is in a non-physical form? And I'm equally open to that idea. I think that may be what is going on here with the other thing.
What's up, brother?
Is that there is a presence.
Yo, True Faith, what's up, brother?
What is right here? And she is present both in ayahuasca and in yahe. And that's one of the reasons why the shamans say that actually the master of the process is the ayahuasca vine, not the leaves. It's as though the vine has harnessed the leaves to gain access to
what's up, man?
And there, if you
How you doing?
Sufficient exposure to ayahuasca or yahe, you drink it enough times.
Come tell us who the best Golden Light runner is. I'm not sure who the best Golden Light runner is, but I had to guess definitely not Sleepy Joe.
An intelligent presence with a definite personality.
If your wife sighs on True Faith. Wow, they really know how to bring the energy.
Call her Mother Ayahuasca. There are some tribes in the Amazon who interpret the spirit of ayahuasca as male, but in all cases,
that's hilarious.
That spirit is seen as a teacher.
Yo, what's up, True Faith? How are you, man?
That's what ayahuasca is.
Let's go some food.
It teaches moral lessons, and that's fascinating. That a mixture of two plants should cause us to reflect on our own behavior and how it may
like
have
leftovers.
Damaged and affected others, and fill us
parents'
with a
leftovers.
Powerful wish not to repeat that negative.
Some like beef stir fry with mushrooms and green pepper and rice and some leftover spaghetti and meatballs. Pretty good. Cheese,
and take responsibility
noodles.
For your own behavior, and that is an extraordinary thing.
I'm gonna eat this and then I'm gonna keep going.
And I think yes,
what's
I
up?
think ayahuasca
Glad
is
you're here.
The most powerful.
Glad you're here, Play Poker.
For accessing these mysterious realms, but there's no doubt.
Glad you're here, True Face. Glad to hear everybody.
They're all related to one another in one way. You can access them through LSD, and you certainly can access them through psilocybin mushrooms as well, in large enough dose.
Both possibilities, as you describe, are interesting, and to me they're kind of akin to each other. I wonder what the limit of the brain's capacity is to create imaginary worlds and treat them seriously, make them real, and in those worlds explore and have real sort of moral, deep brainstorming sessions with those entities. So it's almost like the power of the human mind to imagine taken to its limit.
It is. And the curious thing is that the same iconography, People paint their visions after ayahuasca sessions. People were painting in Europe, in the cave of Lascaux, for example, and of course they had access to psilocybe mushrooms in prehistoric Europe. There's a remarkable commonality in the imagery that is painted. I like to give credit where credit is due, and there are two names that need to be mentioned here. One is the late, great Terence McKenna and his book Food of the Gods, where he proposed the idea very strongly that it was our ancestral encounters with psychedelics that made us fully human. That's what switched on the modern human mind. And very much the same idea began to be explored a bit earlier by Professor David Lewis Williams at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. Fabulous book called The Mind in the Cave, where he is again arguing that these astonishing similarities in cave art and rock art all around the world can only be properly explained by people in deeply altered states of consciousness attempting to remember when they return to a normal everyday state of consciousness, attempting to remember their visions and document them on permanent media like the wall of a cave. So typically you get a lot of geometric patterns, but you also got entities. And those entities often are therianthropes, part animal, part human in form. Might have the head of a wolf and the body of a human being, might have the head of a bird and the body of a human being, and so on and so forth. And that they communicate with us in the visionary state. Interestingly, although this sounds like woo, and it is an area that most scientists would steer clear of at risk of their careers, there is very serious work now being done at Imperial College in London and at the University of California at San Diego, where volunteers are being given extended DMT. There's a new technology, DMTX, where the DMT is fed directly into the bloodstream by drip, and it's possible to keep the individual in the peak DMT state, which normally when you smoke or vape DMT, you're looking, if you're lucky, at 10 minutes. Or if you're unlucky, if it's a bad journey, because those 10 minutes can seem like forever. But with DMTX, with the drip feeding of DMT into the bloodstream, these volunteers actually could be kept in the peak state for hours. And unlike LSD, where you rapidly build up tolerance, nobody ever builds up tolerance to DMT. It always hits you with the same power. Even if you took it yesterday and the day before, and you're taking it tomorrow as well, it's still going to have that same power. There's no tolerance there. So that's how they can use that lack of tolerance to keep volunteers in this state. And then when they debrief those volunteers, they're also putting them in MRI scanners and looking at what's happening in the brain. But when they debrief them, they're all talking about encounters with sentient others. There's even a group now called Sentient Others, where people are exchanging, volunteers are now exchanging their experiences. They weren't allowed to do so at the beginning of the experiment, but now that most of them have left it, they're exchanging their experiences, and it's all about encounters with sentient others who wish to teach them moral lessons. Now, to me, that's wild. What is going on here? How do we account for this? Yeah, I get the notion of hallucinations and brightly colored visuals, but the moral lessons that come with it, those are great.
Yeah, and would you say that the reason that could give birth to a civilization is it because such visions can help create myths, and especially like religious myths, that would be a cohesive thing for a large group of people to get around?
Yeah, and can help us to be better members of our own community.
Right, with moral lessons.
Yeah, more contributing members of our community, more caring, more nurturing members of our community. That's got to be good for any community. I've said this a dozen times, but I'll say it again. If I had the power to do so, I would make it a law, an absolute law, that anybody running for a powerful political position, particularly if that position is president or head of state in any kind of way, that person has to undergo the ayahuasca ordeal first. They have to have 10 or 12 sessions of ayahuasca as a condition for applying for the job. I suspect that most who had those experiences wouldn't want to apply for the job anymore. They would want to live a different kind of life. And those who did want to carry on being a leader of a nation would be very different people from the people who are leading the nations of the earth into chaos and destruction today.
Yeah, they would be doing it for the right reasons. I mentioned to you I recently interviewed Donald Trump and actually brought up this same idea that it would be a much better world if most of Congress and most politicians would take some form of psychedelic at the very least.
I have no doubt that it would be a better world. I mean, this raises an interesting point, which is the role of government in controlling our consciousness. And in my opinion, the so-called war on drugs is one of the fundamental abuses of human rights that have been undertaken in the past 60 years. It should be a Republican issue. If I understand the Republican Party correctly, the Republican Party believes in individual freedom for adults as much as possible, and particularly the freedom to make choices over their own bodies. But in the case of even cannabis, I know there's one of the great things that's happening in America. It's happening state by state, where cannabis is being legalized, and that draconian hand of government is being taken off the back of people who are consuming a medicine that is far less harmful than alcohol, which is glorified in our society. We cannot say that we are free if we allow a government to dictate to us what experiences we may or may not have in our inner consciousness while doing no harm to others. And the point there is, we already have a whole raft of laws that deal with us when we do harm to others. Do we really need laws that tell us what we may and may or may not experience in the inner sanctum of our own consciousness? I think it's a fundamental violation of adult sovereignty. And we would have much less drug problems if these drugs were all legalized and made available to people without shaming them, without punishing them in any way, but just part of normal social life. And then you could be sure that you were getting good product rather than really shitty product, which has been cut with all sorts of other things. Ultimately, the way forward is for adults to take responsibility for their own behavior and for society to allow that to happen, and not to have big government taking responsibility for decisions that should be in the hands of individuals.
And for me also, it's exciting some of these substances like psilocybin are being integrated into scientific studies, large scale. That's really interesting.
We've seen a revolution in the way science looks at psychedelics in the last 20, 25 years. They were in that highly demonized category. But again, it's one of those paradigms which gets overwhelmed by new evidence, and it began to be realized that psilocybin and other psychedelics are very helpful in a range of conditions from which people suffer. Post-traumatic stress disorder, the fear of death when you're suffering from terminal cancer can be overwhelming, and it's been found that psilocybin can remove that. Deep depressions can be evaporated.
Psychedelics, yeah.
Massive psilocybin gel. They just go.
Graham Hancock.
And they are being integrated into conventional medicine.
That's his name,
We'll see it
Graham
happening.
Hancock.
I'm not sure if it'll happen as fast as I would like to see it happen in my lifetime, but it is going to happen.
Yeah, actually, just recently found out that he had a TED Talk, War on Consciousness, that was taken down.
Yeah.
And that was just part of just the general resistance, because it wasn't radical. It wasn't really a radical.
I was talking about ayahuasca, and I was talking about the view that I hold very strongly, that as long as we do no harm to others, sovereign adults should be allowed to make decisions about their own bodies and not face a jail sentence or shaming as a result. But so it was a TEDx talk, not a TED Talk, organized by a local TED group. They call them TEDx talks. I gave this talk about the war on consciousness, and it was immediately pulled down from TED's main channel with all kinds of bizarre reasons being given. But unfortunately, it was too late.
I
A number
think
of people had already downloaded the talk and then uploaded
natural
it to other YouTube channels. And actually, their banning of
psychedelics
it made
like
it go
mushrooms
viral, in a way that would not have happened
and
otherwise. But again, it's a
ayahuasca
sign
are
that
best.
points of view that are not acceptable to those in positions
I've
of
tried
power,
mushrooms.
are simply dismissed and shut down, or at least attempts are made to do so.
I've had incredible experiences with mushrooms.
I'm pretty sure that what we understand about consciousness today will seem silly to humans from 100 years from now.
You bet it. Especially if we harness psychedelics.
Jebaited, come on.
That is what is happening at
Jebaited.
at Imperial College
Come
right
on.
now. is the investigation of the experience. They're not looking. There are other trials that are looking for the therapeutic potential.
I haven't heard debated in
They're
like
looking
a
entirely at
decade.
the experiences that people have and why they're so similar from people from different age groups and different genders.
I don't know. I'm playing this a little more.
And for me, from
but
an engineer perspective,
I might sign
it's
off
interesting
soon.
if it's possible to engineer consciousness in artificial beings.
Yeah.
It's another way to approach the question of how special is human consciousness.
Yeah.
How, from where does it arise? Is it something that permeates all of life? And in that case, what is the thing that makes life special? Like, what is life? What is these living organisms that we have here, and that evolved to create humans? And what is truly special about humans? And it's both scary and exciting to consider the possibility that we can create something like this.
Yeah, but why not? We're a vehicle for consciousness, in my view. I think consciousness is present in all life on Earth. I don't think it's limited to human beings. We have the equipment to manifest and express that consciousness in a way that a dog, for example, doesn't have, or a snail doesn't have, or a pigeon doesn't have. But when I look at two pigeons sitting on my garden fence and rubbing up close to each other and enjoying each other's company and taking off together and hanging out together, I think they're conscious beings. And I think consciousness is everywhere. I think it's the basis of everything, and I suspect that fundamentally consciousness is non-physical, and that it can manifest in physical forms where it can then have experiences that would not be available in the non-physical state. That's a guess.
That'd be a fascinating, because then you can construct all kinds of physical forms to manifest the consciousness.
And see if consciousness enters, if they become conscious. Isn't there some suggestion that artificial intelligence is already becoming conscious?
That makes humans really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because we are at the top of the food chain. We consider ourselves truly special, and to consider that there's other things that could be special is scary.
Well, look how other people make us uncomfortable too. I mean, look at the state of the world today. All the conflicts that are raging. That's because we're afraid. When I say we, I'm speaking nation by nation. We are afraid of other people. We fear that they're going to hurt us or damage us in some way, and so we seek to stop that. It's the root of many, many conflicts, this fear. And so fear of AI may not be such a good idea, after all. It might be very interesting to go down that route and see where it comes. Certainly, in terms of exploring consciousness, it is very interesting.
Yeah, fear is a useful thing, but it can also be destructive.
Well, it can be destructive, and it can shut you down completely.
If you look into the future, maybe the next 100 years, what do you hope are the interesting discoveries in archaeology that we'll find?
Well, I'd really like to know how the Great Pyramid was built. And we now have, with new tech, with scanning technology, it's now become apparent that there are many major voids within the Great Pyramid. Right above the Grand Gallery, there's what looks like a second Grand Gallery that has been identified with remote scanning. New chambers, one of them has even been opened up already, are being found as a result of this. So it may be that the Great Pyramid will ultimately give us its secrets. I often think that the Great Pyramid is partly designed to do that. It's designed to invite its own initiates. Some people aren't interested in the Great Pyramid at all, but some people are fascinated by it, and they're drawn towards it. And when they're drawn towards it, it immediately starts raising questions in their minds, and they seek answers to their questions. So it's like saying, here I stand, investigate me, find out about me, figure out what I am. Why have I got these two shafts cut into the side of the so-called Queen's Chamber? Why do they slope up through the body of the Great Pyramid? Why do they not exit on the outside of the Great Pyramid? Why, when we send a robot up those shafts, do we find them after about 160 feet blocked by a door with metal handles? Why, when we drill through that door to see what's beyond it, 3 or 4 feet away, we see another door? It's like very frustrating, but it's saying to us, keep on exploring. If you're persistent enough, we'll eventually give you the answer. So I'm hoping that answer will come as to how this most mysterious monument was actually built, and the inspiration that lay behind it. Certainly, I'm sure it was never a tomb, or a tomb only. the later pyramids might have been. Actually, no pharaonic burial has been discovered in any pyramid, but nevertheless, it's pretty clear that the later pyramids, with the pyramid texts written on the walls, like the Pyramid of Unas, 5th Dynasty Pyramid at Saqqara, were tombs. But the Great Pyramid, to go to that length to create a tomb, to make it a scale model of the Earth, to orient it perfectly to true north, to make it 6 million tons, this is not a tomb. This is something else. This is a curiosity device. This is something that is asking us to understand it. And I hope we will understand it. And I hope Egyptologists will be willing to set aside that prejudice that they're only looking at a tomb and consider other possibilities. And as new tech is revealing these previously unknown inner spaces within the Great Pyramid, I think that's going to become more and more likely.
So not just the how it was built, but the why.
But the why.
And to you, it seems obvious that there would be a cosmic motivation.
Yeah, very, very much so. As above, so below. Which is an idea in the Hermetica. The god Hermes for the Greeks was the Greek version of Thoth, the wisdom god of ancient Egypt, and that's where that saying comes from. It comes from the Hermetica, but it's expressing an ancient Egyptian idea to mirror the perfection of the heavens on earth.
So you think there's something interesting to be discovered about the how it was built? You mean beyond the sort of the ideas of using ramps and wet sand?
Yeah, ramps won't do it. Ramps won't do it, nor will wet sand. It's true that the ancient Egyptians did haul big objects on sleds on wet sand. There are even reliefs that show the process where an individual is standing on the front of the sledge pouring water down to lubricate the sand underneath, and that's a perfectly respectable way to move a 200-ton block of stone across sand, flat sand, if you have enough people to pull it. But that is not going to help you get dozens of 70-ton granite blocks 300 feet in the air to form the roof of the king's chamber and the floor of the chamber above it and the roof of that chamber and the floor of the chamber above that, and so on and so forth. Wet sand never got those objects up there. Somehow they were lifted up there. Now, ramps are proposed as the solution, but where are the remains of those ramps? If you're going to carry blocks weighing up to 2 or 3 tons right to the top of the Great Pyramid to complete your work, you're going to need a ramp that's going to extend out into the desert for more than a mile at a 10-degree slope. And it's calculated that a 10-degree slope is about the maximum slope that human labor can haul objects up a ramp. And that ramp can't just be compacted sand, since heavy objects are being hauled up it. It's going to have to be made of very solid material, almost as solid as the pyramid itself. Where is it? We don't see any trace of those so-called ramps that are supposed to have been involved in the construction of the pyramid. I think we don't know. I think we have no idea it's built. That's why there's so many different theories. We haven't got the answer yet. But the how of it is one of the big mysteries from our past.
I love the Great Pyramids as a kind of puzzle that was created by the ancient peoples to be solved by later peoples. I mean, this is, I don't know if you're aware of the 10,000-year clock. That was built by Jeff Bezos and Danny Hillis in Sierra Diablo Mountains in Texas. So they're building a clock that ticks once a year for 10,000 years.
Oh, wow.
So it's talking about, and it's supposed to sort of run, if there's a nuclear apocalypse, it just runs. And it's an example of modern humans thinking like, okay, if 10,000 years from now and beyond, if something goes wrong, or the future humans that are way different come back and they analyze what happened here, how can we create monuments that they could then analyze? And in that way be curious about, in their curiosity, discover some deep truths about this current time. It's an interesting kind of notion of like, what can we build now
that would last? And the answer is that the majority of what we build now wouldn't last. It would be gone within a few thousand years. But what would last is massive megalithic structures, like the Great Pyramid. That would last, and it could be used to send a message to the future. I think Göbekli Tepe serves a similar function. I mean, there it was buried 10,400 years ago. And then for the next 10,000 years, nobody touched it. Nobody knew it was there. It took the genius of Klaus Schmidt, the original excavator, to realize what he'd found and what it was. But the great thing about the sealing of Göbekli Tepe, the deliberate burial of Göbekli Tepe, is it means that no later culture trod over it and imposed their organic materials on it and messed up the dating sequences and so on and so forth, or vandalized it or used it as a quarry. It's all there intact.
So you mentioned that the pyramids and some of the other amazing things that humans have built was the result of us humans struggling with our mortality.
That's the ultimate goal. That seems to me what's at the heart of many pyramids around the world, is that they're connected in one way or another to the notion of death and to the notion of the exploration of the afterlife. And this is, of course, the fundamental mystery that all human beings face. We may wish to ignore it. We may wish to pretend that it's not going to happen, but we are, of course, all mortal. Every one of us, all 8 billion or however many of us that are on the planet right now, we're all going to face death sooner or later. And the question is, what happens? And there are a few cultures that really intensely, deeply study that mystery. We are not one of them. The general view of science, I think, is that we're accidents of evolution. When we die, the light blinks out. There's no more of us. There's no such thing as the soul. But that's not a proven point. There's no experiment that proves that's the case. We know we die, but we don't know whether there's such a thing as a soul or not.
Yeah, it's the great mystery.
It's a great mystery that we all share. And those cultures that have investigated it, and ancient Egypt is the best example, have investigated it thoroughly and map out the journey that we make after death. But that notion of a journey after death, and of hazards and challenges along the way, and ultimately of a judgment, that notion is found right around the world, and it even manifests into the 3 monotheistic faiths that are still present in the world today.
Well, you're one such human, and you said you contemplate your own death.
Yeah.
Are you afraid of it?
No. I'm not afraid of death at all. I'm curious about death. I think it could be very interesting. I think it's the beginning of the next great adventure. So I don't fear it, and I would like to live as long as my body is healthy enough to make living worthwhile. But I don't fear death. What I do fear is pain. I do fear the humiliation that old age and the collapse of the faculties can bring. I do fear the cancers that can strike us down and riddle us with pain and agony. That I fear very, very much indeed. But death is going to come to all of us. I accept it. It's going to come to me. And I'm not going to say I'm looking forward to it, but when it happens, I'm going to approach it, I hope, with a sense of curiosity and a sense of adventure. That there's something beyond this life. It isn't heaven, it isn't hell, but there's something. The soul goes on. I think reincarnation is a very plausible idea. Again, modern science would reject that. But there's the excellent work of Ian Stevenson, Children Who Remember Past Lives, who found that children up to the age of 7 often have memories of past lives. And in cultures where memories of past lives are discouraged, they tend not to express that much. But in cultures where memories of past lives are encouraged, like India, they do express it. And he found several subjects, children under the age of 7 in India, who were able to remember specific details of a past life, and he was able to go to the place where that past life unfolded and validate those details. So if consciousness is the basis of everything, if it's the essence of everything, and consciousness benefits in some way from being incarnated in physical form, then reincarnation makes a lot of sense. All the investment that the universe has put into creating this home for life may have a much bigger purpose than just accident.
What a beautiful mystery this whole thing is.
Yeah, we are immersed in mystery. We live in the midst of mystery. We're surrounded by mystery, and if we pretend otherwise, we're deluding ourselves.
And Graham, thank you so much for inspiring the world to explore that mystery. Thank you for talking today.
Thank you, Lex. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Graham Hancock. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Charles Darwin. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Graham Hancock, it is amazing to have you here. I'm honored, completely honored to have you. It was
Yo,
great
Drew,
last night at dinner.
wait, why you gotta get
Something
22 bucks per yeah, right? Kinda drunk, nice. Oh yeah.
one of the most memorable.
I bet I could get 22 right now.
Thank you, and it was great to meet you and Crystal as well. Get to know you guys. Great to be here. Thank you for having me on the show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so
Bro, dude, I was watching the Goose Speed Lore.
Yes, that's right. It's
And apparently you got 22 without any quick pauses. That's pretty insane, dude.
was launched in November.
The no quick pause 22.
And for the last couple of years, we've been making season 2.
LOL.
That was launched.
Yeah, man, I don't know.
So it's available all over the world.
I have a lot of 23 dupes. I don't think I'm really. I can paste 22, but I think I just gotta make it cleaner.
Which I expect, and which is fair enough. But it has
I don't know.
proved interesting.
Getting drunk, nice.
There's been a big take up of the show all around the world, and that tells me that investigating the past
What are you drinking?
to mysteries of the past is something that resonates.
You can also just lurk if you want, obviously.
All around the world, and I think that one of the reasons why we have so many alternative views on the past, which differ from the views of archaeology,
The dogger emote.
is that archaeologists have not provided
Dogger
a
lives.
satisfactory explanation for many of the anomalies and puzzles that we find in the past. So I'm taking viewers on a journey all around the world in a series of seasons.
All this fucking guard,
And
bros.
Season 2 is focused almost entirely on the Americas. The only exception is Easter Island, and that is in a sense the Americas because it's Chile. It's part of Chile. It is also 2,000 miles from the west coast of South America and 2,000 miles from Tahiti. It's this tiny dot of an island in the middle.
Nice, man.
Very mysterious place. But otherwise, we focused on North America, on Mexico, and hugely on South America as well, particularly the Amazon rainforest.
Nice. Yeah, I binge watched it yesterday.
Oh, great.
So,
Yeah, this is taking too much time and effort.
how has this trip been for you so far in terms of like whirlwind podcasting, podcast after
Yes,
podcast?
I've been doing a lot of.
Like, I'm not gonna give up, but
because
it's just-
I would like to get the word out as much as possible. There are people who follow archaeologists who seem to detest my work.
pain in the
and
ass.
Dislike what I do.
You know, it's not.
But
It's
there
fun.
are a great many people who appreciate and are interested.
It's pretty relaxed
So
level.
I'd like to get the word out to those who are interested that there is a new season of Age of Apocalypse, and for that reason, I've been doing.
Oh, come on.
With Joe Rogan and Lex Friedman and now you, and I'm going to be carrying on doing a few more. I'm primarily an author. That's what I do, and I'm probably best known.
You should play in level probably for 22.
1995.
Thanks, man.
My two most recent books are Magician's
Yeah.
Tales, which was published in 2015, and America Before, which was published in 2019. Since then, I've been focusing totally on the ancient.
My third cam is a pretty big X factor.
I'm coming to this point because back in
Spending
the
a lot of
90s, that's when
time
I
on
first
it.
started doing tours to promote books at that time. And I was in my 40s then, and I had the energy to do public talks in 20
See, like that is 22 pace. Like a two bullet third cam.
and it's a bit different
It's
when you're in
probably 22 pace, but like a 3 bullet, I don't know.
I do find my energy is not as high as it was when I was in my 40s, and I guess that's
3 bullet
to be
third cam, usually 23 for me.
I feel lucky to have this opportunity. I feel lucky to have this opportunity to reach out to audiences around the world and to speak on podcasts, to go into more detail on many of the subjects. That
Even
I've
like
covered
that
over
would
the
be
last 30 years. I've spent
like
30
I'm
years
just
of my
considering
life
why not try something like that. Just set up and just do
looking
one
into the
bullet.
possibility of some sort of a civilization during the resource. I feel there's major missing pieces of the puzzle, and it's those missing pieces that intrigue me.
Yo with it.
I did a debate on the Joe Rogan Experience back in April 2024 with an archaeologist called Phil Dibble. And his position is we archaeologists go from the known to the unknown. And that's quite the opposite of my position, which is that I go from the unknown to the known. It's the unknown that I'm interested in. It's the stuff that archaeologists haven't yet properly nailed down. It's the mysteries that remain unexplained that I go on to. And while I'm on the subject of that debate, I would like to draw the attention of the viewers and listeners to a video that I uploaded to my YouTube channel just maybe around about the 15th or 16th of October, and that is called Fact-Checking Science Communicator Flint Dibble. And in that, I go through a series of statements that Flint Dibble made during the debate, which I found quite baffling at the time, but turn out not to have been based on solid evidence, but rather spin upon the fact. So I thought it was important for those who follow my work to understand how archaeologists function. And I had gone into that expecting total transparency from the archaeologist I was dealing with. And that's certainly what I gave, was total transparency. But as I show in this video, total transparency from the archaeological side was not there, and it seemed to be more about winning a debate by any means possible, rather than engaging in an intelligent,
That was my fault.
conversation. It took me a long time to put this video up because I've been so busy with Ancient Apocalypse, but I did finally get it done just very recently. And it's up there on my YouTube channel, and I hope that people will take a look at it.
Mm-hmm. No, a lot of people have, and you can see it in the comments that people appreciate what you're doing and stand behind you. And yeah, it's just
well, as we talked today, it's had about 500,000 views.
Yeah.
And I hope people will view it and consider what is said in there. And yes, please definitely leave comments.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's it was Dan Richards from Debunking, who's a good friend of mine. He's been on the show.
Dan is great.
He's great.
I'm very fond of Dan.
Yep.
And Dan has really played an important role in exposing the dishonesty of archaeology in general.
Right.
I appreciate the support that he's given from my point of view. Dan is totally objective and unbiased. Dan will, he calls his channel Debunking, but fundamentally he's these days focusing largely on debunking mainstream archaeologists and what they have to say, but he will also debunk the alternative side as well.
Right.
He'll do both.
Right.
And if Dan makes a mistake, he'll own up and honestly correct it in the next.
See, like, that's definitely 23 pace.
There's been so much calculated, vicious, unpleasant, so-called debunking of alternative points of view about the past by mainstream archaeologists and their friends in the media and their followers, that it was high time that a channel was started which is willing to debunk the orthodox positions as well.
Right.
And that is what Dan is doing very, very effectively. And I'd urge any of your viewers to pay attention to Dan's Debunking channel on YouTube. There's lots of great content on there.
There is.
And he's just a really good human being. And I'm going to be meeting up with him in a few days' time.
Oh, good. Good for you. Okay, excellent.
Yeah, we've been, of course, in contact remotely because I live in England.
Right.
And he lives up near Spokane. But it's, we're going to meet up on this trip. And
Great.
I'm looking forward to it.
Great. Good to hear. Yeah. Why do you think there's so much just animosity towards you and towards? I mean, so on the one hand, you're just an open-minded individual who's exploring possibilities.
I like to feel that that's what I am.
Absolutely.
Everybody has their own point of view. And sure, we all get wedded to our position, and it's difficult to let it go. But I try as far as possible to be open-minded. My position is that what I call mainstream archaeology, and I know archaeologists don't like that phrase, they just want to say archaeology. They're so mainstream that there's no need even to say mainstream. They are hugely influential in shaping opinions about the past, and that influence begins almost at the moment that we go to school. Everything that we're going to learn through the school system and that we're going to learn in university about the past is derived from information provided by
Like that.
archaeologists. And in that way, we're
I
almost
never
taking
have
in
cameras
all
like
of
that. Like
from
that third one?
the
Holy
moment
moly.
we begin to be able to take information in at all. So it's very dominant. It's very, very powerful. And I don't think that's healthy. I don't think it's healthy for any particular group of people to have a monopoly on something as important as our collective past as human beings. I think it's a terrible mistake. And yet archaeologists seem to feel that they are the only ones who are entitled to speak about the past, and that it's almost like the Roman Catholic Church in the 16th century dealing with heretics. Those of us on the alternative side sometimes feel that these archaeologists want to burn us at the stake because we're representing opposite points of view, and archaeologists have done everything they possibly can. Now that my Netflix series is done, they've done everything possible that they possibly can to keep me out of archaeological sites. We've been able to break through that barrier on a number of occasions. But for example, in season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, I would have liked to have been present on the ground at Cahokia in Illinois, a site that I visited
No.
before and written about extensively in my 2019 book, America Before, with great respect for the indigenous builders of Cahokia. But because archaeology has sort of spread around this myth that somehow my lost civilization is taking away credit from indigenous peoples, this is being used as an excuse to block me getting access to archaeological sites. So I would love to have filmed at Cahokia, and I'd love to have filmed at Moundville in Alabama. And both those sites were closed to us simply because I'm presenting the story. Now, to me, that is the crudest form of censorship. And yet, at the same time, it's a very powerful force of censorship. Because when you're on camera, you want to be standing in the place that you're talking about. You want to be hands-on, you want to be boots on the ground. And they prevented that from happening. And I think if they had their way, this is particularly American archaeologists, organized under a group called the Society for American Archaeology. Back when season 1 of Ancient Apocalypse was launched in November 2022, the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix, pretty much demanding that the series be reclassified as science fiction instead of as a documentary series, which is a very effective way to actually cancel me. That was seeking to cancel me. You know what? If the thing is called science fiction, it's not going to get the viewers that it's going to get as a documentary, and they knew that, and that was the angle that they took. But fortunately, Netflix are an independent force, and they made up their own mind about this, and that's why we now have a season 2. But it's this seeking to control the narrative about the past that archaeologists indulge themselves in, which I think is particularly unfortunate, and I think it's really necessary to have the alternative points of view brought forward. And I'm happy that there should be multiple points of view. I'm not a promoter of the ancient astronaut theory. That's not my view. I think that most of the mysteries that we confront in our past can be explained by the idea of a lost human civilization. But I'm glad that the ancient astronaut material is out there as well, because it's responding to the same need that I'm responding to, which is the dissatisfaction that many people feel with what archaeologists are telling them about the past. And the other thing is that archaeologists, particularly this vocal minority of archaeologists who've been trying so hard to get me cancelled, that they have this sense of entitlement that it's all theirs and that nobody else should be allowed to speak about it. And this is a very odd thing, and it's an unhealthy thing. The general public, I have great respect for the intelligence of the general public, and I think the general public should be given a range of choices to decide what they think about, and indeed to launch themselves into investigations about the past if they're interested in the past. Not everybody is, but some of us are. And the more points of view that are brought onto this huge mystery, right back to the origins of the human species, right through to the origins of civilization, there is so much that is unexplored. And I'm personally not at all satisfied with the mainstream narratives. And I will do everything I can, and I will fight until my time comes to leave this planet, to allow the public to hear alternative points of view. And I think archaeologists should be ashamed of themselves and their friends in the media, people like Sapiens Anthropology magazine, people like The Guardian and The Observer in the UK have published huge hit pieces on me without ever once reaching out to me for comment, just relying on what the archaeologists tell them. And this is a failure of journalism. When I was a journalist back in the 1970s, you could not write negatively about somebody unless you at least had the courtesy to reach out to them and ask for their comment and their point of view, and that's not happened here. So maybe it's a territorial thing. Maybe archaeologists, we're all a bit territorial. It's a natural human thing. Maybe they feel this is their territory, and they don't want outsiders in there muddying the waters.
I think it's an ego thing.
That back boost, though. That back boost was so terrible.
Belief system for the truth. I mean, they have this narrative that they've conjured up, and it's a story, and everything in it is 100% true, as opposed to your perspective, which is I'm going to stay open-minded and I'm going to challenge. This is why a debate format for you isn't the right format. It's you're really about having discussions with other open-minded people.
That's right.
And discussions and debates, like when we see the presidential debate, we see what happens when two close-minded people who are unwilling to see that there can be another possible alternative start to talk to each other. It's a disaster, and that's what when people operate under a belief system like that, like Flint, who is at 0% possibility for an ancient civilization. That's where Flint is. That's a belief. Whether it's 100% or 0% is a belief either way, and he can't see that, and so he'll do anything to continue this narrative that he believes in his mind is 100% true, and that's a shame, because then he'll lie, he'll and people will do that. They'll lie. They'll, like you said, they'll do worse than that. They'll do attack pieces and hit pieces on people, and it's just a shame that we're not able to see that that's what's causing it.
Yeah, and the past is a universal human heritage. We all have a share in the past.
Right.
It's important that we should all have a voice in the past if we want to have a voice, and it's wrong for it to be monopolized by a sort of elite class of academics who believe that only they are entitled to speak to us about the past, and only their narrative. And you're right, it is largely a narrative. Information in archaeology it often takes a long time for an old paradigm that was actually completely false, that was regarded as totally true by archaeologists. It often takes a long time. Clovis first is the precedent. It often takes a long time for the old paradigm to be overthrown. It took more than 30, maybe 40 years in the case of Clovis first, which in brief is the notion that a culture who archaeologists call the Clovis culture, we don't know what they call themselves. Archaeologists call them the Clovis culture because the first evidence of that culture